Chapter 1, The Global Fate Game. Global Announcement, the fourth batch of Chosen Ones, settlement complete. Global Announcement, a total of more than 200 participating countries, more than 40,000 Chosen Ones, survivors, 3,920 people. Survival rate, 9.8%. Dragon Country, 200 Chosen Ones, survival rate 5%. Dragon Country's national fortune rating downgraded, medium and large natural disaster rate increased by 1%, success rate of bringing obtained resources into reality reduced by 5%. The cold mechanical voice, without any emotion, echoed through every corner of the world at noon on this day of the year 2575. Through the live broadcast screens spread all over the world, it spread into every corner, and every person had the right to choose to watch any person's live split screen. A miserable 5%, only 10 survivors. That number was like heavy hammers, striking every Dragon Country citizen's heart. Although it was not total annihilation, once again, it was at the bottom among all great nations. National fortune rating downgraded, success rate reduced by 5%. That meant, even if later some Chosen One obtained precious resources, to bring them back to reality would cost far more than other countries. In an instant, the global network exploded completely. Countless cries, curses, desperate screams, gathered into a sea of information, drowning all Dragon Country people. Only 5 survived. Damn! What the hell does this game want? This is slaughtering humans on Earth. Our Dragon Country is finished, 4 times in a row, even the elites sent by our top officials died inside, national fortune decaying, real-world resources drying up. If this continues, how can we live? Despair spread like a plague. Since 1 year ago, when the game, Nightmare of the Return Ruins, descended into the real world, that despair became the main theme of the world. No one knew how this game appeared, but it just appeared without any reason. At first, everyone thought this was the new era of human evolution. Everything obtained in the game could be brought back to reality, bound with national fortune. What a gift from heaven! But no one thought the price of this gift was life. From the 4th batch onward, the rules of Nightmare of the Return Ruins changed. The leaders of each country obtained 180 internal test slots to assign domestic candidates and to monitor live dialogue. Dragon Country also, in the 4th batch, almost used all its strength, sending in the nation's top special forces kings, martial arts grandmasters, and genius-level strategic analysts. That batch even gave birth to one precious S-level talent, Immovable King of Light. And the result? The best record was only surviving the 7-day beginner protection period, then killed by a level 3 monster. That S-level talent, who carried great hope, even with full physical defense, was drained of all spirit, finally self-destructing in chaos. Elites among elites, yet still a 95% death rate. That bloody record made everyone clearly realize how terrifying this game truly was. And now, it was the 5th batch's turn. A heavy atmosphere covered Dragon Country. This time, Dragon Country again used all 180 assigned slots. But compared to the previous batch full of elites, this time's selection felt more like a helpless replacement. The remaining 20 slots were still chosen randomly across the country. The main character, Yan Feng, was one of those 20. An ordinary civilian, nothing more. The space before Yan Feng's eyes suddenly twisted without warning. In an instant, he turned into countless points of light, dissolving into the air. The whole world spun around, heaven and earth reversed. New soul fluctuation detected. 5th batch of Nightmare of the Return Ruins players selected. Transmitting. When the white light of teleportation faded, he found himself standing in a withered yellow wasteland. A land with no end in sight, cracked earth beneath his feet, giving off a smell of decay. At noon, the sun hung high above, the heat waves burning the ground. A strange world. The real touch. Almost at the moment of landing, cold words appeared directly on his retina. Welcome to the world of the Return Ruins Nightmare. Survival and plunder are your only main theme here. 4 hours and 55 minutes until nightfall. This is the game announcement of the Return Ruins Nightmare. You have a 7-day beginner protection period, during which most nightmare creatures will not attack you unless you foolishly provoke them. Use these 7 days wisely, do everything you can to survive, gather survival supplies, build a shelter through crafting, and create weapons and equipment for defense and attack. Do not go outside after dark. If you hear knocking on the door, do not open it. Don't ask why. Every time the blood moon of the 15th arrives, the nightmare frenzy strikes. Resisting the frenzy in the Return Ruins Nightmare is your first step. The longer you survive, the more rewards you will receive, not only for yourself but also for your country. Scroll back to view the nightmare monsters above your level in the Monster Encyclopedia. Special reminder, 1 year later, the Return Ruins world will completely overlap with the real world, and all monsters from the Return Ruins Nightmare will descend into reality. This manual is soulbound and can be flipped through in your mind. Yan Feng read every word, memorizing all the information. The global live broadcast cameras had already focused on each newly selected Chosen One. The audience in Dragon Country nervously switched between countless live broadcast screens, searching for the 180 Dragon Country people who were highly expected. Found it. It's the Ace Special Forces soldier Zhang Lei. He looks calm. Here's Professor Chen, the botanist. I hope there's some miraculous effect. Don't be too optimistic, wasn't the last batch's lesson enough? One sentence instantly cooled down the enthusiasm in the bullet comments. Dragon Country, Dreamer Control Division, Command Center. The giant screen was divided into 200 small grids, each corresponding to a chosen one from Dragon Country. Commander Lin Jinghua's face was grave, and the atmosphere behind him was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. He just hoped that, this time, someone would survive for 3 days. At that moment, the global announcement rang again. Talent awakening in progress? Everyone's heart jumped into their throats. In the Eagle Sauce Country's live room, cheers erupted first. A dazzling golden light pillar shot into the sky. S level. Another S level. Thor the Thunder God, awakening S level talent, Thunder Fury. Heaven bless Eagle Sauce. The celebratory atmosphere nearly overflowed from the screen. But in Dragon Country's live room, there was nothing but sighs. B level, the best we have is B level. No A levels? What's going on? It's over, we've already lost by a large margin at the start. Lin Jinghua's fingers trembled slightly as he stared at the screen, where only green light flickered from the elites, without saying a word. Finally, it was Yan Feng's turn. He was the 200th chosen one from Dragon Country, the last one. Everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered on the small grid where he appeared. No miracle happened. A faint gray light, almost negligible, flickered across him. The live broadcast screen showed the system's cold judgment. F level, the voice of all things. At that moment, the long-buried despair of all Dragon Country viewers was completely ignited. What the hell? F level? Are you kidding? I'd do better if I went. It's over, it's completely over. The previous batches had at least one S level, and the fourth batch had at least one A, but the fifth batch doesn't even have an A, the highest is Zhang Lei's B level talent. It's truly going downhill, we can already announce their elimination. Let's disperse, let's wait for the monsters to descend a year later, the great extinction of humanity, no hope. Malicious curses and pessimistic remarks immediately flooded Yan Feng's livestream. Dreamer Control Division, Command Center, Lin Jinghu staggered, leaning back into his chair, the last trace of color drained from his face. F level. He had thought that the last one to awaken their talent would be the one to bring a miracle. In the game, Yan Feng remained unaware of the outside world. He simply calmly brought up his attribute panel. Player, Yan Feng. Level, 1. Skill, Synthesis. Talent, Voice of all things. Level, F, can grow, uniqueness. Effect, you can listen to the voice of all things, including but not limited to creatures, plants, and even inanimate objects. Each use consumes 1 point of mental energy. Introduction, simple to the point of pity. No attack power, no defense power, not even any attribute bonuses. Just pure support, and the worst kind at that. Listening to the monsters' voices? Yan Feng furrowed his brows slightly. This sounds useless. In a life and death battle, who has time to listen to what the monsters are thinking? Except for its uniqueness, this is a typical useless talent. At this moment, the system announcement echoed once more. Tip: all talents are newly appeared, their potential deeply tied to the chosen one's own traits. Ratings only represent initial strength, not final achievements. Anything has the potential for a comeback. This game announcement didn't stir any waves. In the live stream room of Dragon Country, only mocking sarcasm could be heard. Stop dreaming, what can a talent below a rank do? It's just a perfunctory consolation, everyone who understands knows. The official always says this, but what's the result? Has anyone with an F rank lived past 3 days? Yan Feng ignored these comments, looking around. This was a world full of dangers. He had watched the recordings of the earlier batches. That elite with the S-rank talent, Immovable King, when facing a level 3 monster, his physical defense was nearly maxed, the monster couldn't harm him at all. But in the end, he still died. He died from mental paralysis caused by a sound wave attack. So, this game, survival isn't just about brute force. Yan Feng took a deep breath. He didn't want to die here right at the start. As for the national luck and the future, those were things the living should think about. Right now, he needed to ensure he could survive and live on. Chapter 2, Livestream Giving Away Death? New player benefits have been distributed. Each player receives a random newbie survival pack X1. Time until nightfall, 4 hours 45 minutes, please set up a shelter quickly. Survive the nightmare night, there must be something glowing outside the door, the shelter's material is not restricted, as long as it blocks light, it's fine, both conditions are necessary. The cold system prompt echoed in all players' minds. In the global livestream, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. In the live stream of Eagle Sauce Country, the host was enthusiastically explaining. Look! Our Thor has opened a Thunder Affinity Stone in his newbie pack. With his S-rank talent, he's a born warrior. On the screen, Thor was holding the Affinity Stone, and arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips. With a casual wave, a weak current struck a dry branch, burning it black. Oh my god! Too strong. This is the difference between S and F ranks. In the live stream of Sakura Blossom Country, a player dressed as a ninja pulled out a shoddy shuriken from his newbie pack. He tried to throw it, and with a clink, the shuriken embedded itself deep into the trunk of a dead tree. Yoshi! At least we got a weapon. Ganbat! Yamada-kun. However, the vast majority of players, including Yan Feng, opened their newbie packs to find mostly basic, common items. A flintstone, an empty water pouch, and a piece of black bread that could break your teeth. That was all. In the live stream of Dragon Country, there was a sea of sorrow. How are we supposed to play this? Are we just going to headbutt monsters? Others get weapons at the start, we get picnic supplies? Stop complaining, let's see those players with F-rank talents, now that's true despair. Camera switched. A Dragon Country player had awakened the F-rank talent, Plant Affinity. He was standing in front of a dry vine, chanting, trying to make it grow quickly to make a rope. Half a minute passed, and the vine only shook symbolically. He switched to another grass, its leaves fluttered but there was no reaction. On the other side, a player who had awakened the F-level animal affection skill was cautiously approaching a level 0 decorative squirrel, forcing a friendly smile onto his face. Little cutie, don't be scared. Before he could finish his sentence, the squirrel suddenly leapt up and bit his hand, then quickly scurried away. The player let out a scream, 2 blood holes appearing on his hand. Haha, this is killing me, are F-level players from Dragon Country here to make us laugh? Animal affection? More like animal hatred. One's talking to the grass, another gets bitten by a squirrel, and what's that F-level player doing? Oh, he's just staring into space. The one staring into space was Yan Feng. He didn't rush to gather supplies, instead calmly inspecting his starter pack. Flint, can start a fire, can emit light. Water pouch, needs to find a water source. Black bread, can temporarily satisfy hunger. He packed his items away and stood up. Before nightfall, he had to find food and water, collect materials to build a shelter that could withstand the nightmare night, and things that could keep emitting light. He wanted wood, he wanted stone, and he needed tough vines to tie things together. He began to move, bending down to search for suitable stones and breaking dry branches. But, his efficiency was low. The stones were either too big to move or too small to be useful. The branches were pitifully brittle, snapping into powder with just a light bend. The most important thing was that the shelter needed to block out light, otherwise, even the strongest stone pile would be useless if there were gaps that let light through. He worked for more than 30 minutes, and the materials he had gathered were barely enough to build a doghouse. Yan Feng brought up his attribute panel. Player, Yan Feng. Level 1, Experience, 0 out of 100. Combat Power, 1, below S-level talent, it's advised not to have any thoughts of fighting monsters above your level. Stamina, 9 out of 10, related to hunger. Mental Strength, 10 out of 10, related to fatigue. Hunger, 9 out of 10, when hunger reaches 0, you faint. Fatigue, 1 out of 10, when fatigue is full, you faint. Skill, Autosynthesis. Talent, Voice of all things. Level, F, can grow, unique. Effect, you can listen to the hearts of all things, including but not limited to living beings, plants, and even inanimate objects. Each use consumes 1 point of mental strength. This little task had already consumed 1 point of hunger. Yan Feng glanced at the black bread. If he continued with this stupid method, before nightfall, he would either starve to death or collapse from exhaustion. He stopped his actions. Violence wasn't the optimal solution. Neither was manual labor. He began observing other players' actions, trying to gain some insights from them. In Return to the Nightmare, players could observe the live streams of other players. All they had to do was bring up the split screen in their minds. This was a player from the Pickled Vegetable Country. He seemed to think he was lucky, having discovered a nightmare monster. The monster's entry in the monster guide explained that nightmare monsters could provide survival supplies and materials needed to build shelters. Level 1, Vengeful Scarecrow. It just stood there quietly on the embankment, motionless, like a real scarecrow. The Pickled Vegetable Country player lifted a stone the size of a human head, shouted loudly to bolster his courage, then rushed forward. He thought that if he smashed the thing's head, he would get the first kill. However, just as he stepped into the scarecrow's 5-meter range, the scarecrow's single eye, inlaid with a red stone, flashed red. Vengeful gaze. The pickled vegetable country player's body immediately froze, his forward motion halted, and he stood there like a statue. A grimace of greed and viciousness still frozen on his face. Damn it! Move! Move! What's going on? He's been frozen? The viewers in the Pickled Vegetable Country livestream were shouting anxiously. The next second, a scene that made their scalp tingle appeared. The slow-moving Scarecrow, with stiff steps, slowly moved towards the frozen player. It raised its arm, made of dry straw but unusually tough and sharp. It swung its arm down at the player's neck. Straw cutting. A thick line of blood shot out. 1, 2, 3. The Scarecrow tirelessly repeated the cutting motion. The player's health bar dropped at a visible speed. In just 1 minute, the player's body slumped, and the screen turned gray instantly. Died from excessive blood loss, blood drained completely. The first casualty of the 5th batch of players appeared. The entire world fell silent for a moment. Then, a greater panic followed. Global announcement: player Jean Dashuan, Kimchi Country, confirmed dead. Death is irreversible, linked to reality, the soul completely vanishes. Cold text, like a tombstone, stamped on everyone's screen. No extra explanation, no warmth. This announcement was like a heavy stone dropping into a boiling pot of oil. Damn it! Is there no way for players below S level to survive? How do we fight? Get close and get petrified, then wait to die. This game, players with a talent lower than S level can't even kill monsters. Is this still called a newbie protection period? Protect my ass. Stop getting so worked up, you guys already knew the game's nature. This is already the 5th batch, what's there to be surprised about? Yan Feng watched this scene clearly. With brute force, using the broken stuff in his hand, rushing in would make him the 2nd player from Kimchi Country. Fighting head-on is a dead end. In Nightmare Game, the distance between each player is at least hundreds of kilometers, but during the newbie phase, the surrounding environment is eerily consistent. At this moment, except for the monsters wandering in the distance, he was the only one around. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. Listening to the hearts of all things. What is this talent really for? Listening to the wind? Listening to the mood of the stones? Or maybe. His attention focused on the Scarecrow not far from him. He tried to extend all of his mental energy toward that direction. Heart of all things quietly activated. In an instant, countless chaotic voices flooded his mind. The wind, so free. The stone, so hard, so tired. The land, is breathing. These were the most basic consciousnesses coming from the natural environment. Mental 1. Mental 1. Mental 1. Yan Feng quickly stopped using his talent skill, filtering out these noises, and locked onto the Scarecrow as the target. Mental 1. Finally, a weak, childlike whimper, tinged with tears, clearly appeared in his mind. So cold. I want to be hugged. Yan Feng's body froze. A hug? He almost thought he had heard wrong. This monster that just cruelly killed a living person, its heart's voice, was asking to be hugged? Is it a trap? Or is this the true gameplay of this game? Yan Feng's breath quickened. He remembered that prompt: rating only represents initial strength, not final achievement. Everything has the potential for a reversal. His turning point might be here. This was a gamble. Lose the bet, die. Win the bet, maybe he could find an entirely different path. Amid the cries and curses across the internet, while all players were considering the Scarecrow as a definitely avoidable dangerous target, Yan Feng made a move that would freeze everyone's brain. He stood up from behind the rock. The global live broadcast immediately zoomed in on him. The Dragon Country viewers felt a tightness in their chests. What does this kid want to do? Don't be impulsive. Someone just died. Is he throwing his life away? Under the gaze of countless eyes, Yan Feng slowly lowered the sharp-edged stone he was holding for self-defense. The stone hit the ground with a dull thud. Then, he opened his arms. As if welcoming a long-lost relative. He took a step forward, one step, then another, walking straight toward the terrifying Scarecrow that had just taken a life. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The noise of the entire world. All gathered on this small live streaming split screen. What the hell? Crazy. This F-level player from Dragon Country has gone insane. A suicidal playstyle? Chapter 3, the first E-level rating reward. What is he doing? Surrendering? No, this posture is hugging? I get it. He knows he's hopeless with an F level, so he's committing suicide in the most shocking way to gain sympathy? A new way of dying has emerged. How can we stop now? Family, have you learned it? In Dragon Country's live streaming room, the bullet comments completely exploded. I swear. I'm so mad I want to smash my computer. Is this the player from our Dragon Country? What a disgrace. What a disgrace, embarrassing us in front of the whole world. Players from other countries are fighting for survival, and he's doing performance art. I suggest sending him straight to the next Confusing Behavior Award. Dream Suppression Division Command Center. Commander Lin Jinghua had just picked up his cup of water when he saw the scene on the screen. His hand suddenly shook, and the cup slammed to the ground, shattering into pieces. He turned his head in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth gritted tightly. Another one. Another person is going to ruin Dragon Country's reputation. Isn't there enough death already? The previous batches of players, including the elite national team players from the 4th batch onward. Even if they died in battle, or from exhaustion. But this F-level civilian, he chose to welcome death in such a surrendering, begging for mercy way. This is shameful. Cut it off. Lin Jinghua's voice was hoarse, filled with uncontrollable anger and helplessness. No way, the civilian players' slots were randomly selected by Guoxia Nightmare, and the officials couldn't directly contact or rescue the random players. Since there was no way to save him, it was better to cut off the live stream signal and prevent negative energy from spreading to the citizens, lowering their morale. Cut off his signal. I don't want to see our Dragon Country people dying like this on the main screen. Commander. One of the staff members tried to persuade him. Follow the order. Yes. The technician's fingers swiped across the console. On the main screen of the command center, the split screen showing Yan Feng was instantly replaced, switching to another sea-level player's survival scene. At the same time, in Dragon Country's official live streaming room, countless viewers stared blankly as Yan Feng's live stream screen went black, and then switched to someone else. What's going on? Did they cut the live stream signal? Good cut. I don't want to see this coward's death. What a disgrace. Although it's embarrassing, at least it's a human life. The officials just gave up like this? Give up? What else could they do? Civilian players are randomly selected, and if they can't be contacted, there's no way to rescue them. Do you think the country would stand by and do nothing? Since they can't save him, why leave his live stream to watch him kneel to monsters? Out of sight, out of mind. No, I think Yan Feng is pretty handsome. I love watching. I like to see what happens to people who are seeking death. If you want to keep watching, there's a personal channel, go pick it yourself, stop making noise here. The official live stream room was in chaos, with all kinds of comments flying around. But no matter what, they would never see Yan Feng again in the official live stream channel. However, there were still many people, using their personal live stream split screens, continuing to watch Yan Feng's fate unfold. Guoxia Nightmare had granted everyone worldwide the permission to observe their favorite player's live stream split screen a year ago, super intelligent. The live stream is synchronized, viewers can send bullet comments, and make remarks, but currently, the bullet comments are invisible and inaudible to the players. In the nightmare world, above the wilderness, Yan Feng was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He was simply focused, step by step, getting closer to the Scarecrow emitting resentment. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. The Scarecrow seemed to have sensed Yan Feng's approach. Its originally blood-red single eye slowly turned toward Yan Feng. It didn't release deadly red light. It only looked at him with confusion, gazing at this one person who was unarmed and full of no hostility. Instead, humans opened their arms to it. Among the tens of thousands of eyes still watching Yan Feng's live broadcast, some mocking, some anticipating, some puzzled, Yan Feng's step stopped in front of the Scarecrow. This distance was enough for the Scarecrow's petrification skill grudge gaze to activate 10 times. The Scarecrow's blood-red single eye flickered, its light dimming and brightening, as if gathering strength, or perhaps hesitating. The poisonous aura it emitted made the viewers in the live chat feel an inexplicable chill. It's over, he's going to be petrified. At this distance, he's dead for sure. Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, in less than an hour, got a free pass to death. Just as the malicious red light was about to burst forth, Yan Feng did not hesitate for even a moment. Gently, he embraced the rough, cold body made of withered straw. It wasn't as hard as expected, but rather soft. The yellowed straw, smelling of dirt and decay, pressed coldly against his chest. He even reached out, gently patting the Scarecrow's back, which had no back of the head. Once, then again. It was like comforting a frightened child. Time seemed to freeze. In the live stream, all the comments, all the sounds, vanished in that moment. The bloodbath, which was expected to happen, did not appear. The despair of waiting to die after being petrified did not come. The stiff body of the Scarecrow miraculously relaxed in Yan Feng's embrace. The malicious red light that had just appeared in its single eye slowly faded like the receding tide, replaced by a soft, warm white light. Thank you. A barely audible, satisfied sigh sounded directly in Yan Feng's ear. In the next moment, the Scarecrow in his arms, starting from the chest where it touched Yan Feng, turned into countless flying light spots. The light spots increased, became brighter, like a brilliant firefly dream blooming in the daylight. They circled around Yan Feng, with a trace of lingering affection, then slowly dissipated into the air. On the wilderness, only Yan Feng remained, still holding the embrace, standing still. As if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. After 3 seconds of dead silence. Global announcement: congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player Yan Feng for achieving the highest rating E level in the new village, defeating the level 1 monster grudge Scarecrow. Reward: all citizens in Dragon Kingdom, average mental resilience increased by 0.1%. Reward: national level resource Nightmare High Resilience Plant Fiber times 1, automatically triggering 10,000 times amplification times 10,000 copies. Since the player's current level is level 1, according to the 1% conversion rate to reality, 100 copies of Nightmare High Resilience Plant Fiber have been delivered to Dragon Kingdom Academy's Biomaterials Lab number 012. Dragon Kingdom's national strength rating has increased, the resource conversion success rate to reality has increased by 1%. The cold, vast, emotionless mechanical voice echoed like thunder falling from the sky. It sounded 3 times in a row, crashing like a thunderclap in every corner of both the Return to the Abyss nightmare game world and the real world. The whole world, with billions of viewers, fell into a sudden silence. In the Eagle Country's livestream, the military expert who had just boasted about Thor striking a level 1 grudge Scarecrow with lightning, looking so wise and mighty, had his mouth wide open, unable to close for a long time. In the Cherry Blossom Country's broadcast hall, several guests stared at each other, their professional fake smiles stiff like masks. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the endless curses and wails abruptly stopped. The entire comment section became eerily blank. Everyone was frozen in shock. A few seconds later, scattered, extremely confused comments fluttered by. Did I just see things? E-level? What's E-level? As far as I know, the highest rating reward is only F-level. Is there a bug in the game? No, he just hugged it, and the monster disappeared? And they gave him a perfect E-level rating? What the hell is this logic? Who can explain to me what just happened? I don't read many books, all I saw was Yan Feng going up to deliver his head, and then the monster just self-destructed? In the world of the nightmare game. In front of Yan Feng, the golden light spots that had dissipated did not completely disappear. Instead, they gathered again, condensing into a series of tangible objects emitting a soft glow, silently floating in front of him. Dry and fire-resistant straw, X10. Heart of straw, stone, X1. Fragrant rice, X5. Skill book, basic petrification, X1. And at the very bottom, a small clump of seemingly ordinary straw samples wrapped in light. National Luck Resource Reward, Nightmare High-Toughness Plant Fiber, X1, 10,000 times refund only takes effect when withdrawn to the real world. Yan Feng looked at the pile of rewards in front of him, then compared them with the monster's entries in the official manual in his mind. The rewards from an F-grade rating drop only include damp straw, X5, 50% chance to drop, blood-stained hemp rope. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, they were far inferior to his own. It was like heaven and earth apart. He calmly put everything into his backpack one by one. Finally, his fingertip touched the skill book, basic petrification. With a flash of light, the skill book turned into a data stream and fused into his body. A new skill appeared on his personal panel. Skill, basic petrification, can be activated and used when the player reaches level 3 or higher. As expected. This is the true gameplay of this game. Violence is the most foolish and the least rewarding choice. At this moment, another golden announcement rang across the entire Dragon Country. Dragon Country National Luck Announcement. Due to the outstanding performance of player Yan Feng, the mental resistance of all citizens in Dragon Country has slightly increased by plus 0.1%. This announcement was like a shot of adrenaline, sharply piercing the heart of every Dragon Country citizen. The dead silence in the Dragon Country live broadcast room completely erupted. Damn! National Luck! The National Luck Index has risen. I feel like my head is a bit clearer, I don't feel as depressed anymore. It's true. My fatigue has disappeared. Yan Feng is awesome. What Yan Feng? That's the god of flames. Chapter 4, The Academy of Sciences, Zhou Jimin. In the capital city, the highest command center of the Dream Sealing Bureau. This is the absolute heart of Dragon Country's response to Return to the Void Nightmare, with hundreds of screens on the walls dividing the real-time footage of top players from 200 countries around the world. At this moment, all the screens dimmed, leaving only one main screen. On the screen, a video of a young man embracing a scarecrow was being slowly replayed frame by frame. Rewind in 0.5x speed, zoom in on the point of contact between the target and the monster. Under the cold command, the image slowed down to an extreme pace. The movement of Yan Feng spreading his arms, the calm expression on his face, and every shift in the brightness of the Scarecrow's single eye were all broken down into countless data streams, rapidly scrolling at the bottom of the screen. In the live stream channel, the previous curses and wails had long disappeared. Instead, there were endless apologies and frenzied praise. I was wrong. I repent. I had no eyes, I actually doubted the deep strategy of the great Yan Feng. Sorry. I'm bowing to you. You are the true great wisdom. I, a mere mortal, only deserve to shout 666 on the side. What's a dimensional strike? Tactical withdrawal. When others are still chopping trees with axes, the big boss is already negotiating with the monsters. Inside the command center, the atmosphere remained as heavy as iron. The earlier invited hosts were all serious as they turned to face the three elderly figures sitting behind them. They were the masters of their respective fields in Dragon Country, and had been specially recruited earlier to analyze and research the rules of the nightmare game. Three teachers. Now the whole world believes that our player Yan Feng has discovered an unprecedented game mechanism. What do you think about this? Professor Bai Qiming, a master of domestic behavioral psychology, pushed up his glasses. He pointed to the still frame of Yan Feng embracing the Scarecrow on the screen. He asserted, this is not a simple hug. This is an extremely advanced spiritual resonance ritual. Look at his posture, completely relaxed, no defense. This represents that he sent a psychological signal to the monster, I am with you. This signal of goodwill and cooperation tells the monster that I have no hostility, bypassing the game's hostility judgment and avoiding the punishment of violent killing rules. Next to him, academician Xian Weiguo from the Materials Science Academy immediately added. I agree with Professor Bai's view, but I'd like to add one more point. Yan Feng chose to hug, most likely to preserve the integrity of a certain extraordinary structure inside the monster's body to the greatest extent. Violent killing would damage this structure, so he would only receive a defective F-grade reward. But Yan Feng's ritual made the monster voluntarily decompose, offering its most complete core material. I speculate this is the key to triggering the national fortune level material. Let me ask, among all the previous players, except for those with S-grade talents, who else could explode resources that enhance the national fortune below S-grade? Finally, the last one, Major General Zhang Lai, wearing a military uniform with stars on his shoulders, pointed his finger hard at the table. You've all hit the nail on the head. What I want to say is, this is also a victory of information warfare. When everyone is trapped by the violent mindset, Yan Feng used his talent, voice of all things, to acquire the most critical information that others will never know, the monster's heart voice. He did not waste an ounce of physical strength, yet completed the most efficient resource exchange. If this were on the battlefield, it would be a key move capable of turning the tide. The analysis of the three experts was immediately shared with all relevant departments through internal channels. The entire internet boiled again. Did you hear that? The authoritative experts have certified it. Spiritual resonance ritual. Preserving extraordinary structure integrity. Victory in information warfare. Holy cow, I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. So that's it. So the big boss has been playing such a big game. While I'm still on the first floor, the boss is already outside the atmosphere. Yan Feng, I just wanted to hug for a moment, didn't think that much. Expert, no, you did think. At the Dragon Kingdom Academy, Biomaterial Engineering Lab number 012. The lights were bright, and the atmosphere was even more tense than at the command center. The chief biomaterial engineering scientist, Zhou Jiming, an elderly man nearly 70 years old with graying hair, was staring intently at the 3D structure diagram under the electron microscope. Under the microscope was the newly harvested national fortune resource, the nightmare high-toughness plant fiber. Next to it were 200 identical samples, each accompanied by a description that introduced. Nightmare high-toughness plant fiber, this stuff was extracted from the level 1 resentment Scarecrow. Introduction, simply put, this is the top fabric for making super bulletproof vests, its defense capability beats armored tanks. If it breaks, it can repair itself automatically, 100 times stronger than graphene, and it can adjust temperature on its own, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer. Function, apart from the tank-like defense, after nightmare descends into reality, during extreme weather, you won't die immediately. It can withstand extreme temperatures from minus 150 degrees Celsius to plus 150 degrees Celsius, just like being in a constant temperature room, comfortable. Zhou Jiming was verifying these functions, his hands trembling slightly. Oh my god, the perfect self-healing properties, atomic-level self-repair, its toughness strength indeed exceeds the theoretical limit of graphene by 100 times. He suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes bursting with an astonishing light, his voice hoarse with excitement. We really have extraordinary materials that are at least 100 years ahead of the world. Oh! The entire laboratory erupted in deafening cheers, and the young researchers hugged each other, crying with joy. This sample of nightmare high-toughness plant fiber, from the Return Dream Nightmare world, had just arrived. They opened a door to a god-level civilization's technological gateway. The leader behind the Dreamtown division, codenamed Dragon's Head, the elderly man, sat alone watching the video of Yan Feng, silent the whole time. On the screen in front of him, the real-time reports from each department were displayed. The intelligence team, the East Japan and Annam have started to imitate. Preliminary assumptions suggest that the player's behavior in Yan Feng has unknown prerequisites. The advisory department, the risk of imitation is too high. It is advised to continue observing and wait for more information from the player himself. Dragon's Head's finger lightly tapped rhythmically on the smooth surface of the desk. Tap tap tap. Each tap felt like a strike on the heart of everyone within the center. In the end, he gave only one word as an order. Wait. This word instantly calmed the radicals who were preparing to imitate. Dragon's Head's expression showed no change, as if everything was within his expectations. At this moment, a red file with the highest encryption level was handed to him. Dragon's Head glanced at the title Feasibility Report on the Nightmare Fiber, triggering the Fourth Material Revolution, then closed the file. He calmly picked up the red confidential phone on the table. Connect to the Academy of Sciences, Joe Jimming. The call was almost instantly connected, and Joe Jimming's voice, full of uncontrollable excitement, came through. Dragon's Head asked only one question. If mass-produced, what can it do? On the other end, Joe Jimming took a deep breath and shouted with all his strength, Report, Dragon's Head. It can make us human tanks, and when wearing it, we can maintain constant temperature and resist extreme weather from -150 degrees Celsius to +150 degrees Celsius. Dragon's Head hung up the phone. In the center, the silence was so heavy, a pin could be heard falling. He slowly stood up and issued two firm orders. First, input all of Yan Feng players' information into the highest level Divine Dragon files, file codename Tiangong. No one, except me, is allowed to access it. Second, immediately activate the Tiangong plan. Relocate and protect the direct relatives of Tiangong with the highest specifications. Tell the Tiannan High Department that they are guarding the future of Longhua. At the same time, while the high-level leaders of Longhua were fully engaged in research and analysis, and the scientific department had made a breakthrough conclusion, other countries were not idle. East Japan, Annam, and other countries immediately reached the simplest and most brutal conclusion, embraced the monster. They immediately summarized this tactic as an experience and sent it to the 180 elite players designated by the country. They were told to execute it immediately, trying to surpass the Longhua players. Half an hour later. Global notice: East Japan player Onakiri Maru has died, national fortune rating dropped by 0.3%. A level 15 typhoon has hit the country. Global notice: Annam player Nguyen has died, national fortune rating dropped by 0.2%. A level 7 earthquake has struck the country. A series of death announcements struck like cold slaps to the face, harshly hitting those overconfident countries. On Twitter, the hashtag #HugAScarecrow challenge was flooded with bloody screenshots of players being petrified and then sliced to death, along with blood-curdling warnings written in various languages. Don't try this. In the East Japan NTK News live broadcast, the host was bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle in apology. The Onakiri player tragically lost his life while attempting to replicate the Longhua player's tactics, proving that the tactic has a high level of irreproducibility and danger. The Prime Minister deeply mourns this loss. In Eagle Sauce's CMN newsflash, a different angle was taken. The mysterious Longhua player Yan Feng achieved an E-level rating in an unimaginable way. Our expert team believes that this is likely due to a loophole in unknown rules using Eastern mysticism, and his actions are not universally applicable. Amid the chaos and wailing, the Longhua official news broadcast stood out with calmness. Our player Yan Feng has performed excellently in Guishu Nightmare, earning honor for the country, with the national fortune index steadily increasing. Next, a science and technology news: our country has made a major breakthrough in the field of ultra-high toughness fibers, and the related technology will be prioritized for national defense. In the field of aerospace technology and others, the internet in Dragon Country had already exploded. Laughing to death, front row selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water, watching the large-scale imitation fail scene. Family, who understands, they couldn't even copy the homework properly, and ended up losing their lives. Upstairs, you can't say that, after all, our flame god is open book, they are closed book, let's be understanding. Experts from Eagle Sauce side are starting again: if they can't win, they say it's a bug, or the mysterious Eastern power. This script I've seen 800 times. Stop arguing, I'll kneel first to show my respect. Flame god, I'm sorry, I cursed you the loudest before, now I'm your most loyal dog. Haha, the latest external statement: the behavior of the Flame Peak player is a personal choice, we do not advise, support, or encourage any form of imitation. This flavor is just right. Stop talking, I just want to see which monster the flame god is going to hug next. 1 hour later, in the southern part of the mountain city, an old residential building. Flame Peak's younger sister, Flame Spirit, was sitting at her little desk, earnestly doing her homework. Knock knock knock. The doorbell rang. Flame Spirit ran to open the door, and a few middle-aged men in ordinary jackets were standing outside. The man in the lead had a friendly face, and when she opened the door, he showed her a red badge. The badge had no text, only a symbol made of a dragon and a shield that she didn't understand. "Hello, little friend, we are from the community, here to check the gas pipeline safety." The man smiled and said. Flame Spirit's parents came out of the kitchen upon hearing the sound, their faces filled with confusion and suspicion. "Community work, working so late?" The man in the lead nodded at them, his smile unchanged, but his tone became firm and reassuringly gentle. "There are some things we need to discuss with you, it's a matter of great importance. Please rest assured, we have no ill intentions." Half an hour later, in the living room of the Flame family, the atmosphere was serious to the point of almost freezing. After checking his credentials, the man stopped smiling. "The situation is like this. Your son, Flame Peak, is now the highest hero of our country. To ensure both your and his absolute safety, we need to transfer you to a completely safe place." Flame Peak's parents were left stunned, their minds blank, almost unable to process the overwhelming information. Their son, the child who was usually a little lazy and liked to stay at home during his holidays, has become a national hero? At that moment, outside the window, several black Honchi cars silently slid into the building below, stopping precisely in the shadows of the building entrance. The neighbors strolling nearby didn't notice a thing, as if those cars were transparent. The man stood up. "Time is tight, please pack some essential personal items, we'll depart immediately." At the Dragon Head's location. Dragon Head looked at the real-time report on the screen. Great Wall 1 has contacted the target's family, expected to complete the transfer within an hour. The secretary beside him lowered his voice and added a report. The latest research report from the Academy of Sciences has made a new discovery. If nightmare fibers can be mass-produced, their value in the military field would be enough to ensure zero casualties in future localized conflicts. Dragonhead slowly stood up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the bustling and dazzling night scene of the capital city, countless lights blending into a never-ending river of light. He gazed at this nation that they had sworn to protect with their lives, and after a long while, he quietly said, "The new era has begun." As for the events happening in the real world, Flame Peak knew nothing. He was busy counting his gains. In his backpack, there were 10 bundles of dried, fire-resistant straw, 5 portions of fragrant rice, a skill book he had already mastered, and that stone named Heart of Straw, stone. This stone felt smooth to the touch, unlike an ordinary stone, and on its panel, there was only a simple description. Heart of Straw, stone, slightly increases mental resistance by 1%. Resist fatigue. Keep exploring and see if there are other uses. He didn't know how to use it for now, so he put it away. He glanced at the attributes of the dry and fire-resistant straw, which described it as follows. Introduction: Fire-resistant straw from the nightmare world. As the name suggests, it is different from real-world straw, mainly focusing on its fire resistance. A bundle of straw can burn for 25 minutes and can also be synthesized into sleep materials. Keep exploring and see if there are other uses. Now, he had food, fire-starting materials, and something that glowed when placed outside the door, which could barely be considered enough. A bundle of straw could burn for 25 minutes, and 10 bundles of straw would only burn for about 4 hours before going out. He hadn't stored water yet. The water bag given in the beginner's pack was empty, not a drop of water in it. He looked up at the illusory countdown in the sky. Time until dark, 4 hours 15 minutes. Nightfall, the night of nightmares. According to the official science video, the night of Return to the Void Nightmare is synonymous with death. In the darkness, countless nightmare creatures will pour out from their hiding places and attack all living beings wildly. The only way to survive is to stay in the shelter and light a fire. The firelight can repel most low-level nightmare creatures' direct attacks, but it can't stop them from lingering outside your shelter, howling, and transforming into humans to lure you out. They even use their claws to knock on the walls, continuously polluting your mind. Interestingly, when your mind collapses, that's when you lose your sanity. At that point, the death rate is also the highest. As for the beginner shelter, the rules for building it are also quite interesting. Materials don't matter. Whether it's wood, stone, or paper, as long as it completely covers the player's body, preventing the outside monsters from seeing them, it is effective. But once the fire goes out, even a steel fortress will be as fragile as paper in front of nightmare creatures. Of course, this is only the game rule during the 7-day beginner protection period. What the rules will be like after 7 days, no one knows. So, the core of survival at night boils down to 2 things. A shell that can fit your body inside. And enough fuel to burn through the whole night, or something that can emit light to trap the attacking creatures. Yan Feng glanced at the straw that could only burn for 4 hours. He needed more fuel and stronger materials for the shelter. According to the experience summarized by previous players, the rules of Return to the Void Nightmare cannot be fully trusted. How could a paper shelter possibly defend against the nightmare creatures at night? And water. Fragrant rice can be eaten raw to fill your stomach, but that's the primitive way of eating, with a dry, hard texture that's hard to swallow and doesn't provide any hydration. Lack of water directly affects stamina and mental recovery efficiency. He must find a water source and store some water, as water is one of the most important survival resources. Yan Feng focused his mind and activated his talent again, voice of all things. This time, he was very cautious. Mental -1. Mental, 5 out of 10. He had only 5 points of mental power left. Yan Feng stopped using his talent. Despite this, a slight dizziness still hit his mind. Using this talent skill was quite exhausting and couldn't be used recklessly. Every time he used a talent, it consumed 1 point of mental power. He recalled the rules in the game manual. Mental power is also related to sanity. It's the fuel for activating talents and maintaining sanity, as well as the barrier against nightmare contamination. Once it hits 0, a person loses their mind, controlled by primal human emotions, falling into madness. At that point, carelessness is even more terrifying than direct death. As for replenishing mental power, aside from using special items, the most basic way is to rest. Sleep can restore mental power, but the recovery efficiency is directly linked to fatigue. The higher the fatigue, the worse the quality of sleep, and the slower the mental recovery. This is also the most common vicious cycle in the early stages of the game, and one of the high-risk points for high mortality. To gather resources while accumulating fatigue leads to an inability to recover mentally, eventually collapsing under the monster's mental pollution or losing lives. One of the reasons for the high death rate in the earlier batches is linked to this. The straw in his backpack can be used to craft a sleep pillow, which can effectively improve sleep quality and accelerate mental recovery. But now is not the time to rest. He closed the panel. Water is dirty, clean. The fragment of the voice he heard earlier reorganized in his mind. The information pointed clearly. There is a water source nearby, but the water is dirty. At the same time, there should be nightmare creatures near the water source. In the monster encyclopedia released by the officials earlier, the description of the level 2 monster Rotten Swamp Frog appeared in Yan Feng's mind. It's it. Yan Feng identified the direction and walked towards the source of the voice. The terrain there was low-lying, and the air was filled with a faint, decaying smell. The water source was in those dark green swamps. But the water there was dirty. The level 2 nightmare creature Rotten Swamp Frog was in the swamp, and there were shallow puddles of water on the swamp surface. His gaze fell on the level and experience bar on his personal panel. Player, Yan Feng. Level 1, 20/100. Looking at the previous educational material, violent monster kills can give experience. And his recent E-grade score clearance also gave him experience. The number of viewers in his livestream had reached 1.2 million, and the audience was fervently analyzing. What will Yenshin do next? This start is perfect, like the hand of God. Isn't it obvious? He's going to find the level 2 monster. Before night falls, he should level up quickly. Wait a minute, how could a level 1 human fight a level 2 monster? Isn't it only those with S level or higher talents that can kill monsters above their level? Yenshin is only level 1. Then Yenshin must have a way. He's the man who can befriend nightmare monsters. At this moment, Yan Feng made a decision that no one expected. He turned around and walked back the way he came. You're going the wrong way, bro. The level 2 nightmare monster is right in front of you. What's Yenshin doing? Did he get lost? No, you don't understand, there must be a deeper meaning to this. I bet he's looking for a hidden item to counter the level 2 Rotten Swamp Frog. Yan Feng was definitely not lost. Since hugging the Scarecrow gives the best rewards and also grants experience, why not hug a few more first? Level up and then face the level 2 monster, wouldn't that be safer? He's not stupid, going to fight a level 2 nightmare monster at level 1 would be suicide. In this game, death means real death. He never fights an unprepared battle. Yan Feng found the second level 1 vengeful Scarecrow on the wasteland. The Scarecrow looked exactly the same as the one before. Lonely, it stood on the ridge, its red single eye exuding an ominous aura. So cold. I want to be hugged. The familiar voice echoed again. Yan Feng didn't hesitate, walking up and opening his arms. The global live stream room, all the Dragon Country viewers held their breath. They were waiting for that brilliant scene to unfold again. Sure enough. As soon as Yan Feng hugged the Scarecrow, the resentment disappeared, and a soft white light lit up. The Scarecrow cracked open and once again transformed into light spots with satisfaction. Global announcement did not sound again, clearly the first time, glory only happens once, and each time the rewards differ in quality. But a new reward appeared in front of Yan Feng. Dry, fire-resistant straw, x10. Fragrant rice, x2. And a data stream that only he could see appeared. Satisfied, the voice of the vengeful Scarecrow gained experience plus 20. His experience bar went from 20/100 to 40/100. Just as expected. Combining his own advantage talent, he found the safest way in this game. In the next hour, Yan Feng acted like a hard-working farmer. He wandered across the wilderness, searching for one after another level 1 Scarecrow of grudge. 1, 2, 3. His livestream took on an extremely strange tone. While players from other countries were battling monsters in bloody fights and struggling to survive in the mud, in the Dragon Country's livestream, Yan Feng was repeatedly performing hugs of love. Every hug represented high-quality survival supplies being added to his inventory. Every hug represented his experience bar steadily rising. I'm losing it, brothers, I'm completely losing it. This is a survival game? This is damn baby bus. Other streams, bloody. Violent. Desperate. Yen God, I've lost my hair, but I've gotten stronger. Referring to the number of hugs. Upstairs, your account is gone. After Yan Feng hugged the Scarecrow for the 5th time and watched it turn into a light spot. A golden light shot up from his body towards the sky. Global announcement, congratulations to Dragon Country player Yan Feng, who, in the 5th batch, is the first player worldwide to reach level 2. Reward at agricultural crop yield in Dragon Country increased by 0.5%. Reward, Yan Feng's basic attribute point limit increased permanently by 1. At this moment, in Eagle Sauce Country, the owner of the S-level talent Thunder Fury, Thor. He had just used a furious lightning bolt to turn a level 2 rotten swamp frog in the swamp it was standing on into charcoal. He was the only one in the 5th batch of players who had awakened an S-level talent. According to the rules, an S-level talent allowed him to kill level 1 monsters. Killing a level 1 monster only gave 1 experience point, which was too slow and did not meet his standards of efficiency. So he unhesitatingly chose the level 2 monster area, where killing one would grant him the precious 2 experience points. Thor was covered in mud, breathing heavily as he looked at his panel, the experience bar, 85 out of 100, showing on it, with a blatant look of pride on his face. Meanwhile, in Thor's livestream in Eagle Sauce Country, the bullet comments were flying by like snowflakes. Oh my god. Thor is truly the god of thunder. This is so cool. Is this the power of an S-level talent? Directly killing monsters above his level. While the rookies from other countries are still being chased by level 1 monsters? Ah, look at that guy from Dragon Country, Yan Feng, he's still hugging scarecrows. What a joke. 85 points of experience. Soon. Thor will definitely be the first player to reach level 2 in the world. First level 2 in the world. This reward must go to our great Eagle Sauce Country. Of course. This game is made for strong players like us. Go Thor, let the world see what true power looks like. Well done. This is what a survival game should look like. Power. Conquer. Fuck. How the hell is this possible? When Thor saw the replay of Yan Feng's livestream, his chest heaved violently. That handsome face, which had always been filled with arrogance, was now completely twisted with extreme rage. That F-level softy who only hugs scarecrows, he must have cheated. He definitely cheated. Shit. At the Dragon Country Dreamguard Command Center. Everyone stood up, erupting into loud applause. Good. Good. Zhang Lai excitedly slammed his hand on the table. The first level 2 in the world. This F-level, no, this Yan Feng, has given Dragon Country another leading advantage. Level 2 already? The golden light faded, and Yan Feng himself froze for a moment. He looked down at his hands and felt that they were no different from before. But the global announcement in his mind and the real changes on his body told him that this was real. After over an hour of searching for monsters and hugging 5 scarecrows, he became the first player in the 5th batch to reach level 2 worldwide. This efficiency, simply ridiculous. Isn't this way more satisfying than grinding to kill monsters? Yan Feng immediately opened his personal attribute panel in his mind to see the specific rewards. Player, Yan Feng. Level, 2. Chapter 7, Level 2 Corrupted Swamp Frog. Yan Feng's attention immediately focused on the limits of each attribute. Originally, the limit was 10, now it became 11. The attributes that were not maxed out, due to leveling up, were directly filled to the top. So the reward for being the first to level up in the world is a permanent increase in basic attribute limits. Yan Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. This is much more precious than simply getting a few random attribute points. This means his growth ceiling was higher than others right from the start. He checked his gains once again. 5 hugs of love had filled his backpack with resources that would make anyone jealous. 50 bundles of combustible dry straw, piled up like a small mountain. A glowing item that could enhance mental resistance, the heart of straw, stone, and enough fragrant rice for 2 days of eating. This stockpile had already far surpassed 99% of the players worldwide. Yan Feng brushed off the grass clippings on his hands, calculating in his heart. He had food and materials for shelter, but without water, everything was pointless. He didn't want to rush around looking for water when his body was already signaling dehydration. As for how to process the rice, he wasn't hungry yet and planned to deal with it later. Water. Yan Feng returned to the habitat of the level 2 nightmare creature, the corrupted swamp frog. Where there is a swamp, there must be water. Even if it was polluted water. But what Yan Feng thought of was the longing for clean water he had sensed from the level 2 corrupted swamp frog earlier. The closer he got to the swamp, the more the air became oppressive and heavy. The ground beneath his feet changed from dry yellow earth to wet, soft black mud, sinking up to half his ankle with each step, making it hard to pull out. A mixed smell of rotting aquatic plants and an unknown stench rushed into his nose. The surrounding vegetation also grew strange, with some bizarre fungi mixed among the dried yellow grass. It wasn't yet dark, but a faint glow emanated from them. Quack, quack. Hoarse, painful croaking sounds came from not far away, like a worn-out bellows being pulled. Yan Feng slowed his pace, parted the reeds taller than a person, and a clear view opened up before him. A patch of dark green swamp appeared in front of his eyes. A greasy film floated on the water's surface, with bubbles occasionally rising from the bottom, bursting with an even stronger foul smell. Several palm-sized corrupted swamp frogs were lying at the edge of the mud pit, their murky eyes fixed intently on any living creature that might come near. One of them was the closest, only about 7 meters away from him. Yan Feng dared not approach any further, for it had been clearly indicated in the official data that level 2 corrupted swamp frogs would attack anything that came within 5 meters of them. Next came the type of operation that would leave viewers in the global livestream confused once again. Yan Feng did not take out any weapon but instead pulled out a bundle of combustible dry straw from his backpack. He crouched down right at the muddy edge of the swamp, slowly folding and compressing the straw repeatedly, quickly shaping it into a crude, funnel-like cone. Why is he squatting down? Is he trying to befriend that level 2 toxic frog? Is he going to drink? Has he lost his mind? Is this Dragon Kingdom player okay in the head? I'm losing my mind, what on earth is he doing? That level 2 corrupted swamp frog has already noticed him. If he doesn't run now, it'll be too late. Could it be that straw is some special item? Can it counter the deadly poison spat out by the corrupted swamp frog? At the DreamGuard command center in the Dragon Kingdom, all analysts had their eyes nearly glued to the screen. Their brains were racing, trying to decipher Yan Feng's baffling behavior. Yan Feng seemed completely oblivious to everything outside. He picked a large, tough plant leaf like a palm fan from beside him, carefully rolled it into a makeshift water scoop. Then, he made a move that sent chills down everyone's spine. He actually used that leaf water scoop to ladle a handful of bubbling, dark green poison water from the stinking swamp. He slowly poured the poison water into the straw funnel he had just made. The stinky liquid seeped down through the tightly packed straw fibers at a very slow pace. 1 drop. 2 drops. Everyone thought he was going to drink it. However, that was not the case. The dark green poison water seeped down along the tightly woven straw fibers. Filtering through layers, its color visibly lightened. The non-bubbling murky liquid dripped down from the funnel's tip, collecting on another leaf that Yan Feng had prepared to hold water. This water was still dirty, but compared to the poison from the swamp, it was much better. This was the clean water he would give to the rotting swamp frog. Though still murky, at least it was no longer that shocking dark green, and the bubbling in the water had disappeared. The rotting swamp frog's throat pulsated, seemingly filled with vigilance and confusion over this strange behavior from a human. It did not attack immediately. Yan Feng carefully held the filtered water, step by step moving forward. 7 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. No-go zone. The rotting swamp frog suddenly shrank back, its acidic liquid beginning to build up in its throat. Don't be nervous. Yan Feng's voice was soft, like he was calming a frightened little animal. Drinking it will make your throat feel better. He moved the leaf with water a little further forward. In the murky eyes of the rotting swamp frog, a flicker of struggle seemed to pass. Ultimately, the desire for water overcame the caution towards a stranger. It suddenly leaned forward, its long tongue darting out like lightning, licking the few drops of water clean from the leaf. The next second, a miracle occurred. The swelling, bubbling sores all over the rotting swamp frog began to flatten and fade at a visible speed. Its mud-green skin seemed to wash away years of filth, becoming smooth. Croak! A crisp, clear, joyful croak resounded through the swamp. This sound was no longer hoarse or in pain. Soon, under Yan Feng's gaze, the body of the rotting swamp frog quickly became transparent, and finally with a poof, it turned into a small pool of clear, pristine liquid. A few items quietly lay in that clear water. You satisfied the heart's desire of the level 2 Nightmare Rotting Swamp Frog, achieving E-level rating. Gained, Pure Frog Meat X5. Gained, Spring Frog Croak X1, consumable, after use can purify a small area of polluted land or water source into a clean place and has basic detoxifying function. Gained, Frog Skin Gloves X1, equipment, slightly increases resistance to primary toxin damage, can be embedded, continue exploring to see if there are other uses. Gained experience points plus 40. Yan Feng's experience bar instantly changed to level 2 experience points, 40/200. He picked up the Spring Frog Croak, which looked like a piece of green jade, and glanced at the vast, stinking swamp before him. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. He took out that Spring Frog Croak. Rather than struggling to filter, it was better to solve the problem at its source. Yan Feng walked to the swamp area with more water, seeking a relatively isolated puddle, and threw the Spring Frog Croak into the dark green poison water. The Spring Frog Croak dissolved as soon as it touched the water. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only a visible ripple of clear waves spreading from the center of the Spring Frog Croak. The nauseating stink quickly faded away, replaced by a refreshing, pure scent like wet grass after rain. The murky, bubbling poison water became clear and transparent, allowing a clear view of the sand below. Spring Frog Croak used successfully, you gain 0.5 L of pure water source. Amidst the filth, a small patch of pure oasis was forcibly created. Yan Feng took out the empty water bag issued by the system initially, opened the lid, and carefully filled it with the clear, living water from the center of the purified area. With a stable water source, survival from now on had basic assurance. He had just filled the water, when a voice abruptly took over the screen. Global announcement, congratulations to Dragon Country player Flame Peak for clearing level 2 monster Rotten Swamp Frog with a grade E evaluation. Reward, the average poison resistance value of all citizens in Dragon Country increases by 0.1%. Reward of National Fortune Resource Nightmare Active Biological Enzyme times 1, triggering all players to automatically multiply by 10,000 times 10,000 portions. This player's level is 2, and based on the success rate of resource conversion to reality at 2%, it equals 200 portions. 200 portions have been transferred in exchange to the material storage of the command center of the respective country. Introduction, Nightmare Active Biological Enzyme. This is a superactive enzyme extracted from the body of level 2 Rotten Swamp Frog. Description, in simple terms, this is a super accelerator in the fields of biology and chemistry. Whether producing medicines or doing agricultural breeding, as long as it is available, growth efficiency can increase by hundreds of times, like it's a cheat, and it has no toxic side effects. Function, specifically solves the problem of not being able to wait in developing new drugs, new vaccines, and new crop varieties. If any new virus or new toxin appears, with it, effective medicine can be created within a few days and immediately mass-produced. Dragon Country's national fortune rating increased, and the success rate of resources converted to reality improved by 1%. Chapter 8, The Countdown to Darkness. In the global live broadcast room, at the moment Flame peeked through the clear spring frog song into the swamp, it exploded completely. On the screen, that patch of clear spring purified from toxic water formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding dark green stinking mud, like a flawless emerald embedded in the filth. Wow! Water, the water really became clean? This is unscientific. Is this magic? What kind of divine item is his clear spring frog song? Family, who understands, I was just cursing him as crazy, now I just want to say, big boss, take me with you. To the front, you are not alone, my face is swollen. God Flame Peak, my mouth is sewn up for you, please stop showing off, if you keep showing off, I will lose my life. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of Eagle Sauce Country, the atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme. The S-Class talent known as God of Thunder Thor was panting heavily, his muscles knotted all over, covered in scratches and dirt. He had just violently killed a level 2 rotten swamp frog with lightning, raising his level to 2. But the only drop was a small piece of rotten frog meat, which had a risk of poisoning if consumed, and nothing else. Water source remained the biggest problem. Thor, we can't wait any longer. Your hunger and stamina are both decreasing. The higher-ups of Eagle Sauce Country were anxiously shouting to him through a dedicated channel. You must replenish water. Thor looked at the muddy water puddle in front of him, it was the relatively less disgusting place he could find. He hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth, filling a little with the water bag provided by the system. He didn't dare to drink too much, just took a small sip. Even so, a taste of earthy smell and a hint of decay still made his stomach churn violently. Fuck! Thor cursed under his breath. He couldn't understand how he, an S-Class talented strongman, was now worrying about finding clean water. While that F-Class from Dragon Country had opened up a small spring in the swamp? This was simply absurd. The echo of the global announcement still lingered in his ears, but Flame Peak had already shifted his attention back. Improving national fortune was indeed important, but surviving was fundamental. He glanced at the empty water bag in his hand and then at the small patch of the swamp that had been purified. Filling just one water bag was far from enough for long-term survival plans. He needed a portion of clear spring frog song. So, Flame Peak repeated the previous operation again. He made a simple filter from straw, filtering out a small handful of relatively clean water, and then cautiously approached another rotten swamp frog. Drinking it will ease your throat. The same words. The same comfort. The rotting marsh frog, after a brief moment of vigilance and struggle, also chose to accept this kindness. Another clear croak of the frog rang out. The rotting marsh frog happily transformed into a pool of clear water, leaving behind a rich reward. You have satisfied the level 2 nightmare rotting marsh frog's wish, achieving an E-level rating. Gained, pure frog meat x5. Gained, clear spring frog song x1. Gained experience points plus 40. His experience bar changed to level 2, experience 80/200. Yan Feng did not hesitate and put the newly acquired clear spring frog song back into another small puddle in the swamp. The clear waves rippled, and a small new source of pure water was born. He took out the empty water bag given by the system at the start and filled it up. A total of 1 L of pure water, enough to support him for 2 to 3 days. After doing all this, he looked up at the sky. That illusory countdown number has become piercingly bright. Time until dark, 2 hours 32 minutes remaining. Not much time left. He must find a safe shelter and light a fire before dark. Yan Feng packed up all his harvest and turned to leave the swamp. He first returned to the wasteland filled with scarecrows. The terrain there was relatively open, but there were also some low hills and large rocks scattered around. He needed to find a place that was easy to defend but could also shield him from the wind and rain as a shelter. Meanwhile, in billions of live broadcast rooms around the world, completely different scenes were playing out. Aside from a few top players like Yan Feng and Thor who had already reached level 2, the vast majority were still struggling on the brink of death. Brothers, I just saw that player from Cherry Blossom Country, trying to learn from God Yan to hug the Scarecrow, ended up getting petrified, then cut to death, so tragic. No kidding, God Yan understood the heart's voice before going, that was a suicide mission. I sent over 1-2, drank water from the swamp, directly poisoned and had diarrhea, the panel went completely black. Shelters are too hard to build. I saw this Gallic chicken player, barely chopped down a few trees, ended up with 0 stamina and fainted from hunger. Supplies. Supplies are the most important thing. Without food and water, if I can't find fuel before dark, it's a dead end tonight. It's over, I just saw that little guy from Dragon Country is also running out of time, his stamina is bottoming out, hiding behind a rock and too scared to move. In an ordinary live broadcast room of Dragon Country. The young man in the picture was called Li Wei. Like Yan Feng, he was one of the 5th batch of selected civilian players from Dragon Country. His talent was an E-level, robust physique, giving him a 20% higher stamina limit than regular people. At this moment, he leaned against a rock, gasping heavily, his face full of exhaustion and despair. He had just chopped down a dead tree for materials to build a shelter with a regular axe from his beginner's pack. But he did not expect that the tree was disguised by 3 vengeful scarecrows. After a bloody battle, relying on his stronger stamina, he had smashed the 3 scarecrows with his axe, but he paid a heavy price himself. His arms were scratched with deep wounds visible to the bone, bleeding profusely. Stamina, 1/12. Mental, 1/10. Hunger, 9 out of 10. Fatigue, 9 out of 10. His condition had deteriorated to the extreme. And his haul was similar to 90% of people worldwide, his rating was the lowest F level, completely incomparable to Yan Feng. Only a few bundles of wet straw, 2 portions of moldy rice, and a section of bloodied rope. Cough cough. Li Wei coughed twice, his thirsty throat burning painfully. He had no water, so he could only stuff those 2 portions of moldy rice into his mouth, chewing hard to swallow, hoping to restore a bit of stamina. Shelter fuel. He looked at the nearby thick logs, his eyes full of bitterness. His current stamina was not enough to drag them to a safe place, let alone build a place to stay for the night. The sky was slowly getting darker. Despair, like a tide, was about to drown him. Chapter 9, Eating Meat. Eagle Sauce Nation, Thor's livestream. The owner of the S-Class talent had a face that looked extremely bad at this moment. He had just drunk from that murky puddle of water. You drank from a mildly polluted water source and gained the negative status, stomach discomfort. Effect, stamina recovery speed decreased by 10%, hunger value consumption speed increased by 10%. Fuck. Thor punched the muddy ground beside him, splashing a mess of mud. The S-Class talent, Wrath of Thunder, was powerful, but each use consumed a large amount of stamina and mental strength. He had killed several level 2 swamp frogs above his level, gaining experience rapidly and reaching level 2, but the toll on his body was far greater than normal. Without clean water and food, he would soon be overwhelmed by his own powerful talent. Thor. Calm down. You must find a shelter. Yes. Survive tonight. Tomorrow we will find a way to purify the water source. The high officials of Eagle Sauce Nation spoke to him through a private chat channel, trying to calm their only hope of S-Class. Thor took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation in his heart. Thor knew they were right. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on a dense jungle. There was plenty of wood there. With his strength, building a simple wooden house before dark would be no problem. Yan Feng did not choose to build it himself. Too slow and too exhausting. He used the perception of voice of all things to search the wilderness. What he was looking for was a natural shelter. Soon, he stopped in front of a small mound formed by a few giant stones stacked naturally. Between the giant stones, a narrow gap formed, looking like a miniature canyon. Yan Feng squeezed inside and found a whole new world. This was a small cave only about 7 or 8 square meters, with a narrow entrance barely allowing one person to pass, and 3 sides of hard rock, making it a perfect refuge. This is the place. Yan Feng nodded in satisfaction. He took out all 50 bundles of dry, fire-resistant straw from his backpack. He first took out 2 bundles and thickly laid them on the cave floor, making a comfortable bed. The dry, fire-resistant straw was not only fire-resistant, but also insulated against the dampness and cold of the ground. Lying on it was even somewhat soft. He took out 2 more bundles to block some gaps at the top of the cave to prevent unknown bugs from falling during the night. The rest were neatly stacked near the cave entrance as tonight's fuel. Hunger value, 3/11. Having done so little work, he was already starting to feel hungry again. It seemed that you couldn't apply real-world logic to the nightmare world. For some reason, this world made one hungry more easily. After doing all this, he sat on the warm straw bed and took out a portion of fragrant rice and pure frog meat from his backpack. He organized the items in his backpack one by one, looking at the pure frog meat before him. Yan Feng did not intend to consume it raw. He pulled out the flint provided by the starter pack and grabbed a handful of fluffy, dry, fire-resistant straw. Clatter! The crisp sound of striking echoed in the quiet cave, with sparks precisely falling on the straw. A wisp of blue smoke rose, and soon, a small cluster of bright flames whooshed into life. Yan Feng kept adding straw inside, and the fire quickly stabilized. The orange-yellow glow dispelled the chill in the cave and brought a sense of long-lost safety. Then, he took out a few wild plants he had casually picked up on the way back from a corner of his backpack. This was anise, a natural spice, except it was raw now. He used a slightly sharp stone shard to whittle a branch, skewering the 2 palm-sized pieces of frog meat and placing them over the fire. Then, he held the few anise plants near the flames, carefully maintaining his distance. Roasting with high heat. Soon, a strong aroma similar to processed cumin in the real world spread in the small cave. The frog meat tightened quickly under the licking flames, making a sizzling sound. The white meat, due to the fat naturally present in the frog meat, gradually turned into an enticing golden color. Droplets of oil were grilled out, dripping into the fire, igniting a small burst of flames. When the frog meat was about 8/10 cooked, Yan Feng crushed the aromatic anise with stones and sprinkled it evenly on top. The meat's fragrance mixed with the unique scent of the spices, forcefully digging into his nostrils, causing his stomach to ungratefully growl. He no longer waited, directly taking a skewer, blowing it gently, tearing off a piece of roasted frog meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sending it into his mouth. The meat was firm and chewy, delicious without any earthy taste, and combined with the perfectly balanced spices, it was simply a top-notch delight in this apocalyptic situation. Unfortunately, there was no salt flavor, only spiciness removed the fishy taste, leaving out the soul. He would think of other methods later. With food in his stomach, his hunger level quickly recovered. Hunger level, 0/11. He sighed in satisfaction, letting out a belch. He unscrewed the water bag and took a large sip of pure water. The clear liquid slid down his throat, washing away the greasiness in his mouth, bringing a refreshing sensation from the inside out. A wave of coolness traveled from his throat to his stomach, dispersing all fatigue and thirst. At this moment, in the world of Guishu Nightmare, countless players struggling in darkness and despair were watching others' dynamics through the live broadcast function of the nightmare game. The vast majority of them were hiding in makeshift dirt pits or shabby branch huts, shivering uncontrollably. Some were stuffing moldy rice into their mouths, the dry and hard texture mixed with the mold taste nearly tearing their throats. Others were enduring nausea, sipping murky sewage water, praying not to get poisoned. Then, their gazes were unconsciously drawn to the same live broadcast room. It was a small cave. Inside, the orange flames danced, dispelling the cold and darkness. A man sat leisurely by the fire, holding a skewer of golden, oily meat that seemed to exude aroma through the screen. He tore off a piece, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. His face displayed a satisfied expression. This scene was like a silent slap, sharply hitting every player watching in the face. Silence. Dead silence. In the next second, the global live broadcast room outside the game went crazy with comments. What the hell? Barbecue? He's barbecuing? That meat is golden. It's still dripping oil. Damn, I just bit into a moldy rice, almost broke my teeth. Don't say anymore, I just drank a mouthful of swamp water, now I feel like my intestines are tying in knots. Vomit. Is this a survival game? Are you sure it's not a food vacation show? Why does he get to live so comfortably? I'm going crazy. I really want to go crazy. Why is this happening? Envy quickly turned into sharp jealousy and anger. Especially those national team players who were highly expected by their country, their feelings were particularly complicated at this moment. In the Dragon Country, the Special Command Center for Guixu Nightmare Zen Mengxi. On the huge electronic screen, divided into hundreds of small windows, the largest one in the center was showing Yan Feng leisurely eating barbecue. Around him, the survival status of other players was tragically miserable. In one corner of the screen, a Special Forces soldier, codenamed Wolf Warrior Zhang Lei, was awkwardly hiding in a bush. He was one of the 180 designated by the country, awakened with B-level talent, steel body, with incredible defense, also among the top talents in the 5th batch. Before departing, he had gone through rigorous Special Forces level training in outdoor survival, psychological pressure resistance, hand-to-hand combat, and nightmare survival theory. But now, he was covered in injuries, one arm deeply cut to the bone by a level 1 vengeful strawman. Only a strip of cloth was hastily used for bandaging. He had just given his all, enduring petrification, and had torn apart a vengeful Scarecrow with his bare hands, earning an F-level score. The harvest was only a few bundles of wet straw and moldy rice. He gasped for breath, watching Yan Feng on the screen, his mouth full of food, with confusion and disbelief in his eyes. His training, his talent, the hard-won results, felt like a joke in front of this man. Chapter 10, Was Our Regular Thinking Wrong? On another screen, Professor Chen, a botanist from Dragon Country known by the codename Brain, was running a high fever. He had awakened his sea-level talent, plant affinity, which allowed him to distinguish plant types and edibility. He dared not drink the swamp water. After his identification, it was clear that it would cause diarrhea. Though not fatal, it would drain his strength and spirit, making it hard to move. He could only chew some non-toxic but bitter plant roots to replenish moisture. Even so, he still caught a cold, pushing his spirit and strength to the dangerous edge. He looked at the clear water in Yan Feng's water bag, his eyes revealing the most primitive desire. Scenes like this were common among the 180 elite players in Dragon Country. They were soldiers, police officers, scientists, and top talents in various fields. They had received the nation's best resources and targeted training. Yet, their current situation was even inferior to that of some lucky civilians. Surviving in the world of the Return to the Ruins was far from easy. At the Dream Command Center, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a solidified iron block. Among the hundreds of screens, aside from the glaring barbecue scene in the center, the rest were filled with struggles, pain, and despair. Commander Lin Zhenghua stared intensely at Yan Feng on the central screen, his knuckles white from clenching. The expert team behind him was silent. Shame. An indescribable sense of shame burned in the hearts of every high-ranking official of Dragon Country present. The 180 top elites, cultivated with the nation's full strength, were mocked by an unknown civilian in a way they completely couldn't understand. Is our thinking wrong from the very beginning? Finally, someone broke the silence. It was Professor Chen, codenamed Brain, who looked at his own embarrassing scene through the internal channel, glancing at Yan Feng with a hoarse voice full of self-doubt. Wrong? Military scientist Zhang Lai scoffed, his gaze sharp as a knife. Professor Chen, your sea-level talent plant affinity is already top-notch for survival in the wild. But right now, you're unable to drink a sip of clean water and are running a fever. And Zhang Lai, the B-level talent steel body, the king of special forces, what about him? Beaten half to death by a level 1 monster, getting nothing but a few bundles of wet straw. He slammed his finger heavily on the table, turning to Commander Lin Zhenghua. Commander, this isn't our training and strategy's fault. It's that we don't understand the rules of this game at all. Lin Zhenghua finally diverted his gaze from the screen to the elegant middle-aged man next to him, who had been silent, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Bai Qiming, a leading figure in behavioral psychology in Dragon Country. Professor Bai, what do you think? Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, not responding immediately, but instead pointing to Yan Feng on the screen. Everyone, look, he is eating. The crowd was taken aback, wasn't that obvious? He uses natural spices to grill, making the food more delicious. He laid dry straw in the cave to sleep more comfortably. He drinks the purest water. Bai Qiming's voice was calm, yet it sent a shockwave through everyone present. Did you notice? From start to finish, what he pursues is not merely surviving, but living with quality. This does not align with the mentality of a survivor struggling on the brink of life and death. Academician Shan Weigui immediately retorted, that's not important. What matters is what he has obtained. Nightmare-level high-toughness plant fibers, nightmare-active biological enzymes. Do you know what this means? Lao Shang, do you know? Zhang Lai nodded, his expression serious. The former can make a qualitative change to our individual combat gear's defense, while the latter has unlimited potential in biochemical warfare and environmental management. Bai Qiming smiled, his eyes behind the glasses seeming to see through everything. So, the question comes back. Why can he obtain these? Why can he, with just a hug and a watering, get the E-level rating and national fortune rewards that we struggle to seize? He paused and spoke each word distinctly. Because from the very beginning, we got the target wrong. We treated those nightmare creatures as pure monsters. Our tactic was killing. Yet Yan Feng sees them as beings to communicate with. His tactic is satisfying. A hug is to satisfy the level 1 vengeful strawman's thirst for warmth. Watering is to satisfy the level 2 rotten marsh frog's thirst for purity. Bai Qiming's voice echoed in the silent command center. His F-level talent, voices of all things, is not garbage at all. On the contrary, it may be the only way to unlock the game's optimal solution and SSS-level divine skill. He can hear the true needs of those monsters. What we see as suicidal behavior is, in his eyes, the most cost-effective mission strategy. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap exploded in Lin Jinggua's mind. All the confusion, anger, and misunderstanding cleared up in that instant. He slammed the table and stood up suddenly. I understand. I completely understand. Lin Jinggua's eyes burst with unprecedented brightness. He was no longer the commander suffocated by pressure, but a general who had found the decisive winning opportunity. Violence. Violence is the dumbest and least effective means in this game. Communication. Puzzles. This is the true way to play the Return to Ruin nightmare. He looked at Zhang Lai, his voice resolute. General Zhang. Yes. We will immediately establish the highest level Yan Feng mode analysis team. Analyze every frame of footage after he entered the game, every word he spoke, every action he took. I want to see a brand new Return to Ruin nightmare survival guide in the shortest time. Understood. He turned to the communicator and issued an order that could change the fate of all Longwa players. Connect all designated players from all countries, including Zhang Lei and Professor Chen, to an emergency communication channel. Tell them to immediately stop all active attacks. From now on, the highest action directive for all Longwa players is only one. Lin Zhenghua took a deep breath, his eyes burning as he stared at the leisurely figure on the screen, saying word by word. Learn from Yan Feng, understand Yan Feng, become Yan Feng. The command from the Dream Control Center spread like an electric current, instantly reaching every corner where the 180 elite players of Longwa were located. When the order rang in Zhang Lei's communicator, he was struggling to shove moldy rice into his mouth with his intact hand. After hearing the order, he froze, stuck in place. What? His voice was filled with disbelief and tinged with dissatisfaction. Highest action directive? Learn from Yan Feng? Understand Yan Feng? Become Yan Feng? Zhang Lei spat out the rice in his mouth, mixed with blood and saliva, laced with frustration. You want me, a king of soldiers, to learn from a civilian? What a joke! After turning off the live broadcast feature, he roared into the empty bushes. You want me to learn from that civilian madman? To embrace monsters? Shame. An unprecedented sense of shame was more painful than any wound on his body. He was a special forces king, a warrior who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His creed was combat, conquest, to destroy the enemy with the most direct means. Now, the highest command center wanted him to imitate someone he deemed mentally unstable and ordinary. He, who was used to being proud and aloof, how could he accept it for a moment? Chapter 11, The Sky Darkened. On the other side, Professor Chen, burning with fever, leaned against a dead tree, struggling to digest this order. He felt no anger, only deep confusion. As a scientist, he was used to analyzing everything with logic and data. Yan Feng's actions did not conform to logic. But the results Yan Feng obtained were the most real and enticing. Nightmare-level high-toughness plant fiber. Nightmare-active biological enzymes. Each of these terms was enough to make him ecstatic in the laboratory. Learn from Yan Feng. Professor Chen muttered to himself, a flicker of struggle passing through his murky eyes. Could it be that the science of this world is to satisfy the needs of those monsters? He could not understand, but he knew that the command center's decision must have deep meaning. He had to try to understand. Not just Long Kingdom. At this moment, the high-level command centers of all countries around the world fell into a dead silence. On the huge screen, the image of Yan Feng leisurely doing something incredibly infuriating played. In Eagle Country, at the Pentagonal Building, in the Shield of Freedom Command Center. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, shouldering the star of a general, stared intently at the screen, his face pale. Have we analyzed it? He asked in a deep voice. Beside him, a top analyst known as the Prophet adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. General, the conclusion is probably the same as Long Kingdom's. That F-level talent, voice of all things, is not trash, it is the key. He can hear the monster's needs, so he can exchange unimaginable gains for minimal costs. The general's fist creaked as he tightened it on the table. So, our S-level talent Thor, fighting for his life, is like a fool smashing locks with brute force? And that Long Kingdom person, with the key, leisurely opens all the treasure chests? The analyst silently nodded. This metaphor, although harsh, was incredibly accurate. Damn it! The general slammed his fist on the table. Send my orders. Immediately establish the Dragon Hunting Task Force, analyze all of Yan Feng's behavior patterns. Also, notify Thor and everyone in the ruins nightmare. Once there is a chance for close contact, at all costs. A gleam of cold killing intent flashed in the general's eyes. Exterminate Yan Feng. The night finally came. It did not descend slowly like in the real world. It was as if someone had pressed a switch, and the sky instantly turned a deep ink color. Not a glimmer of starlight, only a blood-red, ominous waning moon hung at the edge of the sky, emitting eerie light. Global announcement, the night has come, and nightmares awaken. Warning, the rate of mental power consumption at night increases by 100%. If mental power drops below 30%, you may hear or see some illusions. Warning, please ensure your shelter is sufficiently bright and do not respond to any sounds from the darkness. Wishing you a good dream. The cold system prompt echoed in every player's mind. Panic spread through the hearts of all survivors around the world like a virus. Countless players hiding in shabby shelters began to tremble uncontrollably. In the darkness, it felt as though countless eyes were peering. The sound of the wind resembled a woman's crying. The rustling of leaves turned into the ear-piercing noise of nails scraping against the wall. In Yan Feng's cave, the firelight continued to dance steadily. He was full and content, leaning against the warm straw bed with his eyes closed. Hunger, 0 out of 12. Stamina, 9 out of 12. Spirit, 10 out of 12. His condition was perfect. Just then, a strange sound came from outside the cave. Knock knock knock. A rhythmic knocking sounded, like knuckles tapping against the rock wall. Yan Feng opened his eyes. He was not anxious, he just tilted his ear to listen. Talent, voice of all things, activated. Spirit -1. So dark. So cold. Alone, so lonely. A weak, timid, trembling voice filled with crying echoed in his mind. Play a game with me, okay? The corner of Yan Feng's mouth slightly curled up. Game? He loves playing games the most. In the Cherry Blossom Country, player Yamada Kuma's live stream room. He hid in a pit he dug himself, covered with a few branches and rotten leaves on his head. He shivered from the cold, his teeth incessantly chattering. During the day, he only found a few sour wild fruits, his hunger and stamina hadn't recovered much, teetering on the edge of danger. Mental, 4 out of 10. Crimson moonlight seeped through the gaps in the branches, casting mottled shadows on his face. Suddenly. Bong bong bong. The knocking sound echoed right beside his pit. Yamada Kuma stiffened all over, not daring to breathe. He recalled the system's warning, do not respond to any sounds. But then, a gentle female voice came from outside, speaking his most familiar hometown dialect. Kuma, it's Mom. It's cold outside, open the door, let Mom in, okay? Yamada Kuma's eyes turned red instantly. Mom? His mother had passed away from illness when he was 12 years old. This was the softest and most painful memory in his heart. No, it's an illusion, it's an illusion. He bit his lip hard, using the pain to stay awake. Kuma, you loved the rice balls Mom made when you were little. Mom brought you some. A rich aroma of rice floated in from outside, truly drifting in. Yamada Kuma's stomach gurgled in protest. His mental defenses began to crumble under the assault of hunger, cold, and emotions. Mental -1. Mental, 3 out of 10. Mom? He trembled and tentatively called out. Yes, it's Mom, quickly open the door. The voice outside was filled with joy. Yamada Kuma could no longer hold back. He abruptly pushed aside the branches above him and crawled out. Outside, there was no one. Only a half-meter tall pile of black stones, quietly standing in the moonlight. Mom? He looked around in confusion. In the next second, that small pile of stones suddenly came to life. The stones forming its body began to roll and rearrange, turning into a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Found you. A sinister voice echoed. The stone mouth opened wide, swallowing Yamada Kuma's head in one gulp. Crunch! With a crisp sound of bones cracking, the live stream room's screen instantly turned black and white. Player Yamada Kuma from the Cherry Blossom Country has died. Cherry Blossom Country's national luck minus 0.5%, a sudden 7.8 magnitude earthquake strikes the region, triggering a small tsunami along the coast. The cold announcement resonated around the world. In the livestream room, the audience who witnessed the scene were all frightened out of their minds. What the hell just happened? Chapter 12 Obtaining Star Pattern Obsidian. It's an illusion. That voice is fake. That monster can mimic the person you miss the most. So terrifying. You can't play this game at night. It's over. I see the mental value of players in our country is also nearing zero. It seems he's talking to his deceased grandfather. The same tragedy was happening continuously in every corner of the dream nightmare world. One by one, players collapsing mentally, opening the doors to their shelters at the calls of their most missed person, only to be consumed in an instant. The shadow of death loomed over the entire dream nightmare world. However, in Yan Feng's live stream room, the atmosphere remained unique. Faced with the knocking sounds and the timid heart outside, Yan Feng did not open the door, nor did he ignore it. He simply took out a small object from his bag, the heart of the vengeful straw. It was a stone no bigger than a thumb, emitting a faint red glow. He placed the stone at the cave entrance, then spoke softly to the outside. Playing with a stone alone is too boring. How about we play a guessing game? The knocking sound from outside ceased. The timid voice carried a hint of confusion. Guessing game? Yes. Yan Feng leaned back against the straw bed and leisurely said. I'll put out a stone, and you also put out a stone, let's see whose stone is prettier, how about it? This operation. The entire live broadcast room was stunned. What is this guy doing? Playing house with a ghost? Is he crazy? That monster outside just ate a person. He's chatting with it instead of being quiet? I don't understand, but I'm greatly shocked. In the Dragon Country, at the Dream Control Center. Bai Qiming stared hard at the screen, his eyes behind the lenses shining astonishingly. I understand, he said excitedly. The monster that appeared this night doesn't need food as its core demand, but companionship. Its attack method is to exploit mental loopholes, create illusions, and lure targets out. And Yan Feng. He not only wasn't deceived by the illusion, he precisely captured the true need of the monster to play a game. He used the heart of straw as a toy and actively initiated a game invitation. What terrifying insight and psychological skills! Lin Zhenghua, Zhang Lai, and others listened in stunned silence. They could only see Yan Feng talking nonsense. But Bai Qiming saw the chilling truth hidden beneath the nonsense. Outside the cave, there was silence for a long time. The fearful voice rang out again. All right. But I don't have pretty stones. Yan Feng smiled. No problem, you can use whatever you find around you. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound came from outside the cave. After a moment, a fist-sized stone, completely black but with small silver speckles on the surface, was carefully pushed in through the crevice of the cave entrance. Yan Feng picked up the stone. You have obtained Star-Spotted Obsidian X1. Star-Spotted Obsidian, a rare mineral that only exists on nightmare nights, it's a core material for making mental resistance gear and also blows. Yan Feng's eyes lit up. He fiddled with the obsidian in his hand, then pushed his heart of straw, stone, out. Now it's your turn. The little monster outside happily accepted the heart of straw, stone. Your stone is so warm. I lost. In the next second, a system prompt popped up in front of Yan Feng. Congratulations! You fulfilled the Nightwalker Stone Puppet wish, achieving first rank perfect clearance. Reward, Star-Spotted Obsidian X10, Skill Book, Beginner Disguise X1. National Luck Probability Reward, dropped Mini Nightmare Energy Core X1. Server announcement, congratulations, Dragon Country player Yan Feng has achieved first E-rank clearance of the night-exclusive Monster Lexicon. First clearance unlocked safe nighttime gameplay, rewarding all citizens of Dragon Country with a 0.5% increase in mental resilience. Rewarding player Yan Feng with +1 base attribute point limit, and Nightmare Night Blessing Gift Pack X1. When that cold system announcement echoed for the third time around the world, the entire world seemed to be pressed on mute, falling into a moment of dead silence. Followed by the explosive noise of a volcano. In the Dragon Country official live broadcast room, after 5 seconds of silence, the bullet comments completely covered the screen with an unprecedented terrifying density. What the hell? My goodness. Goodness. A type of plant. He's back. He's back again. That familiar global announcement. That familiar man from our country. God Yan. Take my knees. From now on, you're my brother from another mother. Who was the idiot who said Yan Feng was dying and talking to a ghost? Come out. I promise I won't kill you. I just want to ask if your face hurts. It hurts. My face is almost swollen. But I feel so good. Ha ha ha. Bring on more. I can take it. Whoa, my mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream, and I said I'm worshipping a god. Did you notice? A player just died on the cherry blossom countryside, killed by one of these nighttime monsters. The death was horrible. I know. I just came from that live broadcast room, everyone was crying as if it were a funeral. The moment I returned to ours, God Yan was playing riddles with a monster and won a pile of rewards. Damn, that's too cruel. I love it. What's internationalism spirit? This is what it means, without comparison, there's no harm. Kill the heart, oh brothers. All citizens' mental resilience has slightly improved. No wonder I feel particularly energized when I curse at people today. It turns out the flame god is giving me a buff. Perspective. Open up the perspective. What does this show? It shows that the wisdom of our Dragon Kingdom people is infinite. Violence can't solve problems, but brains can. That's right. While the S-Class from Eagle Sauce is still struggling against monsters, our flame god has already started playing puzzle games. This is called a dimensionality reduction strike. Countless Dragon Kingdom viewers straightened their backs, feeling an unprecedented sense of pride and superiority rise from their hearts, filling their whole being. Meanwhile, in the official livestream of the Eagle Sauce Country's Shield of Freedom, the atmosphere was stifling and seemed ready to drip with water. Shit. F***K. What the hell is going on? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. He is exploiting a bug in the game. An F-Class talent? Don't joke around. All the F-Class talent players in the world are almost dead, and he scores perfectly one after another? It's unscientific. Can someone explain? Our S-Class talent Thor barely killed a level 2 monster with thunderous force, getting an F-Class score and a pile of rotten meat. But this Dragon Kingdom person played a game with monsters and got an E-Class perfect score and unheard of rewards? Conspiracy. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this. This game was developed by the Dragon Kingdom. Calm down. Everyone, calm the hell down. Now is not the time for this. Our national fortune is being pulled apart. Thor. Go find that Dragon Kingdom person named Yan Feng. At any cost, kill him. We absolutely can't let him continue like this. Yes. Kill him. Take everything away from him. Anger, jealousy, unwillingness, and a hint of fear that they themselves were reluctant to admit spread in every Eagle Sauce viewer's heart. The leisurely figure on the screen, at this moment, looked more detestable to them than the most terrifying nightmare monster. Chapter 13, Don't Open the Door When It's Dark. In the Sakura Country livestream room. There were no angry roars, only a dead silence and desperate wails. The livestream of Yamamoto Komaji's death had turned into black and white, lingering there like a cold tombstone. And the appearance of the global announcement was like the sharpest knife, mercilessly splitting open their bloody wounds. Yamamoto-kun. He was clearly one of our carefully selected warriors from Sakura Country. Why did it happen like this? He was fighting a similar monster. Why did Yamamoto-kun get bitten in one bite? That Dragon Kingdom person, he was playing a game, how could he dare to? One viewer who had just witnessed his compatriot's tragic death could no longer control his emotions and let out a cry mixed with sobs. Baka Yoru. This is not fair. Too unfair. God. Amaterasu, have you abandoned your people? What did we do wrong to deserve such torment? More was a deep sense of powerlessness. Yan Feng's success was like a mirror, reflecting their stupidity and weakness. The shadow of death that they couldn't fight against with all their might was just a mini-game that could be easily completed by their opponent. This gap between heaven and earth made all Sakura Country viewers feel a suffocating despair. This night, for the Dragon Kingdom, was a night of revelry. And for most Dragon Kingdom players trapped in the Return to the Dream nightmare, it was an immensely torturous night. Zhang lay curled up in the makeshift shelter he hastily built with stones and mud, his heart racing. He was one of the 180 elite designated by the Dragon Kingdom, a special forces king. But at this moment, he felt like a frightened rabbit. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded precisely on time, outside the wooden door tied with vines in his shelter. A familiar voice that made him want to cry came through. Lazy, open the door, it's Dad. Zhang Lei's body jolted violently. His eyes instantly turned red. His father, also a soldier, sacrificed his life during a border mission before he enlisted. This was his greatest regret in life. Dad. He instinctively wanted to respond. At that moment, a rush of electric noise came from the special communicator on his wrist, followed by Lin Jinggua's undeniable command. Zhang Lei. Wake up. That's a nightmare creature's illusion, it's fake. Remember your mission. Execute the highest order. Turn on Yan Feng's live broadcast and crank the volume to the max. Block out all outside distractions. Zhang Lei jolted and bit down hard on his tongue, bringing out a few drops of blood. The pain brought him back to his senses. Fortunately, he wasn't deceived, he almost believed it. He dared not listen to the voices outside anymore. Suppressing his inner pride, he hurriedly opened the Yan Feng live broadcast projection, which he still looked down upon. When the livestream filled the room with the Dragon Country host's real-time commentary proclaiming, "The Flame God is awesome," Zhang Lei thought for the first time that the voice he used to disdain sounded so pleasant. He turned the volume to the max, using the celebratory commentary from the livestream to counteract that soft call of father from outside. A similar situation occurred in the shelters of the other 180 elite players from Dragon Country. You all go watch the live broadcast, no matter whose it is, turn up the audio to the max to block out the strange voices from outside. This is an order. I repeat, this is an order. At the Dream Control Center, Lin Zhenghua personally commanded the communication channel, giving a life or death order to every elite player. They had already set the Yan Feng live broadcast as the highest priority through internal channels. In an instant, the dark corners of the Dream of Ruin echoed with cheers of Flame God 666 and Dragon Country number 1. This strange scene created an unusual sound barrier, allowing the majority of the players to withstand the psychological temptation of the nightmare creatures and safely pass through the most dangerous moment. On the data screen, the green dots representing the life signs of the Dragon Country players remained at 198. Only 2 gray marks stood out glaringly. Report to the commander, 2 randomly selected civilian players confirmed dead. A staff member reported in a low voice. What was the cause of death? Zhang Lei asked in a deep voice. Both responded to the voices outside, then opened the door. The entire command center fell silent. Those 2 civilians had not undergone specialized military training and had not seriously reviewed official documents in advance, plus the Dream Control Center had no way to directly contact random civilian players. In the end, they could not withstand the deep yearning within their hearts and walked toward death and the illusion. Inside the cave of Yan Feng, it was warm like spring. He ignored the chaos outside and was counting his gains. Star pattern obsidian, a rare ore, the core material for making mental resistance equipment. A good thing, Yan Feng directly stored it in his backpack. Skill book, basic disguise technique. After use, you can learn the skill to blend into your surroundings in any complex environment, with an invisibility effect lasting 5 minutes, reducing the chance of being discovered. This skill is highly effective for stealth and hiding. Yan Feng chose to learn it without hesitation. A flash of white light passed, and the skill appeared on his personal panel. Micro Nightmare Energy Core has auto-transferred into reality. Description: this is the core technology made by a pile of stones that combined into a night-walking stone puppet, using the dropped Micro Nightmare Energy Core as a heart to create a bunch of self-working little robot blocks. Function: resolves the problem of scouting, counter-scouting, repairing fortifications, and even serving as cannon fodder in dangerous areas, reducing casualties significantly. We can actually make soldiers out of beans. Before a battle, planes can directly airdrop tens of thousands of these robot blocks, and upon landing, they can click combine into defensive walls. Watchtowers, even forming large robots to charge into battle. Using them to probe the path, to wear down enemy firepower, our soldiers can safely provide support from behind. The key point is, it can also strike back at nightmare creatures. This is the real deal. For more unexpected effects, please explore for yourself. He cast his gaze on the Nightmare Night Blessing gift package. Open. You have obtained Calming Sandalwood X3. Calming Sandalwood, when lit, within 30 minutes, its special fragrance can quickly restore spiritual energy and dispel low-level illusions within a 5-meter range. Yan Feng's eyes brightened. This was simply a divine artifact in the night. Without hesitation, he lit one, and a faint, soothing fragrance instantly filled the entire cave. Spirit +1. He leaned back on the comfortable straw bed, and the fatigue in his mind vanished in an instant, and he soon fell asleep. When the first ray of morning light pierced the darkness, and the scarlet waning moon faded, the cold system announcement rang out globally. The night has ended, and daytime has come. First Nightmare Night survival statistics: global surviving players 31,342, deaths 10,671, survival rate 66%. Dragon Country surviving players 198, deaths 2, survival rate 99%. Chapter 14, death rate exceeds 1/3. In an instant, all surviving players worldwide, as well as all viewers in the real world, were stunned. A death rate of 1/3. In just one night, over 10,000 chosen elites from various countries had disappeared forever. Countless countries' live broadcast signals were interrupted, national fortunes declined, and natural disasters descended upon nations. Level 17 typhoons, Level 8 earthquakes, extreme high temperatures and lows of 50 degrees, seawater backflow, and other natural disasters struck countries with declining fortunes. Shocking disaster news was presented in a bloody manner to global viewers. Eagle Sauce Country's emergency news report, codename when Tusha 20-level super typhoon made landfall at 3 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, with wind speed breaking historical highs. Current confirmed deaths exceed 3,000, nearly 10,000 missing, with direct economic losses estimated to exceed $70 million, and the numbers are still rising. Cherry Blossom Country's Meteorological Bureau issued the highest level alert. A magnitude 8.2 earthquake occurred off the coast of this island, causing a catastrophic tsunami that has swallowed several coastal towns. Communication is completely cut off, casualties are uncountable, and are still being counted. The Euro Alliance countries simultaneously sounded the alarm. Unprecedented extreme rainfall caused the water levels of the Mulberry River and the Rhine River to surge, and several historic cities became flooded, with tens of thousands of people stranded on rooftops awaiting rescue. Within the White Elephant Kingdom, a locust plague that blotted out the sky consumed all green, and the food supply of millions vanished in just a few hours. Bear Country faced a once-in-a-thousand-years freeze as the natural gas pipelines in Siberia cracked due to the low temperatures, resulting in a series of explosions. Apocalypse seemed to have descended early. However, only Dragon Country remained quiet as a paradise. The surviving data was like a loud slap, fiercely striking everyone's face. A 99% survival rate. What a terrifying number. The bullet comments in global live streaming rooms exploded after a brief silence. 99%? Dragon Country must have cheated this time. This isn't scientific. Fake. It must be fake. Our best players from Kimchi Country died dozens. Why does Dragon Country only have 2 deaths? You idiot upstairs, go check the replay of Dragon Country players. They were almost all learning from Master Yan Feng in the second half of the night. Learning from Yan Feng? How do you learn? Chatting with monsters. Although most attempts failed, as long as they didn't actively provoke, that stone puppet wouldn't launch a forced attack. Just this alone saved countless lives. I get it. The 2 who died in Dragon Country must have been ordinary players who didn't listen to commands. Yan Feng. Eternal God. He isn't just surviving, he's teaching the whole world. Dragon Country, Dream Management Command Center. The atmosphere was completely different from the oppression of last night, filled with the joy and excitement of surviving a disaster. Lin Jinghua looked at the glaring 99% on the screen with slightly moist eyes. The country's declining fate had temporarily halted. He turned to the communicator beside him, his voice trembling slightly. Zhang Lei. How is Zhang Lei? The communicator immediately pulled up the image. In the image, the Special Forces King, Zhang Lei, looked extremely unwell, soaking wet with vacant eyes, clearly struggling for a long time against the illusions of the night. But he survived. Because, at the last moment, he remembered that order he once scoffed at: don't respond. Commander, player Zhang Lei is mentally affected but alive. Additionally, Professor Chen, he succeeded. The screen switched to Professor Chen. This botanist, burning with fever, was leaning against a tree, holding a grayish stone in his hands, his face showing a weak but content smile. With his profound botanical knowledge, he chatted with the Nightstone about the impact of different soils on moss growth for an entire night, unexpectedly fulfilling the other party's desire to find something to talk about. Although he only received the lowest F-grade evaluation, he also obtained a portion of pure water and a few pieces of stone-ground tofu, restoring half of his state. Moreover, his fever had also significantly subsided. Good. Very good. Lin Zhengwood clapped his hands heavily. Immediately organize all successful cases and compile the 2nd edition of Nightmare Survival Guide, with the subtitle, Introduction and Practice of Learning the Yan Feng Model. Yes. The morning sunlight seeped through the cracks of the cavern, driving away the last hint of chill. In the global live broadcast room, the chaos and panic of last night were replaced by a brand new emotion, mixed with shock and absurdity. Dragon Country, survival rate 99%. This line of golden data was like a silent slap in the face, hitting every viewer who had mocked and doubted the Dragon Country. 99%? I'm bad at math, can someone tell me what this means? It means that out of the 10,000 people who died last night, less than 2% were from the Dragon Country? Damn. Our Eagle Sauce Country lost over 70 elites last night. That's 1/3 of our people. Why the Dragon Country? Why? Because they played the game like it was a driving test. Last night in the later hours, I switched to the Dragon Country division, and it was total chaos. Someone outside was oinking like a pig, simulating a pig, someone was memorizing the periodic table, and there was a guy who started a personal concert in the safe house, singing Good Luck Comes. The whole point was defeating magic with magic. I testify. I watched Zhang Lei's livestream, that Special Forces King. He endured his father's knocking on the door while listening to the excited commentary from Fire God 666. That scene made me cry, it was so filial. So, Yan Feng is the final boss. He not only cleared the game but also casually tossed out the question bank and the answer standards? Stop the awkward criticism. This is called vision. What we Dragon Country people focus on is common prosperity. In the Dragon Country, the Dream Command Center. Lin Zhenghua had not slept all night, but his spirit was exceptionally high. He looked at the big screen, where green dots of light flickered, signifying life, though they were in disarray, and the tense corners of his mouth finally curved up. Professor Bai, he turned to the psychological expert next to him, who also had dark circles under his eyes. I agree with your proposal last night. Bai Qiming nodded and pushed a hastily prepared document in front of Lin Zhenghua. The document's draft title was Feasibility Report on Nonviolent Contact with Nightmare Beings. Lin Zhenghua picked up a pen and crossed out that line, then elegantly wrote several large characters. Introduction and Practice of Learning the Yan Feng Model. He handed the document to the communicator beside him, his tone firm. Classify, top secret. Immediately encrypt and send it to all surviving Dragon Country players. Also, notify the logistics team to send. Start the Dragon Special Treatment Plan. Yes. In the cave, Yan Feng yawned and sat up from the warm straw bed. Spirit +1, Spirit +1. Spirit, 12 of 12. The continuous recovery effect of the sandalwood made him feel full of energy, his stamina at full value. He even felt that he could run 5 kilometers right now without getting out of breath. He opened his personal panel. Last night's guessing game had given him great rewards, and his experience bar had risen to level 2, experience, 80 out of 200. Still need 120 more experience. Yan Feng rubbed his chin and began to plan today's itinerary. 50 bundles of dry, fire-resistant straw. He used 25 bundles last night, leaving 25 bundles. If he used one more night, it would be gone. He had to think of a way to continue finding supplies to survive the nightmare night. Survival materials are never too much, they can only be too little. Yan Feng planned to gather more straw during the day today, and then explore the area with higher-level monsters to see if any new materials appeared. To maximize benefits, he needed to continue targeting those monsters with heart voices. Based on the vague heart voice he captured the previous night near the swamp's edge, Moon, my moon, so gentle, he deduced that the level 3 monster, Wailing Moth, likely had its activity area nearby. He opened the monster guide in his mind and carefully reviewed the information on Wailing Moth. Ecological habit, detests light sources, only active at night or in dark caves. Yan Feng's gaze fell on a few starry black obsidian stones in his backpack. He stretched, preparing to set out when suddenly a thought struck him, and he brought up a split screen of other players' live broadcasts. On the screen, the first thing that caught his eye was Special Forces King Zhang Lei. At that moment, Zhang Lei was standing in a desolate field, facing off with a half-meter-tall, grudge Scarecrow. He clearly had received the latest manual from the command center, his face a mix of humiliation, struggle, and a hint of desperate determination. Chapter 15, Everyone Imitates. The barrage in the live stream was even more tangled than him. Here it comes. The number 1 seed in the Dragon Country Elite Player Imitation Competition, Zhang Lei. Woo woo woo, my soldier king, how did you fall to playing hugs with a scarecrow? This expression is worse than constipation. Dude, you're on a mission, not at an execution site. In the footage, Zhang Lei took a few tactical deep breaths and then stiffly opened his arms, heavily stepping toward the scarecrow. That posture was less like a hug and more like he was about to execute a demolition task, every cell in his body filled with caution and killing intent. Yan Feng nearly laughed out loud at this scene. Brother, you're not going to bring warmth, you're going to send your head. Sure enough, just when Zhang Lei was 3 meters away from the scarecrow's one red stone eye flashed brightly. Grudge gaze, activated. Zhang Lei's body instantly froze in place as if he were poured with cement, maintaining a comical hugging posture, unable to move. Then, the scarecrow swung its sharp arms, starting the straw cutting on him. -1. -1. -1. Fortunately, Zhang Lei's B-level talent, Iron Body, was all about high health. Someone else would have lost too much health and died by now. The damage was not high, but the humiliation was very strong. Zhang Lei's health bar began to slowly and steadily drop, while his face was filled with shock and confusion. High health gave him enough time to be shocked. Why? I clearly did it as instructed. Why can Yan Feng do it, but I can't? In the Dream Control Command Center, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. What's going on? Zhang Lei slammed the table. Didn't the manual say that hugging would work? Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, speaking directly. General Zhang, the problem is not in the form, but in the spirit. Zhang Lei merely mimicked the hugging motion, but his muscles were tense, his steps were tentative, and he carried hostility in his heart. For an extremely sensitive creature like the grudge Scarecrow, what he felt was not kindness, but a disguised deadly threat. Lin Zhenghua immediately grabbed the communicator, connect to Zhang Lei's single-line channel. Professor Bai, I leave it to you to guide on site. Zhang Lei. Bai Qiming's voice transmitted through the encrypted channel, clearly reaching Zhang Lei's mind. Don't think you are embracing a monster. Right now, immediately. Treat that thing as your military dog Heisey that you cried over when you retired. In a petrified state, Zhang Lei's pupils suddenly contracted. It is not a monster, it is Heisey. Heisey was abandoned, cold and scared, it just wants you to hug it. Do you smell the scent of grass on it? That is it rolling around outside, covered in dirt. Do you hear its cries? That is it calling for you. Bai Qiming's voice seemed to carry magic, planting a new memory into Zhang Lei's mind. The image of the Scarecrow began to blur, gradually overlapping with the memory of the black German shepherd wagging its tail and whining against his pant leg. His body, thanks to his talent, steel body, endured the continuous bleeding damage. 1 minute of petrification ended. The vengeful Scarecrow was preparing to unleash its second, vengeance gaze. Heisey. Zhang Lei opened his arms again, this time, his movements were no longer stiff. His eyes were reddened, and his face revealed heartfelt pain and guilt. He stepped forward and embraced the Scarecrow, covered in grass clippings, tightly. I'm sorry. I came too late. The flickering red light of the Scarecrow gradually softened and finally extinguished. Its rough body in Zhang Lei's arms slowly turned into warm glowing points and dissipated. You have fulfilled the vengeful Scarecrow's wish, achieving E-level rating. Since it is not your first time clearing E-level, there is no additional clearing reward, the quantity and quality of the rewards are randomly settled. Rewards received, dry and fire retardant straw x2 straw heart. Looking at the rewards that had shrank by more than half compared to the first clear at Yan Feng, Zhang Lei fell silent. He picked up the piece of straw heart stone, only the size of a fingernail, tightly clenched in his palm. At this moment, his view of Yan Feng changed from pure disdain to a hint of vague, complex emotions. He admitted that the guy really had some skills. He still wasn't convinced. Yan Feng watched the Manly Tears drama with great interest. It seemed someone had noticed his gameplay and started to imitate his pattern. Then, he switched the split screen to Professor Chen, the botanist. Professor Chen found the level 2 nightmare creature, corrupted marsh frog. His high fever had gone down, but his steps still wobbled. More importantly, he had no straw to make a temporary water filter device. Facing the pus-covered, hostile corrupted marsh frog, Professor Chen did not approach rashly. He leaned against a tree, breathing heavily, carefully searching at the edge of the swamp with his profound botanical knowledge. Finally, he locked onto a type of fern with thick leaves and serrated edges. It's the purifying water fern. Professor Chen murmured, although the effect is weak, its juice contains alkaloids that can neutralize weak acidic toxins. He struggled to crawl over, plucking a few leaves, using all his strength to rub and squeeze them repeatedly in his hands. Finally, a few drops of murky but barely clean green juice dripped into his trembling palm. He held those precious drops of juice and staggered towards the corrupted marsh frog, his face bearing the gentle and sincere demeanor of a scholar. Little one, drink some. I know your throat hurts. The murky eyes of the corrupted marsh frog fixed on him, making a threatening gurgling sound from its throat. In Professor Chen's livestream, all the viewers' hearts were in their throats. Professor, hold on. Don't get sprayed. This is a true cultured person. Knowledge is power. In the end, the rotten swamp frog did not spit out acid. It seemed that it could not sense any threat from Professor Chen. It hesitated for a moment, then hopped forward, stretched out its tongue, and licked the juice in Professor Chen's palm. The next second, a miracle happened. The pus-filled boils on the rotten swamp frog's body visibly faded away at a rapid pace, and it let out a crisp, melodious croak, turning into a pure liquid puddle. You have fulfilled the rotten swamp frog's wish, achieving an E-level rating. Since this is not your first E-level completion, there is no extra completion reward. The quantity and quality of the reward are randomly determined. Reward obtained, Pure Frog Meat X1, Clear Spring Frog Croak X1, Defective, Frog Skin Gloves X1, Incomplete. The entire Dragon Kingdom server completely changed its direction. Under the success story example set by Zhang Lei and Professor Chen, other surviving Dragon Kingdom players quickly followed suit. In no time, various awkward yet sincere hugs and water-feeding events were happening everywhere. Although the success rate was low and most rewards were incomplete, exchanging them for life-saving food and water was more than enough in the early stages. For them, the difficulty of survival had been drastically lowered. In the global livestream, viewers from other countries watched these absurd, friendly interactions in silence. They watched in disbelief as the survival rate of Dragon Kingdom players remained at an absurdly high level. While their own country's players were still using blood and lives to prove that violent kills were the only dead-end path. A belly full of curses, they didn't know where to start. An emotion called jealousy began to wildly grow in the hearts of global viewers. Watching the Dragon Kingdom players clumsily but firmly walk down the flame peak mode path, Yan Feng scratched his nose. It felt quite harmonious. He turned off the live stream split screen and stopped delaying. Leaving the cave, he walked straight toward the direction he had vaguely sensed earlier. It was a dark forest where sunlight could hardly penetrate through the dense tree canopy, and the air was filled with the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. As soon as Yan Feng stepped into the edge of the forest, a harsh buzzing sound came from deep within, accompanied by a subtle mental pressure that made his head slightly sink. As expected, this was the place where the level 3 monster, the wailing moth, was located. He didn't go deeper, instead stopping at the forest's edge, taking out a piece of star-patterned obsidian that emitted a soft light from his backpack. He placed the obsidian on a flat rock and then stepped back about 10 meters, finding a comfortable position to lean against a tree trunk. He simply waited quietly for something. The viewers in Yan Feng's live stream chat were momentarily stunned by his baffling actions. Wait, what's this guy doing now? What is he doing? I don't understand it suddenly. When he fought the level 1 vengeful Scarecrow, he used loving hugs. When he fought the level 2 rotten swamp frog, it was feeding. But now, for the level 3 wailing moth, what's with just leaving a broken stone there and laying back? Is he waiting for the nightmare monster to confess? Less than a minute later, a huge moth with a wingspan of nearly half a meter flew out from the depths of the forest. The moth's wings bore a pattern that resembled a human face, with wailing marks that seemed especially eerie under the dim light. It instinctively hated the harsh sunlight from outside, but the soft and stable light from the obsidian, like that of the stars, had a deadly attraction to it. It cautiously approached, circling the obsidian, its wing beat slowing down, and the harsh sound waves gradually faded away. Moon, my moon. Yan Feng heard the moth's thoughts, filled with the joy and longing of something lost and found. Seeing this, Yan Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he walked out from behind the tree. After stepping out from the trees, he did not rush forward, just stood far away, like an onlooker who was unaffected by the situation. He had not a shred of hostility, not even the slightest curiosity to express. The howling moth completely didn't notice this living person, all its thoughts were drawn away by the star-patterned obsidian. The cries of faces on its wings seemed to unfold, radiating a sense of peace under the gentle starlight. The moon is my moon. So warm. The moth's inner voice was intermittent, filled with the joy and tranquility of having something lost returned, like a child who had found their beloved toy. Yan Feng clearly sensed through the talent of voices of all things that the mental state of the howling moth was satisfied. This game was over. A few minutes later, the howling moth danced around the obsidian, its wings shimmering, finishing its last dance. Soon, the enormous wings began to turn transparent, and then transformed into countless sparkling lights, like fireflies, dissipating into the dim forest. Only a pile of softly glowing items remained on the ground. Ding! You have fulfilled the howling moth's wish, achieving the highest E-level score in the novice village. Congratulations, you have cleared the level 3 nightmare creature howling moth with an E-level score for the first time. Rewards: Complete Moth Wings X5, Moonlight Heart, Stone, X1, Skill Book, Basic Hypnosis X1. Experience gained, 60 points. A golden light flashed, and Yan Feng's personal panel refreshed. Level 2, Experience, 140/200. Yan Feng walked forward, leisurely picking up the spoils one by one. Complete Moth Wings, core material for making basic flying gear, allows you to fly up to 3 meters high for 15 minutes. Moonlight Heart, stone consumable item, when used at night, grants a basic enhancement in vision and mental recovery effects, lasting 1 hour. More wonderful uses can be discovered through exploration. Yan Feng's gaze finally landed on that skill book. Skill book, Basic Hypnosis. When used, you can master basic hypnosis, with a 50% chance to put low-level targets into a 1-minute sleep state. Players must reach level 4 to use. Not bad. If I can't sleep in the future, I can use it on myself, a self-sufficient sales model. Yan Feng casually slapped the skill book onto his body, and a beam of light merged into him. At that moment, the familiar system announcement echoed once again throughout the returning nightmare world. Global announcement: congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Yan Feng for clearing the level 3 nightmare creature howling moth with the highest E-level score in the novice village. This rewards the country to which Yan Feng belongs, Dragon Kingdom, with a national luck level reward, Nightmare Sound Wave Weapon Design Blueprint, Nightmare Sound Wave Weapon Core Material X200, quantity calculated based on Yan Feng's current level. Item description: a complete blueprint showing how to convert specific frequency sound waves into physical or mental attacks. It comes with the super abilities of Intimidation and Stun, providing additional mental hypnosis effects on nightmare creatures and making attacks against humans feel like a walk in the park. National Luck Value provides a revolutionary development of subsonic wave weapons, directional sound wave security systems, and other military and security technologies for Dragon Kingdom. This technology can be used to build a new city defense system, deploying sound wave matrices to drive away, intimidate, and suppress low-level nightmare creatures on a large scale. Deploying it on the human battlefield is also unstoppable. This reward has been automatically converted into the real world. Please check, Dragon Kingdom. When this announcement echoed for the third time in Yan Feng's name, the global live broadcast room was not filled with explosions but with complete numbness and madness. Again it came? It's the third time. Why is it always him? Why is it always Dragon Kingdom? Sound wave weapon? Isn't that something from a science fiction movie? Dragon Kingdom already has blueprints to research future technology? It's crazy. This world is completely insane. This game is not about survival, it's about sending a technology gift package to Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Nation, in the Defense Technology Military Industry Laboratory 005. Here, the atmosphere is livelier than during the New Year. The director of the laboratory, Chief Physicist Lei Zhenyu, is currently wearing thick black-framed glasses, almost pressing his face against the holographic projection screen. Looking at the suddenly appearing sonic weapon design, he is as excited as a child weighing over 100 pounds. My god, this is simply a miracle. Look at this energy transmission model. It completely overturns the Helmholtz resonance principle. It's beautiful. This is true artistic physics. On the other end of the video conference, in the command center of the Dream Command, military scientist Zhang Lai and psychologist Bai Qiming watch in awe. Zhang Lai knocks on the table, forcibly pulling the topic away from pure academic frenzy back to reality. Old Lei, stop just admiring it, say something we can understand. What exactly can this thing do? How valuable is it practically? Value? Lei Zhenyu adjusts his glasses, his face glowing more. General Zhang, this is not a matter of value. This is dimensional strike. What was our city's defense based on before? High walls, turrets, anti-aircraft and anti-missile systems, and even the direct use of soldiers' flesh and blood. To put it bluntly, it's just a shell. We were passively blocking. He excitedly waves his arms, but this sonic weapon is different. It can create a field. A death area that is invisible, untouchable, but can cover the entire city. In the future, when nightmares descend, we won't need to let soldiers crowd on the city walls to become targets. Just activate the sonic matrix, and all low-level nightmare creatures that enter the range will either go mad or have their organs explode. They won't even have the chance to touch the foundation of our walls. We are defeating brute force with rules. In the command center, there are sounds of gasping shock. Bai Qiming adds, I am more concerned about its mental attack property. Intimidation and stun mean it can directly affect the essence of nightmare creatures. The Yan Feng competitor liberated the moth's obsession with the moonlight, while we inherited the power of its whales. This is a kind of predation at the causal level. Lin Zhenghua feels a surge of excitement, he shuts off the live broadcast and slams his hand down decisively. Notify Laboratory 005 to unite all related departments and military research and development groups, regardless of cost or price. I want to see the first prototype in a month. No need for a month, a week is enough, Lei Zhenyu replies. Chapter 17, An Unimpeachable Genius? Meanwhile, in the Eagle Sauce Nation's command center. The atmosphere is as oppressive as a graveyard. Fuck. It's him again. It's the Dragon Nation again. General MacArthur, a robust old man with graying hair, slams a tactical tablet to the ground, and the screen shatters instantly. This is the third time. High-toughness fibers, efficient biological catalysts, and now sonic weapons. All at nightmare levels. Does God favor those yellow-skinned monkeys? A blonde, blue-eyed analyst stands up trembling. He is the top behavioral psychologist of the Eagle Sauce Nation, codenamed the Prophet. General, we have repeatedly reviewed all of Yan Feng's recordings and conducted over 10,000 model simulations. The conclusion is, it cannot be replicated. Cannot be replicated? MacArthur's roar almost shakes the roof off. We have the S-class talent Thor. We have the most elite special forces. Are you telling me we can't even replicate an F-class talent from the Dragon Nation? Yes, General, the Prophet explains stubbornly. Yan Feng's behavior is based on his ability to precisely perceive the inner voice of monsters, that is, their deep needs. He is not embracing, he is giving the monsters warmth. He is not feeding water, he is providing purity. This is not goodness or wisdom, it is a kind of perception ability we cannot understand. His F-class talent is very likely a unique special growth talent. Currently, we Eagle Sauce Country have no players with such talent. The entire command center was deathly silent. After a long while, MacArthur sat back in his chair, his face pale as water. If you can't copy it, erase it. He pulled up a player's profile. Player, Hound. Talent, Omnipotent Tracking, B-level. Function, can track targets from 1,000 miles away, with a nose more sensitive than one could imagine. Not only that, but can move at wind-like speed while carrying people, with a speed of 60 km per hour, and hides tracking methods you wouldn't expect. Order Hound to give up all current tasks. MacArthur's voice was cold as ice. Join forces with Tulip and Butcher to form the Pinnacle Extermination Team, with Tulip as the captain. Their only mission now is to find Yan Feng. I want that damned Dragon Country's live broadcast signal to become gray forever. He paused and added, launch the Pinnacle Extermination Plan, priority, highest. In an instant, dark currents flowed around the globe. In Cherry Blossom Country's command center, a female player in a kimono, gentle and graceful, deeply bowed to the commander.
Hi-E, please leave it to me. No man can resist Sakurako's tenderness.
Her talent is charm fragrance, making targets naturally fond of her. The command centers of Gallic Rooster, Hans Cat, and other European countries also began to select players with stealth, tracking, and assassination skills to form a temporary Knight Templar. Their goal was clear: stop the Dragon Country from dominating. A global hunt against Yan Feng quietly began. Yan Feng hummed a tuneless song, lining up his lute before him. Those few pieces of complete moth wings felt smooth to the touch, like top-grade silk, but surprisingly tough. He tried to pull at them hard, but they didn't budge.
Good stuff.
Yan Feng muttered to himself, make a piece of clothing to wear. If something pokes me, I probably won't get pierced. On the other side, the moonlight stone felt cold in his hand, very comfortable, calming his restless thoughts a little.
He put everything into his backpack and stroked his chin.
Those who stand out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Although he didn't know that Eagle Sauce Country had established the pinnacle extermination plan, he could guess with his toes that after 3 global announcements, he was definitely a thorn in the world's side, a nail in the flesh. Making such a big splash was like a searchlight in the night. It would be difficult not to be noticed.
I need to get something to save my life.
Yan Feng opened the synthesis panel, wanting to make a flying equipment with the complete moth wings.
Nothing else mattered. If he couldn't fight, at least he could run away, right?
As long as he could fly, even players from enemy countries and those big silly monsters on the ground wouldn't be able to do anything about him, greatly increasing his survival rate.
Synthesis, Beginner Glider. Required materials, complete moth wings X5, high tensile vines X5, hard beast bones X2. TSK, still need 2 more items. High tensile vines and hard beast bones.
Yan Feng flipped through his monster encyclopedia. It only recorded up to level 3's wailing moth, with no clues about those 2 materials.
Not enough experience points, can't see higher level monster information.
In the game of Return to the Void Nightmare, players can see at most 1 level higher than themselves in the Nightmare Creature Encyclopedia. Even if they could, most of the information was not very useful or valuable.
He never fought an unprepared battle.
Right away, Yan Feng set off, heading towards the respawning area of level 1 Grudge Strawmen.
So cold. I really want a hug.
The familiar voice echoed. Yan Feng opened his arms, giving those poor straw men one warm and sincere hug after another.
Experience gained, 20 points. Experience gained, 20 points. Experience gained, 20 points.
Then, he ran to the level 2 decayed frogs, filling his new water bag with clean water, feeding one after another. Experience gained, 40 points. Experience gained, 40 points. Experience gained, 40 points. To gather enough fuel and food for the night, he went back and forth, purifying dozens of scarecrows and swamp frogs, and also went to the level 3 territory of the wailing moths, using the star pattern obsidian to catch another moth. After more than an hour, he stopped. He found that when he repeatedly hugged scarecrows and fed swamp frogs, the experience points stopped increasing.
Player level 4, experience points 400. He looked at the filled experience bar on his panel, lost in thought. After pondering for a long time, he finally understood. So that's it, there's level suppression. Relying on low-level monsters can only get me to the full experience state 1 level higher, but not further. In other words, if he wanted to reach level 5, he had to challenge level 4 or higher monsters. Level 3 nightmare monsters could no longer provide him with experience points. The gameplay design of this game is indeed peculiar. At the moment his experience bar overflowed, his monster encyclopedia began to unlock automatically. Nightmare Creature Encyclopedia updated. Nightmare Creature name, Gluttonous Wild Boar. Level 4. Description: much like your pet pig, it has low intelligence, only capable of direct charging, unstoppable, and will cause you to bleed if it hits you, extremely gluttonous. Monster name, Shadowwood Root. Level 5, Boss. Description: yes, you read that right, a level 5 ordinary nightmare monster. I say boss is boss, come bite me if you can, then let me change the rules. The main body cannot move, but its root coverage is extremely wide. After seeing such a bizarre introduction, Yan Feng fell silent for a long time. What the hell is this game design? Regaining his senses, Yan Feng's gaze fell on the gluttonous wild boar data. Chapter 18, Clue to synthesize cooking utensils. Wild boar. Beast bones. This thing is about the size of a calf. The possibility of hard beast bones dropping from it is the highest. However, seeing the description in the encyclopedia saying it is unstoppable, charging straight. Yan Feng did not want to face a silly wild boar head-on, that would be simply crazy. As for high-toughness vines, the level 5 boss is the Shadowwood root, likely related to plants, so it could possibly yield the materials he needs. But it is described as a boss. He is only level 4, and before figuring out the thoughts of the level 5 Shadowwood route, he dared not approach recklessly. Otherwise, if he approached thoughtlessly, it would be like sending himself to the slaughter. After grinding enough experience, his mental and physical energy was already mostly depleted. He found a gentle slope shielded from the wind, sat down, opened his water bag, and took a few sips of clean cool water. The icy liquid slid down his throat, rushing into his empty stomach, causing a slight spasm. In the short term, this was manageable, but if it continued, without waiting for the nightmare monsters to attack, his digestive system would fail first. He took out a few pieces of tender, pure frog meat from his backpack and a handful of crystal clear, fragrant rice. These were high-quality goods acquired through E-level rating, and just smelling them was fragrant. He remembered last night's dinner. As a seasoned gourmet with a deep understanding of food, his cooking skills were not top-notch, but his grilling skills were definitely on point. The cooking was just right. The frog meat was roasted to a crisp golden brown on the outside, while locking in the juices inside, incredibly tender. He even found raw cumin to sprinkle on, removing any fishy smell, but there was a problem here. The meat aroma, the cumin aroma, everything was good, but just missing salt, lacking the soul. That feeling was like an intense symphony suddenly stopping at its climax. No matter how good the texture, it couldn't make up for the huge flaw in taste. Moreover, he could only stare at the raw rice, with no cooking utensils to boil it. Sigh. Yan Feng sighed. He couldn't just eat the rice like a snack, tossing one grain after another into his mouth, could he? Although it could replenish his hunger, this way of eating was not much different from a cow grazing. He couldn't really eat like a primitive man, just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Yan Feng's brows tightened. He was a person with the lowest standards for quality of life, especially when it came to eating, and would never settle. I must get some cooking tools. He made up his mind and called up that familiar blue light screen in his mind, the synthesis panel. What to do? Yan Feng looked at the pile of mixed materials he had gathered in his backpack and fell into deep thought. The synthesis function had no fixed recipes, it all depended on his exploration. He decided to try random stew. He first threw in a few pieces of dried, flame-resistant straw, and a common stone dropped by a monster earlier. Synthesis possibilities, a useless straw nest. Synthesis possibilities, a pile of wood ash that ignites faster. Yan Feng expressionlessly cancelled and switched to something else. This time, he tossed in a complete moth wing and a few drops of liquid from a murky poison sac. Synthesis possibilities, a thin film with slight toxicity that breaks with a poke. Synthesis possibilities, a puddle of sticky substance emitting a foul smell. Yan Feng's temple twitched. What is all this? He patiently began to evaluate more consciously. What is needed to make a high-temperature stone pot? High-temperature materials, like high-temperature stones, or pottery and clay. He recalled the heart of straw stone in his backpack. Although this was a stone dropped by a nightmare creature, it at least had the word stone. He tentatively tossed the stone and some moist clay into the synthesis column. This time, the panel finally reacted differently. Detected special energy substance heart of straw, analyzing. Synthesizing direction simulated. Clue unlocked, using heart of straw as the core, can combine with large amounts of clay to produce primitive pottery. Clue unlocked, using primitive pottery as the blank, plus igniting straw can synthesize to obtain simple stone pot. It worked. Yan Feng's eyes brightened. Although he had only found the clue to make a simple stone pot, which was a bit crude and can't compare to a real iron pot, this was already a huge breakthrough. But a new problem arose. Where's the salt? Food without salt has no soul. He focused his attention back on the synthesis panel. He put in a small handful of fragrant rice and the last bit of pure water from his water bag. Synthesis possibilities, a bowl of tasteless rice paste. Yan Feng was not discouraged. He added the pure frog meat dropped by the swamp frog. Synthesis possibilities, a pot of bland frog porridge, requires cooking tools. Still not good. Yan Feng sighed. It seemed that seasonings must either be found directly in the wild salt mines or plants, or require more special materials for synthesis. He vaguely felt that this might be related to higher-level monsters. Meals must be eaten one bite at a time, the road must be taken step by step. Yan Feng tucked away his thoughts and redirected his focus back to the monster encyclopedia in front of him. First, solve the pot problem, then challenge that seemingly not-so-clever, gluttonous wild boar. Clay was abundant in the nearby swamp area. Now, he just needed a big enough heart of straw stone as the core. Yan Feng's gaze again turned to the respawn area of the level 1 monster, resentful strawman. It was time to send another wave of warmth. Yan Feng stood up, dusted off his clothes, and got busy. Meanwhile, in Dragon Country, National Biological Material Laboratory number 012. The atmosphere was solemn, all researchers held their breath, staring intently at the special glass behind which was the independent test chamber. The chief biological materials engineering scientist, Zhou Jiming, was tightly gripping the edge of the control panel, eyes unblinking. Inside the test chamber, a mannequin was wearing a tight combat suit made of nightmare high-toughness plant fibers, which was entirely dark yellow. Start low-temperature testing. Zhou Jiming's voice was a bit hoarse. As the command was given, the temperature in the test chamber began to plummet dramatically. The numbers on the display blinked rapidly, soon freezing at the terrifying low temperature of -150 degrees Celsius. Report internal temperature. Report, Senior Zhou. The internal temperature of the nightmare battlesuit remains at 25.2 degrees Celsius. No fluctuations. Switch to high temperature. The cold frost instantly disappeared, and blinding heat lamps lit up, raising the temperature to +150 degrees Celsius. Report. Internal temperature 25.2 degrees Celsius. Stable as a straight line. A gasp echoed through the laboratory. Zhou Jiming's breath quickened, he pushed up his glasses that were about to slip off, his eyes sparkling with fervent light. Prepare for level 3 ballistic resistance testing. Tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. A young assistant researcher turned pale. Senior Zhou. That ammunition can penetrate the side armor of light infantry fighting vehicles. Our strongest level 4 ballistic plates. If I say fire, you fire. Quit with the nonsense. Zhou Jiming shouted. The mechanical arm adjusted the gun's aim, and a dull explosion rang out. Everyone instinctively shrank their necks. On the holographic screen, the image captured by the high-speed camera was slowed down several times. The tungsten core projectile, capable of tearing through steel plates, seemed to crash into an invisible air wall the moment it touched the battlesuit. The projectile rapidly deformed and flattened, ultimately dropping to the ground like a lump of squashed mud, powerless. The surface of the battlesuit only rippled slightly, leaving not a single trace. The entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence. After more than 10 seconds, a young researcher pointed at the screen, trembling, his voice changed. Its stress feedback is 0? The kinetic energy of the projectile vanished into thin air? This doesn't conform to the basic laws of physics. Zhou Jiming seemed to have all his strength drained away, slumping into a chair, then jumping up suddenly, rushing to the glass, slapping his hands on it, laughing like a madman. Ha! This nightmare protective suit is stronger than a tank. At the command center of the Dream Regulation Division, Lin Zhenghua, Zhang Lai, and Bai Qiming watched the entire replay of the experiment sent from Zhou Jiming's laboratory. Chapter 19 named after Flame Peak. At the command center of the Dream Regulation Division, Lin Zhenghua, Zhang Lai, and Bai Qiming stared intently at the holographic screen replaying the footage. In the video, the tungsten core armor-piercing round that could pierce a tank. Upon touching the brown battlesuit, it bizarrely twisted and deformed, finally falling like a piece of flattened scrap metal, clanging to the ground. The battlesuit itself showed not a single wrinkle. The defense exceeds all current main battle tanks. Zhang Lai, the general, spoke in a dry voice, for the first time feeling his knowledge base challenged like never before. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses and added. Not just that. Academician Zhou Jiming's report mentioned that this suit maintains a constant internal temperature of 25 degrees in environments of -150 degrees and +150 degrees. This means our soldiers will completely break free from the constraints of extreme environments. Most importantly, such protective suits can withstand a full invasion of nightmare creatures in the future. This is the most critical point. Lin Jinghua's fingers gently tapped on the table, he looked at the battlesuit frozen on the screen, and after a long time said slowly. This nightmare protective suit is the first national strategic resource brought to the Dragon Country by Flame Peak. To commemorate his contributions to the Dragon Country, I decide to name it after Flame Peak. The protective suit will be called Flame Defense Suit. Good name. Zhang Lai agreed. But the problem is, the materials are far from enough. It requires a total of 50 units of nightmare high-toughness plant fiber to synthesize one flame defense suit. We currently have, including Flame Peak, Zhang Lai. Professor Chen and his two companions brought back, scattered, only about 300 sets in total, enough to produce only 6 sets of flame-resistant suits at most. Let's not forget the rules of the nightmare game. Only players who clear the E-level rating for the first time can obtain the best quality and the most abundant resources. Other players wanting to obtain the same resources, whether in quality or quantity, will face significant discounts. Everyone nodded, this was undoubtedly true. 6 sets are a drop in the bucket for the massive Dragon Kingdom army. The atmosphere in the command center, which had just risen from ecstatic joy, quickly fell back into the heavy reality. Lin Jinghua raised his head and scanned the crowd, his originally murky eyes were now piercingly sharp. Since we know the way, then we must not stop. He issued his command with determination, I declare. Elite players of the Dragon Kingdom, starting now, all must participate in the mission to gather nightmare high-strength plant fiber as the top priority. Everyone activate Flame Peak mode to unlock the level 1 Vengeful Scarecrow using E-level rating, ensuring their own safety and survival materials are sufficient, while maximizing the collection of strategic resources for the country. At the same time, level up yourself, thus increasing the amount of tangible resources that can be redeemed in reality. Level 1 corresponds to a 1% redemption rate, level 2 corresponds to 2%, and so on. Twist together like a rope, use strength in one direction, many hands make light work. What are we afraid of solving our problems? Inside the Zenmengsi Command Center, the test video of the flame-resistant suits was released directly on the official Dragon Kingdom channel after having the top-secret watermark added. As soon as the video came out, the entire Dragon Kingdom network was instantly set ablaze. In the video, that seemingly ordinary, even somewhat outdated dark yellow combat suit withstood a tungsten core armor-piercing round capable of penetrating a tank. The projectile, upon contact, crumpled and flattened like a piece of candy colliding with an anvil, eventually falling helplessly to the ground. And that combat suit showed not even a ripple. Wow. Wow. Is this something I can watch for free? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Tungsten core armor-piercing round? Shooting a bulletproof suit? Hold on, brother in front, correction, it's called flame-resistant suit. Named in the name of the flame god. This is straight up impressive. Temperature controlled. Bulletproof. Invulnerable to knives and guns. Mom, I no longer have to worry about wearing long johns in winter. Flame god, forever a god. The one upstairs is thinking too small. If this thing could be mass-produced for our soldiers. I can't even imagine if the nightmare descends into reality, our Dragon Kingdom would be filled with giant mechs. I'm tearful, really tearful. From the despair of the first batch to the hope now, who knows what we've been through. The Flame God, he's not fighting alone, he represents our entire Dragon Kingdom. Pride and joy swept across the Dragon Kingdom's network like a tsunami. And outside the Dragon Kingdom, this publicly released video struck every country like a loud slap in the face. In the Eagle Sauce Nation's livestream, there was dead silence. This isn't scientific. This violates the conservation of energy law. Their material's kinetic energy absorption rate is infinite? Cheating. There must be cheating. The Dragon Kingdom must have used some unknown method. Stop deceiving yourself. Our S-level Thor is still killing monsters to level up, while their F-level players have already jumped over the 4th time and are starting on the 5th Industrial Revolution's tech tree. How can we compare? Shut up. We must find that Flame Peak. Kill him. As long as we kill him, everything in the Dragon Kingdom will revert. Wow, is the person upstairs a spy? I'm reporting you right now, arrest them. In the nightmare world of Guishu, the Special Forces King Zhang Lei was carefully scraping a piece of frog skin with a sharpened stone. The command from Lin Jinghua came through his communicator, undeniable. Zhang Lei's movements paused for a moment, then he self-deprecatingly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Learning from Flame Peak? Not long ago, he sneered at it, feeling it was a great humiliation. But now, when he traded a sincere hug for 2 bundles of dry, heat-resistant straw and fragrant rice, he fell silent. Received. He replied softly, tossing away the frog skin in his hand, stood up, dusted himself off, and walked toward the familiar wasteland. This time, there was no hint of hesitation in his steps, he went up for a loving hug, with no hostility at all. Professor Chen, the botanist, also received the orders. He had just successfully calmed a level 2 putrefied swamp frog with his extensive botanical knowledge and was now sipping a small pool of clean water purified by the spring frog song. Hearing the command, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Learning in Peak, this is not learning at all, this is simply opening up a completely new discipline. He filled his water bag, organized his backpack, and headed toward the direction where the Scarecrow appeared. Suddenly, across the wasteland, forest, and swamp, the Dragon Kingdom competitors scattered throughout the nightmarish world began to take action. They no longer flailed about like headless flies, nor resorted to the lowly method of violent killing to gain resources. Instead, with clear goals, they commenced the most peculiar collective farming in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Brothers, my emotions aren't fully brewed yet, that Scarecrow is glaring at me. Don't rush, imagine it as your ex-girlfriend you owe an apology to, you are going to apologize now. Damn. This works. E-level. I broke 3 bundles of straw, and got 0.05 portions of nightmarish high-fiber material. Although after a 1,000-fold critical hit, only 50 portions are realized in the real world and it can't compare to the Fire God, it still contributes to our mom, I am proud. The 180 selected national team competitors from the Dragon Kingdom, in a special channel only the national team had the authority to open, began to exchange insights about hugging. From the initial clumsiness and resistance to later proficiency and sincerity, the livestream of the Dragon Kingdom competitors showcased warm yet funny hug kills. The quantity of nightmarish high-tensile plant fiber started to rise at an astonishing speed in the back-end data of the Night Dream Commander. At the same time, this wave of hugging spread worldwide. In the Eagle Sauce Nation, at the Shield of Freedom Command Center. It had been 36 hours of bright lights, and the air was filled with the anxious scent of caffeine mixed with despair. On the giant holographic screen, countless data streams cascaded down, but the core image was forever frozen on several key passage videos from Yin Peak. The psychologist known as the Prophet Christina had bloodshot eyes, her table was piled high with analysis reports submitted by subordinates.
Every conclusion pointed to the same word: unreplicable.
No, still not working. Our simulation AI's subconscious hostility level must spike in the 0.5 seconds before contact, it can't pass the monster's judgment.
The 37th biological signal simulation failed.
At the moment of the hug, adrenaline levels cannot be suppressed and are deemed predatory behavior.
Damn it, this is not psychology, it's metaphysics.
General MacArthur's face was darker than the bottom of a pot, he stared intensely at the blonde woman.
Prophet. You previously assured me that there is no human behavior pattern you cannot crack. But now? We have wasted a huge amount of human and financial resources, utilized the most elite analysis team, and you tell me we can't match a Dragon Kingdom civilian in hugging? Chapter 20, Cracked?
Christina ignored the general's roar, her pupils were flashing wildly with thousands of dismantled images. She had overturned all her previous conclusions. No, this was not simple sincerity that could explain it. Sincerity is a subjective emotion, while the game system is a cold program.
It must certainly follow some kind of quantifiable objective law.
She suddenly stood up and walked to a standalone touchscreen, her fingers moving rapidly over it. Overlay all the environmental energy fluctuation data from the 3 seconds before Yan Feng made contact with the Scarecrow, his EEG model, heart rate changes, and the grievance frequency band of the Scarecrow itself, all onto the same coordinate system.
But, Prophet, this data is completely unrelated. A technician hesitated. Just do it. Christina's voice was sharp and decisive. Soon, an incredibly chaotic waveform appeared on the screen.
Red EEG waves, blue heart rates, green environmental energy, and black waves representing the Scarecrow's grievance, chaotic like noise, were all tangled together, completely without pattern. To everyone, this looked like a pile of meaningless junk data.
But Christina seemed to have seen an oracle.
She reached out her trembling hand and drew a circle on the screen, encapsulating the moment Yan Feng opened his arms and took his first step.
Look here.
Her voice carried a kind of feverish and hoarse enthusiasm, as if discovering a new continent. From the moment he had the thought of embracing, a strange and unconventional resonance peak appeared in his EEG alpha band. The frequency of this resonance peak happens to match completely with a hidden fundamental frequency in the Scarecrow's grievance band. She suddenly magnified that area, where two curves that had seemed unrelated resonated like two strings of a musical instrument at that moment.
He wasn't performing sincerity, his talent of the hearts of all things allowed him to hear the core needs of the monster, and then, his brain unconsciously tuned his goodwill to the same frequency, emitting it out. This isn't an embrace. This is a precise signal docking. The action of embracing is merely the last ceremonial step after the signal docking is completed.
All our previous research was wrong, we only imitated the ceremony but completely didn't understand how to send that decryption signal. In the command center, there was a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this groundbreaking conclusion, feeling their scalps tingle.
General MacArthur breathed heavily, finally understanding. So, without this talent, one can never send the correct signal? Yes, General.
Christina turned around, her eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, revealing a calm cruelty. The Yan Feng mode fundamentally cannot be replicated.
But. She shifted her tone, although we cannot replicate the signal, we can publicize the ceremony. What do you mean?
I propose we immediately package our previously overturned, incorrect sincere embrace method as the ultimate strategy and publicly release it to the world. Christina curled her lips into a cold arc. The Dragon Nation treasures it like a baby, we will turn it into garbage that everyone can pick up.
This will weaken the Dragon Nation's advantage.
More importantly, countless foolish imitators will use their lives and national fortunes to help us test the consequences of this incorrect ceremony when facing higher-level monsters. They will become our stepping stones, our cannon fodder, clearing the path for Thor through all unknown traps. The fury in General MacArthur's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a sinister smile.
Prophet, you truly are a genius. Let's do it. Let them offer their humble lives for the great Eagle Sauce Nation.
Soon, a video titled The Gospel from the Prophet, Embracing, the Key to Survival spread virally across the global network. Once the secret was revealed, the elite players from various countries receiving instructions from the Return to the Void nightmare changed their tone drastically.
Sakura Country livestream. Baka. So the key is in the heart. Embrace with your heart. A player from Sakura Country cried with tears streaming down his face.
Rushed forward and hugged the Scarecrow, and surprisingly, it really worked.
Gall Chicken live room.
Oh my god. Pierre. Show the passion you had when pursuing Annie. Treat that Scarecrow like your lover. White Elephant Country Live Room. Drink this bowl of Ganges water. Let's use love to turn monsters into friends. The first few hundred players indeed tasted sweet success. You satisfied the voice of the level 1 vengeful Scarecrow and achieved an E-level rating. Reward: Dry, Fire-Resistant Straw X2, Fragrant Rice X1, Nightmare High Fiber Material X0.2, converted to reality automatically becomes 20 portions, level 1 equals 1% conversion rate, linked to current level percentage. You satisfied the voice of the level 2 Swamp Frog and achieved an E-level rating. Reward: Pure Frog Meat X1, Clear Spring Frogs Croak X1, Nightmare Level Active Biological Catalyst Enzyme X0.2 portions. Converted to reality automatically becomes 20 portions, level 1 equals 1% conversion rate, linked to current level percentage. These rewards, compared to Inflame Peak's frequent E-level perfect ratings and overwhelming supplies, shrank by countless times. But for those players struggling on the edge of death, 2 bundles of straw that could burn for an hour, rice enough to keep them from starving, and a small amount of national strategic resources were nothing short of a miracle. Congratulations! You have obtained national resources for your country. Fragmented Nightmare High-Toughness Plant Fiber X0.1, converted to reality automatically becomes 10 portions, level 1 equals 1% conversion rate, linked to current level percentage. It was this 0.1 portion of fragmented, almost negligible national resource that completely ignited the madness of imitators around the world. We succeeded. We can also obtain national resources. The Inflame Peak mode is real. The guide cracked by Eagle Sauce Country is real too. They knew well that what they had obtained was just leftovers from Dragon Country player Inflame Peak. But no matter what, it was much better than starving to death. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Once thousands of people started the hug and kill tactic, the rewards began to plummet sharply. No matter how sincere the later arrivals were, they could no longer produce even a hint of national resources, only scavenging survival supplies. This huge gap left countless players mentally unbalanced, their jealousy and resentment towards Dragon Country and Inflame Peak only increasing. And the real disaster descended in Gall Chicken Country poet player Let's Live Room. After successfully hugging more than a dozen scarecrows, Let's confidence soared. When he entered the dark forest and heard the piercing shriek of the level 3 nightmare creature Wailing Moth, he showed a compassionate expression. Listen, it's crying. It has lost its moon. He held a piece of glowing stone, walking gracefully towards the giant moth with a wingspan of nearly half a meter, reciting poetry aloud. Oh, lost spirit of the night. The enormous compound eyes of the wailing moth turned towards him, filled with uncontrollable anger and disgust. Shut up. Go away. My moon is never noisy. Buzz. A visible white sound wave, like an invisible wall, crashed into Let's instantly. Time seemed to slow down. Let's elegant smile froze suddenly. In the next moment, his head swelled silently without warning, then with a bang, it exploded into a brilliant and bloody red mist. The sky was filled with red and white fragments, splattering everywhere like raindrops. The cold global announcement rang through every survivor's mind. Gall Chicken Country player Let's, Pierre, Sophie killed by Wailing Moth, souls dissipated. Gall Chicken Country's national luck rating lowered, a massive landslide disaster erupted domestically. Globally, a deathly silence. Chapter 21, Eagle Sauce's Conspiracy. At this moment, the bullet screens of all live rooms eerily stopped. The thick scarlet mist, mixed with brain matter and skull fragments, exploded in that dark forest. It felt like an invisible heavy punch. It hit each audience member's chest hard, leaving them speechless in an instant. Silence. A dead silence. After more than 10 seconds, the global public channels exploded like a detonated powder keg. What the hell? What was that just now? What was that thing? Tomato sauce special effects? Special effects my ass. People. Heads exploded. Like watermelons. Ugh. I can't take it anymore, I'm about to throw up my lunch. Who the hell turned the live stream into a horror movie? What is the Chicken Nation up to? Wasn't it said to embrace transformation? How did they get themselves transformed to heaven? This wave of panic quickly fermented, evolving into an overwhelming anger, with the focus directly pointing at the Eagle Sauce Country that had previously released the strategy. Fuck. Eagle Sauce Country, you bunch of liars. I just realized this is your gospel of the prophet? I see it's the death god's invitation. Son of a bitch, didn't you know this trick doesn't work on nightmare monsters above level 2? Did you deliberately let us go to our deaths? My god, Pierre is dead too. They are all dead. No, we can't just let it go, Eagle Sauce Country must pay the price for this. Conspiracy. This is definitely a plot by Eagle Sauce Country. They want to use our lives to pave the way for their Thor. In stark contrast, the official live stream of Dragon Country.
After the initial shock, the comments shifted dramatically, turning into a carnival. Haha. I knew it. I knew it would be like this. This is killing me, did some fool really believe it? Imitating my flame god? At most, you get a little sweetness. Drawing a tiger but ending up with a dog. No, this isn't even a dog, it's at most a slimy worm. The guy in front, show some virtue, but I really couldn't help laughing loudly. The flame god's gift is voices of all things, it's a technical skill. These foreigners think anyone can get a loving hug to get tons of resources? Dream on. Brothers, think bigger. This wave is Eagle Sauce Country using a knife to kill, taking players from around the world as cannon fodder, their hearts are too dark. We Dragon Country are better, we prefer to play it safe rather than rallying others to take such deadly risks. In the Chicken Nation, at the southern foothills of the Alps, a quiet little town named St. Dingma. As night just fell, the town's residents had just finished dinner, enjoying the warmth and comfort by the fireplace. Suddenly, the earth trembled with a low, chilling shake. At first, people thought it was just an illusion. But soon, the tremors grew stronger, the windows buzzed, and the chandeliers swayed violently. It felt as if an ancient giant beast was waking beneath the earth, letting out a deep roar. What's happening? Is there an earthquake? Quick! Get outside. Panicking people rushed out of their homes, only to witness a scene they could never forget. In the distance, on the mountain ridge, under the cold moonlight, a giant black shadow was rushing down with unstoppable force, accompanied by a thunderous roar. That wasn't just a shadow, it was a mudslide made of thousands of tons of soil, rocks, and uprooted trees. Oh my god, an old man's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, his face filled with despair. The mudslide's speed was unimaginable, it devoured forests and crushed rocks, like a huge mouth that covered the sky, fiercely biting towards St. Martin town. There was no time to scream, no chance to escape. That earth-shattering power quickly engulfed the entire town, houses were easily crushed like building blocks. The cries of humanity were drowned out in the deafening roar, not even lasting a second. In the Chicken Nation, at the Élysée Palace. President Laurent had just finished a long meeting, holding a cup of coffee, standing by the window, gazing at the sparkling night scene of Paris. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and the secretary rushed in, pale-faced, with her tablet shaking in her hands. Mr. President. Something big has happened. A catastrophic disaster. Laurent furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "What's the panic? Speak clearly." Our satellite detected that in the southern mountain region, St. Dingma, Linian, and 7 other towns experienced an unprecedented catastrophic mudslide simultaneously 3 minutes ago. The entire town of St. Martin has already disappeared from the map. What? The coffee cup in Laurent's hand crashed to the floor, hot liquid splattering on his pants, but he didn't notice at all. Almost at the same time, an urgent communication came into the operations command room, the voice of a general filled with uncontrollable terror. Mr. President. Our dream players from Gallus, Jean, Pierre, Sophie, were killed by the level 3 nightmare monsters whales and have been confirmed dead. Our national fortune is declining. This led to the catastrophic mudslide disaster. Thinking of his people perishing and the countless losses increasing, Laurent's body began to tremble. He leaned against his desk, barely stabilizing the buzzing in his head. He remembered. Just minutes earlier, that cold global announcement. Every word in the announcement turned into the sharpest blades, viciously stabbing into his heart. It turned out to be, after the night of nightmares, yet another death sentence from the Grim Reaper. He once again personally experienced how terrifying the catastrophic consequences of a declining national fortune could be. The Eagle Country. Laurent's teeth ground together, his eyes bloodshot, like a completely enraged lion. It's the Eagle Country. It's their damn strategy. He slammed his fist down on the table and roared, "Connect to the emergency hotline of the 7 Pentagon. Immediately. Right now. I want that bastard Trump to give me an explanation." The call was quickly connected, and Trump's arrogant tone came through the receiver. "Oh, it's President Laurent, what's going on so late?" "Explain." Laurent almost shouted, spittle flying, "Trump. Your gospel of the prophet? Is this what you call your gospel? My 3 elite players are dead. My 7 towns have been destroyed. Tens of thousands of citizens buried alive. Is this what you call good news?" There was silence on the other end for a moment, and then Trump's unapologetic voice came through. "Mr. President, I'm sorry to hear that. But the strategy is public. How you use it is your own choice. Adventure and experimentation always come with a cost, don't they?" "A cost?" Laurent trembled with rage. "To use the lives of my Gallus citizens to pave the way for your Thor, is this what you call a cost? Please mind your words, Mr. Laurent, that's slander. Go to hell." Just as Laurent was about to completely tear off his usual elegant diplomatic facade and curse, he was pulled back by a member of his advisory team shaking his head. He immediately understood and changed his words. "Please send my regards to your lady."
He quickly hung up the phone. It was fortunate that he stopped himself just in time, avoiding the impulsive words that could provoke a war between the two countries, leaving behind recorded evidence. The military strength and nuclear capability of the Eagle country still ranked first in the world. He wasn't foolish enough to prepare for war. At most, he could mutter some complaints, and the Eagle country would not dare retaliate. The entire president's office was dead silent. Everyone stared at the president, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose chest heaved violently, too afraid to breathe. Chapter 22, Global Outcry. After a long time, Laurent finally issued a presidential order, his voice hoarse to the extreme. Activate the highest-level disaster emergency plan, spare no effort to rescue. Additionally, he paused, a flash of resolute fierceness crossed his eyes. Release the recording of our call with Trump to the whole world. I want everyone to see how ugly and malicious those self-proclaimed beacons of the world really are. The same scenes and disasters were unfolding in other medium and small countries. After all, great foolishness knows no borders. It's not just the land of the Gallic rooster. Fortunately, with the lesson learned from the previous example, those who wanted to blindly copy the strategy of the Eagle country quickly hit the brakes and did not continue to throw lives away. Eagle country, the Shield of Freedom Command Center. Looking at the dazzling cloud of blood on the screen, General MacArthur's lips slowly curled into a cruel arc. Just now, he had spoken with President Trump, receiving praise and recognition from him. Very good. He turned to his side, looking at Christina with undisguised admiration. Prophet, you are truly a genius. By using a wrong answer, you helped us filter out potential threats. At the same time, I knew that a country would step forward, but I didn't expect it to be the Gallic rooster first. The Gallic rooster used their precious national luck to verify the attack patterns of level 3 nightmare creatures, serving as test subjects, and this deal is incredibly worthwhile. After the president learned this news, he specifically called to praise your achievements. Christina showed no expression on her face, she simply calmly brought up the data model of the level 3 nightmare creature, the wailing moth. Report, General, the data has been confirmed. The core requirement of the wailing moth is silence. Any strong mental fluctuations will be deemed as noise and trigger sound wave attacks. Our embrace ritual theory will only hasten death before it. So, the way to clear the E-level rating is to remain quiet until the wailing moth finishes dancing. This conclusion has been sent to our Thor and other surviving elite team players. Her words were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, as if the lives lost were merely numbered samples consumed in an experiment. Very good. MacArthur leaned back in his chair, his eyes flashing with a morbid excitement. Christina, you understand me, I kind of admire you now. A proud and cruel smile hung on General MacArthur's lips. The praise from the president greatly satisfied his vanity. Just then, a blonde female assistant rushed in, her voice tinged with panic. General! The official channel of the Gallic Rooster is broadcasting global news. MacArthur waved his hand impatiently. What's the fuss? It's just a crying performance for their dead citizens, trying to gain sympathy, let them weep. No, it's not, General. The assistant's face was pale, trembling as she handed over the tablet. They have made public the recording of the call between President Trump and Longlow. MacArthur's smile instantly froze. On the command center's massive main screen, the image was forcibly switched. The most prestigious host of the Gallic Rooster stood in front of the camera, her eyes bloodshot. She did not look at the teleprompter, instead, she fixed an intense gaze filled with suppressed grief and anger on every person beyond the screen. Behind her was a contrasting image of St. Martin town before and after being completely engulfed by mudslides. One side showed a peaceful and serene home, while the other side presented a hell of devastation. Dear viewers, just half an hour ago, our country, our people, suffered yet another painful blow since the arrival of the nightmare game. Julian's voice was hoarse, but each word was clear. And the cause of all this comes from a gospel sent by the Eagle country. Now, let us listen to the voice behind this gospel. Is it the guidance of angels, or the whispers of demons? In the next moment, an audio clip was played. Trump's arrogant and frivolous tone spread through every corner of the command center through the sound system. Exploration and experimentation always come at a cost, don't they? Immediately following was President Longlow's desperate roar, cost? With the lives of my Gallic Rooster citizens. Go pave the way for your Thor, is this the cost you speak of? The recording suddenly came to a halt. The studio was silent. Julian slowly lifted her head, tears sliding down the wrinkles on her face. Cost. She chewed on the word, a bitterly chilling smile appearing on her face. President Chuanpu was not wrong, we indeed paid a price. 7 towns, tens of thousands of lives, and our 3 brave competitors. They are the so-called cost in the eyes of Eagle Sauce Nation. Her voice suddenly rose, like the cry of a cuckoo filled with blood, full of accusation. They packaged a wrong, deadly strategy as a savior's gospel, spreading it to the world. They watched our Gallic chicken compatriots walk towards the death trap full of hope, just to use our flesh and blood to validate their assumptions. This is not a strategy.
This is not an experiment. This is a thorough, deliberate, cold-blooded conspiracy and murder. Today, we make this recording public, not to seek sympathy, but to tell the world. Tell all those still believing in them. That so-called lighthouse has long been extinguished. Now occupying it is a group of butchers building their thrones with the bones of other nations. The live broadcast signal was cut off, but Julian's eyes, burning with rage and hatred, seemed to pierce through the screen, imprinting onto everyone's heart. The global network erupted. It exploded completely. Pickle Nation Forum, Shiba. Eagle Sauce Nation is a bunch of bastards. I thought they really cracked the strategy. So kind-hearted, it turns out they were waiting for us. Good thing our people were slow to act. White Elephant Nation Forum, oh my god. This is scarier than nightmare monsters. Monsters kill out of instinct, while Eagle Sauce Nation they are enjoying the process. Maple Leaf Nation Forum, we must re-evaluate our ally relationship with Eagle Sauce Nation. Today it could be the Gallic chicken, tomorrow it might be us. A wave of anger swept across every country's network. Countless people who once felt close to Eagle Sauce Nation now felt a bone-chilling cold and the fury of being deceived. In Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, the bullet comments showed a completely different style. Ha ha ha. So refreshing. Too refreshing. Serves you right for being a bootlicker. Now you've been backstabbed by your master, huh? Upstairs, accumulate some virtue. But, well done. This is the real-life version of the farmer and the snake. Well now, Eagle Sauce Nation's international reputation has been wiped to zero overnight. Still, our Dragon Nation is steady, never believing in the nonsense from those Anglo-Saxon bandits. We have the Flame God. All this comes from our Flame God. The Flame God has become successful, even Eagle Sauce Nation is conducting specific research on him. Of course, let's not forget who was the first to clear the E-level score, it was our dragon people. Follow the Flame God, and you'll have food and drink for all. Faced with the overwhelming criticism and questioning from the global network, Eagle Sauce Nation's White House urgently held a press conference. Eagle Sauce Nation's President Chuanpu adjusted his iconic red tie and stepped into the spotlight, forcing a pained yet sincere expression on his face. My friends, about the immense misfortune faced by Gallic Chicken Nation, I, along with all the people of Eagle Sauce Nation, feel profound sorrow. This is a terrible tragedy. His voice echoed through the microphone worldwide, his tone heavy, as if he truly felt deeply. The recording circulating online is a malicious distortion of my good intentions. We share strategies out of humanitarian spirit, hoping to help more elite representatives from various countries struggling to survive in nightmares. We want to help. He spread his hands, presenting himself as an innocent victim. As for the cost I mentioned, exploring the unknown has never been smooth sailing. Those sacrificed warriors are the heroes of all humanity. Their sacrifice is not for our use, but to light the path for those who come after. To slander this sacrifice as a conspiracy is the greatest insult to the pioneers. This passionate and stirring speech, however, only earned more intense ridicule from internet users worldwide. Dragon Country netizens' comments. Here it comes. The annual Best Blame Shifting Conference. Translated, I feel sorry for the dead, but I won't take the blame. The strategy was given by me, but you all died stupidly. What an acting performance. It's a shame he doesn't go to Hollywood, I'm almost convinced. Gaul Nation Forum. Fraud. Shameless butcher. Every word he says is stained with the blood of our compatriots. What heroes. My brother was just an ordinary person trying to survive. Not a stepping stone for your Eagle Sauce country. Chuanpu's refutation not only failed to calm the anger but poured gasoline onto the flames, causing Eagle Sauce Country's international reputation to drop again. Sakura Country Network. Unlike the furious denunciations from other countries, the online discourse in Sakura Country appeared quite bizarre. The people of Gaul Nation are so foolish. President Chuanpu was right, exploration requires a cost. Exactly, the strategy is dead, but people are alive. Knowing it's a level 3 monster, yet using level 2 skills to die, who can we blame? Our Yamato Nation's elites are much more cautious than they are. We must always believe in and follow the great Eagle Sauce Country. That's right. Don't let the whales of losers shake our ally relationship. While the world was in chaos because of Eagle Sauce Country's antics, and international relations were playing out like an even more thrilling drama than primetime television. The instigator of this chain reaction, Yan Feng, was currently squatting by the edge of a swamp, disdainfully poking at the somewhat hard mud beneath his feet. TSK, the texture is so uneven. Outside, the floods were raging, but he was completely unaware, focused solely on how to cook a delicious meal. Agricultural needs come first, the biggest deal is to eat. But without a proper pot, even the finest delicacies would only leave him staring in vain. He couldn't tolerate that. He couldn't just bite into uncooked rice, could he? He had to find a pot to steam it.
Around him, the swamp air was filled with a strange mix of decaying plants and a fishy smell, giving him a headache. Yan Feng carefully avoided the puddles bubbling with strange air, using a stick he picked up to dig for darker, denser clay. This clay was the basis for making pottery and one of the core materials for his cooking pot.
Dragon Country official livestream. What? I'm not seeing things, right? What is Yenshin doing? Playing with mud? The perspective is too small. This is called returning to simplicity, experiencing life. You don't understand a thing.
Come on, I just left the Gaul Nation's memorial livestream, where people were crying heart-wrenchingly, and here we have Yenshin digging mud. What a damn contrast.
Is there a possibility that Yenshin is doing some hidden task? Like seeking a mysterious treasure in the depths of the swamp? Treasure?
I think he wants to make a beggar's chicken.
Look at his technique, it's so professional.
The audience debated fervently, and the experts from the Dream Control Bureau were equally puzzled upon seeing it.
What is he doing?
Lin Jinghua frowned, unable to understand Yan Feng's actions. He had just been angry about Eagle Sauce Country's shameless behavior, and now the screen showed his country's ace contestant diving into handmade pottery. Judging from the color and texture of the soil, this should be clay-rich and kaolinite. Academician Shanweigwa pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting data streams. In theory, it's excellent material for making beginner pottery, one commonly used refractory material, with fire resistance greater than 1580 degrees Celsius.
However, what I don't understand is, what is he trying to make? No one could answer.
Yan Feng dug enough clay, wrapped it in several large leaves, packed it into his backpack in the system space, and then patted the mud off his hands.
All done.
He opened the synthesis interface and dragged the clay and the previously obtained straw heart, stone, into it.
Synthesis recipe in progress.
Core material detected, straw heart, stone, X8. Shaping material detected, clay rich and kaolin, large amount. Synthesis target simple stone pot requires insufficient core materials, needs straw heart, stone, X10.
Damn. 2 more to go.
Yan Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit annoyed. This meant he had to go back to farm for those few scarecrows. Although there was no danger, running back and forth wasted time. No choice, for the pot, he had to run again. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw Yan Feng step forward towards the original Scarecrow refresh area, the bullet screen exploded again.
What the hell? Going back? What is Flame God trying to do? I'm familiar with this operation. Playing a game and forgetting to complete a quest, running back to find the village chief, right? No, this game doesn't have a village chief. Stop it, haven't you noticed? Flame God is going to farm level 1 monsters. A big shot who is already level 4, going back to farm level 1 monsters, what for? I got it. It's for feelings. He has developed feelings for the scarecrows, going back for a family visit. What the hell family visit? You visit family and give people a bear hug, then dig their heart out? Amidst the joyful teasing, Yan Feng arrived at his destination.
The few lonely scarecrows still wore their straw hats, swaying in the wind. Yan Feng was already familiar with the process. Without saying a word, he opened his arms and gave one of them a solid hug.
The movement was smooth and flowing, completed in one go.
That action was so skilled it made one feel heartbroken. You satisfied the level 1 grievance scarecrow's voice, achieving E-level perfect evaluation. Reward obtained, dry, flame-resistant straw X2, fragrant rice X1, straw heart, stone, X1. Just as he was about to hug the next one, a golden prompt box suddenly popped up. Chapter 24, Successfully Synthesized 2 Pots. Global Unique Achievement Voice Pioneer Exclusive Prompt. Due to a large number of players worldwide imitating the hugging behavior of grievance scarecrows, this nightmare creature's grievance core has adapted. To maintain the ecological balance of nightmares, the drop rate of straw heart, stone, has been adjusted from 100% E-level evaluation to 20% E-level evaluation. As the first player to complete the game, your exclusive drop rate will be permanently locked at 100%, unaffected by this rule, and can be authorized to your teammates, with a maximum of 100 slots. Yan Feng froze for a moment, then the corner of his mouth curved into a subtle arc.
So that's how it is.
It turned out that his actions had indeed caught people's attention.
It was probably because there were too many imitators that the monster's drop rate was reduced? What is this called? Internal competition killing oneself? TSK, what a sad story. He expressed sympathy verbally, but his heart was bursting with joy. Now, this resource point was basically monopolized by him. Others struggled to hug 5 times, and still might not get one, but he hugged once and got one for sure, with a guaranteed 100% drop rate. This feeling was like having a VIP exclusive channel, watching people outside squeeze and fight to line up, and still might not get a spot. In a good mood, he walked towards the second scarecrow, following the same standardized process. Reward obtained, dry, flame-resistant straw x2, fragrant rice x1, straw heart, stone, x1. With 10 stones, all done. Yan Feng clapped his hands, feeling satisfied and ready to leave. However, this series of actions was clearly recorded in the live broadcast, causing a small sensation in the official and unofficial channels of Long Nation. Because almost at the same time he obtained the second straw heart stone, in the live broadcast rooms of other elite players imitating him from Long Nation, there came a chorus of wails. Report. Team 073's player Zhan Long. After hugging the Scarecrow 3 times, all he got was straw and rice, but no core stone. Report. National team player Zhao Qian, number 112, has hugged it for the 5th time. Still no stone. She is almost hugging that Scarecrow into a pulp. What is going on? It's bad enough that our national fortune materials are shrinking, but why are the stones also short? At the Dream Command Center, Lin Jinghua suddenly stood up. Data comparison. The technician quickly brought up the data comparison chart, one side showing Yan Feng's clean and neat 2 hugs, both with a 100% drop rate. On the other side, dozens of elite players from Long Country had hugged a total of more than 50 times, with only 9 drops of the heart of straw. Overall drop rate, close to 20%. This all the experts gasped in shock. Professor Bai Qiming thought for a long time and was the first to react. His voice trembled with disbelief. I speculate, this might be the Pioneer's bonus. It's the first completion reward. He pointed at Yan Feng, who was leisurely walking away on the screen, excitedly explaining, the system likely determines that Yan Feng is the first player to clear this monster in the correct way, so it granted him a permanent 100% drop rate privilege. And all the later players, all the imitators, can only enjoy the weakened shrink drop rate. This is no longer just a simple lead. General Zhang Lai tightly clenched his fist. This is a crushing blow on a rules level. Yan Feng has locked in an absolute advantage channel for our Long Country to secure resources. It's something players from other countries, including our own, cannot achieve. What a pity, he was randomly chosen by the system, and we currently cannot contact him. If only he were a national team player, but we must respect his wishes and get his consent. My god, academician Shen Weiguo looked at that small stone as if he saw a mountain of gold. Does this mean that as long as Yan Feng is willing, we can have a steady supply of the cheapest heart of straw? Since this can be synthesized into a cooking pot, our national team can escape the barbarian-style way of survival. Who knows, they might even have other uses. Its value is immeasurable. After a brief silence, the live chat room erupted. Wow! Can it be played like this? Is Yen God using an official cheat? I'm dying of laughter. Other countries are still fighting over a 20% drop rate, and our Yen God can already wholesale graduation certificates. Please, stop cursing the Eagle Sauce country. I'm really afraid they'll make Yen God laugh too much. I now declare, Yan Feng, YYDS. Who agrees, who disagrees? What's the point of opposing? Didn't you see that even the game system is on our Yen God's side? With the stone secured, Yan Feng felt quite satisfied. The cooking pot he dreamed of seemed to be beckoning him. He opened the synthesis interface, dragging clay and 10 pieces of heart of straw, stone, into it all at once. Synthesis recipe confirmed. Core material, heart of straw, stone, x10. Shaping material, clay rich in kaolinite, large amount. Expected synthesis product, fireproof stone pot, rough, ×2. Do you confirm the synthesis? Confirm. With a thought, the materials in his backpack disappeared, and a pot that looked gray and clumsily made like a preschool craft appeared in the system space. Although ugly, it was usable. Yan Feng could already imagine how fragrant and soft the rice cooked in this pot would be. He cheerfully took out a handful of fragrant rice, and was ready to find a water source to wash the rice and start a fire, but his movements suddenly froze. A soul-piercing question popped into his mind. He had rice, but what about the vegetables? Even if he didn't have vegetables, eating plain rice was fine, but what about salt? Without salt, everything tastes bland and flavorless. For someone with a bit of pursuit for quality of life, this was torture. No way, he must get salt. Once this thought took root, it grew wildly like wild grass. No longer able to hold back. He took a few steps in place and cast his gaze towards the Scarecrow he had just embraced not far away. An idea struck him, and he activated his talent again, voices of all things. Mind 1. A familiar whisper echoed in his mind, so warm don't wanna move. Yan Feng gently prompted in his heart, brother, do you know where there are salty, white, small particles? The Scarecrow's heart voice remained unfazed, being held so comfortable. Yan Feng. He slapped his forehead, feeling utterly foolish. Discussing taste with something that doesn't even have a mouth and lives on resentment, isn't that like talking to a wall? Is it the cow's problem? Or is it my problem? Wrong thought process, I need to change targets. He gave up on the Scarecrow and turned to walk towards the swamp. Level 2 swamp frog, has a mouth, eats things, should have some concept of taste, right? Chapter 25, The Price of Appetite. Dragon Kingdom official live broadcast. A pot. It's a pot. I see it. The flame god made a pot. Wow, it really is handmade pottery. From digging mud to firing, imaginatively, all in one go. This hands-on ability, love it, love it. Aren't you guys focusing on the wrong thing? All the elite players in the world are still struggling for survival, while the flame god is already preparing to enter an agricultural civilization, moving towards a better life. This is not just a version ahead, it's an entire era ahead. Stop bragging up there, look, he's walking back. What is he going to do? Did he forget something again? No, he's heading back to that swamp. He's going to farm level 2 monsters. Yay! Finally getting serious. Tired of loving cuddles, time for something exciting. The audience became excited, and the experts from the Dream Control Department perked up. Yan Feng's actions were always unexpected but seemed to hold some deep meaning. What kind of tricks did he want to pull from that mud-like frog this time? Yan Feng arrived at the foul-smelling swamp, not rushing in but crouching on a dry rock and activating his talent from a distance. Mind 1. The swamp frog's heart voice came through in broken sentences, so thirsty, throat, hurts, clean water, want a drink. Aside from that, it expressed cravings for mosquitoes and flying insects. Yan Feng sighed in his heart. Sure enough, for a frog with a nearly rotting throat, its world only consisted of the instincts of quenching thirst and filling its belly, with no concept of delicious. This path was blocked again. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and gazed into the distant forest. Level 1 Scarecrow, no taste. Level 2 Swamp Frog, lacks taste. Level 3 Wailing Moth. Yan Feng silently crossed it off in his mind. A creature that lives by absorbing the essence of moonlight, you talk to it about salt? If it didn't mentally pollute you, it would be polite. Now, excluding all impossibilities, what remains, no matter how absurd, is the only possibility. Level 4, Gluttonous Wild Boar. That guy, as big as a cow, with protruding tusks, is obviously a foodie. And it's an omnivorous beast, wanting to taste everything. Its taste system must be more developed than the previous ones. It must know the clues about salt. Determined, Yan Feng stepped forward, walking deep into the forest. However, his decision stirred up a storm in the global live broadcast room. Dragon Kingdom official live broadcast. What the hell? Did I see that right? He jumped over the level 3 monster area, directly heading to the level 4 monster spot? It's over, it's over. The gluttonous wild boar is best at violence, and the flame god has no combat experience. This wave might be too reckless. Everyone quiet down. Have you forgotten what the flame god's talent is? Maybe he can exploit a bug. Upstairs, your idea of exploiting a bug is to face tank a level 4 monster's violent charge, right? That thing is like a bulldozer, one hit and you're done. Don't panic. Trust the flame god, he must have a deep meaning. Do you see his steps, steady like an old dog? Does it look like he's going to die? The moment he stepped into the forest, the lights suddenly dimmed. The towering trees, their branches intertwined, formed an impenetrable canopy, slicing the sunlight into fragmented pieces. A heavy scent of decaying leaves and damp earth filled the air, bringing a dull chill as it entered his lungs. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of his feet crunching on the dry branches and fallen leaves, amplified infinitely in the silence. Yan Feng stopped, listening intently. No birds sang, no insects chirped, not even the wind could be heard. It was an ominous silence, as if all life had gone quiet in anticipation of the arrival of a top predator. He stored the 2 newly crafted fireproof stone pots into his system backpack, his eyes sharpening. This was the territory of level 4 nightmare creatures. Sure enough, after only a short walk, he saw the first shocking sign. A massive tree, large enough for 2 people to hug, had been snapped in half, the broken wood splintering and flying in all directions, a horrifying sight. On the ground, a series of hoofprints, as wide as bowls and deeply embedded in the mud, were scattered about. The soil around each print had cracked open from the immense force. Yan Feng crouched down, measuring the depth of the hoofprints with his fingers, forming a rough judgment in his mind. The weight of this thing was probably pushing close to a ton. As he ventured deeper, the sight grew more terrifying. A beast's corpse, unrecognizable, was carelessly tossed in the bushes, its flesh mangled, bones shattered, as if it had been run over by a speeding truck. Dragon Country official live broadcast. Hiss. Something's off about the atmosphere in this forest, it's giving me chills. Ahead, you're talking about chills? I can feel it on my scalp. This place is too cursed. Flame god, hugging a wild boar won't help. Look at that broken tree. That boar must have mastered iron head skill. A collision with that, and you'd be turned into mush. It's over, it's over. This time, Flame God's gonna mess up. Shut up. Quiet down. Trust Flame God.
He must have his own plan. Look at his face, is there even a hint of fear? He's as calm as ever.
In the Dream Control Command Center, the atmosphere was at its most tense.
What is he doing?
Lin Jinggua's fingers pounded heavily on the table, his brow furrowing deeply.
He's planning to face a level 4 nightmare creature head-on? Even if his talent is special, that thing is a pure powerhouse, and your hugs and coaxing won't work. Commander, should we send him an emergency communication? A nervous analyst suggested. Warn him? How do we warn him?
General Zhang Lai's voice was deep.
We don't have permission to talk to him. And I trust him.
Look at his steps, his attention to detail.
This is not something a reckless person would do.
Every step he takes, he's watching out for his surroundings.
This is caution engraved in his bones. Is he really just a commoner?
Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses and stared at the screen, his eyes locked on it.
What I'm more curious about is why he's here. Just to get some salt to satisfy his appetite? Is he willing to risk his life to challenge a level 4 powerhouse? I don't get his reasoning at all.
While everyone was talking, Yan Feng in the live broadcast suddenly stopped in his tracks.
He slowly lifted his head, his gaze fixed on a dense thicket ahead. Boom, rumble, rumble.
The ground began to tremble slightly, as if thousands of troops were charging from afar.
The sound grew louder, more violent, getting closer and closer. The next second. Humph. A deafening roar exploded. The thicket ahead shattered in an instant, splintering wood and grass juice flying everywhere. A massive beast, the size of a young calf, came charging out, accompanied by a stinking gale, bursting forth with a terrifying speed. Chapter 26, Basic Petrification Skill. Its entire body was covered in dirty, tangled black mane. The roots stood upside down, like steel needles. Blood-red eyes locked fiercely on Yan Feng, with unidentifiable chunks of flesh and saliva hanging from its outwardly curved fangs, and the liquid dripping from its mouth corroded the ground, producing a hissing white smoke. A level 4 nightmare creature, the gluttonous wild boar. At this moment, the global live streaming room completely exploded. Wow! It's here! It really came! My god! This thing is too big. This is not a wild boar, it's clearly a light tank. Eagle Sauce Country audience, oh, god! This Dragon Country person is doomed. Lord Thor said that the only way to deal with such monsters is to destroy them with greater strength. Sakura Country audience, baka. Look! It's about to charge. Everything is over.
The gluttonous wild boar didn't give anyone time to react, it kicked off with its hind hooves.
Its massive body transformed into a black shadow, charging wildly toward Yan Feng with an unstoppable momentum.
The ground cried out under its tread, the air was ripped apart by its speed, producing a sharp whistle.
Those two sharp fangs, like knives, pointed directly at Yan Feng's heart. Everyone held their breath, their hearts lifted into their throats.
To them, facing such a devastating collision, the only outcome would be to be smashed into an unrecognizable pile of flesh and blood. However, in the picture, Yan Feng made a move that left everyone's minds blank. He did not dodge at all, not even changing his posture, simply slowly raised his right hand. Toward the charging steel behemoth, he gently spread his 5 fingers. As if to say, stop. In the Dragon Country official live room, the bullet screen was immediately flooded with, and it's over. In the Dream Control Command Center, Lin Jingwa suddenly stood up from his chair, eyes bulging. Just as the sharp fangs were less than half a meter from Yan Feng's chest, even able to see the blood on them in that instant. Yan Feng's lips moved silently.
Mental -1. Beginner petrification technique, activate. Buzz. An invisible wave radiated from Yan Feng, instantly spreading outwards. Time seemed to be pressed on the pause button at that moment.
The frenzied charging gluttonous wild boar, along with the smoke and splashing grass it stirred up, all froze in that instant. It maintained its charging posture, one front hoof raised, its face ferocious, with fangs gleaming coldly. All motion became an eternal stillness, turning into a vivid gray statue full of violent beauty. The whole world was deathly silent. In the live streaming room, after a full 3 seconds of absolute silence, the bullet screen erupted like a volcanic eruption.
Wow! What did I just see? Time stopped? No. It's petrification. He used the beginner petrification technique he learned from the Scarecrow to turn that pig into stone. How is this possible? A level 1 monster's skill can hold down a level 4 monster? Upstairs, this is not a joke, this is reality. Yan God has redefined reality. What's with the dump truck?
In front of Yan God, you are just a cement block, poured right on the spot. In the Dragon Country official live room, after experiencing 3 seconds of silence, the bullet screen erupted in a nearly frenzied manner. Every word revealed the audience's ultimate shock and joy after their worldview was shattered. Meanwhile, in other countries' live rooms, the atmosphere was completely different.
Eagle Sauce Country Forum, what? This must be a mistake. It's a game bug. How can a low-level skill have such power? Sakura Country Forum, baka. This is a desecration of the rules. How did he do this? This defies logic. Gull Rooster Country Forum, oh my god, if our players had this ability, they wouldn't. Dream Control Command Center. This is... Lin Jing was pupils constricted, staring intensely at the lifelike statue of the wild boar on the screen, his voice dry. All the experts and analysts behind him were all frozen like they had been hit by a spell. With mouths agape, they forgot to breathe. It's the petrification spell. Professor Bai Qiming was the first to break the silence, slapping his thigh so hard that his glasses nearly flew off, his voice shaking slightly with excitement. It's the Scarecrow's basic petrification spell. He not only learned it, he actually used it. That's impossible. A young analyst instinctively retorted, how can a basic skill from a level 1 monster work on a level 4 monster? Don't forget, this basic petrification spell can only be used when a player's level reaches 3. General Zhang Lai suddenly recalled something, his voice deep and powerful. Haven't you all realized yet? Yan Feng, he never intended to challenge it. He pointed his finger, gesturing at the screen in the air. What is the characteristic of the gluttonous wild boar? It's strength. It's charging. It's pure physical destruction. It may have high defenses and thick health, but has it ever guarded against petrification? From the very beginning, Yan Feng never planned to compete with it in strength, in health. He utilized the thinking blind spots of all of us. We all thought that fighting was AABB, a brute force clash. But he showed us that fighting can also be Control plus C, Control plus V. Professor Bai Qiming excitedly took over, exactly. This is a dimensional strike that sees through the rules. The function description of basic petrification spell is force petrification for 1 minute, but it never said it was ineffective against higher level monsters. This shows that it is a rule determination type skill, not a damage determination skill. As long as the opponent does not have specific petrification immunity, this rule will keep working. Academician Xian Weigua adjusted his glasses, mumbling to himself, a level 1 skill, consuming 1 point of mental power, can immobilize a level 4 strength type monster's actions. This return on investment is simply impossible to calculate. He isn't fighting, it's like he's conducting research with his brain. At that moment, everyone in the command center looked at Yan Feng with completely changed expressions. Yan Feng did not know what kind of waves his skill had stirred outside. He merely looked calmly at the wild boar in front of him. The petrified wild boar, with each bristle and every muscle texture, was clear to see, filled with a violent sense of motion. He stepped forward and gently tapped on the wild boar's cold, hard tusks with his finger. Clang! It made a crisp sound like stone colliding. Very solid. He nodded in satisfaction and then activated his talent, Voices of All Things. Mental -1. A chaotic and brutal fragment of thoughts surged into his mind. Hungry, so hungry. I want to eat everything, I can eat anything. Yan Feng patiently sifted through the useless information, as if searching for key code among a pile of garbled text. Suddenly, he captured a weak segment of thought, seemingly filled with disgust. Northwest, the water over there salty, so salty undrinkable. That's it. A subtle arc appeared at the corner of Yan Feng's mouth. He withdrew his hand, not even giving the wild boar another glance. Kill it? Violently killing it, F-rated score, dropping some rough beast meat and broken tusks? Not interested. His goal this time, from start to finish, was only 1 assault. Now that he had the clue, this boar had temporarily lost its most urgent value to him. Under the dumbfounded gaze of audiences worldwide, Yan Feng clapped his hands, turned around, and walked decisively toward the northwest, without looking back. Leaving behind a wild boar statue in a running posture, silently waiting for the petrification effect to end in the forest. Dragon Country official livestream. He just left? He left just like that? Damn. Finish it off. Yan Shun. At least go up and give it a punch. What if it drops gear? Killing a pig without stabbing it, you are the second uncle of Pig Beiji, just doing useless things. You don't understand anything. This is called strategic blanking. Yenshin is telling that pig, I can petrify you once, I can petrify you a second time. Think wisely. Perspective. Family. This is the vision. The Flame God's goal is not simply these low-level monsters, he has grander plans. The audience went wild with imagination, while the experts from the Dreamtown division, after a brief shock, fell into deeper contemplation. Professor Bai Qiming looked at Yan Feng's departing figure and said softly, is he really just looking for salt? No one could answer. This man's logic of action had completely surpassed their understanding. As he moved deeper into the northwestern forest, the environment grew eerily sinister. The forest that had once allowed some sunlight was now completely shrouded by a thick, dark canopy. In the air, amidst the rotten vegetable odors, there was a faint salty smell, along with a hint of blood. Yan Feng walked lightly, carefully observing his surroundings. The ground was covered with ever thicker dead branches and leaves, enough to rise to his ankles with each step. Suddenly, he stopped and crouched down.
Chapter 27, Finding the Salt Mine Lake.
In front of him, half buried in a pile of fallen leaves, lay a chilling white skeleton. From the shape of the bones, it appeared to be a type of large deer, however, its ribs displayed a bizarre spiral break, as if something had violently twisted it apart. Yan Feng frowned and continued to move forward. Not long after, he saw a second corpse. This one was a creature resembling a giant lizard, its body brutally cut open. Its insides were completely removed, leaving behind only an empty cavity, the edges of the wound remarkably smooth, as if cut by an extremely sharp blade. Crack! A slight unusual sound came from above. Yan Feng looked up sharply. He saw a large shadow hanging from a thick branch. It seemed to sense Yan Feng's gaze, quickly retreating back into the dense leaves, disappearing from sight.
The entire process was so fast it made one think it was an illusion.
Official live stream of Long Country.
What the heck was that just now? That scared me. It seemed like something was on the tree. This place is too cursed, right? It feels even more dangerous than the territory of the gluttonous boar. Flame God, how about we go back? We can still live without salt. Eating plain rice is good enough. Don't be chicken. Fortune comes from danger. I believe the Flame God can definitely handle it.
Yan Feng ignored the prying presence above and simply quickened his pace. The salty smell in the air grew stronger. After passing through a thicket of thorns, an open scene appeared before him. A small lake came into view. The water was not a clear blue, but rather a murky milky white. On the ground by the lake, a layer of white crystals covered the surface, shimmering faintly in the dim light. Yan Feng stepped closer, crouched down, picked up a bit of the white crystal, and tasted it on his tongue. A pure and direct salty flavor exploded on his taste buds. In the real world, Long Country. Our news reports that the fourth batch of players from our country, Shinong, has brought back a national strategic resource, Nightmare Dragon Ridge rice and Nightmare Dragon Ridge corn, at the cost of life, which has now officially declared failure after multiple rounds of scientific cultivation. The scene switched to Long Country's top-tier 03 agricultural science cultivation base, in an aseptic laboratory representing the peak of agricultural technology in Long Country. The camera focused on an elderly scientist with white hair. He was wearing thick reading glasses and nearly bent over the holographic microscope. His hands trembled slightly as he looked at the last few seeds in the petri dish. His murky old eyes were filled with bloodshot veins and unmistakable despair. According to hints from previous batches in the Nightmare world, this rice can grow in the most barren land, yielding 10,000 pounds per acre. It is our hope for the future of agriculture in Long Country.
We have tried every method, adjusted all parameters: light, humidity, trace elements, cannot nurture it to sprout.
The old scientist's voice was hoarse, as if he were speaking to the entire nation, or perhaps just talking to himself. It is precisely because these two crops require nutrition and catalysts that are too special, which our current agricultural technology cannot satisfy. Without a miracle, our country will completely lose all seeds of the Nightmare Dragon Ridge rice and corn within a month.
In an instant, the comment section, which had just been filled with a joyful atmosphere, fell into a deep silence.
Before the public could regain their composure from this news, he took off his glasses and wiped his eyes with his rough hand. Unfortunately, these two crops require nutrition and catalysts that are too special, which our current agricultural technology cannot accommodate. Without a miracle, our country will completely lose all seeds of Nightmare Dragon Ridge rice and Dream Descendant Dragon Ridge corn within a month. At that time, we will lose all the fortune brought by these two national resources. Once again, the comment section, which had just been lively due to Yan Feng, fell into dead silence. It was a suffocating silence. Before the public could process this heavy news, the second news followed, coming from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The spokesperson's expression was serious, and every word struck hard. The Sakura country has, disregarding our repeated solemn warnings, established a temporary training camp on our sovereign territory, Diaoyu Island, attempting to seize the national fortune resource randomly deployed on the island, Crimson Flame Fusion Ord. This surveying was obtained before the fall of the fourth batch of S-Class Chosen Ones and was randomly deployed inside the volcano of Diaoyu Island upon return to reality. The spokesperson paused, the tone becoming even heavier. Our collecting team, due to the entrance size, can only allow human passage, and the protective gear cannot withstand the surface temperature of 48 degrees Celsius, along with the even hotter and harsher environment inside the volcano. 3 landing operations have all ended in failure, with several soldiers suffering from severe heatstroke and dehydration, requiring urgent evacuation. These two pieces of news were like heavy hammers, smashing hard into the hearts of every Dragon Country citizen. The bullet screen in the Dragon Country official live broadcast room froze for a moment, then was instantly drowned in endless anger and frustration.
Damn it! Those short little guys from Sakura Country again. This group of dogs is hellbent on our demise. Our soldiers are suffering from heat stroke and dehydration while they want to steal our things? This is too much. The hope for agriculture is gone. What do we do? After the nightmare descends, what will happen to our food? I'm so damn angry. It feels like my chest is blocked. The flame god fights in front while we can't even protect our home behind. Enough noise. Everyone be quiet. Let me think. The scene returns to Yan Feng's side. He knew nothing about everything happening outside. At this moment, he was squatting by a milky white lake. The salty, humid smell in the air, mixed with a faint hint of blood and decay, invaded his nostrils. He picked up a bit of the white crystalline substance from the ground by the lake, extending his tongue to gently lick it. A pure and overpowering salty taste burst open on his taste buds. This is the taste. Yan Feng's eyes lit up. With salt, there is flavor. With flavor, eating is not just survival, it's called life. He stood up, dusting off the crystal fragments from his hands, in a great mood. The audience in the livestream, after the oppression brought by the news, also felt as if they were instantly healed upon seeing Yan Feng's long-lost smile. Found it. Salt. It's salt. Heaven won't let our dragon country perish. What kind of divine luck is this from the flame god? What we lack comes to us. Haha, who just said to be quiet? Now we can get wild. While the eagle country is still gnawing on tree bark, our flame god has already started researching seasonings. This is Michelin 3-star versus roadside stall. In the Dream Command Center, the oppressive atmosphere also relaxed a bit. Natural Salt Lake. Academician Xian Weigua adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining. If we can stabilize this and withdraw it to the real world, its value is immeasurable. We can not only solve the problem of edible salt, but also provide a huge supplement for industrial salt. Yan Feng didn't think much about it. His only current thought was to quickly turn these rough salt crystals into edible fine salt. He opened the synthesis interface, ready to put these crystals and some filtering materials inside. At that moment, squeak, squeak. A furry little squirrel sprang out from the nearby woods. It dragged a fluffy big tail, and its black bean-like eyes curiously looked at Yan Feng, as if it had no wariness towards this outsider. Level 0 Ornamental Nightmare Creature, Forest Squirrel. Harmless. Yan Feng took a glance and didn't pay much attention. The little squirrel tilted its head to look at him for a moment, then went to the lakeside by itself. Lowered its little head, stuck out its pink tongue and began to drink the milky white lake water. The viewers in the live stream were instantly melted by this scene. Wow! What a cute little squirrel! Yan God, don't move! Let it drink! What a harmonious picture! All things have spirits, I love it! Yan Feng also found this scene quite interesting, slowing his movements and watching with interest. However, in the next second, a change suddenly occurred. The little squirrel, after drinking just 2 sips of water, suddenly stiffened. Following that, its entire body's fur stood on end, and its body began to convulse violently, limbs uncontrollably kicking around and leaving scratches on the ground. Squeak screech. A cry, unlike any living creature, squeezed out from its throat. Then, under the terrified gaze of the global audience, 2 drops black blood surged out from its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears simultaneously. Its body started to dissolve and rot at a visible speed as if injected with strong acid. Fur fell off, flesh melted, and bones softened. In less than 5 seconds. That little squirrel, which had just been lively and cute a second ago, completely turned into a puddle of black pus, emitting white smoke and a strong foul scent. Sizzle. The pus corroded the ground, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. The whole world fell into a deathly silence. The live stream comments disappeared. Everyone felt as if they were being choked by their own throats, unable to utter a word. The smile on Yan Feng's face had frozen. He stood still, feeling a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Just now he almost reached down to scoop up the lake water. If he hadn't thought to purify it first, if that squirrel hadn't appeared suddenly. He didn't dare to think any further. This was not a godsend resource point at all. This is a deadly trap, wrapped in the guise of salt and covered in deadly poison. After a silence lasting more than 10 seconds, the live stream erupted like an exploded oil pan, instantly boiling. What did I just see? Ugh! I can't take it. I'm about to vomit my dinner. That squirrel's death scene was too disgusting. My God! What kind of poison is that? It's too domineering. It turned into a puddle of pus just like that? I take back what I said about it being cute. My sanity is dropping like crazy. This game is too hellish. Yan God! Run! This place is highly poisonous. Dream Control Command Center. Poison. Highly poisonous. Professor Bai Chiming's voice trembled with a hint of fear. This lake water looks natural and harmless, but I never expected it to contain deadly poison. I was wrong. Not a salt lake, it's a poison lake. Academician Xian Weigua murmured, his eyes filled with disappointment and terror. The return to the abyss nightmare, there truly is no free lunch. Behind every gift lies a deadly cost. General Zhang Li's fists cracked loudly. What a naturally formed trap. It first uses salt, which everyone desires, as bait to make you lower your guard. Once you touch the lake water, it is a certain death. It's more treacherous than any monster. In the secret command room of the seven-sided building in Eagle Sauce Country. Oh God. General MacArthur looked at the screen, a smirk of glee spreading across his lips. I thought that kid from Dragon Country had some lucky break, but it turns out he went to lick poison. What a twist. However, the psychologist known as the Prophet, Christina, did not smile. She adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses, her blue eyes shining with rational light, and said softly, General, don't you find this interesting? This Yan Feng, every opportunity he encounters comes with a deadly trap. The embrace of a scarecrow hides petrification, the clue from the gluttonous wild boar comes from a furious charge. Now, the readily available salt is actually a deadly poison. This world seems to be testing his observation, caution, and wisdom in the most extreme way. It offers rewards while also demanding a price. It is screening for those who can truly understand and utilize its rules. And Yan Feng, the corners of Christina's mouth curled up in a playful arc, he survived. Each time, he just happened to avoid the deadliest option. This is not luck, General, this might be a terrifying survival instinct and a logical loop. General MacArthur pondered for a moment. Are you speaking English? I can't understand a word. Yan Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The mixture of the foul and salty air made him gag. He stepped back a few paces, away from the still steaming black water, his brain racing. The water is toxic. And it is contact poison, highly corrosive. So, the question arises. Are those white crystals at the lake's edge, that is coarse salt, toxic as well? They are precipitated from salt lake evaporation. Theoretically, if the toxin is water-soluble, then these crystals must also contain deadly poison. At the same time, in the Return to the Ruins nightmare world, it was different from Yan Feng. A Bear Country player had just ended an exhausting battle, covered in mud, slumped tiredly under a tree. He looked at the murky puddle in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and finally, out of extreme thirst, steeled himself to scoop up the water and gulp down several big mouthfuls. After drinking, he burped in satisfaction and was about to open a live stream to see what other players were doing. When he clicked to enter the globally popular Yan Feng's live stream, he happened to see the scene of the little squirrel melting. Put. The muddy water he had just drunk, mixed with stomach acid, suddenly spewed out, splattering everywhere. His face turned pale in an instant, looking at the puddle he had just drunk from, then looking up at the whitish poison lake on the screen. Although the colors were different, who could guarantee that the water he drank was not poisonous? A huge fear gripped his heart. He trembled as he reached out his hand, touching his face and then his arm. Skin still there, flesh still there. He had not melted. Who? Oh God. Oh, thank God. He slumped to the ground, gasping heavily, feeling as if he had just made a trip back from the gates of hell. At this moment, countless players around the world, just like this Bear Country player, who had recently drunk from outdoor water sources, were all drenched in cold sweat from the nightmare. They stared at Yan Feng on the screen, their eyes not only filled with shock but also with a deep sense of gratitude. This kid from Dragon Country once again used his bizarre and dangerous experience to pave a reminder for everyone: outdoor water cannot be drunk casually. Chapter 29, Purifying Poisonous Salt. Yan Feng took a deep breath, forcing his rapidly beating heart, stirred by fear, to calm down. His mind raced. The water is toxic. Is the salt mine from that evaporated lake water also toxic? But how to verify it? Find another little squirrel? Or something else alive? Yan Feng's gaze began to scan the dark forest all around. No, the risk is too high, and it wastes time. Who knows when the next living thing will appear? He needs a more controllable guinea pig. He instinctively rubbed his fingers, his eyes sweeping over his backpack space. Synthesize. A thought flashed like lightning through his mind. His talent is, voice of all things, and besides the talent, there is this game-given skill for all players, automatic synthesis. Purify. Filter. Can the synthesis skill purify this possibly poisonous coarse salt into non-toxic fine salt? Once this idea popped up, it could no longer be restrained. His heart began to race faster, pounding bang bang. This is a gamble. If the synthesis is successful, he will gain one of the precious survival resources in this game world, safe salt. If he fails the synthesis, or the salt is still poisonous, he will surely die in a puddle of pus.
He glanced at the patch of black water that had stopped steaming, swallowing hard. No, he cannot personally try it. Absolutely not. His gaze quickly scanned the backpack in the system, and suddenly, his sight froze at an inconspicuous corner. It was something that looked like a dried frog skin, with some strange patterns on it. Clear spring frog call, consumable. Effect, purifies a small area of water source and detoxifies. Note, a gift from the level 2 nightmare creature rotten marsh frog, ribbit, the water is really tasty, ribbit. This is it. The reward obtained from the rotten marsh frog. A bold and meticulous plan instantly took shape in his mind. Under the tense gaze of everyone in the live streaming room, Yan Feng did not turn and flee. Instead, he carefully approached the lake's edge. He did not touch those white salt crystals, but used a long branch to dig a small indentation at the lake's edge. Then, he guided a small stream of milky lake water to flow into it, forming an isolated small puddle separate from the main lake. What is he doing? Is he crazy? He dares to touch that water? Isolating it? Does he want to conduct some kind of experiment? The audience and experts from the Dream Guard held their breath, looking at his actions in confusion. After finishing all this, Yan Feng took out the clear spring frog call from his backpack. He showed no hesitation and directly threw it into the independent small puddle. Splash! The dried frog skin fell into the water, not sinking but floating on the surface. The next second, a miracle happened. Ribbit! A clear and pleasant frog croak seemed to come from ancient clear springs, echoing above the small puddle. Then, circles of transparent ripples spread out from the frog's skin as the center. That originally murky, deathly toxic milky water suddenly transformed into crystal clear water at a visible speed as the ripples swept over. In just 3 short seconds, that small puddle of water turned from deadly poison into pure, transparent salt water. The previously nauseating, fishy smell also vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint salty, moist scent. The whole world fell into a dead silence once again. In the live streaming room, the comments disappeared. At the Dream Guard command center, all the experts looked as if they had their throats clutched, mouths agape, forgetting to breathe. Yan Feng looked at this scene before him, the tense nerves finally relaxed. He had bet right. He didn't rush to touch that water but opened the synthesis interface again. Synthesis object, pure salt water plus dry flammable straw. Synthesis direction, 1, edible fine salt, 2, filtered drinking water. Expected output, edible fine salt, about 1 kilogram, drinking water, about 2 liters. Synthesize? Yes. Yan Feng silently thought in his heart. He watched as the coarse cloth in his backpack vanished, and the water in that small puddle also disappeared in an instant. The next second, the system prompt sound rang out. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained, edible fine salt times 1 kilogram. Obtained, pure drinking water times 2 liters. Yan Feng opened his backpack and saw a large bag of pure white, fine salt lying quietly inside, along with 2 standard water bags filled with clear water. He could even smell the pure salty fragrance emanating from the bag of salt. It's done! At this moment, the live stream room exploded. What the hell? What the F*** am I seeing? Alchemy? Toxic water turned into salt? It's that frog skin. It's the reward dropped by the corrupted marsh frog. My god, it can be used like this? Others play PUBG, but Yenshin plays with my world crafting table. Everything can be synthesized. How does this brain work? It connects 2 completely unrelated things together and solved the life and death problem. I'm on my knees, I'm really on my knees. Yenshin, YYDS. Forever a god. In the Dream Command Center, Professor Bai Qiming slammed his thigh and became so excited that his face turned red. Connection. It's a connection of knowledge. He kept every seemingly useless resource he obtained in mind. And at the critical moment, he linked them together to form the key to solving the problem. Genius. This is F***ing genius. Academician Xian Weigua adjusted his glasses, looking at the bag of salt, his eyes shining brighter than if he had seen gold, full of admiration. Lin Jinghua took a deep breath, picked up the internal communicator on the table, and delivered the order in an unquestionable tone, immediately. Edit the entire process of Yan Feng purifying toxic water to make salt into a teaching video and send it securely to all Dragon Country contestants. Require them to learn and imitate immediately. Find the corrupted marsh frog and obtain clear spring frog song and replicate this process. Yes. Commander. Soon, the elite contestants of Dragon Country, who were struggling to survive everywhere, received the highest order from the Dream Command. Professor Chen, who was studying a plant, watched the video and shook his head with a wry smile. This Yan Feng, his thinking always refreshes my understanding. Zhang Lei, the Special Forces King, who was cleaning his spear, watched the video with eyes filled with shock and a hint of admiration. Utilizing rules and integrating resources, this is far scarier than mere strength. At this moment, in the official live broadcast room of Dragon Country, a careful netizen sent out a puzzled barrage.
Brothers, I feel a bit strange, we're all going crazy here, but how come I don't see any foreigners coming to spamming comments? Shouldn't they also be stunned by Yan Feng's amazing operation? Chapter 30, Only Visible to Dragon Country. As soon as this barrage came out, someone quickly reacted. Yeah. It's too quiet. It doesn't make sense. What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Brothers. I just switched to the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's livestream, and they are still discussing whether Yan Feng was poisoned. They haven't seen the purification process at all. What's going on? Is there a delay? A netizen with the ID Sherlock_Yen sent out a sensational barrage. Family members, I'm announcing something. Yan Feng, from the moment he went to find that pig, has turned off the global livestream. He is now in only visible to Dragon Country mode. This method of making salt has become our Dragon Country's exclusive secret. Boom! This barrage excited the audience in Dragon Country even more than Yan Feng purifying the toxic water. What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Is this for real? Yan Feng's vision. This is what's called vision. What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Is this for real? Yan Feng's vision. This is what's called vision. Staying low-key and getting rich, this is our Dragon Country's innate skill. Brothers, type the words vision on the public screen. Vision opened up, Yan Feng. I declare, from today on, you are my only brother. When the netizen with the ID Sherlock_Yen revealed the secret, the entire official live broadcast room of Dragon Country turned into a sea of joy. This feeling was like the whole class was copying the study tyrant Yan Feng's homework, but the study tyrant secretly told the most critical steps only to his own class. They frantically switched to the live streams from Eagle Sauce Country, Sakura Country, and Kimchi Country. Watching analysts and viewers from those countries excitedly discuss whether the kid from Dragon Country is going to be poisoned, the analysis of the toxic components in this lake, and the diverse traps of the Return to Ruin nightmare. The viewers from Dragon Country wore knowing yet polite smiles on their faces. No more talking, my friend is going to eat some salty chicken first. You all take your time analyzing, we are going to grab a bite. However, while the excitement brought by Yan Feng was still brewing, another rather grim piece of news quietly cast a shadow over the hearts of the high-ranking officials in Dragon Country. Dragon Country, Agricultural Science Cultivation Base Number 03. This is the nation's top botanical sanctuary, yet it is now filled with an atmosphere so heavy it almost suffocates. In a spacious and bright sterile laboratory, a few elderly men wearing white coats and with graying hair were gathered around a row of petri dishes, each face marked by exhaustion and anxiety. At the forefront was an elder, the master of agricultural science in Dragon Country, Academician Yuan. He adjusted his reading glasses, his bloodshot eyes locked onto the withered yellow seeds inside the petri dishes. Are they still not viable? His voice was hoarse, laced with a despair he didn't even realize he felt. These seeds were the national luck level rewards that prior batches of players had brought back to reality with their lives: Nightmare Dragon Ridge Rice, and Nightmare Dragon Ridge Corn. In the world of the Return to Ruin nightmare, their description was astonishing yield, extremely short growth cycle, able to adapt to any harsh environment. This was a strategic resource capable of changing a nation's food landscape. When they were successfully brought back to reality and appeared at base number 03, the entire agricultural science community in Dragon Country had erupted in excitement. But now, hope was withering. These seeds, which had been given so much expectation, had yet to sprout in the soil of reality. No matter how the scientists adjusted the light, humidity, and nutrient solution ratios, they could not prevent them from heading toward death. Academician Yuan, all the data is normal, the soil's pH, trace elements, we've tried everything we could think of, they just won't sprout, a young researcher reported with a strained voice, unconsciously clenching his fists. It's like their life levels are too high, the energy of our world simply can't feed them. Academician Yuan fell silent. He removed his glasses and wearily rubbed his temples. This metaphor might seem obscure, but it perfectly reflected the current reality. It was a crushing force from a higher dimension, beyond human reach. Is Dragon Country really going to be left staring at seeds that could potentially rewrite the reality lineage? Every heart in the room sank to the lowest point. At that moment, a young assistant wearing glasses suddenly seemed to remember something. He rushed to a computer, fingers flying over the keyboard, pulling up the internal shared database of national luck resources from the Dream Suppression Office. His fingers slid quickly, his gaze locking onto the national luck reward list from Yan Feng. A line of unremarkable text caught his eye. His pupils constricted sharply, as if grasping the last lifeline, pointing at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement as he nearly shouted. Academician Yuan. Look! This! Everyone turned to look. On the screen, a line of text was clearly displayed. Nightmare Active Biological Enzyme X 500 portions.
Function can give any living being unimaginable growth vitality, allowing withered wood to feel spring again, seeds to come back to life.
Note, from the generosity of a well-watered swamp frog, Ribbit. The entire laboratory fell into deathly silence.
In the next second, academician Yuan pushed his chair aside, his frail body exploding with astonishing strength as he rushed to the screen in just a few steps. He stared intently at that line of notes, and in his murky eyes, flames reignited.
Quick!
Hurry and apply to the Dream Suppression Office for usage.
Dilute it tenfold. No, 100 times.
Be careful with the operation.
Yes. Soon, an extremely diluted nightmare-active biological enzyme solution was put into a precise dropper.
A researcher held his breath, his hand steady as a rock, carefully dropping a drop of light blue solution onto the seed of dragon spine rice. After doing all this, everyone nervously watched, their hearts in their throats.
1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. No change at all.
Sigh. Old Yuan sighed and waved his hand. Forget it, everyone go rest. Even if it works, it probably won't be for at least 10 days to half a month. They all thought that no matter how powerful the biological catalyst was, it needed time to react.
Disappointment was hard to hide on everyone's faces as they dragged their tired steps, preparing to turn and leave.
But just as the last researcher preparing to leave glanced back at the experiment table, his footsteps suddenly froze, standing completely still. His eyes gradually widened, his mouth opened, but no sound came out, just a trembling hand pointing at the petri dish.
After a few seconds, he finally said, "Wow, my God.
Look, hurry, everyone look." Everyone turned back in confusion, looking towards the researcher.
Chapter 31, Every meal and object is tied to the nation's fate. In the next second, they witnessed the most shocking scene of their lives. The seed that was once lifeless, its surface suddenly cracked with an almost imperceptible thin seam. Then, a tiny bit of tender green stubbornly pushed up from the crack. Under everyone's astonished gaze, that bit of green grew at a completely unnatural speed, as if fast-forwarded. The withered seed coat was completely burst open. The emerald sprout shot up into the sky. The originally curled leaves unfolded. The thin stem visibly became robust and upright.
Even within just half a minute, its roots had already deeply embedded in the culture medium, branching off new shoots. A dead seed, before the eyes of all the top scientists, staged a miracle of rebirth from extinction.
It sprouted.
A young researcher murmured, his voice filled with tears.
It finally sprouted.
Old Yuan's bloodshot eyes fixed on the green, his murky pupils reflecting the miracle of life, his cracked lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word.
This scene was faithfully recorded by the laboratory's surveillance.
It wasn't until days later that the surveillance footage appeared in the official news of the Dragon Nation. In front of the camera, Old Yuan looked vibrant, holding a pot of dragon spine rice that had already grown strong and green.
We succeeded.
Not only did we save it, but we also mastered the key to help it thrive. From today on, our future will be even more firmly in our own hands.
In an instant, the whole country rejoiced.
Of course, that's another story.
Huangyu Island. A pearl above the East China Sea of the Dragon Nation, now turned into a hell.
The active volcano in the center of the island, after the arrival of the Dream World, underwent dramatic changes inside. According to the information brought back by the previous S-rank chosen ones, the strategic national resource Crimson Flame Fusion Mine was deposited here. This is the core material for producing third-generation aviation engine blades, the last piece of the puzzle for the Dragon Nation's aviation industry to reach the top of the world.
However, hope seemed close but was out of reach.
The temperature on the volcano's surface reached as high as 500 degrees Celsius. The Dragon Nation's top special collection team, wearing the most advanced thermal protective suits, forced landings 3 times, all failing. For some reason, even clad in suits that could withstand temperatures of up to 1,500 degrees, they could not last 3 minutes at that heat before reaching performance limits, internal temperatures sharply soaring. Staying longer would roast them alive.
Report to Command Center. The third landing failed. Team members suffered second-degree burns, and equipment overheated and broke. Requesting evacuation.
The urgent report coming through the radio had pressed the atmosphere in the Zenmengsi Command Center to the extreme. Lin Jinggua's face was dark, staring at the images transmitted back on the big screen. In the image, several soldiers were being helped by their teammates, retreating awkwardly from a charred piece of land back to the landing craft, smoke rising from their protective suits. What made him even angrier was that on the other side of the island, close to Sakura Country, a flag of Sakura Country was waving in the wind. They had also set up a camp there, watching with hawkish eyes.
The Foreign Affairs Department had already issued the most severe warning, but the other side refused to retreat under the pretense of scientific research.
It was obvious they were waiting for Dragon Country to wear itself down so they could reap the benefits.
They are too much.
Military expert General Zhang Lai slammed his fist on the table, with the tempered glass surface making a dull sound.
They are betting that we can't get it. Once our personnel and equipment are exhausted, they'll find a way to get in. Academician Xianweigua pushed up his glasses, his face serious. The conventional heat insulation materials have reached their limit, unless. At that moment, a young staff officer responsible for data organization suddenly stood up, staring intently at another screen showing Yan Feng's supply list. Commander! I have thought of a possibility. His voice was sharp with excitement. Could the heat from this volcano be a kind of nightmare energy? Are we wrong from the start by using real-world technology to fight against it? His words awakened everyone. General Zhang Lai's eyes lit up. You mean, to use materials from the nightmare world to fight against the nightmare energy deployed in reality? Exactly. The staff officer quickly pulled up data. Look at this. The National Fortune supplies Yan Feng obtained before the nightmare high-toughness plant fiber. Academician Zhou Jimin's report mentioned it can keep the user at a constant temperature in the real world, resisting extreme temperatures of plus or minus 150 degrees Celsius. Only 150 degrees? What good is that? Someone immediately retorted. No. Academician Xianweigua suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing, we've fallen into a trap of thinking. This constant temperature might not mean simple physical temperature in the real world but refers to the ability to isolate nightmare energy erosion. The high temperature of the volcano is not pure heat, but the nightmare energy released by the crimson flame fusion ore. That's why our protective suits failed. Think about it, before the nightmare materials were deployed to this volcano, it was a dormant volcano, with surface temperatures no different from outdoor normal temperatures. Lin Jinggua's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Didn't academician Zhou Jimin's lab make several sets of flame-resistant suits using those nightmare fibers? Immediately. Airlift them to Huanyu Island's front line. Let the collection team change and try again. The nightmare world of Guishu, the next day at noon. Yan Feng was unaware of the turmoil in the outside world, humming a little tune, enjoying his lunchtime. He took out the frog meat he had harvested before from his system backpack in two simple stone pots. One pot was being used to wash rice and cook, while the other was prepared for stewing frog meat. Reminder, due to overnight storage, some fresh frog meat has spoiled. Yan Feng looked at the half-bright red and half-blackened frog meat in his backpack and was not surprised. Calmly, he took out the fresh frog meat, meticulously rubbed it with the newly acquired fine salt, and set it aside to marinate. As for the frog meat that had already begun to emit a sour smell, he did not throw it away. Instead, he carefully wrapped it in several large leaves and stuffed it back into his backpack. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room. Oh my, what is Yan Feng doing? Being frugal is not supposed to be like this, right? Keeping spoiled meat? Is it an emergency ration? That's too much, isn't it? That stuff will make you vomit on the spot if eaten. Don't ask, just know that Yan Feng has his own plans. Yan Feng set up the stone pot and started a fire. He cut the marinated frog meat into small pieces, casually picking a few spicy wild ginger leaves from the forest and using the leftover cumin powder. He threw everything into the pot he had made earlier. The fat quickly melted at high temperature, and with a sizzling sound, a powerful meat aroma burst forth. He had no spatula, so he used a pair of sharpened branches to slowly stir-fry, watching as the surface of the frog meat turned from pink to golden and crispy. Next, he poured in purified drinking water and covered it with a makeshift pot lid. When the time was almost up, the bubbling sound began, and he opened the pot lid. The soup was boiling, and thick white steam mixed with the meat scent desperately tried to escape from the gap of the lid, making the hunger in his belly roll. Yan Feng used those sharpened branches as chopsticks to pick up a piece of tender frog meat, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. The meat was firm and chewy, with a perfect combination of rich fat and tender lean meat. With salt, wild ginger leaves, and the cumin powder he had saved earlier to remove the fishy smell and enhance the aroma, the muddy swamp flavor vanished, leaving only the purest, most primitive meat scent bursting on his tongue. With one bite, the warm meat juice instantly filled his mouth, so delicious that he comfortably squinted his eyes. Chapter 32 A Nap. In Longgua's live stream room, there was already a chorus of wails. I'm breaking apart, brothers. I just clicked on a bowl of instant noodles, and the braised beef noodles in my hand instantly lost their appeal. Yenshin, don't eat anymore. If you keep eating, I might lick my screen to ruin it. This is the life. While others are eating raw meat in a nightmare world, our Yenshin is enjoying a comfortable life with meat in every meal, and it's processed and non-toxic. Damn it, I'm so envious. I just want to soul travel into Yenshin and taste that pot of soup. Yan Feng enjoyed his meal to the fullest. He not only cleaned up all the frog meat but also drank every drop of aromatic soup, mixed with the fragrant rice, feeling warm all over. After finishing, he didn't rush to leave but carefully washed the two stone pots clean and put them back into the system backpack. This scene made the experts in Longgua's command center nod in approval. One's quality can be seen from the details, Professor Bai Qiming praised. No matter what kind of environment, he maintains a pursuit of quality of life and good personal habits. This shows his strong psychological quality and stable inner order, not easily broken by harsh environments.
At the same time, the live streams from other countries showed a completely different scene.
In Eagle Sauce Country's S-level talent player Thor was gasping heavily.
He had just struck a level 2 corrupted swamp frog with a powerful thunder strike, turning it to char. The huge exertion made his face pale, and he tore off a half-raw frog leg, stuffing it into his mouth violently. The burnt taste mixed with blood was hard to swallow. He glanced irritably at Yan Feng's live split screen, just in time to see Yan Feng leisurely eating aromatic roasted frog meat from last night's replay.
F***CK.
Thor cursed quietly, slamming the frog leg to the ground.
Meanwhile, most of the Longwei contestants were strictly following Lin Jinggua's orders imitation of Yan Feng's actions.
Special Forces King Zhang Lei, who had earlier traded for fragrant rice, could finally make use of it. He had no pot, so he used a simple stone slab to grill. The rice grains were roasted to a golden brown, emitting a faint rice aroma. It was simple but at least cooked. Looking at Yan Feng's pot of soup, Zhang Lei swallowed hard, his eyes revealing pure desire. But he said nothing and quietly stuffed the roasted rice cake into his mouth to replenish his strength. He secretly decided to imitate Yan Feng later and get a couple of pots. Full and warm, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Yan Feng yawned, looked around, and found a particularly lush tree with a trunk thicker than two people hugging it.
He climbed up in just a few moves.
He adjusted to a comfortable position, resting on his arm, and fell asleep just like that. The sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting mottled light spots on his peaceful face. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the leaves rustled softly, like a soothing lullaby. Soon, his snores echoed throughout the entire live stream room. With this sleep, the live stream from Dragon Country exploded with reactions.
What the heck? Did I see that wrong? He fell asleep? A nap? In this nightmare world of death that could strike at any moment?
Tor is still gnawing on charred coal, and our fire god is already snoring. Half an hour later, Yan Feng woke up right on time. He stretched lazily, and his joints made a series of cracking sounds. He opened his personal panel and saw that his fatigue level was already 0, feeling refreshed. He looked at the sky. The sun was starting to lean westward.
There are about 3 hours until dark, that's enough time.
He glanced at the countdown to darkness, murmuring to himself before leaping down from the tree, landing steadily. Then, he took out the package wrapped in leaves from his backpack. When he opened the package, a strong sour, rotten smell instantly filled the air. Inside was half a portion of frog meat that had completely spoiled and turned black.
Oh no! The fire god is still keeping this rotten meat? What's he planning to do? No way, he can't possibly want to eat this, right? Ugh, just looking at it makes me sick. Is this thing sure it's not a biological weapon?
It's over. The instant I opened this takeout, it no longer smelled good, and I feel like I saved on dinner money. Under the puzzled gaze of all the viewers, Yan Feng picked up the bag of rotten meat, determined the direction, and turned to head deeper into the forest. In the Dream Command Center of Dragon Country.
Is he going back to find that wild boar?
A young advisor's eyes widened, full of disbelief.
The direction he's going is where the gluttonous wild boars are located.
He is holding that package of spoiled frog meat. Professor Bai Chiming adjusted his glasses, furrowing his brow as his mind raced.
Wait, I think I understand. The gluttonous wild boar's voice is hungry. It is an endless hunger.
It devours everything it can swallow. Yan Feng's goal is not to fight, but to feed.
Using rotten meat to feed a level 4 gluttonous wild boar? Qian Weiguo's mouth twitched. This idea is too absurd. What if that beast rejects the rotten meat and turns to make him its main dish?
No, that's exactly the brilliance. Zhang Lai's voice was steady and powerful, his eyes glued to the screen.
Have you forgotten the wild boar's description in the bestiary? Leftover food.
Yan Feng is using the lowest cost to achieve the highest return in satisfying the voice.
At this remark, the entire command center fell silent again. Everyone was stunned by Yan Feng's out-of-the-box thinking. While others were thinking about how to fight and how to kill, he was thinking about how to feed. Stepping back into the territory of the level 4 nightmare creature, the gluttonous wild boar, the air felt heavier. The sounds of birds singing in the woods disappeared, replaced by a stifling silence. Walking on thick fallen leaves, the crunching noise felt particularly harsh in this area. In the air, besides the smell of the rotten meat that Yan Feng brought, there was a faint mixed scent of blood and earth. Yan Feng slowed his pace, and his breathing became longer. He didn't rush to find his target but first walked around the outskirts of the area to carefully identify and observe the terrain. He quickly found a giant tree with a huge gap created by the wild boar. The tree trunk was covered in rough bark that had been peeled away, revealing the white wooden fibers inside. Several deep tusk scratches were clearly visible. Yan Feng didn't approach but observed from a distance. His gaze wandered among the surrounding trees, ultimately locking on a towering tree about 50 meters away. That tree was sturdier than the one he had napped under before, needing at least 3 people to wrap their arms around it. The trunk was straight, and the leaves were lush.
More importantly, about 5 meters off the ground, there was a very thick horizontal branch, almost like a natural lookout post. Yan Feng took a deep breath and slightly loosened the bundle of spoiled meat leaves, letting the foul smell spread freely. After doing all this, he no longer concealed his tracks and instead quickened his pace towards the direction where the wild boars appeared. Chapter 33, Miscalculation, Wild Boar Hits Tree. He's attracting monsters. An audience member with a military background in the Longwa livestream immediately caught on to the trick. Wow, he's got guts. Actively seeking trouble with a level 4 wild boar? Don't forget, greedy wild boars are very good at charging through. Just looking at the size of the last wild boar, a medium-sized truck could be smashed to scrap in an instant, let alone a person. Everyone, quiet down. Let's watch the show. Anything made by Yenshin must be top quality. Waiting for a miraculous twist. Not far ahead, a bush began to shake violently. Poof. A roar filled with rage and hunger exploded, echoing like thunder, making people's eardrums buzz. Then, a massive creature comparable to a small truck smashed through the bushes and appeared in Yan Feng's sight. It was a level 4 nightmare creature, the greedy wild boar. Its body was covered in dirty, matted black bristles, stained with mud and unknown dried blood. In its blood-red eyes burned an insatiable flame of greed. Blood and flesh scraps clung to its huge, protruding tusks. Thick drool dripped from its mouth, corroding the fallen leaves on the ground with a sizzling sound. Upon seeing Yan Feng, its nostrils flared wildly, first drawn in by the strong odor of spoiled meat. But soon after, its blood-red gaze locked fiercely onto Yan Feng himself. In its simple logic, the scent of flesh and blood from this biped was clearly more delicious and tempting than that foul smell. Roar humph! The greedy wild boar dug its hooves into the ground and let out a deafening roar, its massive body crouched slightly, ready to charge. All the viewers watching Yan Feng's livestream felt their hearts leap into their throats. At the Dream Control Command Center. It's over. A young officer turned pale, instinctively standing from his seat. That boar's strength is terrifying, Yan Feng. Zhang Lai's eagle-like eyes were glued to the screen, his voice tinged with suppressed anxiety. He's overestimating himself. That beast's charge force is conservatively estimated to exceed 3 tons. Forget about people, even a wall or a vehicle could be smashed down. His current position is a deadly trap with no room for retreat. No, General Zhang. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the shadow of the raging beast on the screen. Look at Yan Feng's stance and the expression on his face. He pointed at the screen. He hasn't shown a hint of panic from beginning to end. If he chose to withstand it, the outcome would be exactly as you said, a 100% fatality rate. But he won't. We can't predict him using conventional combat thinking. The distance he has chosen is far enough from the wild boar. This distance is the perfect range for the boar to complete its charging acceleration. This isn't coincidence, this is the reaction zone he purposely left for himself. Just as the greedy wild boar transformed into a black-red tank, carrying the terrifying momentum to charge wildly at Yan Feng. Yan Feng moved. He didn't retreat, didn't dodge, and didn't even show a hint of change on his face. He simply calmly raised his right hand, aiming at the massive creature less than 10 meters away from him. Beginner's petrification. Mental -1. A slight consumption of mental energy. There was no spectacular burst of light. There was no earth-shattering momentum. Only a gray flash, almost invisible to the naked eye, instantly shot from Yan Feng's fingertips and entered the forehead of the greedy wild boar. The wild boar, charging wildly, suddenly stopped its massive body at that moment. 1 second it was an unstoppable flesh tank, the next second, it transformed into a lifelike stone sculpture. Its furious charging pose was perfectly frozen, the splattering mud, the flying mane, and even the drool dripping from its mouth turned into hard rock in an instant. The enormous inertia caused this stone sculpture to slide 7 or 8 meters across the ground, eventually stopping less than 3 meters away from Yan Feng, sending a gust of wind that made his clothes flutter. The entire world seemed to have hit the pause button. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, silence lasted for 3 seconds before being engulfed by a tsunami of comments. Damn. 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 Let's say this 3 times for importance. Is this, the legendary feel free to charge, moving once means I lose? A level 1 skill freezing a level 4 monster? Is this reasonable? Is this real? This is in the Ganges. Don't get excited upstairs, this is rule killing. Yan Feng's understanding and use of the rules have reached a shocking level. Yan Feng glanced at the petrified wild boar and confirmed the 1-minute control was sufficient. Then, he leisurely took out a palm-sized, already blackened and rotten piece of frog meat from his pack and casually tossed it in front of the stone sculpture. After doing all this, he turned and ran, moving swiftly like a monkey, climbing up the towering tree he had chosen previously with just a few leaps. He settled on a horizontal branch 5 meters high, looking down at everything. The entire process was smooth and fluid, with not a single unnecessary movement.
A minute quickly passed. Crack! A faint cracking sound echoed, and spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the petrified greedy wild boar. Whoosh! The outer stone layer completely fell away, and the greedy wild boar regained its movement. It shook its enormous head in confusion, seemingly not understanding why it had suddenly stopped. Then, a strong stench invaded its nose. It lowered its head and saw the blackened piece of frog meat at its feet. An endless hunger once again took over its brain. Without any hesitation, it swallowed the rotten meat in one bite, a satisfied gurgle escaping its throat. However, a piece of frog meat twice the size of an adult's palm was not enough to even fill the gaps in its teeth. Its hunger did not ease but was instead completely ignited by this small appetizer. It abruptly lifted its head, its blood-red eyes once again locking onto Yan Feng in the tree. There, more and more delicious meat awaited. Oomph, roar. This roar was more ferocious and angry than any before. Its colossal body turned into a black battering ram, fiercely crashing into the towering tree where Yan Feng was hiding. Boom! A sound so dull and alarming that it made hearts skip a beat. The massive tree, thick enough for 3 people to hug, shook violently, and countless leaves fell like rain. Sitting on the tree trunk, Yan Feng felt a tremendous force surge from below him, his body swaying violently, nearly throwing him off. He quickly hugged the trunk tightly, managing to steady himself. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream suddenly felt their hearts leap into their throats. Damn! Something's wrong. This beast is too strong. Can this tree take it? I knew it wouldn't be that simple. A piece of frog meat can't fill it up at all. In the Zenmengxi command center, Zhang Lai slammed his fist on the table. This beast has started to attack. Yan Feng is in danger. Chapter 34, The Correct Way to Use Hypnosis. Don't panic. Professor Bai Qiming stared intensely at the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yan Feng definitely has a backup plan. He can't be unprepared. On the tree, Yan Feng's face also became serious for the first time. He looked down and saw the greedy wild boar taking a few steps back, adjusting its posture, preparing for a second charge. Where the trunk was hit, a basin-sized dent had already formed, with wood chips flying everywhere. This tree can't withstand much more. I miscalculated, underestimated this guy's appetite, and overestimated the attraction of the rotten meat to it. Yan Feng calculated quickly in his mind. Boom! Again, a destructive impact of unimaginable magnitude. This time the shaking was even more intense, and Yan Feng even heard the trunk making a creaking sound under the unbearable weight. Without hesitation, he took out a piece of rotten meat from his bag and threw it hard away from the big tree. The greedy wild boar, preparing for a third charge, paused its movement, attracted by the flying rotten meat, and rushed over, panting, to swallow it whole. But it was still not enough. It only slightly satisfied its appetite, then shot a more ferocious gaze at Yan Feng on the tree. Roar! It charged towards the big tree again. Boom! 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 Each impact was more violent than the last, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. Yan Feng sat on the tree, feeling as if he was experiencing a level 5 earthquake. He could only hold on tightly to the trunk, his face pale. Up the trunk, a nasty crack began at the point of impact and spread quickly upward. This tree is about to break. It's over, it's over. It's going to GG. Yenshin, think of a way. If it hits again, the tree will fall. Jump down and run? No way, I can't outrun this beast on the ground. Petrification spell. Use the petrification spell again. It's useless. The cooldown for the petrification spell isn't over. And even if it gets frozen, what happens in 1 minute? It's still a dead end. In the live broadcast room, there was a cry of despair. Everyone felt that Yan Feng had really gotten himself into a predicament, pushing himself into a corner. At this moment, the swaying Yan Feng on the tree suddenly flashed with a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes. Since I can't fill you up, then. A bold, even whimsical plan formed instantly in his mind. Watching the greedy wild boar retreat again, gathering strength for a deadly blow, Yan Feng quickly sprang into action. He took out the last piece, the biggest piece, of rotting frog meat from his bag, about the size of 2 of his fists. Then, he closed his eyes and consumed 1 point of mental energy. He activated another skill he had never used before, obtained from the level 3 nightmare creature, the Wailing Moth. Basic Hypnosis. An invisible wave of mental energy quietly spread from him. This time, his target was not 1, but 2. One was the greedy wild boar below preparing to charge. The other was the piece of rotten frog meat in his hand. He gave the hypnotic command to the wild boar, "You are about to see the biggest and most delicious food you have ever seen in your life." And the hypnotic effect added to the frog meat was, enlarge. Expand infinitely. In the target's eyes, you are a mountain of meat.
After doing all this, he suddenly opened his eyes, using all his strength to throw the mentally enhanced piece of frog meat toward an open area away from the big tree. The greedy wild boar, preparing for its final charge, suddenly froze. In its sight, the small thing thrown down from the tree underwent an incredible transformation in midair. It was no longer just a piece of rotten meat. In its pupils, it rapidly enlarged, turning into a cow, an elephant, or even a small mountain made of the finest blood and flesh. The meat mountain emitted an aroma that was the ultimate temptation it had never smelled in its life, instantly overshadowing the little two-legged beast on the tree. Oh ho! The wild boar let out a confused and extremely eager low grunt from its throat. Its simple brain, clouded by hunger, completely crashed at this moment. It gave up on the wobbling dining plate in front of it, turned its heavy body, and charged forward, galloping at an unprecedented speed towards the mountain of meat that existed only in its illusion. It opened its bloody mouth wide and took a bite of the rotten frog meat on the empty ground. Under the astonished gaze of all the spectators, this fierce level 4 nightmare creature acted just like a real pig, crazily rooting, chewing, and swallowing on the empty grass. Satisfaction gurgled from its throat, as if it was enjoying the world's finest feast. Up in the tree, Yan Feng let out a long breath, feeling his back soak with cold sweat. In the live broadcast room, the audience, who had experienced a roller coaster of emotions from despair to shock, found no words to describe their feelings. This operation, I am on my knees. I really am. If physical feeding doesn't work, then spiritual feeding? Yen God, are you a devil? Empty-handed to catch a white wolf? No, Yen God is empty-handed to catch a wild boar. A few minutes later, the gluttonous wild boar finally ate its fill. It let out a loud belch, and its massive and violent body started to shrink at a visible rate, the black bristle gradually fading, and its blood-red eyes returning to clarity. In the end, it transformed back to the size of an ordinary wild boar, lying down contentedly with its eyes closed. Its body began to slowly transform into golden specks of light, vanishing into the air. Global announcement: congratulations to player Yan Feng for satisfying the heart's wish of the level 4 nightmare creature gluttonous wild boar and completing the E-grade rating. National Fortune Reward: irresistibly delicious wild boar meat times 2,500 portions. The quantity has been multiplied automatically by 10,000 times and settled at a 5% withdrawal rate, has been distributed to the Dragon Country. You have gained 80 experience points. You have received rewards: irresistibly delicious wild boar meat X5, hard beast bone X2, wild boar charge boots X1, several wild boar skins. A series of system prompts flashed before Yan Feng's eyes. He jumped down from the tree and picked up the spoils on the ground. It was a huge leg bone, harder than diamond, and a pair of sturdy boots made from wild boar skin. Without hesitation, he equipped the wild boar charge boots, feeling his feet lighten, a warm flow wrapping around his ankles, making his movements a bit more agile. With a thought, the detailed information of the 3 spoils clearly appeared in front of him. Wild boar charge boots. Description: wear this, and you become the brightest star in the forest, running faster than a pig, of course, just don't run into a tree. Effect: increases movement speed by 20%, provides basic warmth, allows jumping and wall running, but can't fly high. Isn't it frustrating? Hard beast bone. Description: the wild boar leg bone absorbs nightmare energy, its hardness and toughness beyond imagination, an exceptional material for building core frameworks. More uses, explore on your own. Irresistibly delicious wild boar meat. Description: produced abundantly in the nightmare world, exquisite pork that purifies after the heart's wish is fulfilled, rich and lean, carrying a unique fragrance, a top-grade ingredient that can make a strong man cry. Effect: each portion completely restores hunger and continuously recovers stamina within 1 hour until maximum value. Chapter 35, Clue to Synthesizing Blighter Wings. Meanwhile, the situation in the Dragon Country and even the world was undergoing subtle changes in places unseen by Yan Feng. Under Yan Feng's guidance, 180 elite players from the Dragon Country had successfully crafted fireproof stone pots and found salt. Although their process was bumpy and full of issues, far from Yan Feng's smooth progress, they had finally stepped out of the primitive stage of eating raw meat and entered the cooked food civilization. Special Forces King Zhang Lei had even completely replicated Yan Feng's process, successfully overcoming the level 3 whaling moth. The level has steadily reached level 3, maxed out. The overall survival quality and average level of the player community in the Dragon Country are far ahead of the entire world at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, players from other countries, those with talents below S-class, have struggled to reach level 2 by stealing bits and pieces of level 1 and 2 monster information from the Dragon Country's livestreams, acquiring some quality inferior survival supplies. This has formed a strange situation: players all over the world are either directly or indirectly copying Yan Feng's homework. In the Nightmare Forest, Yan Feng's gaze fell upon the hard beast bone that was thicker than his thigh. This thing was extremely heavy to hold, cold and hard in texture, its surface filled with strange natural patterns, making a metallic sound when struck. Hard beast bone. Description: the leg bone of a wild boar that absorbed nightmare energy, its hardness and toughness are beyond imagination, making it a premium material for crafting core supports. More uses, explore yourself. Support. Yan Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced at his personal panel. Player, Yan Feng. Level, 580/500, level relates to the probability of materials being withdrawn to reality. Combat power, 5, completely useless attribute. Stamina, 4/12, large consumption from wrestling with wild boars. Mental strength, 4/12, continuously using skills. Hunger level, 3 out of 12. Fatigue level, 4 out of 12. The recent struggle with a level 4 gluttonous wild boar seemed like a clever victory but was actually extremely dangerous. Every step was dancing on the edge of a knife, immense consumption of stamina and mental strength. Especially when that tree swayed perilously, he was just one step away from death. I can't stay so passive anymore. Yan Feng took a deep breath, his eyes growing sharp. On the ground, no matter how fast one runs, there is always a limit. Once entangled by higher level, more powerful nightmare creatures, there would be no chance to maneuver. It seems necessary to speed up the crafting of beginner glider wings. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Yan Feng focused his mind, the familiar synthesis panel unfolded in his mind, and he directly locked onto the synthesis option with the wing icon. Synthesis, beginner glider wings. Required materials. 1. Complete Moth Wings X5, already owned. 2. High-Toughness Vines X5, not owned. 3. Hard Beast Bone X2, already owned. Looking at the list on the panel, Yan Feng slightly frowned. Moth wings were obtained earlier from a level 3 whaling moth. The beast bone was just dropped from the level 4 gluttonous wild boar. As for high-toughness vines, the introduction of the level 5 boss Shadowwood root instantly appeared in Yan Feng's mind. High-toughness vines are excellent materials for making ropes, bowstrings, and even for securing flying wing surfaces. He needed to confront that level 5 boss, Shadowwood root. Yan Feng looked up at the sky. The sun had noticeably headed west, the orange-red light filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting long shadows in the forest. He didn't hesitate at all, not even glancing at the forest that had just experienced a life-and-death crisis. He oriented himself and walked toward a new, deeper, and darker area. There lay the territory of level 5 nightmare creatures. The audience in the Dragon Country's livestream was stunned. No way, dude. Just escaped from a level 4 monster, didn't even take a sip of water, and turned around to head into the level 5 monster zone for, not for death, but for inspection? I suspect Yinshin has KPIs to meet, how else is he so driven? You guys don't understand, this is called striking while the iron is hot. Just leveled up, got new equipment, confidence is overflowing. If it were me, I'd go too. If it were you, you already would be on the road to the West Heaven. At the Dream Controlling Command Center. He is going to challenge a level 5 nightmare creature, a staff voice said. Professor Bai Qiming pushed up his glasses, staring intently at the screen. No, he doesn't seem to be going to challenge, but rather seems to be going to take something. Looking at his expression, there is no hesitation or fear, only a clear target. He must have discovered something in the monster database. There is a reason we must go. General Zhang Lai crossed his arms, speaking solemnly. The hardened beast bones he just obtained are materials for the frame. He is most likely going to the level 5 monster zone to search for materials to make wing surfaces. This guy, he wants to fly. Fly? This guess caused the entire command center to fall silent again. In the perilous nightmare world, everyone present knew what gaining air supremacy meant. It would be a leap in survival capability on a whole new level. Meanwhile, about 1 kilometer away in another dense forest, 3 figures moved like ghosts, silently and efficiently. Leading them was a woman with a stunning figure, golden hair, and blue eyes. She wore tight tactical gear that accentuated her supermodel-like curves. But her gaze was as cold as the Siberian chill, devoid of any warmth. Her name was Catherine, codenamed Tulip, the captain of an elite task force from the Eagle Nation's Destroy Peak plan. Behind her, a skinny man with a pale face crouched on the ground, lightly brushing his fingers over a fallen leaf. His codename was Hound, a B-class talent with universal tracking abilities, skilled at tracking and personnel movement. Captain, Hound stood up, his voice hoarse. The energy residue is in that forest ahead. It's strong, at least the lingering wave of a level 4 nightmare creature. Also, there are traces of human activity, very fresh, no more than 15 minutes. At the back of the team, a giant over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging like a bear, codenamed Butcher, was vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Upon hearing Hound's words, he spoke in a deep voice. To take down a level 4 monster, the target is tougher than described in the intel. Intelligence is always lagging behind, Butcher. Catherine's voice was cold and crisp. We are here to end the legend of Flame Peak, not to listen to stories. Continue moving, Hound, lock on and track his exact position. Understood. Hound closed his eyes, activating his talent, a faint trace of mental power spreading out. In his perception world, the residual information in the air transformed into clear and visible lines. He soon arrived at the clearing where Flame Peak had just battled the gluttonous wild boar. Oh God! Butcher looked at the giant tree that had nearly been broken in half, the muscles on his face twitching. How is this possible? That impact could have flipped an armored vehicle. Hound ignored him and walked directly to the tree, carefully examining the ground. Footprints. He pointed to the ground, 2 types. One is from before he left, normal human shoe prints. The other is from when he left. Looking at this pattern, it's brand new boots. He changed his gear during the battle. Catherine walked over, her bright blue eyes scanning the battlefield. She saw the broken tree, noticed the nearly dissipating energy traces on the ground, and finally fixed her gaze on the footprints Hound was pointing to. He didn't kill that monster. Catherine's tone was unusually certain as she pointed to the tree. He was the one being attacked by the monster. He was driven up against the tree, and then, in a way we don't know, he made that monster satisfied and disappear. He received a reward, changed into new shoes, and then immediately headed to the next target. Her analysis sent chills down Hound and Butcher's spines. This was no longer a battle, this was taming beasts. This Flame Peak of the Dragon Country is a monster. Hound said hoarsely. That's why we need to handle it. A glint of excitement and cruelty flashed in Catherine's eyes. A smart person who knows how to use the rules is far more dangerous than an S-class talent who only knows brute force. Hound, where did he go? Hound closed his eyes again, and a few seconds later, he suddenly opened them wide, pointing to the east. East? He is moving quickly. Direction, is the warning area of level 5 monsters. Has he gone mad? No, he is not mad. Catherine's lips curled into a cold arc. He is very confident. Let's go, we have to keep up. Our flame god seems eager to meet the next friend. We need to hurry, or we won't make it to surprise him. The 3 said no more, their figures melted into the shadows of the forest once again, like 3 top predators, silently locking onto their prey. Yan Feng was unaware that the shadow of death was rapidly closing in behind him. All his mind was drawn to the eerie forest ahead. The deeper he went, the dimmer the light became. Tall, twisted trees intertwined, like a densely woven giant net, completely blocking the sky. The air was filled with a heavy, rotten, earthy smell, as if the basement hadn't been ventilated for 1,000 years. The cold and damp air filled his lungs, making his chest feel tight. The ground beneath his feet became unusually soft, stepping on it made not a sound. Countless twisted roots, as thick as baby arms and as black as ink, spread across the surface like coiling venomous snakes, forming an extremely uncomfortable and eerie picture. There were no signs of life here. No birds chirped, no insects buzzed, even the wind seemed to have stopped flowing. The whole world was silent, like a giant grave. Yan Feng slowed his pace. The newly replaced assault boots allowed him to move soundlessly. With every step, he carefully observed the surroundings. He knew he had stepped into the realm of the level 5 boss, Root of Shadowwood. According to the manual's illustrations, its true body was buried deep underground, making direct attacks impossible. However, its roots covered a wide area on the surface. Any creature that stepped into its domain would be instantly dragged underground, drained of life. The voice of the heart. Sunshine? Yan Feng silently recited the information he obtained after activating. Heart of all things, desires sunshine, hates all life that can enjoy sunshine. He continued to move forward, heading towards the core and darkest part of this area. He needed to find the boss's core, the wooden structure resembling a heart. Just as he stepped into a relatively open clearing in the forest, an abnormal change suddenly occurred. Swish! The ground beneath his feet exploded without warning. Dozens of black roots shot up like live tentacles, capturing his ankles, calves, waist, and arms in the blink of an eye. A great force surged, pulling him down. Root cage. Almost at the same moment, more roots burst from the ground, intertwining and wrapping around him, forming an airtight black cage that trapped him tightly in place. The surface of the roots was cold and sticky, an invisible suction force was coming from above. He could clearly feel his strength being drained little by little. On his personal panel, the words, Stamina, 7 out of 12, were slowly flickering. Stamina -1. Stamina -1. Oh no, stamina is decreasing. The Dragon Country live streaming room was instantly in an uproar. Damn! He's caught. What is this? It grows from the ground? It's too ghostly. It's over, now tied up like a big crab, can't move at all, just waiting to die. Flame God. Think of something, Flame God. In the command center, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Zhanglai's hands were tightly clenched into fists, his knuckles white from the strain, veins bulging on the back of his hand like coiled angry dragons. Yet, the desperate Yan Feng showed not a hint of panic on his face. He didn't even struggle. He had already felt the toughness of these roots when he first stepped into this area, tougher than steel cables. With his currently weakening strength, any physical struggle would only accelerate the depletion of his stamina. Meaningless. He was tied up tightly, unable to move at all, his whole being slowly pulled down towards the ground by an irresistible giant force, as if the earth had opened an invisible mouth, wanting to swallow him whole. Stamina -1. Stamina -1. On the personal panel, the number of stamina ruthlessly flickered, the cold digits were a countdown timer of life. Here it comes, this is the hospitality of a level 5 boss. He whispered to himself, his eyes calmed to a terrifying degree. The appetizer is a bit tough, but the main show should begin now. He didn't look down at the increasingly tight vines, but instead raised his head, his gaze struggling to pierce through the gaps in the top of the cage woven from countless black tentacles, laboriously searching for something in the darkness like sky, shrouded by dense, twisted leaves. The entire world was dark, oppressive, even the air carried a stale smell that arose from deep within the soil. Finally, he found it. Between the layers of nearly impenetrable treetops, there was an extremely tiny gap, so small it could almost be ignored. A beam of the last golden sunlight of the evening, like a golden needle dropped by an immortal, valiantly pierced through the endless darkness, shining straight into this silent realm. That was the only light in this graveyard. This was it. In front of billions of viewers in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room and all experts at the Dream Control Command Center, Yan Feng made a move that left everyone's brains malfunctioning. He did not attempt to attack the roots, nor did he use any skills, but rather, with his arms tightly bound and his range of motion extremely limited, he painstakingly pulled out his old buddy from the system backpack, that pot, cleaned until it shone, the interior smooth as could be, fireproof stone pot. Dude, are you for real? What are you pulling out a pot for at a time like this? Oh my god, I get it. He's going to stage the Last Supper. He's pulled out the pot, just missing the fire. Everyone shut up. This stamina is dropping faster than my salary. What is he trying to do? I can't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Just let it fall apart, Yan God, let's not submit to this torment, close your eyes and wait for death. 18 years later, he'll be a good man again. It's over, my heart can't take it. Does anyone have a fast-acting heart-saving pill? Lend me one. The live broadcast room's bullet comments went completely crazy, various speculations and wails flooded the screen, enveloping the atmosphere in a sense of despair like a plague. Chapter 37 will be drained? Dream Control Command Center. What is he doing? A young officer could no longer hold back and shouted out loud, only 3 stamina left. If he doesn't do something soon, it'll really. Shut up. Major General Zhang Lai roared, his eyes wide as copper bells, staring firmly at the figure tied up on the screen. Keep watching. He's not someone who will just wait to die. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, his eyes glinting with intense focus beneath the lenses. He muttered to himself, pot light, he wants to use the light. But what can a pot do? Could it be? An absurd yet seemingly the only possible guess emerged in his mind. On the battlefield, Yan Feng did not pay attention to the clamor from the outside world. All his thoughts were focused on 2 things. First, resisting the enormous pressure from the roots that threatened to crush his bones, maintaining his body's stability. Second, executing the crazy plan that had already formed in his mind the moment he was caught. He closed his eyes. Mental, 4 out of 12. Once again, 1 point of mental strength is consumed. Basic hypnosis activated. An invisible mental wave, which only he could perceive, silently spread around him. But this time, his target was not any living thing, but the most core part of this root network, that giant wooden core buried deep underground, slowly pulsing. He heard the desire in voices of everything. Sunlight, give me sunlight, even if just for a moment. So, here is your sunlight. A clear, firm, undeniable hypnotic command was precisely imprinted in the simple yet stubborn consciousness of the Shadowwood root. You are about to see the most perfect gathering of light in the world. Any ray of light that touches its surface will be gathered, amplified, and transformed into the most desired, purest scorching sunlight. After doing all this, Yan Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his pupils reflected that plain, unremarkable stone pot, but in the perception of the Shadowwood root, this pot was no longer a pot. It was a magical artifact. It was a mirror capable of capturing and reflecting sunlight. Ha! Yan Feng let out a long breath, the sweat on his forehead sliding down his cheeks. Preparation work, complete. Next, it was time to operate. He struggled to adjust the angle of the stone pot with arms entwined by roots. This movement was extremely difficult, the root's binding force was immense and always tightening. Every inch he moved, the muscles in his arms trembled violently, and his bones groaned under the unbearable load. He had only 2 points of strength left. If he failed again, he would truly be drained dry. In the live streaming room, tens of millions of viewers held their breath, even the dense barrage of comments became sparse. Everyone instinctively clenched their fists, eyes wide open, staring intensely at the shadowy figure struggling in the dark on the screen, hearts racing to their throats, waiting for a miracle that might happen, or might never happen.
Time became incredibly long in this moment. 1 second. Like a century. 2 seconds. Sweat dripped into Yan Feng's eyes, a sourness, but he dared not blink. 10 seconds. His arm finally stopped at a specific angle, motionless, as if welded in place. The unremarkable inner wall of the stone pot, at an extremely cunning angle, perfectly, just the right amount, caught the needle-sized golden sunlight falling from the sky. In the next second. In everyone's sight, it was merely a faint ray of light reflecting in the pot, with nothing extraordinary happening. But in the perception world of the Shadowwood root, it seemed as if the long-awaited light had come. That beam of light gathered and amplified by the stone pot was no longer just a thin golden line. It transformed into a judgment beam of light over 100 meters in diameter, scorching, dazzling, radiating supreme might. This sort of holy light, existing only in its illusions, tore through the darkness, crossed the distance of space, and precisely struck at the very center of the root network in the ground. There, the soil slightly bulged, a huge, heart-like wooden core was slowly beating in the darkness. And this was the core of the Shadowwood root. At that instant when the beam shone on the core. Eek! A sound not of this world, shrill to the utmost, as if it could tear souls apart, suddenly exploded in everyone's minds. That was not a sound transmitted through air, but a pure, brutal, mental shock filled with endless pain and fear. In the Dragon Country's live streaming room, countless viewers watching felt like their heads were struck hard by an invisible heavy hammer, instantly dizzy and experiencing ringing in their ears. What the hell? What sound is that? Ah! My head. It's going to explode. In the command center, except for a few star generals and experts, most staff members were in agony, covering their ears, their faces pale. And in the nightmare forest, the wooden core, illuminated by the beam, as if splashed with aqua regia, crazily emitted rolling black smoke, its surface appearing with countless cracks, and began to spasm violently and erratically. All the roots tangled around Yan Feng. At this moment, it felt as if he was being tortured by both electric shocks and raging flames, tightening suddenly, almost crushing his bones. Ugh! Yan Feng let out a muffled groan, feeling every bone in his body creaking. But then, that deadly binding force suddenly loosened. Crash! The black tendril cage collapsed and fell apart in an instant. Those incredibly tough tendrils lost all their vitality, turning into charred dust the moment they touched the air, cascading down. Yan Feng regained his freedom. He didn't hesitate at all, exerting force under his feet, the jumping ability of the charging boots activated. His whole body soared like an agile monkey, leaping high, flipping in the air, and landing steadily in a safe zone several meters away, the entire process smooth and flowing, without any delay. He steadied himself and looked back. He saw that massive network of tendrils covering nearly 100 meters, twisting and rolling wildly, like countless dying giant pythons making their last struggle. The core, continuously illuminated by sunlight, was breaking down and shattering inch by inch on its surface. A few seconds later, accompanied by a crisp and pleasant crack, the gigantic wooden core completely shattered. All the tendrils froze at the same time, then quickly lost their shine, collapsing to the ground, rapidly withering and decaying, merging back into the dark soil that had nourished them and imprisoned them for endless years. Silence. The forest returned to its previous stillness. As if that earth-shattering scene had never happened. Oh dear, you wanted sunlight, and now that the sunlight has truly come, it's you who cannot bear it. Chapter 38, Gaining the Heart of Life. Yan Feng witnessed the entire painful struggle of the Shadowwood roots after receiving sunlight, unable to understand how the sunlight they desperately craved became their death sentence. Global announcement: congratulations to player Yan Feng for completing E-level rating by satisfying the heart's voice of the level 5 nightmare creature Shadowwood roots. National Fortune Reward, Life Source times 3000, the quantity has been automatically increased by 10,000 times and settled at a 5% cash out rate, has been distributed to Dragon Kingdom. You gained 100 experience points. Level 5, 180/500. You received rewards: High-Toughness Vines X8, Life Do X2, Heart of Life X1. A series of system prompts flashed before Yan Feng's eyes, pleasant and beautiful. He let out a long breath, feeling a chill on his back, already soaked with cold sweat. Every step just taken felt like walking on a tightrope, his stamina reduced to the last point. If he failed the hypnosis, or miscalibrated the angle, he would already be a dried corpse drained of blood. He stepped forward, picking up his spoils from the pile of shattered wooden core dust. 5 bundles crafted from jade-green vine, radiating a faint scent of grass and trees, felt cold and tough to the touch. And a seed, only the size of a thumb, bright green all over, emitting a gentle aura of life. High-toughness vines, absorbing the life essence of the Shadowwood roots, its toughness is beyond imagination, making it excellent material for crafting ropes, bowstrings, and even fixing flying wing surfaces. Heart of Life. Description: the Shadowwood roots, after bathing in sunlight, gathered all its life force and final obsession with light into this one hope. Effect: can be planted in a sanctuary. Once rooted and sprouted, it will become an inexhaustible microspring, producing life dew daily.
Throw it in the soil, and it has unexpected effects, of which the wonders can be personally experienced. Life Dew, drinking it can quickly stop bleeding and heal wounds, rapidly restore physical strength and spirit, and clear most negative states caused by nightmare creatures. Its life aura can slowly purify the surrounding contaminated environment. Brief comment: a mobile spring and first aid pack, it can be considered a small safe zone. With it, you can at least sleep well at night. Life Source, National Fortune level material. The life essence sleeping deep within the earth, after being washed by the energy of nightmares, is purified once more by its thirst for sunlight. This is a miraculous creation. National Fortune effect: when activated, it will connect to the land's ley line, forming a protective area with a radius of 500 meters. Within the radiation of this area, all buildings will withstand earthquakes up to level 10. The pure energy it emits will also effectively weaken and resist the mental erosion of nightmare creatures in the real world. Activation method: requires ample sunlight exposure. Duration: 3 months after activation. Evaluation: it cannot create skyscrapers, but it can ensure that skyscrapers never fall. This is the heartbeat of the earth. With it, at least for the short term, we won't have to worry about the disasters and casualties caused by level 10 earthquakes in the real world. The moment the global announcement rang out, the almost frozen barrage in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream exploded like a reactor fueled by nuclear energy. Oh my god. E-level rating. A level 5 boss. I'm stunned, really. I was just thinking whether to end the livestream, fearing my heart couldn't take it, but then he hit me with a king bomb? Using a frying pan? He just showed off a boss? Is this guy here to survive or to perform tricks? Please, start a class, I'll attend on my knees. Don't be foolish in front. Can you learn this? He's playing psychology, physics, and metaphysics. We're playing Tetris. Flame God, my psychic superhero. From today, you are my biologically unrelated father. Stop messing around. Look at the National Fortune reward. Source of Life. Just hearing this name makes you feel like you're ascending to heaven. In the Nightmare Command Center. The dead silence was broken by a tremble, filled with a sobbing cry of shock. It succeeded. He really succeeded. A young female officer covered her mouth, tears flowing uncontrollably, an outpouring from extreme despair to ecstatic joy. After all, every move Flame Peak makes now concerns the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, and everyone's attention on him has risen to a whole new level. Slap. Major General Zhang Lai slammed his hand on the table, the heavy wooden surface issuing a dull thud, but there was no anger on his face, only pure excitement and admiration. Good kid. Without bloodshed. With a frying pan, he shifts a level 5 boss. He's engraved the art of war in his mind. This is tactical deception. No, General, this is deeper than tactical deception. Professor Bai Qiming pushed up his glasses, his voice filled with the excitement of a scholar discovering uncharted territory. He deceived not the boss's eyes, but its concept. He used hypnosis to make the root of Shadowwood believe that the frying pan is sunlight. This is a direct attack launched at the level of consciousness. This kind of thinking. Before he could finish, academician Xian Weiguo from the Materials Engineering Institute leaped to the screen, staring fixedly at the introduction of Source of Life, breathing heavily. Withstanding level 10 earthquakes. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is not a material. This is a miracle. It is the stabilizing needle of the country for national security. He suddenly turned to look at Commander Lin Jinghua, his voice hoarse with excitement. Commander. This means we can establish absolutely safe strategic bases, nuclear power plants, or even super cities in any geologically unstable area. The value of this thing is immeasurable. It can change the map of the Dragon Kingdom. The entire command center fell into a great shock because of Qian Weiguo's words, all experts and generals astonished. General Lin Jinghua, whose body had been tense, slowly leaned back in his chair. He didn't look at anyone, he just gazed at the calm figure on the screen. After a long while, he exhaled a deep breath, his eyes swirling with unprecedented brightness, whispering, "As long as we survive, that's enough, just survive." His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. At the edge of the nightmare forest. A genuine smile finally appeared on Yan Feng's face. Now, he had the complete moth wings, the hard beast bones, and now the high-toughness vines. Using beast bones to make the dragon skeleton frame, moth wings for the wing surface, and vines to bind and secure. All the materials for the primary glider were gathered. He walked to the edge of the forest, glanced at the sky, and saw the sun was about to set, with evening clouds starting to appear. The light in the forest was dimming at a visible speed. There was still 55 minutes until it got dark. Night was approaching quickly. On the night of nightmares, who knew how many people would not survive and would not see tomorrow's sun? He no longer hesitated, taking the 2 massive hard beast bones and 5 bundles of high-toughness vines in his hands, silently chanting in his heart. Synthesis. The familiar synthesis panel unfolded in his mind, and he directly locked onto the option with the wing icon.
Synthesis, primary glider. Confirm.
A soft white light began to glow in his hands as the three materials slowly floated, about to merge.
However, just at the moment when the synthesis light was about to peak. Crack.
A very slight sound of a dry, yellow branch being broken by an external force came from the thick shadow about 80 meters behind him on the left. That sound was so faint that, amidst the daytime noise, it might even be covered by the wind. But in this recently restored absolute silence of the forest, it was like a glass cup shattering in a quiet concert hall.
Yan Feng's smile instantly froze. His synthesis action came to a sudden halt, and the light in his hands instantly vanished. The synthesis was interrupted. Chapter 39, The Synthesis was interrupted. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, scanning fiercely in the direction of the sound. Every muscle in his body tightened to the extreme, switching instantly from a relaxed state to hunting mode. Like a startled cheetah, filled with dangerous tension. In that increasingly thick darkness, the tree shadow swayed, yet there was nothing there. Nothing at all. But Yan Feng's heart began to race uncontrollably at that moment. Once, twice. Heavily pounding against his chest. Something was wrong.
It wasn't a nightmare creature. If it were a nightmare creature, no matter how well it hid, as long as it had a heart voice, his talent, the heart voice of all things, would definitely catch a trace. Just now, he used his talent, the heart voice of all things, towards the direction of the sound.
No heart voice was present. An absolute silence.
Besides the rustling of wind through the leaves, there was nothing at all.
That left only one possibility. That was, a person. Another player. The thought coursed through his mind like electricity, sending a chill down his spine. Why would a player appear here?
According to the manual, in the early game, players were at least hundreds of kilometers apart, making it very hard to encounter other players in a short time. To precisely find him in such a short time was certainly not a coincidence. Moreover, the other party stepped on the branch and revealed their location but made no sound, nor did they show themselves.
What did this indicate?
It indicated the other side was professional, and they meant no good.
They had been following him. Since when did this start? Was it after dealing with the greedy wild boar, or even earlier?
He had just undergone a life-and-death battle, with his physical strength and spirit heavily drained. He was now in the most vulnerable, most relaxed moment.
Did the other party choose to expose themselves at this moment out of a mistake? Or was it deliberate? Thoughts raced through Yan Feng's mind as he clenched his fists, his gaze turning cold and alert.
He did not speak or react excessively, he simply stood silently in place, confronting the darkness. In the Dragon's Kingdom livestream, the barrage that had just been buzzing about the outrageous effects of the source of life.
Suddenly, there was a pause. What's going on? Why has the flame god stopped? Isn't he supposed to be combining items with the glowing thing in his hand? Why isn't he doing it? Look at his expression. Damn, I've never seen the flame god look like that, it's like he's about to eat someone. What is he looking at? Turn the camera around. There's nothing but darkness over there. Shut up. Everyone, shut up. Something's wrong. Something has definitely gone wrong. This isn't a monster fighting expression, this is the expression of encountering an enemy.
In the Dream Command Center. Recently delighted due to the source of life, Academician Qianwei's smile froze on his face.
The situation isn't right.
General Zhang Lai was the first to speak, his voice deep and powerful, his eagle-like gaze fixed intensely on the side profile of Yan Feng on the screen. He has entered a combat stance, the highest level of alertness. I can sense that aura on him, that is killing intent. Professor Bai Qiming pushed up his glasses, his expression became extremely serious. There's no monster alarm, and his talent hasn't activated. This means that he's not facing a nightmare creature.
So there's only one answer, it's other players. And they are players with strong hostility. Players? General Lin Zhenghua clenched his fist slowly under the table. It's only been a few days since the game started? Are they already going to turn on each other? Eagle Sauce Country, 7-point building command center.
The huge screen displayed dozens of split images, but the center and largest one showed the live broadcast from the perspective of the tulip. In the screen, Dragon Kingdom players appeared in the distance. Since Yan Feng turned off the global live broadcast function, his every move could only be seen by Dragon Kingdom, with a delay in transmitting actions, statuses, and information. However, this didn't affect the intelligence sent back by his spies planted in Dragon Kingdom.
Oh, it has begun.
General MacArthur leaned back in his chair, a cruel smile creeping on his lips as he took a leisurely sip of coffee.
Tulip has done well, this timing is just right.
Just finished off the boss, exhausted and weary, at the lowest point of vigilance TSK, a perfect beginning for the hunt.
But, why expose the location? This is a low-level mistake.
Beside him, the psychologist with the codename Prophet, Christina, whose blue eyes seemed to penetrate human hearts, showed no joy, only an extreme calmness in her analysis. General, her voice was very steady, that sound of the branch breaking wasn't a mistake.
It was intentional by Tulip Catherine. She was testing the reaction speed and alertness of Yan Feng.
At the same time, it interrupted his item combining. An item that she values so much, made with 5-level boss materials, must not be allowed to fall easily into his hands. Look, Christina pointed at Yan Feng's instantly tensed body outline on the screen. His reaction is astonishingly quick. He reacted almost within 0.5 seconds of the sound and immediately stopped the combining. His combat instinct isn't what a civilian should have, it's even stronger than we assessed. Catherine's mistake has gained her the intelligence she wanted, but also made us lose the opportunity to launch a surprise attack.
MacArthur shrugged nonchalantly. Opportunity? My dear Prophet Christina. The 3 top agents of Eagle Sauce don't need a sneak attack to deal with an exhausted ordinary person, do we? This is a crushing. Next, I invite you to enjoy a wonderful one-sided massacre. Nightmare Forest.
The air seemed to freeze. The wind stopped, the leaves no longer swayed, and even the occasional distant roars of unknown creatures vanished. 80 meters, for an ordinary person, is a distance that would take a quick run of several seconds. But for the 2 parties confronting each other at this moment, this is a distance of imminent death. Yan Feng's breathing became long and steady. He forced himself to calm down.
Stamina January 12th, Spirit March 12th. This is the weakest moment since he entered the game. A hard fight leads to a dead end. Run?
Since they can track him accurately to this place, they must have special tracking methods. His charge boots might increase his speed, but in the complex terrain of the forest, he is not sure if he can shake off professional hunters.
The only glimmer of hope.
His gaze falls on the few materials in his hand that have not yet been successfully synthesized.
Beginner glide wings.
Only by flying up into the sky can he completely escape the ambush on the ground. But synthesizing takes time. Even a few seconds in this life and death confrontation could be enough for him to die 10 times over.
He must create an opportunity.
He slowly puts the beast bones and vines back into the backpack behind him, leaving only the 5 huge moth wings. At the same time, his brain is racing, analyzing all available information around him. This forest has just experienced the ravages of the Shadowwood roots. The soil on the surface is extremely loose, with shriveled and rotten roots everywhere, a trap and a cover. The sky is slowly getting darker, light is the greatest variable.
And Chapter 40, the Shu Feng team appears.
From the corner of Yan Feng's eye, he catches sight of a smooth stone beneath his feet. An incredibly bold, even mad plan suddenly forms in his mind.
At that moment, whoosh!
A sharp sound of cutting through the air suddenly blasts out from the dark shadows. A black, spiral-tailed crossbow bolt, carrying a deadly gust of wind, heads not for Yan Feng's vital points, but for the ground 3 meters in front of him.
Thud!
The bolt deeply embeds into the soft ground, the tail vibrating violently, making a buzzing sound.
This is a warning, it's also a test. Yan Feng's pupils dilate sharply.
He sees clearly that this is not an ordinary bolt. The tip is coated with a layer of ghostly green light, and a faint, sweet, and fishy smell drifts over on the wind.
The tip is poisoned. The Dragon Country livestream instantly explodes. Damn! It's a bolt. Someone is ambushing. It's green. Poisoned.
These bastards are so dishonorable.
Yan God, run! There's more than one person on the other side. Almost at the same time the bolt lands, shadows on Yan Feng's left and right sides spring into action. To the left, a dark figure darts out, so fast it leaves only an afterimage, rushing straight at Yan Feng's flank. Its target is clear and cold. It aims to get close to Yan Feng as quickly as possible for close combat. It's the Butcher. His massive bear-like body, at high speed, carries a crushing momentum with every step, causing the soft ground to sink slightly. To the right, an even more ghostly figure silently slips out. It does not attack directly but encircles around in a large arc, moving to flank Yan Feng from behind. Its footsteps are as light as falling leaves, making not a single sound, like a gust of wind. It is Hound, possessing B-grade tracking talent.
What he intends to do is block all of Yan Feng's escape routes. From the front, in the direction the bolt shot from, a striking, fiery figure slowly emerges from the deepest darkness. Golden hair shines even in the dim light, and a tight tactical suit outlines her stunning curves perfectly. She holds a sleek military crossbow in her hands, with a playful mocking smile on her face like a cat playing with a mouse.
It is Tulip Catherine. Hello, Yan God.
Her voice carries a lazy magnetism, clearly reaching Yan Feng from 50 meters away. Let me introduce myself. I am Catherine from the Shu Feng team, also the Terminator of Yan God.
The 3 form a cop-shaped encirclement instantly. Roles are clearly defined, teamwork is seamless, and actions are decisive.
In the face of this deadly situation, Yan Feng's face is surprisingly calm.
He did not retreat, nor did he look to the left or right at the encroaching enemies.
His gaze measured Catherine ahead. This woman seemed to be the brain of the squad. The butcher quickly closed the distance to Yan Feng. With the butcher less than 5 meters away, a fierce wind rushed towards him, stinging his cheeks in an instant. Yan Feng moved. He suddenly bent down, not to dodge, but to grab the smooth stone at his feet. Then, he used all his strength to hurl it towards Catherine. Humph, a petty trick. Catherine sneered, even too lazy to dodge, this thrown object posed no threat to her. However, Yan Feng's target was never her. The stone traced a parabolic arc in the air, flying towards the area above Catherine's head. There, the last rays of sunshine of the evening, accompanied by the richest hues of twilight, spilled on the stone's smooth surface, reflecting slightly. Basic hypnosis. Mental 1. Yan Feng roared internally, the remaining 3 points of mental power consumed again, leaving 2 points. This time, his hypnosis command was just one word. Light. A simple, crude, and unreasonable mental hypnosis targeting Catherine, the butcher, and the hounds. You will see the brightest light in the world. In the next second, that stone flying in the air, under the twilight's glow, erupted with a blinding bright light, akin to a nuclear explosion, in the eyes of the 3 hunters. That was not real light, it was merely an illusion created by mental induction. But for the hypnotized brain, combined with the hypnosis gained from the nightmare world, this signal felt real. Ah! The butcher, charging in the front, or the brunt. He felt a white blur before his eyes, intense pain pricking his eyes, tears uncontrollably gushing out. He subconsciously closed his eyes and let out a painful roar, his forward momentum suddenly distorted, crashing into a nearby large tree. Thud! The dull sound of impact was painful just to hear. The hunting hound preparing to flank from the side was also caught off guard, it groaned lightly, its steps faltering, body staggering. And standing still, calm and composed, Catherine's pupils shrank to the size of pinholes in an instant. Her brain instantly judged this was a mental attack, but her body reacted faster than her logic. She instinctively turned her head, raised her arm, and covered her eyes. Victory hinged on a thin thread. Great opportunity. This was the less than a second gap. Yan Feng waited for this chance. He did not run away but turned sharply, diving into the darkest, muddiest area that had just been ravaged by the roots of shadow trees. Synthesis! He screamed in his heart. White light illuminated once more in his hand. This time, without hesitation, without pause. Damn it! Catherine's reaction was swift. The moment she turned, she realized she had been fooled, that was not strong light at all. Just a trick wrapped in hypnosis by the cunning Dragon Kingdom people. She turned back quickly, her azure eyes filled with furious realization. She saw the glowing white light in the dark, representing synthesis. This white light was not unfamiliar to her, as their weapons and equipment were also synthesized by the system's built-in functions. No way! Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her crossbow again, not even bothering to aim accurately, relying on her sharpshooter instincts, she aimed at the light and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Another poisoned bolt shot forth like a snake choosing its prey, tearing through the air, aiming directly at the core of that light. In the dark forest, that gentle white light representing synthesis. At this moment, it became the most lethal target. The crossbow arrow, infused with a ghostly green poison, rapidly enlarged in Catherine's angry and cold pupils. Its trajectory was incredibly precise, aimed directly at Yan Feng's heart. This arrow embodied the anger and killing intent of a top-notch hunter. Fast. Accurate. Deadly. Unavoidable. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, the hearts of billions of viewers were gripped by an invisible giant hand, almost stopping their beats. The bullet screen vanished. The sound disappeared. The entire world was left with only that magnified, deathly green arrow in the screen. Chapter 41, First Injury. No! In the Dream Command Center, Major General Zhang Lai's eyes were bloodshot as he slammed his fist hard onto the alloy table in front of him with a loud bang. The military teacup on the table jumped and shattered on the ground, breaking into pieces. It's over. These were the 2 words that popped into everyone's mind at the same time. At this distance and speed, Yan Feng was synthesizing, his body could not move, he was a living target. Dead end. In the Eagle Country Command Center, General MacArthur's face burst into a triumphant joy. Yes. Well done. Catherine. He was about to jump out of his chair, it's over. This damn Dragon Kingdom myth, end it for me. Christina's mouth also curled up for the first time, showing a faint arc. In her eyes, although Yan Feng created an opportunity with an incredible flashbang, he still made a fatal mistake. He shouldn't have synthesized in place. He should have stepped back first, then considered other options. Now, he paid the price of his life for his recklessness. However, just at the very second before the crossbow arrow pierced through that ball of white light. A change, rebirth. Yan Feng, who was in the process of synthesizing, indeed couldn't move his body.
But his eyes locked onto the incoming crossbow arrow like the most precise instrument. His upper body didn't move, but one of his legs did. Wild boar charge boots. After wearing these boots, he could achieve movement by merely stepping in place. The jumping ability he had never experienced before was activated in a bizarre way at that moment. Stamina -1. He exerted all his strength, stamping his feet hard on the already withered tree roots. Crack! A powerful reaction force surged, and Yan Feng's immovable body was surprisingly shifted half a meter upward and to the right by this force. Just as he was about to shift only half a centimeter to the upper right, the arrow had already arrived. This half-centimeter distance was negligible in normal times. But this half-centimeter distance made Yan Feng unable to dodge the poison arrowhead. Although it couldn't hit a vital point, it could still inflict an injury. Put! The poison crossbow arrow flew past Yan Feng's left side rib, almost touching him. The sharp arrowhead tore through his clothes, leaving a string of crimson blood beads, as a deep wound appeared instantly at his waist. The intense pain felt like a red-hot iron branding his nerves. Ugh! Yan Feng let out an uncontrollable groan from his throat, his face turned ashen, cold sweat dripping down. He was injured. For the first time since entering the game, he truly suffered an injury. But he was still alive. Almost at the same time the crossbow arrow brushed past him, the white light in his hand finally reached its most brilliant peak. Synthesis successful. You have obtained Beginner Glider X1. Automatically equipped. The light dispersed. A pair of beginner gliders was formed, made with 2 thick beast bones as the main frame and 5 huge moth wings as the wing surface, tightly bound with dark green vines, displaying a slightly rough but stable structure, automatically attached to his back. Without a moment's hesitation, not even stopping to check its attributes, nor caring about the fiery pain at his waist, Yan Feng firmly grasped the central handle of the glider with his right hand. The left hand swiftly pulled out something from behind the package. It was a black, palm-sized piece, giving off a terrible stench, rotten frog meat. Roar! On the other side, the butcher, recovering from blindness, let out an angry roar. He saw Yan Feng injured and noticed the huge wings in his hand, and his simple mind instantly understood the opponent's intent. His leg muscles bulged fiercely, and his whole body shot forward like a cannonball, charging at Yan Feng again. This time, he used his own talent. B-level talent, Mighty Elephant Charge. A faint earth-yellow halo appeared over his body, instantly boosting his speed and power. He wanted to smash Yan Feng and that ridiculous pair of wings into meat paste before he could take off. A fierce glint flashed in Yan Feng's eyes. He did not look at the charging butcher but suddenly turned to face the bottomless cliff behind him. At the edge of this area, there was actually a sheer cliff. This was the only escape route he had instantly judged when he rushed into the darkness just now. He used all his strength to throw the stinking frog meat fiercely into the endless darkness below the cliff. After doing all this, he did not hesitate, grabbing the glider, and leaped. His whole body jumped off the edge of the cliff. Is he crazy? This was the thought that flashed through Catherine, the Hound, and the millions of viewers in the Dragon Kingdom live stream simultaneously. Jumping off the cliff? That glider looked like a beginner's model. Could it take off from the edge of this windless cliff? How was this any different from suicide? The corner of Catherine's mouth even curled into a smirk. She thought Yan Feng had broken mentally under the immense pressure and chose to end it all. Just as he jumped off the cliff, his body began to plummet rapidly. Woo! A shrill, piercing scream, filled with endless resentment and hunger, suddenly rose from the deep darkness below the cliff. Following that, huge, sickle-like shadows, moving with speeds hard to capture by the naked eye, shot out from the darkness. Their target was not the falling Yan Feng but that piece of rotten frog meat, also falling. Level 6 Nightmare Creature, Resentful Vulture. A nightmare creature that resides in cliff walls. They are born gliders, but when extremely hungry, they will attack everything that moves. Before, they were suppressed by the presence of the level 5 boss, Shadowwood Root, and dared not show themselves. After all, having a boss title, a level 5 creature is stronger than a level 6 one. Now, with Shadowwood Root, the closest to them, dead, their fears were lessened. More than a dozen resentful vultures, as big as adults, surged out of their cliff nests like sharks scenting blood, chasing after that piece of frog meat, creating a chaotic black storm below the cliff. They flapped their wings, stirring up a strong, chaotic updraft. This sudden updraft struck Yan Feng in the bottom of his glider like an invisible hand. Buzz! The glider's wings instantly filled with the wild wind, producing a burdensome buzzing sound. Yan Feng felt a tremendous force surge from his arm, and the downward momentum came to a sudden halt. His body shook and rolled violently in the air, almost being torn apart by the chaotic airflow. He gritted his teeth, and the wound at his side tore open again due to the violent movement, blood soaking half of his body, and the pain made his vision darken. But he used the last bit of his strength, relying on his super balance and control over his body, to forcibly adjust the angle of the glider. Finally, after rolling 7 or 8 times in the air, he seized a gap in the airflow.
The beginner glider suddenly shook violently. Like a seagull breaking free from its shackles, it glided, slanting and swaying, away from the cliff. He succeeded. He flew up. At the edge of the cliff. The butcher, who just rushed to the cliff's edge, could only watch helplessly as the figure steadied itself in the air, then flew farther and farther away, eventually turning into a tiny black dot, disappearing beneath the deepening sky. Time until dark, 0 hours 2 minutes. He slammed his fist down in anger, leaving a dent in the hard rock. Fuck. The figure of the hound silently appeared beside him. He looked towards the direction where Yan Feng had disappeared, his face pale, raspily saying, "It will be dark soon, my tracking cannot be used in the darkness." Catherine slowly walked to the edge of the cliff, her crossbow still in shooting stance. She looked down at the chaotic group of vultures fighting over a piece of rotten meat, then glanced at the horizon where Yan Feng had vanished. On her beautiful face, for the first time, the mockery and laziness faded away, replaced by a complex expression mixed with shock, anger, and a hint of wariness. Flashbangs, using terrain, predicting the enemy, trading injury for life, and finally borrowing the monsters beneath the cliff to create an updraft. Each step was a dance on the edge of a knife, every move calculated to the extreme, every step a feat of limits. This man. Is he really a civilian player from Longwa? Chapter 42, Cave at the Cliff. Captain, the butcher asked in a deep voice, should we continue the chase? Catherine put away her crossbow and glanced at the 2 minutes left on the countdown to darkness. Time until dark, 0 hours 2 minutes. She shook her head, her voice cold, no. It's about to get dark, and the night forest is 100 times more dangerous than him. We must immediately find a movable shelter. She paused, a cold light flashing in her bright blue eyes. He's seriously injured. I coated my arrow with the poison of the marsh frog. Although the dose isn't large, it's enough to make his wound rot and keep him bleeding. He can't fly far. Moreover, now that he's done this, everyone knows he can fly, making him the primary target in the eyes of players from all countries. Our goal has been achieved halfway. Let's go, retreat. After saying this, she turned around without looking back, quickly disappearing into the dark forest with 2 others. They were confident and rational. Although the mission failed, they successfully probed Yan Feng's trump card and heavily injured him. More importantly, they forced Yan Feng to reveal his secret, his ability to fly. From today on, Yan Feng would go from a mysterious deity to a bleeding deity targeted by countless hungry wolves. This was the deeper plan of the Zhufeng plan. Under the dim sky, a black shadow wobbled and swept across the treetops of the forest. The flying experience brought by the Yi basic glider was far from the imagined beauty. At most, it allowed you to leave the ground for 15 minutes. It felt more like a giant leaf, occasionally leaking air rather than wings. Every bump in the airflow made Yan Feng feel like a small boat in a storm, ready to fall apart at any moment. The sound of wind howled in his ears, the cold air rushed into his nostrils, thin and biting, a unique feature of high altitudes. If it weren't for taking off from the cliff and relying solely on the basic glider, he wouldn't have reached such heights. Yan Feng gritted his teeth, his right arm tightly grasping the glider's handle, muscles aching and trembling from the strain. His left hand pressed firmly on the wound on his left side. There, a sticky warmth spread, his clothes already soaked in blood. A fiery, tingling pain continually radiated from deep within the wound, spreading outward. You have been poisoned, marsh frog poison, medium dose. Effect, hemostasis effect of the wound reduced by 80%. The recovery speed of physical strength is reduced by 50%, and it continues to cause slight corrosion damage. A scarlet negative status prompt announced his current terrible situation. His physical strength was already at its limit, and because of the poison effect, it had not recovered at all. His mental strength was down to the last point. He was truly at the end of his rope now. Damn it, this is a huge loss. You will pay for this. Yan Feng grinned and took a deep breath. To get rid of those 3 professional special forces, he had almost bet everything. Although he successfully escaped, the cost was heavy. He looked down at the dark forest rushing past below him, feeling no joy, only a growing sense of crisis. Flying was just a temporary solution to being chased. But new problems followed closely. The night has fallen, nightmare creatures are about to appear. He had to find a safe landing spot and build the most basic shelter before the nightmare creatures emerged. Otherwise, once the nightmare creatures appeared, he would only die faster. Also, he needed to stop the bleeding and treat his wounds as soon as possible. Not only was it dark, but the poison from the swamp frog caused continuous blood loss, which was also a countdown to death. He had to clean his wounds, then find a way to detoxify or contain the poison. His gaze scanned the vast forest below like a hawk, his brain working at its limit, searching for a glimmer of hope. A flat ground wouldn't work, as it could easily attract the nightmare creatures. A tree? Ordinary trees couldn't support a gliding wing landing, and in his current state, he also couldn't climb up. He must find a place that was easy to defend but hard to attack, with a special geographical environment. Just then, his pupils suddenly contracted. To his left front, about 2 kilometers away, a giant black cliff, as if sliced by a sharp sword, came into view. The cliff was hundreds of meters high, with smooth steep walls, almost vertical at 90 degrees. And at the halfway point of the cliff, there was a huge, dark hole, like the mouth of a giant beast waiting to devour. A cave. Yan Feng's heart jumped suddenly. This was truly a heavenly sanctuary. The high cave could perfectly avoid most ground nightmare creatures' harassment. The only entrance was that hole, easy to defend, hard to attack. Most importantly, he was now in the air. He could fly directly there. He no longer hesitated, took a bite of dry food to recover 1 point of stamina. He immediately adjusted the gliding wings angle and soared towards the cliff cave with all his might. In the Dragon Country live stream room. After experiencing the ups and downs, a roller coaster of despair to ecstasy, the entire live stream room was completely boiling. He's flying. He's really flying. This is the first flight for humans. Newton, I was sitting right next to him. I didn't stop him because I didn't know what he was going to do. Stop joking around in front. Yan Feng is injured. Look at his waist. He's been bleeding non-stop. Oh crap. It's true. Those damn eagle-hating agents. They hit too hard. Don't panic, don't panic. Once he's flying, he's safe. Hurry and find a place to land and bandage. Where to go? There are trees everywhere below, how can he land? Is he going to show us a leap of faith and plunge into the trees? The audience's hearts rose again to their throats. They watched helplessly as Yan Feng swayed in the air, looking at the expanding bloodstain on him, and everyone's mood was extremely heavy. At that moment, Yan Feng adjusted his direction, and in the distant scenery on the screen, that cliff with the cave came into everyone's view. The cliff cave. It's the cave on the cliff. My God. There's always a way out. Yan Feng, hurry to that place. It's absolutely safe. Great. There's finally hope. I said Yan Feng is the son of fortune, how could he die in the sky? In the Dream Control Command Center. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The tense nerves finally received a momentary buffer. Beautiful. So beautiful. Zhang Lai swept away his earlier fury, slapping his thigh forcefully, his face filled with approval. He remained calm under pressure and turned the tables to escape. This kid is born to be a special soldier. This psychological quality, this tactical decision-making, is stronger than my best elite soldiers. Professor Bai Qiming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, barely steadying himself by holding onto the table. He looked at the increasingly close cave on the screen, murmuring. He didn't just find a shelter, he obtained short-term air supremacy. Although it's just the most basic gliding ability, this will fundamentally change his survival model. Exploration, collection, transfer, reconnaissance, his efficiency and safety will increase exponentially. This game has entered a new era because of him. General Lin Zhengguo's gaze was profound. He didn't speak, but the narrowing of his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light. Chapter 43, Do you want to excuse them? In the Eagle Sauce Nation, the 7-point building. Waste. General MacArthur swept an antique porcelain cup off the table, shattering it to pieces. The entire command center fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. I send out 3 top agents, with Class B talent, armed with poison weapons. What happened? A guy who was almost exhausted got away. He even flew in front of the whole world. He pointed at the gliding black dot on the screen, his neck veins throbbing with anger. Who can tell me what's going on? All the staff bowed their heads, no one daring to speak. At that moment, a calm female voice sounded. General, from a tactical perspective, Catherine and the others did indeed fail. Christina sat in the corner, her hands crossed, quietly watching the screen as if enjoying a play. MacArthur turned his head sharply, fury directed at her. Are you trying to excuse them? No. Christina shook her head, her blue eyes holding a terrifying calmness, but from a strategic perspective, we gained. She raised one finger. First, we obtained his complete combat data and psychological profile, which is more valuable than killing him. She raised a second finger. Second, he has been poisoned and seriously injured. A bleeding god is no longer a god does not bleed, a person does. He has flaws now. Christina's lips curved into a slight arc, as if a hunter saw its prey trapped in a snare. Third and most importantly, we forced him to expose his secret, flight. Her tone carried a hint of amusement. Now, all eyes in the world are on him. Do you think the S-class talent holders from other countries will let go of a flying ace that the Dragon Nation has invested in? Christina's lips curled into a slight arc again, as if a hunter saw its prey trapped in a snare. Third and most importantly, We forced him to expose his secret flight. Her voice was soft, yet it lowered the temperature of the entire command center. General, a flying person, a seriously injured candidate, has now become a target for the whole world. No matter how strong he is just one person. He needs rest, he needs treatment, he needs food. Each disturbance, each pursuit, consumes him. The ninjas of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the tyrants of the Northern Federation, the paladins of the European Alliance, these people are not fools. They will pounce like wolves smelling blood from all directions. You contribute one share, I will contribute one share, and with the tactic of wheel warfare, it is enough to exhaust him to death. He is no longer our prey, but a piece of meat that all top players want his share. What we need to do now is not to bite ourselves, but to stoke the fire even hotter. Christina looked at the black dot about to disappear into the cave on the screen. In the blue eyes shimmered a cold calculation. When everyone has bitten him down to just a breath, we will appear like ghosts and take away the last fruit of victory. This is the game with the lowest cost and the highest profit. She gently lowered her hand. This is strategy. In the command center, MacArthur's heavy breathing gradually calmed. The fury on his face was slowly replaced by a chilling calculation. He stared fixedly at Christina. A few seconds later, he suddenly grinned, but there was not a hint of warmth in that smile. Very good. He walked back to his seat, sat down again, his fingers crossed on the table, body leaning forward, like a beast ready to pounce. Since you've described the plan so perfectly, you will be responsible for the finish. His tone was not heavy, but carried an unquestionable commanding voice. Don't disappoint me, Christina. Otherwise, you will be the next waste dot. Don't forget, you are also an officer. Who? The glider traveled in the air, drawing a shaky arc, like the last stubborn leaf in the wind. Blood loss and severe pain made Yan Feng's vision flicker, his arms holding the grips long numb, leaving only the most primal instincts holding on. No, I can't hold on anymore. He watched helplessly as the dark opening was right in front of him, but the last 2 meters became an insurmountable chasm. The strength in his arms had completely drained. The glider suddenly tilted, and he lost control, plummeting from midair. Boom! With a dull sound, he crashed heavily onto the narrow rocky platform in front of the opening. The impact force instantly sucked the air from his lungs, darkness enveloped him, and he almost lost consciousness. The glider fell to the side, making a muffled collision sound, and then there was no more noise. Yan Feng could no longer care about that. He struggled, using the last ounce of strength, climbing to the cold rock wall, collapsing against it, gasping violently like a broken bellows. The wound at his side had torn completely from the previous impact, warm, thick blood gushing out, soaking half of his clothes. He raised his head, all around was a pitch-black void where one could not see 5 fingers. It had already been dark for over 10 minutes. Global announcement, night has fallen, and nightmares are awakening. Warning, the consumption speed of spiritual power at night has increased by 100%. When spiritual power falls below 30%, you may hear or see some illusions. Warning, please ensure that your shelter is sufficiently bright, and do not respond to any voices from the darkness. No matter what sound you hear, do not open the door. We wish you pleasant dreams. The cold system prompt echoed in every nightmare player's mind. Meanwhile, down in the dark forest, which had just seemed relatively calm, a series of terrifying howls, shrieks, and roars suddenly erupted. Countless pairs of crimson, ghostly green, and deathly white eyes lit up in the darkness, densely packed like ghost fires. Nightmare creatures appeared. The true horror had just begun. Yan Feng leaned against the cold cave entrance, glancing back at the pitch-black and bottomless cave, then looked down at the forest that had already turned into a demon domain. He was temporarily safe. But he was also trapped here. The rocky platform at the cave entrance was chilling to the bone. Yan Feng slumped against the smooth rock wall, his lungs burning, every breath carried a rust-like smell of blood. He struggled to lift his hand and pressed it against his left side. His fingers met a warm, sticky surface. The torn clothes had long been soaked and hardened with blood, sticking to the wound. The previous violent impact made the wound that had barely stopped bleeding tear open again. Hiss! He gasped, wincing in pain. A stinging, oddly itchy pain, mixed with a burning sensation, was spreading out from deep within the wound. Like countless ants gnawing at his flesh and blood. Chapter 44, just escaped, danger approaches again. He brought up his personal panel. Stamina, 0/12. Mental, 1/12. Hunger, 11/12. Fatigue, 11/12. Status, severe injury, corrupted marsh frog poison. His stamina was at the bottom, and he had only a last bit of mental power left, while fatigue had climbed to a dangerous level. If this continued, before the nightmare monsters outside found him, he would die here from excessive blood loss and poisoning. Outside the cave, the sky had turned completely dark. What was once a relatively calm dark forest had now transformed into a hell where demons danced. Piercing shrieks, dull roars, and painful hisses echoed. Various strange sounds intertwined to create a symphony of death. Countless pairs of crimson, ghostly green, and pale white eyes lit up in the sea of trees, like fireflies on a summer night, but filled with chilling malice and madness. This time, I messed up big time. Yan Feng grinned and cursed self-deprecatingly. He wanted to make a fire immediately, block the cave entrance, and create a shelter to survive the night. But he didn't even have the strength to stand up. The most urgent thing was to recover stamina and treat his wounds. Enduring the sharp pain, he fumbled around in his backpack for a while and pulled out a hard black bread from the beginner's gift pack that could be eaten immediately. He didn't care about the taste. Leaning against the wall, he mechanically tore it apart and swallowed. The dry bread scratched his throat, hard to swallow, but he forced himself to eat more than half. Stamina, 0/12 1/12. A drop in the bucket, but better than nothing. At least, he had regained some strength to move. Next, he took out a long piece of sandalwood incense. This was obtained from the stone puppet that roamed during the night of nightmares last night. Calming sandalwood, when lit, its special fragrance within 30 minutes can quickly restore mental value and dispel low-level illusions within a 5-meter radius. He struck flint to light the sandalwood, a wisp of blue smoke rose, and a serene fragrance immediately spread in the air. His tense nerves found a bit of relief, and the string in his mind that was about to snap finally loosened a bit. Mental, 1/12 February 12th. After completing this, he began to deal with the trickiest issue, his wounds and poisoning. He took out the spring frog song he got from the level 2 corrupted marsh frog and used its detoxification function. Spring frog song, consumable, after use, it can purify a small piece of contaminated land or water source into a clean area, and has basic detoxification function. A crisp, pleasant croaking sound echoed in the cave, like a summer night's concerto by the pond, carrying a touch of coolness. However, he looked down at his status panel. Status, severe injury, corrupted marsh frog poison. The crimson prompt remained still. The itchy, stinging pain at his wound showed no signs of easing. Useless. Yan Feng's heart sank. It seemed that spring frog song could only detoxify the lowest level of toxins, clearly inadequate against the carefully crafted poison of the Eagle Sauce Nation's agents. Was he really going to be slowly killed by this poison? Just when he felt heavier in heart, he suddenly remembered something. His hand reached deep into the backpack, touching a small, warm object. Heart of Life. One of the core rewards received after killing the level 5 boss Shadowwood root. He cradled the seed, about the size of half a palm, glowing jade green and pulsing slightly like a heart. On the surface of the seed, a drop of crystal-clear dew was gently rolling, emitting a soft breath of life. Life Dew. Function: drinking it can stop bleeding quickly, detoxify and heal wounds, quickly restore half of stamina and mental value, and clear most negative states caused by nightmare creatures. The life breath it emits can slowly purify the surrounding contaminated environment. Simple review: a mobile spring, a bleeding pack, it is a mini safe zone. With it, at least he could sleep well at night. Now is the time when he needs it the most. Without the slightest hesitation, he carefully dripped that drop of life dew onto the blood-soaked wound at his waist. There was no excruciating pain as he imagined, but rather an indescribable coolness that instantly spread from the point of contact. Like pouring a bottle of chilled cola on a blistering summer day, that refreshing feeling shot up from the wound to the top of his head. The fiery, itchy pain rapidly subsided under this cooling relief. He looked down and saw the flesh around the wound, which had started to blacken and rot, returning to its normal color at an observable speed. The gushing blood also miraculously coagulated and stopped. A few seconds later, the crimson message on the status bar finally flickered once, then completely disappeared. You have removed the poison state, Mire Toad poison. Stamina has been restored by half. Stamina, 6/12. Ha! Yan Feng exhaled a long breath, feeling as if every bone in his body had been pulled out, entirely collapsing. The sense of relief from surviving made his tense body go soft. He was alive. In the Dragon Country live stream room, the audience's hearts rode a thrilling roller coaster. Whoa! It's cured. The poison is gone. The bleeding has stopped. I was scared to death. When I saw Yenshin like that, I thought he was done for. What is that drop of dew? What a miraculous effect. He's fine now, like nothing happened. It must be the reward for defeating that level 5 boss. Sure enough, high risk, high reward. Damn it, those Eagle Sauce Country bastards are too ruthless. If there wasn't an antidote, Yenshin would be finished. Shut up. The danger isn't over yet. It's getting dark. He hasn't built a shelter yet. The audience was right. Now that Yan Feng had stamina, he easily stood up and began to assess this temporary shelter. The cave was black as pitch, bottomless, like the mouth of a giant beast that chose its prey. The air was filled with a damp smell of soil and rock, along with a faint hint of something fishy. The entrance was small, with no protection whatsoever. He had to start a fire quickly and block the entrance. Firelight was the only safety assurance in the nightmare night. The rule of the shelter was not being seen. As long as there was something to block the view, even if it was made of paper, the monsters wouldn't attack actively. He took out a large bundle of dry straw obtained from clearing the grievous Scarecrow before, using half to block the entrance and half to ignite a fire. All his stamina was restored, and his mental strength was slowly recovering under the effect of sandalwood. Everything was developing in a good direction. Just when he was about to get up to set up all this at the entrance, a voice, both familiar and strange, suddenly drifted down from above the cliff without warning.
A phone? Is that you? Yan Feng's movements instantly froze.
His pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip in a heartbeat.
This voice. So familiar.
It was the voice of his best childhood friend, Chen Ming, the childhood companion he lost contact with after moving. The tone, the inflection, even that slight accent, were all perfectly mimicked.
A phone. It's really you. Great. You're still alive. The voice from above was filled with surprise and urgency. Don't move. I'm going to find a way to pull you up. Wait for me. A glimmer of absurd, unrealistic hope flashed in Yan Feng's heart. Could it be he is also in this game? And is he nearby? He instinctively opened his mouth, almost about to call out a Ming.
But just as the sound was about to burst out from his throat, he suddenly bit down on his tongue. A severe pain and the taste of blood exploded in his mouth, instantly waking him up.
No. This is the nightmare of the Guishu world. He recalled the system warning. Warning, after dark. Chapter 45, Childhood Friend?
A blood-red warning, like an alarm bell, exploded in his mind.
His childhood friend, thousands of miles away in their hometown, how could they possibly appear here? Even if they were really here, each player in the early game was separated by hundreds of kilometers. How could it be so coincidental to be right above him? And knowing he was injured, having fallen into a cave halfway down a cliff? This is a trap.
It's a lure from a nightmare creature. A chill shot from his tailbone straight to his head, making every hair on his body stand on end. He quickly took a few steps to hide inside the cave, but soon stopped, raising his head sharply, staring intensely at that pitch-black cave entrance. But it was already too late. In that brief moment when he was distracted by the sound, a faint, teeth-grinding rustling had already crept in from outside the cave. That sound was not coming from above the cliff, but right at the cave entrance.
How could it be so fast? Just a blink and it was at the cave entrance. It was now slowly crawling toward the inside of the cave.
That sound was like a bait, a sonar to confirm his location.
Yan Feng's heart sank to the bottom in an instant.
If he started a fire now, he hadn't built a proper shelter yet, the light would immediately reveal his position. If he blocked the entrance, facing the nightmare monster would be no different than walking to his death. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer, he could even smell a stench mixing with rot and damp earth wafting in with the night breeze.
What to do? Wait for death?
In that critical moment, a light flickered in his mind. He remembered he had a skill he had nearly forgotten.
Beginner camouflage.
This was also a skill obtained from the night-walking stone puppet last night, allowing him to blend into his surroundings, with the camouflage effect lasting 5 minutes. This was his only chance for survival. Without any hesitation, Yan Feng exerted all his strength, rolling himself tightly against the darkest part of the cave wall. A string in his mind seemed to snap, and he almost roared with all his might in his heart, "Use beginner camouflage."
Mental -1.
In that instant, a flood of complex yet clear knowledge learned earlier surged in his mind, as if it were ingrained in him. He dared not waste a second, his body completely obeyed the instinct that just emerged in his mind, completely hiding into the bottomless darkness. His silhouette began to blur, the color of his skin deepening, as if merging with the rough rock wall behind him. His heartbeat forced down to the lowest point. His breath became nearly inaudible.
He transformed into a stone. A strange tingling sensation spread throughout his body.
The corner of his eye caught a glimpse of his exposed skin and clothing, their colors and textures changing rapidly, soon becoming identical to the uneven black rock wall behind him. Almost at the same time he completed the camouflage, the rustling sound stopped right in front of him. Immediately after, a huge, indescribable silhouette slowly blocked most of the cave entrance, completely obscuring the already sparse starlight outside. Inside the cave, it fell into absolute darkness where one could not see their own hand. Yan Feng's heart was pounding like a drum in his chest.
He dared not move, dared not breathe heavily, and even dared not blink.
A damp, cold, and heavily fishy breath puffed onto his face.
That thing was right in front of him. At this moment, time became extraordinarily long. Beginner camouflage remaining time, 4 minutes 50 seconds.
In the dark, he could only hear a series of sniffing sounds, as if that monster was sniffing the air for scents.
Yan Feng's body stiffened like a block of iron. He dared not move.
He even dared not swallow, afraid that the movement of his throat would make the slightest sound. His heart thumped wildly in his chest, each beat making his ribs tremble. He could only bite down hard on his molars, forcing all his physical reactions deep within himself. In this suffocating darkness and silence, a faint, yellow light suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. The light dispelled a small patch of darkness at the entrance and illuminated the outline of a person. Yan Feng's pupils, in an instant, shrank to pinpoints. That person, wearing simple sportswear, with a few smudges of dirt on his face, holding a stone that emitted a faint glow, stood right in front of him. So close that they almost touched. What surprised Yan Feng the most was that face. That face, both familiar and strange, was exactly like what he remembered from a year ago. It was his childhood friend, Chen Ming.
Ah Feng?
Chen Ming glanced at the still burning incense, looking deeper into the cave, his voice uncertain, echoing in the dead silence of the cave.
Ah Feng, is that you? I thought I heard something just now. Did you fall?
His voice was filled with urgency and worry, each word striking at Yan Feng's most vulnerable nerves.
Yan Feng's mind went blank. Rationality told him this was a trap, a disguise and lure of a nightmare creature.
But emotions roared in his heart like a beast breaking free from chains.
Scenes from childhood surged uncontrollably in his mind.
Catching fish together in the river, stealing roasted sweet potatoes on the field ridge. When they were punished for fighting, that small figure who secretly passed him a bag of spicy snacks.
What if it really was him? What if he too, like himself, was caught in this damned world?
This thought flashed by, bringing a glimmer of absurd, unrealistic hope. He opened his mouth, the name locked away in his memory almost slipped out.
Ah Feng. It really is you. That's great. You're still alive.
The Chen Ming at the cave entrance seemed to see something, his voice suddenly filled with joy. Don't move.
Are you hurt? I'll find a way to get you out.
As he spoke, he crouched down to enter deeper into the cave.
In that moment, Yan Feng suddenly bit down on his own tongue.
The sharp pain and the taste of blood flooded his mouth like a bucket of ice water, pulling him instantly from the whirlpool of emotion.
No way. Everything was too coincidental. So coincidental it felt like a scripted play. He had just fallen, and he appeared at the cliff top? And he could enter the cave with such speed? He had just been gravely injured, and he could guess that precisely? Where was such an absurd reaction speed? Even novels wouldn't dare to write this. Moreover, players in the game world were separated by hundreds of kilometers. How could it be so coincidental that he was right above him? This is not Chen Ming. This is a nightmare creature disguised in his friend's skin. Thinking this, a deeper chill shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head, making his blood almost freeze. This monster could not only mimic voices but also read his innermost precious and defenseless memories. Chapter 46, Am I Going to Die? In the livestream room of the Dragon Kingdom, all the viewers were dumbfounded. What the hell? What is going on? There's a person in the cave. Is that another player? Looks like it's someone from the Dragon Kingdom. Is Yenshin saved? Wait a minute. Don't you think it's strange? In this desolate wilderness, just when it got dark, how could someone conveniently pass by? And know you're injured? Yenshin's friend? He just called him Ah Feng. Don't be foolish. Don't you remember the system warning? Do not respond to any voices from the darkness. This is definitely a trap. It's a monster. This monster is way too intelligent. It even knows how to play mind games? It transformed into the shape of your friend to trick you into opening the door. Who can withstand that? Flame God. Whatever you do, don't make a sound. Hold on. If you're my brother, you should chop me in the real world, not save me in the game. Zen Mengxi Command Center. The nightmarish creatures that roam at night are different from those in the day. Almost all of them are psychological inducement type nightmare creatures. Professor Bai Qiming stared at the screen, speaking rapidly. It not only mimics voices, but it has invaded Yan Feng's shallow memory, extracting images of people he trusts highly to disguise itself. This is a form of advanced psychological hypnosis and traps. Once Yan Feng reacts, even if it's just an instinctive movement that exposes his location, he will immediately be devoured. Major General Zhang Lai's fist cracked as he clenched it, blue veins bulging on the back of his hand. This beast is 100 times more sinister than those monsters that just rampage around. This is not a national fortune survival game, it's psychological warfare. General Lin Jinghua remained silent, but the deep gaze in his eyes reflected the flames on the screen, colder than the darkness outside. He believed in Yan Feng's judgment. However, facing a monster that transformed into his closest friend, no one could share the kind of mental pressure he felt. Inside the cave, Chen Ming reached the deepest part of the cave but found no one and returned. He kept shouting for a full 2 minutes, occasionally talking to himself. Sometimes he was surprised, sometimes anxious, and sometimes reminiscing about childhood fun, trying to break down Yan Feng's psychological defenses with warmth and memories. Ah Feng, do you remember when we sneaked into Uncle Wan's melon field to steal watermelons, and got chased by his dog for 3 miles? Yan Feng closed his eyes, blocking out all sounds. At this moment, his brain had only a countdown timer left. Remaining time for low-level disguise technique, 2 minutes 17 seconds. Finally, after receiving no response, Chen Ming stopped talking to himself. The glowing stone in his hand still radiated light, steadily illuminating his sun-kissed, kind smile. But at that moment, under that soft light, his face began to twist little by little. In the Long Country live broadcast room, viewers watched this horrifying scene in shock. Chen Ming's facial muscles melted down slowly like a candle being scorched by fire, deforming. His eyeballs bulged out of their sockets, hanging on his cheeks, swaying weakly with his body's convulsions. His mouth was torn apart inch by inch towards his ears, splitting open at an unbelievable angle, revealing layers of razor-sharp fangs that looked like steel needles. Chen Ming's body was being peeled off like a layer of human skin. What the hell? Oh my god. Don't use that face to do this. I'm throwing up. This monster, it's transforming right in front of us. Flame god. He's right in front of you. The bullet comments went completely wild, screams and terrified characters flooding the entire screen. Crack. Crack. Inside the cave, the horrifying sounds of bones cracking and reconfiguring were clear to hear. Illuminated by the light, Chen Ming's entire body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. His body elongated, his limbs bent at unnatural angles and then rejoined, transforming into a twisted, inhuman shape. Hiss. Hiss. A roar not resembling a human voice, like a broken windbag, erupted from that torn, giant mouth, replacing the previous gentle calls. A stench 10 times stronger than before suddenly rushed in. Rustling. Rustling. That familiar, spine-chilling scratching sound echoed in the cave. It gave up its disguise, crawling through the cave as if searching for something. It seemed to have caught a scent. The gaze turned towards the location where Yan Feng was disguised. Here it comes. Yan Feng's heart climbed to his throat. Sure enough, this monster was drawn by the smell of blood on his clothes. A wet, cold breath filled with a fishy scent sprayed onto his face once more. This time, it was closer, and the feeling was clearer. Yan Feng could even sense that the creature's mouthparts or tentacles were just a few centimeters from the tip of his nose, quivering slightly. He instantly stopped breathing. The blood in his entire body froze. Remaining time for basic disguise, 0 minutes and 59 seconds. Only 1 last minute left. The monster seemed a bit confused. It could clearly smell that the source of the blood was right here, but why was there nothing in front of it? Only a cold rock wall. Its patience was quickly wearing out. The heavy breaths became hurried, tinged with a hint of impatient irritation. Yan Feng could feel a sharp killing intent locking onto him. Was it going to launch an indiscriminate attack? Remaining time for basic disguise, 0 minutes and 45 seconds. Am I going to die? A trace of despair flashed through Yan Feng's mind. Once the disguise failed, he would be completely exposed in front of the monster. In his current state, he couldn't even hold on for a second. It should be known that the nightmare creatures roaming at night are nearly invincible, violently attacking would only lead to a quicker death. Remaining time for basic disguise, 0 minutes and 30 seconds. Just then, the monster's frantic sniffing suddenly paused for a moment. It seemed to have caught a whiff of something else. It was the tranquil and serene scent of calming sandalwood. Also, the faint, pure life aura left around the wound from life dew. These two completely different, yet both purifying scents mixed together with the bloody, deathly odor, creating a strange contradiction. When it first morphed into human form, it didn't sense anything strange. When it reverted to its nightmare form, the same scent triggered an instinctive reaction. For a nightmare creature that relied on instinct to hunt, this contradictory scent caused tremendous confusion in its brain. The prey is here. But this doesn't look like a place with prey. There is the scent of death, yet also the scent of life. Hiss. The monster let out a puzzled low growl. Its enormous, indescribable head tilted slightly, as if processing this incomprehensible information. A few seconds later, it seemed to give up on thinking. For it, which had a certain level of intelligence but was not particularly high, this complicated situation exceeded its processing ability. It let out a roar filled with unwillingness and anger, and its massive body abruptly turned, the rustling sound of its movement quickly fading. Soon, it vanished outside the cave, returning to the dark forest below the cliff. Is it gone? Has it really left? Chapter 47, Surviving Disaster. Yan Feng's brain was frozen for a full 3 seconds. Only when the chilling rustling sound completely disappeared did he finally react. Remaining time for basic disguise, 0 minutes and 3 seconds. Remaining time for basic disguise, 0 minutes and 2 seconds. Remaining time for basic disguise, 0 minutes and 01 seconds. The disguise effect faded. The color of his skin and clothes instantly returned to normal. Phew! Finally, he could breathe normally. Yan Feng could no longer hold back, gasping for air eagerly. His entire body slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon, his back already soaked in cold sweat. Ha! 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 He breathed heavily, greedily inhaling the cold, dirty air of the cave. The relief of surviving washed over him like a tide. He was alive. Dragon Country livestream. Wow! It's gone. That monster finally left. I was scared to death. I didn't dare to breathe. My heart rate definitely shot up to 180. Yan God is amazing. This mental strength is simply inhuman. He faced off against the monster up close for 5 minutes. It was the sandalwood and that life dew that saved him. That monster was obviously confused by those 2 cents in the end. This is indeed high risk, high reward. The fire god made the right bet. Those rewards are not just for leveling up, they can truly save lives at critical moments. In the command center of the Dream Control Department, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Zhang Lai sat back in his chair, only to find the back of his military uniform soaked through. He wiped the cold sweat off his face and cursed, "Damn it, watching this kid's livestream is even more thrilling than being on the battlefield." Professor Bai Chiming adjusted his glasses, his eyes flashing with excitement behind the lenses. Incredible survival loop. He earns high-value rewards through high-risk gamble behavior, then uses those rewards to resolve the next deadly crisis. This is no longer just about national survival, this is a snowball-style accumulation of advantages. As long as he doesn't die, he will get stronger and harder to kill. In Eagle Sauce Country, at the Seven Corners building, Christina quietly watched the figure on the screen, collapsed on the ground and gasping heavily, a hint of seriousness appearing in her blue eyes for the first time. Although Yan Feng had shut down the global live broadcast, limiting it from ordinary people, it didn't mean the military couldn't access Yan Feng's livestream. They had plenty of spies planted within Long Country. Just like Long Country also had spies hidden in places Eagle Sauce Country could not see. At this moment, Eagle Sauce Country was analyzing Yan Feng's every move through live video sent back by their spies. "General," she said slowly, "we may have seriously underestimated him." General MacArthur's expression was so dark it could drip water. He said nothing, only stared coldly at the screen. Physical trauma and psychological manipulation have both failed. Christina's voice was terrifyingly calm. He not only possesses extremely strong tactical execution and on-the-spot adaptability, but what's more frightening is that his psychological defenses are unbreakable. And his luck, or rather, the diversity and practicality of the items he obtains through non-violent means far exceed our imagination and estimates. Inside the cave, there was a deathly silence. Yan Feng lay on the cold rock ground, his chest rising and falling violently, each breath bringing a burning pain. The clothes on his back were already soaked with cold sweat, clinging tightly to his skin, wet and chilly. He survived. This thought lingered in his mind for a few seconds before he slowly realized that the suffocating stench and the sound of friction had truly disappeared. Outside the cave, there was nothing but the sound of the wind. Has it really left? He dared not fully believe it, still maintaining a stiff posture, listening intently for a full half-minute. After confirming there was no unusual sound, the tight nerves in his body finally relaxed. An indescribable fatigue washed over him like a tide, leaving him without the strength to even lift a finger. But now was not the time to rest. That monster could return at any moment. The cooldown time for the basic disguise skill was still long. Next time, he might not have such good luck. Yan Feng propped himself up against the slippery rock wall and unsteadily stood up. His legs were still weak, and every movement sent waves of soreness through his muscles. He couldn't afford to delay, hastily walking to the cave entrance, first cautiously glancing down the cliff. Below the cliff, the forest sea was pitch black, with only countless eerie, faint light spots flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. For safety, he dragged a large bundle of dry and burn-resistant straw obtained from the cursed Scarecrow out of his system bag. From the quantity, it was enough for him to last through the night. The straw carried the dry scent of sun exposure, looking particularly precious in this cold and damp cave. He first piled the remaining large bundle of straw at the cave entrance. Lighted with a flint. Who? Flames rose up, and the orange-red fire tongue dispelled the darkness outside the cave, bringing a hint of scorching warmth. The campfire was strong enough, and the fuel was sufficient. Burning for a whole night was not a problem. Then he returned to the cave, groped around, and moved out several large chunks of rock that could block the cave entrance. Gritting his teeth, he carried these heavy stones one by one to the entrance, stacking them into a makeshift stone wall over a person's height, blocking the entrance. There were still large gaps between the stones that could not block the nightmare beast's line of sight at all. Yan Feng grabbed more straw and furiously stuffed them into every gap in the stone wall, kneading and compressing them, leaving no space.
The shelter rules of the nightmare world are strange. As long as one is not seen, they are safe. Combined with the light outside, nightmare beasts cannot forcibly break through during the beginner period. Even if it's made of paper, as long as it can block the nightmare beast's line of sight, it's considered a success and safe. This wall, a mix of rocks and straw, was ugly, yet it perfectly isolated him from the outside world. After doing all this, Yan Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. He piled the remaining straw inside the cave, then rummaged in his backpack for some dry twigs he had collected earlier and set them on top, lighting them with the flint. Pada! Sparks flew, igniting the second pile of dry, burnable straw. An orange-red flame rose up, dispelling the darkness at the cave entrance and bringing a long-lost warmth. The firelight reflected on the rough rock walls, constantly flickering, significantly reducing the cave's eerie atmosphere. Looking at this flame, Yan Feng's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. With fire and cover, tonight, they were temporarily safe. Then, a strong sense of hunger surged from his stomach, making him bend down involuntarily. He opened his personal panel to take a look. Stamina, February 12th. Hunger, 10/12. He had just moved several large stones, consuming a lot of stamina. With hunger nearing its limit, his stamina had decreased significantly. It was time to light a fire and cook. Chapter 48, A Safe Dinner. He returned to the depths of the cave, sat cross-legged, and took out the unstoppable aromatic wild boar meat obtained from the level 4 nightmare beast, the gluttonous wild boar. An indescribable aroma instantly filled the entire cave. The fragrance was overwhelming, rich yet not greasy, carrying a unique power that could awaken the most primal appetite in people. Yan Feng's stomach betrayed him with a growl, and saliva started to uncontrollably seep into his mouth. He took out 2 stone pots and lit the third pile of firewood. Placing it on another small pile of burning wood, he picked up his water bag, shaking it to find it still had more than half its contents, barely enough to stew some meat and steam a pot of rice. He poured water into the 2 pots, one for steaming rice, the other for stewing meat. In the pot for stewing meat, he pinched a bit of salt and sprinkled it in. The fragrant rice seemed unnecessary to rinse, cleaner than washed rice, which was just perfect to save water. Next, he tore the piece of pork, streaked like top-grade marbled beef, into small pieces and tossed them into the other pot. Sizzle. As the meat touched the bottom of the pot, it made a delightful sound. The oil in the meat was quickly rendered out, mixing with the water in the pot, making the aroma instantly transcend, becoming richer. He covered the pot lid, controlling the heat while leaning against the rock wall, enjoying the tranquility after the storm. Halfway through stewing, he lifted the pot lid and sprinkled a small pinch of cumin powder he had found in the corner of his backpack. A brand new, exotic spicy aroma perfectly fused with the meat fragrance, piercing powerfully, dominating the entire cave. Just smelling this scent made Yan Feng feel his fatigue dissipate significantly. Safe, warm, and the anticipation of delicious food. This is how a person should live. In the Dragon Country live stream room. The viewers, just recovering from a 5-minute hellish, thrilling experience, were still dazed from the shadow of the monster transformation when a sudden aroma hit them. On the screen, Yan Feng was leisurely boiling meat over a fire. The bubbling pot with steam rising and the fragrance seemingly wafting out of the screen formed an absurd contrast to the terrifying scene that had just made their scalps tingle. The bullet chat, after a few seconds of silence, completely went off the rails. OMG. I smell something delicious. This isn't an illusion. I really smell it. It's the scent of cumin. Brother upstairs, you should see a doctor, but seriously, I'm damn hungry too. What kind of meat is this, that it looks so good? Just came from a horror movie set and in a second switched to a food show? This livestream vibe changed way too fast. God of Flame, there is no fear that a meal can't solve. If there is, just sprinkle some more cumin. I'm crying, I'm out here eating instant noodles while God of Flame is barbecuing and stewing meat in the National Fortune survival game. Is this reasonable? This isn't reasonable. Eagle Sauce Country is still gnawing on frog legs, Sakura Country is still eating frog sushi, and only my Dragon Country's God of Flame is enjoying pork. This is the difference. Dream Control Bureau Command Center. The expressions of the several experts were somewhat subtle. General Zhang Lai rubbed his empty stomach, clearing his throat to cover his embarrassment. Not bad. The more dangerous it is, the more we need to replenish energy in a timely manner, to maintain peak condition. This is the right tactical choice. Professor Bai Qiming looked impressed. This is not just about replenishing energy. This is a perfect psychological reconstruction. Through the most primal acts of cooking and eating, which provide the greatest sense of security, he is quickly repairing the mental trauma from the recent encounter and re-establishing control over his environment. Amazing, this self-regulation ability is textbook level. Beside him, material scientist academician Xianwei was eyes fixed on the piece of pork on the screen, breathing somewhat rapid. This meat. The energy it contains, based on the preliminary analysis from the instruments, its energy density and activity far exceed any conventional food we know. This is no longer food, this is a solid energy block. Just one portion can keep an adult from feeling hungry for 3 days and still be full of energy. A national fortune level ingredient. This is definitely a national fortune level treasure. Oh right. Xianwei was suddenly slapped his thigh when Yan Feng cleared that level 4 greedy wild boar. The system rewarded this kind of national fortune food ingredient. It's this pork. If the cash out rate is 5%, multiplied by a 10,000-fold increase, let me calculate. That's 2,500 portions. Where is that batch of meat currently? As soon as this question emerged, all the gazes in the command center instantly focused on General Lin Zhenghua, the overall commander. Those are 2,500 portions of national fortune level treasures, the first food resource Dragon Country obtained from the Return to the Nightmare. General Zhang Lai, being direct and impatient, joked, "General, such an important strategic resource, hasn't it already been prioritized for our frontline combat troops? If our special forces can have it, their combat power." However, Lin Zhenghua slowly shook his head. He didn't answer directly but signaled to his secretary beside him. Soon, the main screen in the command center split in two, the left still showing Yan Feng's cave livestream, while the right switched to a recorded news broadcast. The news headline was prominently written in bold red characters, "Return to the Nightmare Knowledge Quiz. Answer correctly to receive Nightmare Wild Boar Meat." The footage showed the landmark squares of major cities in Dragon Country, with temporary distribution points set up in each square, crowded with people everywhere. But the line was well organized, and everyone was filled with excitement and curiosity. "We have turned all 2,500 portions of the national luck pork into prizes." Lin Jinggua's voice was calm and powerful, echoing in the quiet command center. "Any citizen of the Dragon Kingdom can participate in our Return to Ruins Nightmare Survival Knowledge Quiz through the official app, answer 3 questions correctly in a row, and with the generated QR code, collect a portion for free at the nearest distribution point." What? Zhang Lai almost thought he misheard. Just like that, giving it to the common people isn't enough? He couldn't understand that the Dragon Kingdom had a population of over 1.5 billion. To him, this was simply just a drop in the bucket. "Comrade Zhang Lai, think carefully." Lin Zhenghua looked at the jubilant citizens on the screen, his gaze profound. "To the special forces, that is wartime thinking. And now, we are fighting a cognitive war, a battle for the hearts of the people. Panic is more terrifying than any monster. What we need is not a few hundred more soldiers who can fight, but to ensure that 1.5 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom understand the rules of Return to Ruins Nightmare correctly, comprehend it, and even use it. Using the national luck rewards exchanged for their beloved Yan Feng to teach them Yan Feng's survival wisdom, and how to adapt to the rules when Return to Ruins Nightmare descends into the real world. This is more effective than any popular science and government decree." The scene switched, and the camera focused on a young female college student in line. She nervously stared at her phone screen as the first question popped up. Question 1. In the world of Return to Ruins Nightmare, if you are alone in the shelter at night and suddenly hear your mother's voice outside calling for you, you should A. Immediately open the door to confirm your mother's safety. B. Respond loudly and ask about the situation outside. C. Remain absolutely silent and ignore any sound. The girl instantly recalled the terrifying monster disguised as Yan Feng's childhood friend during the live broadcast. Without hesitation, she clicked option C. Ding! Correct answer. A cute celebration animation popped up on the phone screen. The girl sighed in relief and continued to the second question. The camera then shifted to a construction worker resting beside a building site, sweat pouring down his face, his expression serious. Question 2. During the 7-day new player protection period, the most crucial survival core in building a shelter is A. Materials must be sturdy, preferably steel or rock. B. The shelter must completely conceal your body, keeping you invisible to the outside world. C. It must be built next to a water source. The worker grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, mumbling, "Yan Feng could use broken straw to get by, right? It's just to stay out of sight. I'll choose B, can't go wrong." Ding! Correct answer. The scene shifted again, coming to the living room of an ordinary apartment, where an elderly grandmother, wearing reading glasses, was carefully reading the question to her old husband. Question 3. Facing a level 4 gluttonous wild boar that has a hungry voice, which of the following actions might receive an E-level rating and the highest reward? A. Use the terrain to dodge its charge and violently kill it with a weapon. B. Take out expired food from your backpack and feed it until it's full. C. Turn and run, the farther away the better. Grandpa slapped his thigh and said cheerfully, "I know this one. I watched the live stream. That young guy fed the pig with some stinky meat. I'll choose B. Satisfy its wishes." Ding! Correct answer. Congratulations, you have received the qualification to claim National Luck Pork. Please take this QR code to the nearest distribution point to claim your reward.
Joyful music played from the phone, and the elderly couple danced happily like children. Similar scenes were happening simultaneously in every corner of the Dragon Kingdom. This nationwide science education unfolding in the form of a game imprinted the survival rules of Return to Ruins nightmare deeply in the hearts of every ordinary person at an unprecedented speed. People are no longer just passively watching live broadcasts, they are participating, they are learning, and they are preparing for the future of themselves and their families ahead of time. After all, everyone knows that the hollow nightmare will eventually descend into reality. The learning happening now is to survive better when the nightmare game arrives in the future. That female college student excitedly returned from the distribution point with her spoils. 3 palm-sized silver vacuum bags felt slightly heavy in her hands, each emblazoned with an imposing Dragon Kingdom flag emblem and the 3 large characters Dream Control Bureau. When she returned home, her parents were already curiously waiting in the kitchen. As the packaging bag was carefully cut open, an indescribable exotic fragrance instantly burst forth from the small opening, quickly filling the entire kitchen. "Girl, what is this smell? It's so fragrant," her mother exclaimed. It was a piece of meat the size of a palm, with marbling that resembled the finest marble, the pink lean meat and creamy white fat intertwined perfectly, looking more like a work of art than an ingredient. They couldn't bear to use complicated cooking methods, instead, they simply boiled it in plain water, as if the raw material itself was already perfectly seasoned. The moment the meat chunk hit the pot, a light sizzling sound appeared, and the aroma seemed to be infused with a soul, suddenly elevating and bursting forth. The rich meaty aroma mixed with a strange fragrance instantly penetrated the kitchen door, filling the entire living room. The 3 members of the family each received a piece of wild boar meat the size of a palm. The girl picked up the meat, blew on it, and eagerly placed it in her mouth. It was not greasy as imagined, the meat was exceptionally tender and smooth, melting on her tongue without the need to chew. A warm and pure energy slid down her throat, instantly spreading throughout her limbs and body. The fatigue from staying up late for final exams was swept away in that moment. She felt as if she were soaking in a hot spring, with every cell cheering in joy. My back doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore," her father suddenly stood up in surprise. He had chronic back pain, but at this moment, he felt a warm current swirling at his lower back, and the familiar soreness had lightened by more than half. Her mother's eyes also widened as she touched her face. I feel like my skin has improved." They already knew that any materials brought back from the hollow nightmare world could not be viewed with a mindset from the real world, let alone the power of national fortune ingredients. What it brought was not just the satisfaction of hunger, but a true elevation of life's essence. In no time, the entire Dragon Kingdom's social network was in an uproar. Topics like #DivinePork #FireGodYYDS #answer questions to get meat instantly topped all trending lists on every platform. Countless people shared the pork they received, sharing the miraculous experiences after eating it. "After eating the fire god's pork, my long-standing cold leg syndrome is gone. I thank the fire god on my knees. My son ate it and today did 200 push-ups without tiring at all. This isn't pork, this is a miracle medicine. Whoa, the questions were too hard, I didn't answer right. Now I'm begging for a portion. The price is negotiable." A nationwide celebration surrounding the national fortune pork washed away the gloom and panic that had previously hung over the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the command center of the Dream Control Bureau, there was complete silence. Jean Lai looked at the heartfelt smiling faces on the screen and the lines of comments filled with gratitude and hope. He was silent for a long time before finally exhaling deeply and sincerely saluting Lin Jinghua. "General, I am convinced. I apologize for my earlier short-sightedness." He finally understood the deeper meaning behind Lin Jinghua's move. These 2,500 portions of pork did not just fill the bellies of 2,500 people, they warmed the anxious hearts of 1.5 billion people. Professor Bai Qiming pushed up his glasses and sighed. It turned the void dream feast from a distant, terrifying killing game into an opportunity that is closely related to each of us and can even bring real benefits. It directly dispelled the public's panic and established the strongest trust between the nation and the people. "General, this is the most brilliant psychological guidance." Lin Jinghua simply looked calmly at the screen. On the left, Yan Feng enjoyed the food, looking completely satisfied. On the right, the people of Long Nation basked in the blessings of national fortune, jubilant and joyous. "This is just the beginning." His voice was not loud, but it was powerful and resonant. "Yan Feng, he has opened a brand new door for us. The road behind this door requires all of us in Long Nation to unite our strengths and walk together. This is the spirit of walking the road of socialism with Long Nation characteristics. If the people are good, then the country can be good, and the nation can be good." Chapter 50, Protective Vest. In the cave, the flames quietly burned, making a faint crackling sound. Full and satisfied, Yan Feng leaned against the warm rock wall, the contentment in his stomach dissipating the last bit of fatigue in his body. He pulled up his personal panel and looked at the stats restored to their peak, but he felt little joy in his heart. That damp, cold, foul breath seemed to linger at the tip of his nose.
When he was chased by the Zhu Foam squad, the sharp pain of the blade cutting into his waist and abdomen still seemed to haunt him. He was not a fool who enjoyed being passively beaten. The main reason he survived this time was because he ran out of strength and had no good defensive equipment to protect himself. He relied almost entirely on luck, but luck could not be on his side forever. Foreign Special Forces. Yan Feng murmured to himself, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He was just an ordinary office worker who liked to watch survival shows. In terms of fighting skills and physical fitness, he couldn't compare to those national-level elites at all. In a head-on clash, he feared he couldn't last even a second. To take revenge and step on the necks of those Eagle Sauce Nation spies, he couldn't play by their rules of combat. If I can't fight back, then I should turn myself into an iron turtle that no one can bite. Yan Feng made up his mind and immediately opened the system backpack. A pile of mixed materials lay before him, and he began to calculate. His gaze finally landed on a bundle of inconspicuous straw fibers that emitted a faint plant fragrance. This was a national fortune material obtained from a level 1 vengeful Scarecrow, Nightmare High-Tensile Plant Fiber. At that time, he only thought this thing was absurdly tough. Now it seemed to be his only hope for the turtle shell plan. Automatic synthesis. Yan Feng silently chanted in his heart. He placed the Nightmare High-Tensile Plant Fiber as the main material into the synthesis bar. After thinking for a moment, he added the beast hide obtained from a level 4 gluttonous wild boar, hoping to increase some defense. Core material detected, Nightmare High-Tensile Plant Fiber X20. Auxiliary material detected, Wild Boar Hide X2. Analyzing optimal synthesis path. A flash of light passed, but what appeared in the synthesis bar was not the clothing he imagined but a bundle of thick rope. Craftable item, Vengeful Rope. Type, Tool. Quality, Ordinary. Effect, extremely tough, difficult to cut. Can be used for climbing or binding. Bound targets will continuously undergo weak vengeful erosion, slowly losing mental strength. Description, a very sturdy rope. You can use it to strangle enemies, or perhaps you can use it to hang yourself and experience what it feels like to be a vengeful scarecrow. Yan Feng's face darkened. I want clothes, not a rope. He looked at the dusty rope, feeling speechless inside. This automatic synthesis function was not the wish-granting machine he envisioned. The synthesis clues were all over the place, purely relying on luck. It would only base on the most basic physical properties of the materials. Fiber and beast skin, the most direct use is to twist them into stronger rope. Unfortunately, the wings of the wailing moth have already been consumed in crafting the basic glider, and there are no extra materials left to synthesize protective clothing. Earlier, the basic glider could have been used to block attacks from cold weapons, but at that time he failed to synthesize it successfully. By the time he succeeded, he was already injured and out of strength. Additionally, the wings of the basic glider are too large. When it truly comes to defending against cold weapons, it lacks the necessary agility. By the time he needed protection, he was already shot full of arrows like a hedgehog. To be able to fly is already quite impressive. If it really comes to defense, among the existing material resources, only the wings of the wailing moth are the most suitable. Frustration surged in his heart, but it was quickly suppressed. Impatience is useless. He forced himself to calm down and re-examine the synthesis logic. Since the system cannot understand the concept of clothes, he must provide it with a clear shape as a guide. A template. His gaze swept around the cave, finally landing on that bundle of high-toughness vines. These vines obtained from the roots of the Shadowwood are both flexible and sturdy, making them perfect for shaping. A bold idea formed in his mind. He no longer rushed to synthesize but sat cross-legged, picked up those vines, and began to clumsily weave them based on the handcrafted videos he had watched and his blurred memories. The vines twisted and entwined in his hands, gradually forming a rough, upper-body framework resembling a human model. This thing looked very ugly, like a scarecrow missing its head and limbs, made to look like a vest. After finishing this human model, Yan Feng activated the synthesis function again. This time, he first placed the vine framework into the synthesis bar, defining it as a template. Then, he cautiously added the remaining Nightmare High-Toughness Plant Fibers and a few pieces of beast skin. With vines as the bones, with fibers as the flesh, synthesize a piece of clothing for me. Synthesis template detected. Core material detected, Nightmare High-Toughness Plant Fiber. Auxiliary materials detected, rough beast skin, high-toughness vines. Path correction, synthesis direction basic Nightmare protective vest. Type, armor. Defense, basic. Effects. 1. High toughness, effectively resists general physical piercing and cutting. 2. Environmental adaptation, automatically adjusts surface temperature to adapt to plus or minus 50 degrees Celsius temperature difference. 3. Toxin filtration, can filter out most known low-level biological toxins and corrosive gases from the air. This is good. Yan Feng clicked on synthesis. In the next second, the synthesis bar shone brightly. Those fibers seemed to come alive, automatically and accurately winding around the vine framework, weaving and filling quickly, while the beast's skin transformed into a thin film, seamlessly merging into the inner fibers. This time, a completely dark yellow, full-body protective vest appeared steadily in the synthesis bar. Yan Feng let out a long breath. It was done. Yan Feng was satisfied as he put on the protective vest. It fit perfectly, allowing him to move freely, feeling almost weightless. A long-lost sense of security enveloped his entire body. Well, use it for now, at least it can fend off sneak attacks from ordinary cold weapons. Tomorrow during the day, he would make another trip to the Wailing Moth's territory to gather some defensive materials to ensure protection for his whole body. Having made up his mind, he stopped thinking too much and started tidying up, preparing to sleep. As he was cleaning up the scattered materials on the ground, his elbow accidentally bumped into something. Gurgle. A palm-sized, entirely green object, pulsating slightly like a heart. Due to the inertia from the touch, it fell onto the hard rocky ground inside the cave. Heart of life. Yan Feng's movements paused, and he immediately bent down to pick it up. But just as his fingertips were about to touch the heart of life, that little heart suddenly trembled, radiating a soft green light. Immediately, a tender green root, thinner than a strand of hair, sprouted out from its bottom, effortlessly piercing into the hard rock beneath it at an unbelievable speed. As if that was not stone, but a piece of tofu. Ha! Yan Feng was stunned. He watched in awe as the root sank into the rock, then the heart of life disappeared like a seed being planted, entirely vanishing into the stone, leaving only a faint green light on the surface that kept blinking rhythmically. What's going on? Automatic planting? Chapter 51, Dragon Country Players Zero Death Rate. Yan Feng crouched down and poked at the spot where the light had vanished with his finger. It felt hard, completely unlike something just dug into it. A wave of intense drowsiness surged into his brain like a tide. His eyelids were heavy as if weighed down by lead, and every single cell in his body cried out for rest. Forget it. He was just too tired. He would look for it again tomorrow. After all, in the cave, he couldn't run away. From being hunted to dealing with monsters, and then to spending his energy on research and synthesis, his mental power had long been exhausted. No matter what it would grow into, the sky could fall, but he had to sleep first. He yawned, moved to a drier corner deeper in the cave, and spread out some dry and fire-resistant straw. Wearing a brand new protective vest, he leaned against the rock wall and fell into a deep sleep. Under the same night sky, the second night of returning nightmares continued. Darkness covered this land fraught with danger. Countless rustling sounds came from the forest, from the swamp, from deep underground. For the vast majority of the chosen ones worldwide, this was still a sleepless night filled with fear and torment. In a carefully built wooden shed somewhere in the cherry blossom country, a young player tightly covered his mouth, shaking like a leaf. Outside the wooden shed, a voice that resembled his mother's was gently calling his name, again and again, filled with concern. He knew it was false. He had watched the live stream from Dragon Country and remembered Yan Feng's experiences. But that voice was so real enough to bring tears to his eyes, so many times he couldn't help but want to pull open that thin wooden door. The firelight outside flickered, with enough dry straw piled beside it to burn throughout the night. Some of the straw he had used to stuff the gaps in the wooden shed. He didn't know how much longer his willpower could hold out, so he decided to watch other people's live streams to drown out the seductive voice of nightmares. At the foot of a mountain, elite soldier Zhang Lei was sitting in front of a campfire, meticulously drawing something on the ground with a stick. He did not build a sturdy fortress, but simply surrounded himself with a circle made of huge banana leaves and vines he didn't know where he found, about half a person's height. The fire he lit outside was very bright, illuminating the banana leaves, and surprisingly, his form was not visible behind the leaves. Outside were strange scratching sounds and whispers, but he paid no attention, focusing on reviewing all of Yan Feng's actions from the day. Core Principle 1, do not be seen. Core Principle 2, firelight is a deterrent, not absolute defense. However, not everyone was as meticulous as Zhang Lei. In another distant dense forest, a young player from Eagle Sauce Country was leisurely leaning against the stone house he had built. He was quite proud, using the sea-level, green giant, talent to easily lift stones weighing several hundred pounds. Even so, this stone house had taken him half an afternoon to build, mixing stones and mud to pile up, with thick walls, all gaps covered. Inside and outside, there were campfires burning brightly, the orange-red light illuminating the entire stone house inside and out warmly and brightly. A bunch of fools. John looked at the players shivering in the shabby leaf shelter on the live stream screen, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. He thought only idiots would be deceived by that low-level illusion. As long as the fortress was strong enough, the night was nothing to fear. He yawned, feeling sleepy. The howling outside now sounded like a lullaby. Just as his eyelids grew heavier, a fist-sized, spider-like black nightmare creature quietly approached the stone house's perimeter. It made no sound, leaving silver traces wherever its 8 long limbs passed. Suddenly, it stopped.
In a corner of the stone house near the ground, through a gap made of stacked stones, due to his carelessness, mud was not completely sealed. There were no other objects blocking the view. A gap thinner than a hair leaked a faint glow of fire. The spider-like monster turned all 8 of its compound eyes toward that gap. Through that gap, it saw. It saw the firelight, saw the stone wall, and saw the living human silhouette leaning against the stone wall. John in the stone house suddenly jolted. He turned off the live stream, feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't the sound, nor the temperature. It was the silence. The cacophony of wailing that had just surrounded him disappeared in an instant. A dead silence enveloped the entire forest, making it hard for him to breathe. He sat up straight with vigilance, his heart uncontrollably racing. Sizzle. An extremely subtle sound, like a nail scratching across glass, came from the wall behind him. Not from outside, but from inside. John's blood seemed to freeze in an instant. He stiffly turned his head inch by inch. The firelight was still bright. But right behind him, on the stone wall, that hard, seamless stone wall was slowly seeping like melted wax. A black, palm-sized bulge was forming, dripping thick black liquid. One limb, then a second, a third. The spider monster crawled out from the indestructible stone wall. John's pupils shrank to pinpoints, great fear tightened around his throat, leaving him unable to make a sound. In the next second, the monster suddenly jumped up. In the live stream, John's screen was instantly covered by darkness, only a brief and sharp sound of flesh tearing could be heard. Immediately after, a line of cold system prompts appeared before all his viewers. Eagle Country player John, confirmed dead. When the first ray of morning light pierced the darkness, the cold system prompt of return to the nightmare echoed in the minds of all survivors worldwide. The second nightmare night ends. Total surviving players this time, 30684. Number of deaths, 658. Global death rate, 2.1%. Dragon Country death rate, 0%. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. In the Dream Suppression Command Center, the tense atmosphere that had lasted all night finally relaxed. Huff. Many people exhaled deeply, collapsing directly onto their chairs, their backs soaked in cold sweat. That night, they witnessed too many players being silently swallowed by monsters that seeped through walls due to a tiny mistake, as their shelters were seen. Every dark screen represented a lost life. And in Dragon Country, 198 of the 5th batch of players remained, and overnight, none were harmed. General Jean Lai looked at the prominent 0%, finally showing a slight relaxation in his tense lips. He leaned back in his chair, feeling as if most of his strength had been drawn away. Great. 0 casualties, we held the line. He murmured softly, his voice carrying a hint of a hoarse fatigue. In the first 4 batches, the death rate of Dragon Country players reached 95%, and every battle report felt like a knife stabbing into his heart. Now, the death rate is 0. This is a miracle. Chapter 52, This is no longer science. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, his bloodshot eyes behind the lenses gleaming with an unusual light. It's not about holding on, it's about learning, he pointed out sharply. Our players have nearly replicated Yan Feng's survival mode, using everything they can find to shield themselves and ensure the fire stays lit all night. They no longer rely on solid materials but understand the core rule of not being seen. This is a victory in understanding. Stopping the casualties is just the first step. Lin Jinghua slowly spoke, his voice quiet, yet it made the entire command center fall silent once more. Yan Feng can no longer be viewed as an ordinary civilian player. He stood up and walked to the massive electronic map in front of him. On the map, 198 light dots representing Dragon Kingdom players scattered across the vast unknown areas, far apart from each other. The light dot representing Yan Feng still lingered at the halfway point of a steep cliff. He is a living textbook, a guidebook that updates in real time and constantly brings us surprises. His safety is the greatest strategic assurance for our Dragon Kingdom members in the return to the Dream Banquet. Lin Jinghua turned around, his gaze sweeping over every person present. I declare. Everyone instantly stood up. Immediately filter 3 players from the 5th batch of the national team who possess tracking, stealth, and high-speed movement talents. Their task is only one: abandon all current explorations, adjust their direction immediately, and gather at full speed towards the coordinates where Yan Feng is located. Without disturbing him, establish a safe zone on the outskirts and eliminate all potential threats for him. He is responsible for forging ahead, and we are responsible for clearing obstacles and providing security. Zhang Lai suddenly raised his head, his eyes brightening. I agree. This kid is a treasure, but he is still fragile. Last time, he was nearly taken out by those punks from Eagle Sauce Nation. We must send someone to protect him. The order was immediately conveyed. In an instant, elite players from the 5th batch, who were cautiously exploring their respective areas, received the highest command issued by the Dream Control Office. Without any hesitation, after confirming they met the conditions, 3 elite players immediately changed direction, beginning a long migration towards the distant target.
Meanwhile, worldwide public channels and major forums had already exploded with activity. 0% death rate? How did the Dragon Kingdom achieve this? Damn it! That bastard called Yan Feng turned off the livestream. Only open to the Dragon Kingdom. He found the secret to winning but only shared it with his own people. Selfish guy. You forget how your survival skills came about? Who told you how to safely survive the night of nightmares? Without Yan Feng, the death rate would be at least 10 times higher. I appreciate him, but I also disdain him. Knowledge should belong to all humanity. Thank the Almighty Lord for having someone like Yan Feng, who has reduced our death rate while also minimizing disasters and the decline of national fortune. Insults and gratitude intertwined, making Yan Feng's name completely a controversial global focus after the second night. In the cave. Yan Feng woke up naturally on the next day, the weak brightness of the moonlight stone illuminating the entrance as he cleared it for sunlight to shine in. The fire pit outside had already extinguished, leaving only a bit of embers. The cold morning wind rushed in, and his newly made nightmare protection vest warmed him, offsetting much of the chill, yet he still felt the morning temperature was quite low. Perhaps it was because his location happened to be at the wind entrance. He moved his body around, feeling better than ever before. Physical strength, mental state, hunger level, and fatigue were all restored to their peak. He stood up, and the first thing that came to his mind was the heart of life from last night before he went to bed. That thing is a treasure that can produce life dew. He walked to the spot where the heart of life had disappeared last night and looked down. On the ground was hard, cold rock, smooth and bare, with nothing there. Yan Feng was taken aback for a moment, crouching down to search carefully. Could it be that he had remembered the wrong position? He felt around on the ground with his hand, and suddenly, his fingertip touched a very tiny bump. He leaned in closer, and his pupils slightly shrank. On the hard rock surface, there was a visible green point of light, flickering regularly, like a faint star. And looking deeper from this point of light, strands of glowing green lines were gradually growing into the size of willow branches and tree roots. The further inside he looked, the thicker they became, and when the green lines grew to be thicker than a medium-sized truck, they suddenly extended along the rock wall, reaching upward to an unknown destination. Yan Feng's gaze followed the green light patterns as they slowly rose. Those were not mere lines. Those were tender green roots breaking through the rock and drilling up from deep within the earth. They clung tightly to the cave's interior wall, intertwining and wrapping around, forming perfect levels like a staircase, forcefully creating a passage. It reached upward, merging into the morning light at the cliff's summit. At the top of the cliff, countless roots and vines even wove together to create a life-filled, archway-like exit. The entire desolate cliff seemed to have been infused with a living soul overnight. Yan Feng looked up, and as he followed the passage opened by the green light, his mouth widened further. He touched the walls of vines covering the interior beside him. The texture was warm and solid, and he could even feel a kind of energy flowing gently within. Could it be that the heart of life that fell yesterday, overnight transformed from a seed into a path to the heavens? A bold thought popped into Yan Feng's mind. If that were the case, then this world could not be explained by science. Perhaps, its very existence was not based on science. Return to the void nightmare. Since it's a dream, nothing is impossible. In the live streaming room, it was already completely silent. Whether it was the viewers from Dragon Country or the experts from the Dream Control Bureau, they were all staring at the screen where Yan Feng was in shock, as if under a spell. This is. Academician Xianwei stood up, holding the table, his lips trembling, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. As a natural materials scientist, he couldn't understand what substance could grow to such a huge size overnight, disregarding the physical structure of the rock. This is no longer science. This is metaphysics. Could it be that the end of science really is metaphysics? Professor Bai Qiming murmured, it seems to be responding to him. This world is responding to Yan Feng's actions. He planted a seed, and this world returned to him a path to life. In Zhang Lai's eyes, genuine awe mixed with shock appeared for the first time. He looked at the young man on the screen who was about to step onto the vine staircase, speaking each word carefully. We thought he was adapting to the rules. It now seems he is creating the rules. Chapter 53, 3D Printing Nightmare Safe House. Yan Feng's feet stepped onto the solid vine ground. It had a warm, resilient touch, completely different from the cold and hard rocks in the cave. He gently stomped his foot, and the ground made of vines and roots gave a dull, solid echo, remarkably stable. He lifted his head. The sunlight was a bit glaring, pouring down without any obstruction. He instinctively squinted his eyes. After a moment of adaptation, he slowly opened them. Before him was a vast, enlightened world. The sky was high and deep blue, with wispy clouds drifting lazily by. The cold morning wind, carrying the unique chill of the mountain peak, rustled his clothes, but it also cleared his foggy mind significantly. The space on the cliff's edge was much larger than he had imagined, spacious enough to fit a soccer field, and at the cliff's edge were countless intertwined vines forming a natural railing, providing a great sense of safety. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The entire world seemed to be trampled beneath his feet. In the distance, the nightmare forest appeared like an endless green carpet, while the winding river sparkled like a silver ribbon embedded within, shining with glimmers in the sunlight. This place. Yan Feng murmured to himself, taking a deep breath of fresh air, his chest full of the fragrance of plants and sunlight, is so much better than that dark, gloomy cave. Last night's shelter, hastily built in the dark, damp cliff cave below, was just a temporary solution. Now that he had a better option, he certainly wouldn't settle for less. It was time to build a proper shelter. As soon as this thought arose, he turned and walked toward the center of the cliff. There, a root as wide as a basketball court broke through the earth, like the heart of this new platform, its surface covered with mysterious green patterns, pulsing softly and rhythmically. Tree of Life. Introduction, grown automatically from the heart of life seed, it roots and sprouts on its own and automatically binds to the sower. Whoever sows the seed becomes its default master. Its roots and trunk can instantly penetrate an area the size of 2 soccer fields, rooting and sprouting directly into the hard rock layer, with roots penetrating the stones. As long as it is fed and watered with glowing nightmare hearts, such as Heart of Straw, Heart of Moonlight, etc., any stone containing the word heart, it can listen to the sower's voice and fulfill part of their desires in return. This includes building shelters that can completely resist nightmare creatures and can also nurture crops, sign contracts with nightmare creatures, acting as an intermediary, providing opportunities for the nightmare creatures to serve their master, and managing and constraining the nightmare creatures, etc. Explore on your own to discover more amazing uses. An introduction about the Tree of Life appeared before Yan Feng. Sure enough, it was a towering giant tree grown from the heart of life. Voices of all things, activate. For some unknown reason, Yan Feng felt an impulse to activate his innate skill. In the next second, a wave of information far larger and more complex than any before surged into his mind. This time, it was no longer a single, vague desire. It was a mixed feeling of newborn joy, satisfaction with sunlight, and a very pure, instinctive feeling of hunger. And its voice was clearly conveyed to him. It craved nutrients, longed to grow, wanted to become strong and larger. The nutrients it needed were not water or soil, but some stones that contained special energy. Just like the demands in the system's introduction, as long as it had these stones as nutrients, it could in turn satisfy part of the sower's wishes, including the establishment of shelters against nightmare creatures. In Yan Feng's mind, Heart of Straw, Heart of Moonlight, and other faintly glowing stones immediately appeared. So that means the heart of life burrows into the stones, takes root and sprouts, becoming the tree of life, and needs stones to nurture its growth, while also being able to fulfill part of the sower's wishes? Based on its voice, Yan Feng gained a preliminary understanding of it. Investing some low-level materials to establish a shelter that automatically resists nightmare creatures was quite a deal. No matter how you calculate, it's a profit. He opened his backpack and took out the dozens of straw hearts and a moonlight heart he had previously saved, a total of 50, piling them at the foot of the main root. Almost at the moment the straw hearts and moonlight heart touched the main root, the 50 stones, which originally emitted a weak glow, suddenly brightened intensely, and then quickly dimmed again. Streams of visible bright energy flowed like gentle currents into the sea, greedily absorbed by the main root of the Tree of Life. In the end, the 50 straw hearts transformed into a handful of fine ash, scattering in the wind. Buzz. The entire platform at the cliff's peak let out a long, seemingly satisfied hum. Yan Feng immediately felt that his connection with this tree had become tighter. A clear thought was directly transmitted from the tree's trunk into his consciousness. Not in words, but in a kind of direct communication of intent, the transmission of information. Protection need form? Can I customize it? Yan Feng's eyes brightened. Almost instinctively, he sketched in his mind the appearance of the shelter he wanted. He didn't need a fortress that was impenetrable, that would make him feel like he was in prison. An automated shelter construction? Just ready for move-in? Is this called a shelter? This is the top-tier Mountain View apartment number 1 at Nightmare Cliff. Even Tang Chen would cry. While others are still playing survival in the wild, some are already playing The Sims. As players, others are still worrying about tonight's rations, while Yenshin has started developing real estate. The gap between people. Dreamtown Command Center. Compared to the shock and teasing of the public, the atmosphere in the command center was a mix of ecstasy and solemnity. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses sparkling with wisdom, and he pointed out sharply. Rather than saying it's construction, it's more about symbiosis. Yan Feng provided the nutrients needed for the Tree of Life to grow, and in return, the Tree of Life provided the most perfect shelter according to his needs. This proves that this tree possesses basic intelligence, it can understand the concepts of trade and symbiosis. Academician Xian Weiguo rubbed his hands excitedly, his face wrinkled with smiles. This is a good thing.
Look at its growth speed, look at this natural structure. If we could bring back this living building material seed to reality. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Then our national defense projects, our urban infrastructure, will undergo a complete revolution. Self-repairing fortifications, temperature-regulated buildings, cities that can withstand a level 10 earthquake. Most importantly, they can resist the impending nightmare from becoming a reality. I can't even imagine further. Everyone present glimpsed an incredibly brilliant future from Academician Xian's words. General Zhang Lai, who had been silent, finally spoke up at this moment, his voice carrying a hoarse tone and unprecedented awe. A living defense structure, a living reconnaissance system. Its roots extend deep underground, covering a range of 2 kilometers. If our special operations squad had such a seed behind enemy lines, what would that mean? In the command center, the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned by the vivid picture painted by General Zhang Lai. At that moment, a system announcement popped up in the real world. Global announcement: the exclusive national fortune resource of Long Country, source of life, will synergize entirely with the existing and future functions of the Tree of Life. This update is exclusive to Long Country. In the live stream, the once scrolling comments bizarrely halted for several seconds. What does this mean? It means the source of life distributed to Long Country has merged with all the functions of the Tree of Life. The upgraded source of life can not only resist earthquakes of up to level 10 but also weaken the mental erosion of nightmare creatures in the real world. It can also listen to the Sour's voices and satisfy some of their inner wishes. Including building shelters that can completely withstand nightmare creature invasions, cultivating crops without irrigation, signing contracts with nightmare creatures, and offering opportunities for them to serve their masters, among known functions. In addition, there are unknown functions yet to be unlocked. What the heck? Exclusive to Long Country? Did I hear that right? Just now, Academician Xian and the others were still daydreaming, and the next second it just materialized? And they stamped it with exclusive to Long Country, piracy will be investigated? Upstairs, this is not just realization. This is directly packaging what Yenshin has achieved and handing it out as a national fortune gift bag for our entire country. Ha. Awesome. I can almost hear the cries of the Eagle Sauce and Sakura country next door. Let them be jealous. Let them scold. This wave is called favoritism, something they can't envy. Yenshin gets the meat, and we just get the soup? No. This is Yenshin grabbing the whole pig and slamming it right on our dining table. And telling us, this pig will be raised by our family from now on, no one can touch it. So cool. It's so damn cool. I have never felt this proud in my life. In stark contrast to the celebration in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, there was a deathly silence on the global public channel. This silence lasted for more than 10 seconds before being broken by a sharp question. Eagle Sauce Country Player, Limited Dragon Kingdom? What does this mean? Is this a bug? This question seemed to poke a hornet's nest. Bug? This is clearly an official cheat. Why? Why does only that Yan Feng get to have something that binds to just one country? Exactly, good things should be shared by everyone, not hoarded alone. Sakura Blossom Country Player, this is too much. Yan Feng is clearly a treasure of all humanity, how can the Dragon Kingdom monopolize it? They should share the technology of the Tree of Life with everyone. Protest. We must protest to the game system. This is discrimination against global players. You silly upstairs neighbor, who are you going to protest to? That system that wipes out thousands of players at the slightest disagreement? Do you think you're worthy? Damn. We fight so hard to level up, and the Dragon Kingdom just lies there and watches Yan Feng's livestream to boost their national fortune? How do we play this game? Eagle Sauce Country, return to Dream Nightmare, Strategic Command Center. Bang! General MacArthur slammed his fist down on the conference table, his face red like an angry bull. Cheating! This is blatant cheating, he roared, spitting everywhere. That yellow-skinned guy named Yan Feng must have found a loophole in the system. I demand that we immediately organize technical personnel to crack this loophole. In the conference room, the generals and experts were silent as mice. General, a technical supervisor, stood up with difficulty, his voice dry. We have no target to crack. This game, it doesn't exist in the real world, and there are no codes. Useless. MacArthur was seething with anger. At that moment, a cold female voice came from the door. General, this is not a loophole, nor is it cheating. Dressed in a white lab coat, Christina walked in, her blue eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuations, holding the calmness of a supercomputer. This is the embodiment of the rules. She stepped up to the main screen and pointed at Yan Feng's figure. The game is directly telling us that Yan Feng is the first person to create and refresh miracles, and its ownership belongs only to the Dragon Kingdom. He is not just playing a game for himself, His every move is defining the future of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. Christina's gaze swept across everyone present, her voice small but sending a chill to all hearts. The gap between us and the Dragon Kingdom, from this moment on, is no longer a simple increase or decrease in national fortune points, but has created an insurmountable dimensional rift in the future mode of survival. We are still using flesh and blood to fight against disasters, while they will have a living country that can self-repair and self-grow. Therefore, I suggest that the players of Eagle Sauce Country strive to create and refresh miracles before Yan Feng. Only in this way can we possibly achieve an overtaking at the bend. MacArthur's chest rose and fell violently, trying to calm himself down. Christina's suggestion, although offensive to his authority, was indeed of value. Soon, he instructed to pass down Christina's proposal to inform all elite players of the national team in Eagle Sauce Country. The people of the free land were most skilled at creation and adventure. I believe that achieving an overtaking, surpassing the Dragon Kingdom to become the first to eat the crab, and getting the initial reward, will not be very difficult. Chapter 55 Testing the Source of Life. Dragon Kingdom, Northwest Gobi Desert, under the sky full of yellow sand. Far away from the noisy cities and densely populated areas, 500 meters underground. In the National Level Extreme Environment Simulation Laboratory codenamed Pango, the flow of air seems to be frozen, quiet except for the faint white noise of the equipment running. Its top structure is strong enough to withstand a nuclear blast. Below is a hollow space larger than a standard football field, made entirely of the most advanced composite alloy. At this moment, in the center of this space, a fist-sized seed is quietly floating. It is completely emerald green, emitting a soft and vibrant halo that reflects a dreamlike area on the cold alloy ground. This is the national fortune reward that has just materialized here through an unknown dimension source of life. An hour ago, the cold global announcement echoed around the world. For the people of the Dragon Country, it was a roaring joy. But for the Commander-in-Chief, Lin Jinghua, it was a moment to remain calm. With just one action, he restored silence to the entire room. Before confirming the true effect of this thing with my own eyes, any celebration could turn into a future joke. Thus, this seed, which carries the future of the entire nation, was directly transported here under the highest confidentiality protocol. Academician Zhou Jimin, a master of biological materials engineering in the Dragon Country, is currently wearing a full set of sterile protective clothing, kneeling almost reverently beside the source of life. On his face, the specially made sensor glasses display faint blue data streams that refresh rapidly like a waterfall. This scientific madman, who is used to miracles, has been circling this seed for more than half an hour, murmuring in an extremely low voice. Unresolvable energy dissipation model, non-nuclear, non-electric, non-magnetic. Oh God, this is a completely new form of energy. Perfect structure, internal energy field as stable as like a living miniature universe. His voice trembles with the thrill of discovering a new world, his dry hands slightly spread, hovering above the source of life. Wanting to touch it, yet not daring to. The skin at his fingertips can even feel that warm energy fluctuation, but suddenly stops just 1 centimeter away, fearing that his mortal body might desecrate this miracle. On the other side of the laboratory, in the real-time remote observation room, the live broadcast permission has been temporarily turned off. Lin Jinghua, Shan Weiguo, and Zhang Lai, 3 big shots, stand side by side, their expressions solemn, their eyes locked firmly on that small seed. Old Zhou's emotions are a bit out of control. Academician Shan Weiguo adjusts his reading glasses, his mouth slightly curling up despite himself. To excite Zhou Jimin, a madman who values experimental data more than life itself, this thing's value has already transcended the existing scientific system. Major General Zhang Lai stands straight with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He is not looking at the seed, but at the roof of the laboratory, at the rows of hydraulic impact drills and high-frequency oscillators that resemble the fangs of prehistoric beasts. These are the core of the Pango Laboratory, the Heavenly Punishment Simulation System, specifically designed to test earthquake simulations from level 8 up to the theoretical maximum of level 10. Today, these fierce steel giants will play the first movement for this tiny seed. Commander Lin, Zhang Lai speaks in a deep voice, like a bullet being fired, short and powerful. All equipment is warmed up and ready to start at any time. Lin Jinghua does not respond immediately, his gaze passing through the glass, landing on Zhou Jimin. Old Zhou, he speaks through the internal communicator, his voice steady and clear. Are you ready? Zhou Jimin takes a deep breath, suddenly waking from that obsessive state. He slowly stands up, straightening his slightly hunched back, nodding toward the observation room. I am ready. All members of Lab 012 are ready. Please approve the sewing. Approved. Receiving the order, Zhou Jimin carefully takes a sealed special metal box from his assistant. The box opens, and inside lies a perfectly cut crystal, quietly resting. It emits a glow purer than diamonds. The highest energy density material in the real world, Dragon Crystal 01. This is what they could currently find, the closest substitute to those so-called heartstones from the nightmare world. Each gram is worth a fortune. Zhou Jimin gently picked up the crystal with specially made tweezers and placed it next to the source of life. At the moment of contact, There was no earth-shattering roar, no blinding explosion of light. The source of life just slightly brightened, as if a person had just woken up and stretched comfortably. Then, that precious dragon crystal 01 began to melt rapidly, like an ice cube exposed to sunlight, visible to the naked eye. It did not turn into liquid but directly decomposed into millions of points of light, all of which were absorbed by the seed as if breathing. Immediately after, an incredibly astonishing scene unfolded. Buzz. A long, low hum resonated, not like it came from any device, but more like a heartbeat deep from the earth, echoing throughout the underground space. The source of life slowly sank, merging into the hard composite alloy floor. The process was strange and silent. The contact point did not crack, nor did it melt. The seed simply penetrated directly into it, as if the physical existence of the alloy was temporarily erased for a second. In the next moment, the entire laboratory floor surprisingly transformed, resembling dark glass, presenting a translucent texture. At the center of where the seed sank, strands of spider web-like emerald green light suddenly illuminated, wildly spreading within the alloy. They ignored physical structures and any scientific principles, brutally penetrating through metal atoms, igniting a living underground root system map within it. Joe Jimin's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a pinhead. He saw those strands of light swiftly thickening, transforming into visible tender green roots, effortlessly burrowing deeper into the ground. The layers of defense-grade alloy, capable of resisting nuclear explosion impacts, had now become the softest soil for the source of life. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. In the observation room, everyone held their breath, their chests feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to rise and fall. Oh my god, a young researcher covered his mouth, preventing a cry from escaping. That is roots? It has rooted into the alloy? Not rooted in. Joe Jimin's voice came through the communicator, hoarse and urgent, mixed with an uncontrollable fervor. It's merging. It is merging with the material at the atomic level. It's rewriting the fundamental rules of this area. Lin Xingguo gripped his fist tightly, the cold metal railing becoming slick with the sweat from his palm. He stared fixedly at the astonishingly stable data on the screen, each character like a brand imprinted on his retina. He announced the order word by word. Activate the program. Phase 1, Magnitude 7 Earthquake Simulation, start. The command was issued. Boom. The entire Pangu experiment base shook violently. Above the dome, rows of ferocious hydraulic impact drills suddenly activated, striking down on the laboratory's edge with immense force. In the observation room, everyone could feel a strong tremor beneath their feet, water cups on the table smashed to the ground into pieces. Chapter 56, If Every Inch of the Country is Guarded by It. In the observation room, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Report. A technician's voice trembled from nervousness. In Area B, comparison building, the structure has experienced permanent deformation. Tiny cracks have appeared in the alloy supports. Area B was a control group completely replicated one for one from Area A, using the same specifications of defense-grade composite alloy, the only difference being that it did not have the source of life. On the screen, the monitoring footage representing Area B shook violently, that steel fortress forged from cutting-edge technology. In the face of a simulated 7-degree earthquake, a groan of unbearable burden was emitted. The cracks are widening. Support pillar number 3 has broken. The structure is collapsing. Boom. With a dull roar, the building in Area B completely collapsed into a pile of scrap metal amidst the smoke and dust. From the start of the 7-degree earthquake to the total collapse, it took less than 1 minute. The observation room was dead silent. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the main screen of Area A. The image was also shaking violently, but the alloy ground, rooted in the source of life, was as steady as a rock. No, it was not braving it. Academician Joe Jimin stared intently at the data panel, his murky eyes bursting with terrifying light. He pointed at the strange, stable energy curve on the screen, his voice hoarse as he shouted. Look! The energy reaction beneath Area A. It's absorbing. It's actively absorbing and conducting seismic energy. On the screen, the emerald green roots, which were deeply embedded in the alloy, were now emitting a soft halo. The halo flickered regularly with the vibrations, as if a giant heart was breathing. Every violent tremor was instantly absorbed, decomposed, and ultimately transformed into nothing by that massive network of roots. It turns the power capable of destroying a city into nourishment? Academician Xian Weiguo murmured, his face displaying an expression that was hard to tell whether it was shock or ecstasy. General Zhang Lai clenched his fists, which crackled with tension. His breathing grew heavy, and a fiery light burned in his eyes. He thought not of the building but of national defense. The missile silos buried deep underground. The crisscrossing underground Great Wall. The potential nightmares from below that they might face in the future. If only. His voice was extremely hoarse. If every inch of our territory is protected by this thing. No one dared to continue his words, for that image was too grand and too insane.
Lin Zhonghua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions. He picked up the communicator, his voice as steady as a mountain.
Old Joe, what is its limit?
Zhou Jimin was so excited that his face turned red. From the data model, its energy conduction and absorption efficiency has no upper limit.
As long as the coverage of the roots is large enough, theoretically, it can resist all physical shocks.
Good. Lin Zhonghua only said one word. Zhou Jimin looked at the main control panel and issued a new order.
Increase intensity to 8 degrees. Boom, boom, boom.
A tremor several times more intense than before came, causing even the special glass in the observation room to emit the mournful cry of nearing shattering.
The heavens punishment system of the Pango base let out a true roar.
In the laboratory of Area A, the ground's network of green roots glowed brilliantly, illuminating the entire underground space as if it were a divine realm. At that moment, an environmental monitoring researcher suddenly let out an exclamation.
Report! The air in the Area A laboratory, toxic suspended particles are being rapidly decomposed. Oxygen concentration is increasing at an unreasonable speed.
Lin Zhonghua turned his head sharply. On the screen, the data bar representing air quality was visibly turning from red to green.
It could not only resist earthquakes but also purify the environment.
The tightly pursed corner of Lin Zhonghua's mouth finally curled into a smile. He looked at the unharmed green land in the center of the screen, as if he had already seen the future of Longhua. That would be a land no longer fearing natural disasters, even able to turn calamity into vitality, a divine kingdom on earth. He picked up the communicator again, this time his voice carried undeniable determination.
Attention all units.
Prepare to initiate the highest level test.
10 degrees.
Zhou Jimin's voice fell, like the final judgment.
Warning. Warning. Energy output exceeds safety threshold. The heavens punishment system is about to overload.
The piercing alarm rang through the entire observation room, and the red lights flashed wildly, reflecting the serious faces of everyone in bright and dim shades.
Boom.
This is not a sound, but a destructive force.
The entire Pango base, 500 meters underground, seemed to be squeezed by an invisible giant hand, then violently shaken.
In the observation room, a young technician lost his balance and fell to the ground, while others tightly grabbed onto nearby fixtures, their faces drained of color. The metal components on the ceiling emitted a teeth-gritting distorted sound, as if they were about to collapse at any moment.
Report.
The structural integrity of the observation room has dropped to 70%.
Special glass is cracking. This is just the aftershock.
Zhang Lai gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched jaws, his gaze fixed on the screen of Area A's laboratory. The scene on the screen could no longer be described as shaking. It was a complete, subversive chaos. However, in the center of this chaos, the alloy ground covered with emerald green roots began to shine with an unprecedented brilliance.
Look!
Academician Zhou Jiming seemed to go mad, pointing at the screen, his voice breaking with extreme excitement. It's glowing.
It's devouring. It treats the entire heavens punishment system's energy like a buffet. That emerald green root network, now bright as day, illuminated the entire Area A laboratory.
The terrifying shock wave, capable of flattening any city on the surface in an instant, upon contacting this green ground, was greedily absorbed and transformed, without raising a shred of destruction. The ground did not crack, instead, as the energy surged in, the roots became thicker, greener, overflowing with immense vitality.
The tremor lasted a full 3 minutes.
When the heavens punishment system automatically shut down due to energy depletion, the entire base finally returned to a dead silence. In the observation room, chaos reigned. But everyone's gaze was focused on that intact, even more lustrous alloy ground in Area A. It lay there quietly, as if the earlier catastrophe, capable of destroying civilization, had merely been a mild massage.
We succeeded.
Academician Qian Weigua took off his glasses, rubbing his eyes forcefully, his voice tinged with a sob. We succeeded. General Zhang Lai slowly released his excessively white-knuckled fist, leaning against the cold wall, his chest heaving violently, eyes reddened. If every missile silo, every underground facility, every border outpost, could have it.
He murmured, but the rest of his words couldn't be voiced.
Because that image had already exceeded the limits of human military imagination.
Lin Zhonghua took a deep breath, slowly exhaling.
He picked up the communicator, his voice regained calm, yet trembling was hard to hide. Old Zhou, test the next project.
Okay.
Zhou Jiming suddenly came to his senses, a fervent smile on his face. Start the building generation simulation. This time, he did not approach the control panel. Instead, he walked toward the place where Dragon Crystal 01 was just deployed.
Chapter 57 Thought Manifestation.
He arrived at the roots of the Tree of Life, closing his eyes. In his mind, a three-dimensional imaginative blueprint, existing only in his thoughts, rapidly formed. It was not a cold CAD drawing, but a complex conceptual project. With his rich imagination and extraordinary memory, the outline of the building gradually became clearer in his mind. A hive-style fortress, mostly submerged underground, with only the low and slanted defensive outer wall visible, like the protective armor of a prehistoric beast. The walls were made up of billions of fibers tightly twisted together, enough to make armor-piercing round sigh in resignation. The fortress was no longer dotted with rigid gun ports, but rather a series of living openings that could instantly shrink and close, normally blending into the wall.
Flawless.
Inside the fortress, there is a layered, labyrinth-like spiral structure, where each chamber can independently seal itself, becoming the last line of defense. This thought was forcefully imprinted into the dragon crystal with all his mental strength. The moment he completed all this, the tree of life flickered once. The next second, on the ground of Area A laboratory, those emerald roots surged wildly again. Countless roots broke through the alloy floor, like living fibers given thought, rapidly interweaving, twisting, and shaping. They were no longer growing wildly, but were following the blueprint in Zhou Jimin's mind to create an extraordinarily precise structure.
In just 5 minutes, a miniature fortress, entirely made of roots and exactly as conceived by Zhou Jimin, rose from the ground.
It perfectly merged with the ground, as if it had grown there naturally, with smooth sloping walls and meticulously closed shooting holes that were tightly sealed like muscle, every detail precise. In the observation room, a young researcher had his mouth wide open, muttering to himself.
It really can understand human thoughts and simulate construction based on human imagination? I have a bold idea. I think its limits go far beyond this.
Zhou Jimin's breath quickened as he pointed at another screen, shouting, "Start the extreme environment simulation, inject VX nerve gas." The pungent yellow gas was like the breath of death, instantly injected into the Area A laboratory where the tree of life existed. However, the deadly gas, upon contact with the network of roots, seemed to encounter icy fire, quickly decomposing and purifying. The air quality reading briefly shot up to a dangerous red before almost immediately returning to the optimal green.
Indeed, it can purify toxic gas. Purification ability, beyond imagination.
Before everyone could recover from this astonishing scene, Zhou Jimin had another discovery, his voice changing due to excitement.
Look! The tips of those roots.
The screen was rapidly zoomed in. There, at the tips of the thick roots, drops of crystal-clear liquid were slowly condensing, radiating a soft life aura. "This is," Academician Xianweigua pushed aside the technician in front of him, leaned closer to the screen, and exclaimed, "That's life do. Exactly the same as what Yan Feng got in the game world." Lin Zhenghua silently watched all this. Earthquake resistance, construction, purification, self-healing, resource production.
This was no longer a simple national fortune reward. This, perhaps, must be measured in terms of civilization. A living entity that can grow, self-repair, and even nourish an entire civilization, a miracle. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all excitement and shock had settled down, transforming into a steel-like resolve. "I declare, starting today, all projects at the Pango base are suspended." He looked around at everyone present, his voice was not loud, yet it made every heart tremble. "All personnel, all resources, will be redirected towards the research and application of Source of Life."
Lin Zhenghua stepped forward, placing his palm against the cold observation window as if he wished to touch that green miracle. "I want every inch of Dragonland to be under its protection before the nightmares of the ruins come into reality."
3 hours later.
In the capital, Xishan, 300 meters underground. In the highest-level joint conference room, codenamed Kunlun, the air was thick enough to wring water from it. The oval redwood conference table, shining like a mirror, reflected the stern faces of each official, each face engraved with power and responsibility. Lin Zhenghua sat at the head of the table. Behind him were the bright red flags of the Dragon Country's party, nation, and military. He made no superfluous opening remarks, simply inserting an encrypted U-disk into the console. "Everyone, time is of the essence, please watch the report directly." His voice was calm, but it made every heart present tighten. The use of the word urgent by Lin Zhenghua made the seriousness of the matter clear. Sitting opposite him was Minister He from the Finance Department, an old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with his hair neatly combed. He habitually took out a small notebook and a fountain pen, ready to record key estimates of financial expenditures. To his left was Minister Liu from the Construction Department, a burly man with dark skin, in charge of national infrastructure projects. He crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, his gaze laced with scrutiny. There was no engineering miracle he hadn't seen. Next to him was Minister Wang from the Emergency Crisis Department, a short-haired, competent woman, always calm amid sudden crises. At the very end of the table sat a figure almost blending into the shadows, Director Chen from the Safety Department. His presence was minimal, but his eyes, like those of a hawk, silently observed everyone. A huge screen lit up, and the image connected to the Pango laboratory.
In the conference room, only the faint hum of operating equipment was left. The video began to play.
When the green source of life seeped into the indestructible composite alloy floor, Minister Liu raised an eyebrow, and his crossed arms loosened a little. Minister he paused his pen, writing new material penetration technology, followed by a question mark in his notebook. As the B District Control Group's building collapsed thunderously in a simulated 7.0 earthquake, turning into scrap metal, Minister Lu let out a disdainful snort. This was within his expectations. Even national defense-grade alloys could not withstand such sustained powerful tremors. But the image from a district made the corners of his mouth freeze. The area covered by green tendrils remained motionless.
Energy absorption, conduction?
Minister Lu murmured as he straightened up for the first time, leaning forward, his large frame fixated on the screen. The image switched to an 8.0 earthquake simulation. The special glass in the observation room began to wail, while the ground in a district only glowed brighter. Minister He's fountain pen came to a complete stop. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes reflecting the incredible green light behind the lenses. This had already surpassed the realm of materials science.
Start the highest level test. Level 10.
When Lin Jinghua issued this command in the video, the atmosphere in the conference room froze to a freezing point.
Boom. Even separated by the screen, the destructive force shocked everyone's nerves. The image shook violently, plunging into chaos.
Minister Lu's hand had unknowingly gripped the edge of the table, his throat rolled up and down, breathing heavily. He had spent his whole life dealing with steel and concrete. He knew better than anyone what a 10.0 earthquake meant.
That was divine punishment.
A cataclysm capable of tearing apart an entire continental plate. But on the screen, that green light web shone like daylight, greedily swallowing all the destructive energy. The video ended, and the base returned to silence. The ground in a district remained intact, even more lush. In the conference room, one could hear a pin drop. Minister He's gold-rimmed glasses had slipped down to his nose, but he remained oblivious, gaping with mouth open, gasping silently. His mind was a blank, everything about budgets, costs, and return on investment formulas turned into a farce at that moment.
Money? What can be used to measure a nation that will never fall? Chapter 58, The Future Has Arrived.
Minister Wang from the Emergency Crisis Department tightly clasped her hands together, leaning slightly forward. Her gaze did not linger on earthquake resistance. As the video played showing VX nerve gas being instantly purified, her pupils constricted sharply.
Purification, toxic gas.
She fixed her stare on the screen's data bar shifting from red to green, her mind flashing through countless emergency drill scenarios that represented death and despair.
Chemical plant leak, nuclear power plant crisis. Urban gas attack. If only.
She mumbled to herself. If only this could be spread under every nuclear power plant, built into long dikes along every river, or the Dragon Country would be free from natural disasters. She dared not think further, the image was too beautiful, too unreal. And when academician Zhou Jimin envisioned that high fortress in the video, rising within 5 minutes.
Bang!
Minister Lu of the construction department slammed his palm on the table, startling himself and everyone else.
He stood up abruptly, too excited, the chair slid back far, making a harsh screeching sound.
His eyes were bloodshot, staring fixedly at that perfect miniature fortress on the screen, lips trembling, unable to utter a word.
That was not a building. That was a miracle.
No blueprints needed, no workers needed, no bricks or tiles needed, just imagination and a clear idea to achieve it. His lifelong pursuit, the ultimate dream of indestructible, efficiency-driven engineering, was realized in a way he could not comprehend. The usually silent Director Chun of the security department slowly raised his head. He was not looking at the building or the purification, but at a line of small print on that report.
This update is limited to Dragon Country.
He slowly exhaled a long breath, as if releasing the heavy burdens he had carried for years. Lin Jinghua surveyed the room, taking in everyone's shock. He stood up, his voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The Dragon Head has approved the suspension of all projects at the Pango base, all resources will be redirected to Source of Life. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the heads of the finance, construction, security, and emergency crisis departments.
I need all of you here to cooperate fully. This is not an order, it's a request. In the dead silence. I agree.
Minister Lu's hoarse voice emerged. He sat back down, his tall frame slightly hunched as if all the strength had been drained from him. He looked at Lin Jinghua, his eyes complex beyond description.
I just want to ask one question. This is called Source of Life, right? How much of this do we currently have?
Lin Jinghua looked at him and at every breath-holding face in the meeting room, slowly extending 3 fingers.
Currently, there are 3,000 shares that have come to reality. 3,000.
This number felt like a bucket of ice water poured over the recently ignited flames. In the meeting room, a dead silence prevailed.
Only 3,000?
Minister Lu's voice turned instantly hoarse, his tall frame slouched back against the chair. He did not need a calculator, his mind, filled with the national map and key projects, was working rapidly.
3,000 shares sounded like a lot, but how vast is Dragon Country? A key defense area in a super first-tier city might consume over 10,000 shares. These 3,000 shares, scattered across Dragon Country's vast territory, wouldn't even make a splash. Minister He of the Finance Department adjusted his slipping glasses, his eyes sharp as knives behind the lenses. General Lin, are these 3,000 shares the first batch, or all of it? This question echoed in everyone's hearts. It was that kid Yan Feng, who brought back the national fortune reward from his first E-grade scoring task. Lin Zhenghua did not hide it, multiplied by a 10,000-fold increase, and then multiplied by his current level's withdrawal rate, that's the final number. The first time. It was just from one player's return. The air in the meeting room froze again, but this time, there was a hint of mad heat in the tense atmosphere. If one player could bring back 3,000 shares, what if there were 10 players? 100? I suggest prioritizing the capital circle and several major core economic areas. Minister He was the first to speak, his pen making emphatic marks on the notebook. The first batch of resources should prioritize safeguarding the brain and heart, only then can we care for the limbs. I object. Minister Wang of the Emergency Crisis Department immediately rebutted. Her short hair was neat, and her voice was crisp and resolute. An extremely large-scale nuclear power plant accident, or the breach of a major river, would cause devastating secondary disasters. The threat level far exceeds that of a conventional earthquake. We must prioritize the reinforcement of all nuclear power plants and Class A water control hubs. Old Wang, you are missing the point. Minister Liu of the Construction Department slammed the table, his emotions rising again. People. Protecting lives is the top priority. I suggest, for the first batch, all resources be deployed to the Sichuan region. It is a high-risk area for earthquakes in Dragon Country. How much have we suffered there over the decades? How many lives have been lost? These 3,000 units can at least save a prefecture-level city, hundreds of thousands of lives. The argument broke out in an instant. This was not about power, nor about departmental interests. Everyone present came from their own professional fields and responsibilities, seeing the most urgent application direction of the source of life. Every suggestion was stained with tears, and every plan weighed heavily on lives and the fate of the country. 3,000 units were far too few. So few that no matter how they were chosen, it would always be wrong, always a compromise, always a regret. Director Chen of the Safety Department, who had been silent, slowly spoke up. His voice was not loud, but it quieted everyone down. Everyone, are we overlooking a premise? He looked at Lin Zhenghua. This thing can resist a magnitude 10 earthquake and can purify VX gas. But, can it resist earth-penetrating bombs? Can it build an indestructible underground military fortress? Those words suddenly dropped the temperature in the conference room to freezing point. Civilian use and military use. Survival in war. This was the most fundamental and the most brutal choice. Lin Zhenghua took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He did not join the debate, but walked to the huge screen, turning his back to everyone. Everyone, debating how to allocate these 3,000 units is not very meaningful. His voice echoed through the silent conference room via the microphone. Because no matter how they are allocated, it will never be enough. He turned around, his gaze piercing, sweeping over each person present. The real topic we sit here to discuss today is singular. How do we turn these 3,000 units into 30,000 units, 300,000 units, 3 million units? How do we ensure that the miracle brought back by Yan Feng covers every inch of land that needs it in Dragon Country in the shortest time possible? Our hope does not lie in this conference room, nor in our allocation plan. He paused, every word bulldozing through with an ironclad tone. But in their return to Ruin's nightmare. Of course, this is also what our Dreamtown Bureau needs to do. Bringing everyone together today is just to make initial contacts for future cooperation. Lin Zhenghua's hand heavily pressed down on the podium, the dull sound making everyone's heart contract slightly in the conference room. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Kunlun conference room fell silent. The ministers who had just been red-faced from arguing now seemed to have their throats choked, staring blankly at Lin Zhenghua. Chapter 59, Trading with Trees. Indeed. They were here fighting over the distribution rights of 3,000 miracles, like a group of starving people vying for 3 pieces of bread. What a sight to behold! But the one who brought them the bread was still wandering alone in that world full of crises. What they could do was not to figure out how to divide the bread, but to try every means to hope he could bring back a granary full of bread. Minister Liu of the Construction Department sat down in despair, his tall figure now seeming a bit forlorn. He looked at Lin Zhenghua and hoarsely said, I understand. Major General Lin, what do you need us in the construction department to do? Just say the word, and the engineering forces nationwide can be mobilized at any time. I will do the same in the emergency crisis department. Minister Wang's eyes were resolute. All Class A response plans can give him the green light. Minister He of the Finance Department adjusted his glasses.
Directly closed the notebook filled with budgets. Money is not a problem, from now on, any budget related to Zen Mengxi, as long as it is reasonable and benefits the country and the people, there is no limit with me. Lin Jingguo looked around slowly and nodded. Good. From this moment on, the entire national machinery of Longwa would operate with an unprecedented force, madly working for that young man far away in the nightmare world. The meeting is adjourned. Lin Jingguo uttered 2 words and turned to walk towards the door. He needed to return to Zen Mengxi, return to the command center. He wanted to see that child. Because he was not only the hope of Longwa, but also like a military order Lin Jingguo had set for everyone present, even for the billions of people in Longwa. Guishu Nightmare World. The breeze at the cliff top carried the unique coolness of the morning, brushing against Yan Feng's cheek. He leaned against the life tree that broke through the rock and deeply rooted itself at the bottom of the cliff, contemplating the next plan. Right now, the shelter did not require his worry to build, he could just use what was ready. But the shelter was only for dodging nightmare monsters, it couldn't escape from those of the same kind. Many times, what was most terrifying was not the man-eating monster, but the one who was eaten by the monster. Like those 3 people who ambushed him yesterday. He was very clear that a lucky escape did not mean he could be lucky next time. Those guys were like sharks smelling blood, as long as he remained in this Guishu nightmare world, they would surely come knocking again. He had to get some defensive equipment and weapons, this way, he would have a chance for revenge. He was not a soft-hearted person. He could not pay attention to examining and arranging the shelter now, his gaze fell directly on the beginner glider in his backpack. This thing was made from the complete wing of the wailing moth, not only lightweight, but incredibly tough. If it weren't for the speed at which Catherine's poison crossbow bolts were shot, the beginner glider could have possibly blocked the attack on its own. Making a few defensive clothes or simply a shield with it would be more than enough to block Catherine's branch-made arrowheads. Determined, Yan Feng stood up, dusted off his clothes, and prepared to set off. But just as he took a step, he stopped. Standing at the cliff top with an open view, the sight was good, but it was also completely unfamiliar. From this height of the cliff, overlooking down, the forest below was a completely different sight, the few strange trees he had used as markers were now indistinguishable among the woods. He could no longer tell the direction to the wailing moth's nest. Damn, messed up. Yan Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless. Just then, he felt a slight, vibrant rhythm coming from behind. He turned to look at the life tree, and a bold idea popped up. Buddy, can you help me? He stretched out his hand and gently pressed against the thick trunk, activating his talent voice of all things. Tell me, where is the wailing moth located, in which direction? Mental power consumption -1. A stream of gentle information surged into his mind. The life tree did not directly give him a direction, but instead shared everything that its roots could sense in a resonating way, like a slowly unfolded living map. It was as if Yan Feng had completely taken control of the life tree's brain, even becoming the new master of the life tree. With the roots of the life tree, countless emerald green neural roots spread out from the center of his consciousness, instantly covering the entire cliff's rock layers, extending deep underground, passing through the cave he had been in last night, as if he himself had become the central processor of this massive root network. The flow of the wind, the breath of the land, the faint heartbeat of distant creatures. It felt as if he could see and hear everything. In a clear, resonating echo, it all presented itself in his perception. With a thought, he wanted to seek out the wailing moths. The next second, in the northwest direction, a tip of a nerve root sensed a faint, wing-flapping sound filled with sorrowful emotion, connecting through other intersecting roots. He found the location of the level 3 wailing moths. The direction was clear, the distance evident. This sensation was utterly wonderful. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness, a root spreading deep underground for nearly 100 meters touched a completely different area. It was not rock, nor was it soil, but a stretch of, flickering with a cold metallic luster, winding in a dragon-like spine. Yan Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. A mineral vein. It was a metal ore buried deep underground. In this primitive, savage, and bizarre nightmare world, this meant the unspoken. It meant he could forge iron weapons and tools for his revenge through the ore. Furthermore, who knows what unexpected supernatural powers the minerals from the nightmare world might possess? A surge of joy brought a practical question to the forefront. The mineral vein lay deep underground, how could he dig it out? He couldn't possibly rely on using his hands to scrape, could he? Or should he synthesize a stone axe to chip away at it slowly? That would take forever. While Yan Feng was troubled, the heart's voice of the Tree of Life echoed again, as if the Tree of Life could read Yan Feng's thoughts. Shiny, stones. Heart. I like to eat. Feed me the heart. I will help you dig. The broken and intermittent thoughts were simple and direct, yet they struck him like lightning in his mind. After a moment of listening, Yan Feng finally understood what the tree was trying to say. He suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the shelter formed by the Tree of Life beside him.
Wow! It can work like this? This tree of life is not just a plant that can build shelters, it can actually communicate and do transactions? Feeding it stones with heart, and it would help him mine. This was no mere shelter, this was an automatic resource-gathering base. Yan Feng's worldview was refreshed again, he felt his understanding of this return to the nightmare world was still at a kindergarten level. Stones with heart. He immediately thought of the Heart of Straw stone, dropped by the level 1 vengeful Scarecrow, as well as the Moonlight Heart stone, from the level 3 Wailing Moths. Just right, he was going back to grind for the level 3 Wailing Moths complete moth wings for armor, and swing by the level 1 monster's respawn area. He would give those scarecrows who felt so cold, want a hug, another warmth. Sigh, time to clock in again. Yan Feng's goal became incredibly clear in an instant. He hesitated no more, recognized the direction given by the Tree of Life, equipped his beginner's glider, and stepped forward toward the dark forest where the Wailing Moths were located. The next few hours would undoubtedly be a gentle catastrophe for the level 1 and 3 nightmare creatures in this area. Chapter 60, like restocking. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream watched as Yan Feng's figure darted back and forth between level 1 and level 3 monsters. Facing the level 1 vengeful Scarecrow, he approached with ease, delivering a solid hug. Congratulations to the player Yan Feng for fulfilling the heart's voice of the level 1 nightmare creature vengeful Scarecrow, and receiving an E-level rating. Against the Wailing Moths, he was even more familiar, pulling out the Heart of Straw stone from his bag, soothing the moths with its gentle and stable light. He let them swirl around the stone, then transform into glowing points with satisfaction. Congratulations to the player Yan Feng for fulfilling the heart's voice of the level 3 nightmare creature Wailing Moth, and receiving an E-level rating. He cleared through the monsters, not even bothering to examine the dropped materials, shoving them straight into his system backpack. The whole process flowed like water, with not a single unnecessary motion. Efficiency to the point of madness. Complete moth wing, straw heart, stone, moonlight heart, stone, aromatic rice, and so on. His backpack was being filled at a visible speed, he didn't even count the quantity. God knows when he will use them again in the future, it's better to stock up now, so he doesn't have to run back and forth like before. Besides, for materials like straw, the more the better right now. Why do I feel the flame god is restocking? Restocking? I think he has wiped out someone else's nest. Look at how fast those scarecrows are refreshing, they can't keep up with the speed he is harvesting. So brutal. Oh no, too gentle. Poor scarecrows, freshly spawned and already have to be hugged by the flame god once. What is this called? Sustainable overexploitation? You are truly talented, you bastard. But speaking of which, what does the flame god want to do? Collect so many materials, is he planning to open a general store? At the same time, on the other side of the ruins nightmare world, the owner of the S-Class talent Thunder's Fury from the Eagle Sauce Country, Thor, was currently wearing a gloomy face, watching the replay on loop. The command center of the Eagle Sauce Country suggested to him that he should learn from Yan Feng with an empty cup mindset, otherwise, the quality of survival and the efficiency of enhancing national fortunes would be lowered. In the video, the person named Yan Feng from the Dragon Country embraced one refreshed scarecrow after another and then contentedly picked up the dropped items and stuffed them into his backpack. The entire process was efficient, smooth, and even had a strange harmony to it. Fuck. Cheating. Thor punched fiercely against the nearby rock, and a violent arc of electricity instantly erupted, shattering the half-human tall granite into pieces. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Although he has already heard the prophet's explanation. But he was unconvinced. Why should he, a dignified owner of S-Class talent, work hard, consume most of his strength and mental energy to kill a level 2 corrupted swamp frog with thunder, only to get a few pieces of rotten frog meat? And this Dragon Country monkey that only cheats can just go hug a level 1 piece of garbage to receive an E-level perfect rating, dropping a bunch of materials that look extremely high quality? This absolutely takes advantage of some despicable loophole. Thor, now is not the time to compete, you need to calm down. The calm and rational voice of Prophet Christina came through the exclusive communication channel. Anger will only drain your precious mental energy. We have analyzed that Yan Feng's mode is irreplicable, his talent is the key. You are on completely different paths, there is no comparability. You need to make use of your own talent, rather than continuously imitate him to create a new path. Different paths? Thor gasped, his blood-red eyes scanning the barren rocky area around him. My path is to use the strongest power to hunt the strongest monsters. But this damn game tells me that this approach is wrong. He irritably closed Yan Feng's livestream. Since Yan Feng snatched away the honor of being the world's first level 2 player, he had been holding back his anger. He continuously challenged higher-level monsters, scorching them with lightning, quickly increasing his experience points, and had now reached level 4, just one step away from level 5. But in his backpack, apart from a few pieces of half-cooked meat and a bag of murky water, it was nearly empty. The F-level rating from brutal kills had a pitiful drop rate. Does he really have to learn from that Dragon Country person and play house with monsters? No. His pride wouldn't allow him to do that. He suddenly stood up, looking around. This was a vast stone forest, with oddly shaped rock pillars piercing the sky, and there wasn't a single weed on the ground. It was eerily silent. He didn't want to see those disgusting nightmare monsters anymore. Since the rewards for killing monsters were so low. So why still cling to killing monsters? This world is so vast, is there really no other resource besides monsters? A thought, like a lightning strike, flashed through Thor's mind. He slowly raised his right hand, and in his palm, threads of fine golden arcs began to jump and gather, making a faint hissing sound. Wrath of Thunder, this S-level talent, can it really only be used for fighting? No. Lightning is one of the purest forms of energy in the universe. It can destroy everything, and of course it can also detect everything. Thor took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, his mind highly focused. He no longer recklessly unleashed the power of his talent but instead tried to control it with finesse. The arcs in his palm no longer raged but became like a gentle stream, slowly seeping into the earth beneath his feet under his will. Buzz. A strange sensation, following the electric current, fed back from deep underground to his brain. It was like sonar probing the underwater terrain. Different materials conduct and obstruct electric currents in completely different ways. Dry rocks, moist soil, hollow caves, each material presented a unique color in his lightning perception. This was an extremely exhausting process. In just 10 seconds, beads of fine sweat began to form on Thor's forehead, and his mental energy rapidly dropped by 1 point every 5 seconds. Damn it, the range is too large, my mental energy is depleting too fast. He lit a stick of sandalwood to restore his mental energy, immediately adjusting his strategy, no longer conducting a wide area scan, but gathering all the lightning probes into one beam, like an invisible drill, piercing vertically into the ground. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters. His mental energy rapidly depleted, dropping from a full 10 points to 5 points. Just when he was about to collapse, a completely different feedback suddenly came from about 15 meters deep underground. It was a heavy, dense feedback, with the unique cold texture of metal. Found it! A burst of joy erupted in Thor's eyes. Without hesitation, he poured all of his remaining mental and physical strength into his right arm. Wrath of Thunder! He roared, his right fist clenched, muscles on his arm bulging, countless violent golden lightning bolts coalescing into a dazzling lightning ball, and came crashing down to the ground. Boom! The ground shook. A thick golden lightning pillar struck precisely at the point he had detected, and the hard rock layers crumbled like biscuits under the might of thunder. A giant pit, over 5 meters in diameter and seemingly bottomless, appeared in place. The edges of the pit were melted by high temperatures, displaying a glass-like texture, still emitting wisps of blue smoke. Thor gasped deeply, his stamina instantly depleted, his whole body swayed. But he couldn't care about his fatigue, struggling to climb to the edge of the pit and looking down. At the bottom of the pit, a patch of dark red ore shimmered with a unique, enchanting metallic luster in the afterglow of the lightning. System notification: congratulations to the player from Eagle Country, Thor, for discovering natural resources common red iron ore ×1. System notification: common red iron ore is a national fortune level resource and has been automatically calculated and withdrawn. Global announcement: player Thor from Eagle Country has discovered a new path, finding mine veins for the first time, greatly expanding survival methods for players. Rewards: national fortune rating of Eagle Country increases by 0.5%. Rewards: player Thor all basic attribute limits +1. Chapter 61, Nightmare-Shaped Titanium Memory Alloy. With the sound of the global announcement, the command center of Eagle Country's Shield of Freedom instantly erupted into a tsunami of cheers. General MacArthur excitedly slapped the table, his face flushed. Good. Well done. This is what our S-level chosen ones from Eagle Country should be like. Conquering this world with wisdom and strength, not like the cowards from some countries, relying on hugs and begging. The global live broadcast room completely exploded at this moment. Countless players, still troubled by food and water, seemed to see the door to a new world. Wow! Can we play like this? Instead of killing monsters, we can mine directly? S-level talent really is S-level talent. This destructive power is just like a human excavator. The Flame Peak mode is for puzzles, but Thor is all about strong offense. Both paths can be taken. I think I've got it. My talent is sea level, soil control, although I can't split mountains, I can dig a few meters deep. There might be treasures underground. Can my B-level talent, sonic resonance, also be used for mining? In no time, countless players around the world began to imitate. They were no longer focused on fighting monsters, but instead set their sights on the vast and mysterious land beneath their feet, beginning to explore the world's most primitive natural resources using their talents. A player from Kimchi Country, with a sea-level talent, sharp nails, dug a deep pit in the soft soil with his fingers, and indeed found a piece of low-quality copper ore. A player from White Elephant Country, with a D-level talent, flame hands, could not explode thunder like Thor, but continuously burned the rocks with high temperature, making them brittle.
It took him half a minute to burn through a giant rock and get a handful of quartz sand. Although the resources they obtained were the most basic and ordinary natural resources, far inferior to the extraordinary materials like nightmare high-tensile plant fiber. These resources could still be transformed into national fortune and bring real benefits to their countries. At the very least, the downward trend of their national fortunes stopped. In a flash, the entire return to ruins nightmare world stirred up a vigorous great production movement. And the leader behind all this, Thor, was enjoying the praise from all over the world and the flattery of the Eagle Sauce citizens. He looked at the permanent +1 limit on his property panel, feeling the power replenishing within him, and a deeply confident smile crept across his face. Mr. Flame Peak, do you see this? This is the true power of talent, this is the correct use of S-level talent. Your childish tricks will never amount to anything. Just wait, once I gather resources and forge a set of divine gear, it will be your end. He firmly believed that he had found the broad road to surpass Flame Peak. Since Flame Peak had closed the live stream visible only to Dragon Country, he had no idea about Flame Peak's current situation. Just as he was pleased with a common iron mine, far away on a mountain cliff sanctuary. Flame Peak had spent more than 3 hours clearing all the nightmare monsters below level 5, then glided back to the clifftop. He yawned, casually took out a few straw hearts, stone, and moonlight hearts, stone, from his backpack. Like feeding a pet, he tossed them beneath the main root of the life tree, which was as wide as a basketball court. Buzz. A satisfied, gentle hum, seemingly coming from the depths of the earth, rang out. Those stones glimmering with faint light, upon touching the main root of the life tree, were greedily absorbed, turning into a handful of flying ash. In the next second, in Flame Peak's mind, the underground living map made up of countless emerald green roots lit up again, now 100 times clearer than before. The root network spread madly into the depths of the earth at a visible speed, penetrating layer after layer of rock and soil. Soon, a massive vein, shining with colorful light, was lit up at the edge of the map. Your life tree has discovered extractable resources, nightmare-shaped titanium alloy Oregon. Nightmare-shaped titanium alloy ore, on the basis of ordinary titanium alloy properties, it adds extraordinary attributes from the nightmare world. Its hardness, toughness, and energy conductivity are more than 100 times that of ordinary titanium alloy, naturally restraining and harming low-level nightmare creatures. Yan Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not begin mining immediately, but carefully read the subsequent detailed introduction provided by the system. Core component of this vein detected as nightmare-shaped titanium memory alloy, automatically unlocking its corresponding real-world information for you. Nightmare-shaped titanium memory alloy combines the extraordinary properties of 3 metals, titanium, aluminum, and vanadium. In the real world, titanium alloy is one of the core main materials for building 5th-generation fighters, like J-series fighters, J-16, and key supporting structures of aircraft carriers. Its production process is extremely complex, requiring extraction, smelting, and mixing from different ore veins. Special function, memory shape. After receiving energy from the Tree of Life, this alloy can permanently realize the extraordinary ability to switch among various preset shapes. Interesting, Yan Feng stroked his chin. He originally thought he had only found harder iron, but unexpectedly dug out the bones needed for aircraft carriers and fighters directly. More crucially, it can change shape? Isn't that the ability exclusive to Transformers? In Dragon Country, the highest command center of the Dream Restraint Department. When the detailed introduction of nightmare-shaped titanium memory alloy popped up on Yan Feng's livestream, the entire command center seemed to have pressed the pause button on time. Academician Xian Weiguo from the Material Science Academy suddenly jumped up from his seat, the movement so large that it directly knocked over the chair behind him. He rushed to the main screen in strides, hands on the control table, almost pressing his whole body against the screen. Those eyes, usually calm and still, were now filled with fervor and disbelief. Titanium, aluminum, vanadium, natural titanium alloy vein? His voice was hoarse and trembling from excessive excitement, as if witnessing a miracle. Old Qian, calm down. Major General Zhang Lai frowned, holding up his wobbling body. Is this thing that important? Important? Xian Weiguo suddenly turned around, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Zhang Lai. General Zhang, this is not something that can just be said to be important. Do you know what these materials mean? He pointed at the lines of text on the screen, breathing rapidly as he explained. We invest so much manpower and resources every year to tackle the production challenges of titanium alloy for the J-series fighters' fuselage framework and the weight-bearing keel under the aircraft carrier deck. From ore selection to purification, to smelting, every step is a money-devouring monster. Now, Yan Feng, he has directly dug out an entire finished ore vein for us. One that performs 100 times better than ordinary composite materials, the nightmare-enhanced version. What does this equal? It equals that while others are still struggling to farm, grind flour, and knead dough, we are directly digging out baked bread from the ground. And it's topped with premium wagyu. This analogy sounds crude, but is exceptionally precise. In the command center, a chorus of gasps filled the air.
Wait, the always silent Commander Lin Zhenghua said, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The report mentioned memory shape academician Xian. What is this concept? Xian Weigua's Adam's apple rolled, he swallowed, and the fervor in his eyes turned into almost reverential shock. Commander, if I understood it correctly, this has exceeded the realm of material science. It can be called magic. It means that a dagger made from this alloy, upon receiving a specific command, can instantly extend and change shape into a shield. The armor plates we equip soldiers with can combine into a temporary one-man shelter within a second. It can even, based on our thoughts, grow from a metal ingot into any complex part we want. This is no longer the fourth material revolution. Xian Weigua's voice trailed off. With a hint of dreamlike murmurs, this is a direct leap from the industrial age into the age of myth. Boom! The official live broadcast room of the Dragon Country completely exploded. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Did I hear right? Are the materials for transformers being dug out by the Flame God? Brothers in front, your perspective is too small. This is clearly the armor of the saints. Just shout Pegasus armor, and it will automatically wear on you. Upstairs, you understand anime. So, in the future, will our liberating army uncles each have a set of Dragon Country armor? Laughing to death, the Eagle Country just dug a broken iron mine, and their media is blowing it up as the leader of the Industrial Revolution. If they knew what the Flame God is digging, wouldn't they have a heart attack on the spot? Don't say anything, brother. I'm already imagining the J-20 wearing this armor, playing form switching in the sky to dodge missiles, too sci-fi. Flame God, forever a god. You just go ahead and play, the scientists of the whole Dragon Country will support you. You create miracles, and we will turn miracles into reality. In the dreamlike nightmare world, at the cliff's edge, Flame Peak was completely unaware of the immense waves caused by the Dragon Country's rear. To him, no matter how magical the materials, they were just tools. And now, this tool just happened to be used for something he had long wanted to do. His eyes turned cold, and the scene from a few days ago when he was being hunted down involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Team of Piercing Peaks, Catherine. The memory of the burning pain brought by that poison crossbow arrow seemed to linger at his waist. Ambushed like prey, he had to jump off the cliff in embarrassment, relying on the updraft created by a group of vultures to barely escape. He didn't like this feeling at all. Flame Peak was not a magnanimous person, on the contrary, he bore grudges. A give and take, that's called politeness. Since you all like to be hunters so much, then I will play with you. Only this time, the identities of the prey and the hunter should be switched. He focused his thoughts and issued an order to the Tree of Life. Extract. In an instant, the ground beneath him trembled slightly, and on that living map, countless fine green roots, like a disciplined underground army, silently permeated towards the colorful vein. There were no earth-shattering loud noises, only the faint and dense sound of rustling as the roots penetrated the rock. A few minutes later, the thickest main roots slowly rose from the ground, like gentle hands, lifting countless fist-sized stones, dark red all over, yet flowing with a strange colorful sheen, before Flame Peak. Flame Peak reached out, and the moment he touched one of the stones, a cold and heavy sensation came, completely inconsistent with its appearance, so light it was somewhat excessive. He did not hesitate and directly opened the automatic synthesis panel. He needed a capable weapon. He placed this nightmare-shaped titanium memory alloy raw stone into the synthesis bar and took out 2 hard beast bones that he had looted from the level 4 gluttonous wild boar from his backpack. Core material detected. Nightmare-shaped titanium memory alloy can be transformed. Auxiliary material detected. Hard beast bones can be used as handle/core support. Please conceive the weapon form you wish to synthesize. A simple and lethal military dagger appeared in Flame Peak's mind. The blade was long, with a beautiful curve, a blood groove on the back, a handle that completely fit the hand, and intertwined with non-slip vines. As soon as the thought settled, the white light in the synthesis bar suddenly exploded. The alloy raw stone and beast bones instantly decomposed into countless light points, rapidly reorganizing, merging, and shaping in the white light. As the light dissipated, a perfect piece of art like dagger quietly floated in mid-air. It displayed a deep dark red all over, as if blood was frozen. The blade did not reflect any light under the sun, absorbing all rays, exuding an ominous silence of death. The grip made of beast bones perfectly merged with the blade, creating rough and anti-slip patterns on its surface. Name, Tooth of Nightmare. Category, Dagger/Short Blade. Effect 1, Extreme Sharpness. Can easily break through the physical defenses of most nightmare creatures below level 10. Effect 2, Light Absorption. The blade does not reflect light, possessing high concealment in darkness. Effect 3, Memory Form. Can change into any desired shape through mental scanning and freely switch, requires mental energy. Description, the first blood it craves will determine its future reputation for ferocity. Note, explore on your own, and you will find that wonders in front of it are child's play. Yan Feng reached out to grasp it, and a feeling of blood connection surged within him. Light, too light.
He casually swung it at a piece of granite half his height. No sound. The dagger silently sank into the hard rock as if slicing through tofu, and when pulled out, the cut was smooth as a mirror. Yan Feng nodded in satisfaction. With this thing, breaking through that muscle-bound defense of the execution peak team should be no problem. But having a weapon is not enough. He still needed a reliable armor. He did not want to experience that poison crossbow bolt again. Yan Feng opened his backpack again, locking his gaze on the complete moth wings he had brought back from the level 3 wailing moth territory. These wings were broader than an adult's outstretched arms, thin yet exceptionally tough, still carrying phosphor powder that could affect the mind. He tossed 5 complete moth wings and a bundle of high-toughness vines into the synthesis slot. This time, he did not envision traditional armor but something more fitted and flexible, a protective suit that fused a vest, shoulder guards, arm guards, leg guards, and a helmet together. At the same time, a buckle structure was reserved on the back for quick connection with the basic glider wings. Detecting core material, complete moth wings, possessing mental interference properties. Detecting auxiliary material, high-toughness vines, excellent flexibility. Detecting synthesis template, protective suit package, composite structure. Synthesis starting. A white light brightened, softer than when synthesizing the dagger before. 5 large moth wings entwined like a melted butterfly robe, while the vines transformed into dark green threads, accurately sewing and weaving the wings into the image in Yan Feng's mind. Seconds later, the light faded, revealing a protective suit as light as cicada wings, presented in gray-red, with natural butterfly patterns on the surface, floating in the air. Name: Wailing Wing Armor. Category: Lightweight Protective Suit. Effect 1: Resists physical and magical attacks. Effectively withstands piercing, cutting, and attacking damage from conventional physical and magic types, with defenses comparable to a light tank. Effect 2: Phosphor Powder Halo. Releases a colorless, odorless phosphor powder, causing slight mental disorientation effects on enemies within a 5-meter radius. Effect 3: Flight Coordination. The back buckle can perfectly combine with basic glider wings, enhancing stability and control during gliding. Description: Wearing it, you will hear the wails of the defeated. If you cannot win, the one you hear will be you. Yan Feng unhesitatingly replaced the basic nightmare protective vest with the brand new Wailing Wing armor. As the inner armor fit snugly against his muscle lines, it felt like a second skin, light to the point of almost not being able to feel its weight, yet bringing an unprecedented sense of solidity. With weapons and armor prepared, he was ready. Yan Feng sat cross-legged, plunging the nascent tooth of nightmare into the vine floor beside him. He closed his eyes again and sank his consciousness into the root network of the Tree of Life. Help me find them. Chapter 63, Setting a Trap to Lure the Wolf. His intention transformed into an invisible command, passing to the divine tree that coexisted with him. Buzz. The roots of the Tree of Life glowed and pulsed. This time, the emerald living map expanded upwards, no longer confined underground, as if it had countless invisible eyes, beginning to perceive everything on the surface. Yan Feng's vision was instantly elevated and widened. He could smell the scent of the wind, which mixed the foul stench of distant swamps with the fresh aroma of trees. He could hear the rustling of leaves blown by the wind and could even distinguish the different sounds of broadleaf trees rubbing against conifers. He could even feel the invisible energy traces left by creatures that had passed over every inch of land, like uneven imprints. His consciousness and images in his mind transformed into the most efficient search engine, inputting 3 keywords into the vast data stream, those 3 aggressive and cold-blooded energy signals that had once hunted him. Consciousness raced forward, tracing the footprints left by those signals. Very cautiously. Yan Feng saw that after a standoff yesterday, those 3 people had not gone far. Instead, in the direction he had jumped off the cliff, they circled like 3 experienced wolves, patiently narrowing their search for any possible clues. Slowly, they moved closer to where he was. They suspected that Yan Feng might not be dead. Even if he truly had died, they would not rest until they had seen him alive or confirmed his body. Yesterday, just before dark, they had witnessed him glide away on his wing like a wounded bird fleeing into the sky. They gambled that he was badly injured, combined with Catherine's poisoned wooden arrows, and could not fly far, certain he would fall somewhere, struggling to survive. If it were not for the fear of the terror of Nightmare Night, they would not have waited until dawn to start their search. Very good. It saves me the trouble of finding you. Yan Feng's consciousness swept quickly across the terrain map of the entire area, running environmental modeling and tactical simulations in his mind like a supercomputer. Soon, he pinpointed a perfect ambush location. It was a long, narrow rocky canyon, about 4 kilometers northwest of his current position. On either side of the canyon were steep walls rising 100 meters, smooth as if cut by a knife, with almost no handholds for climbing. The only passage was less than 5 meters at its widest, winding and tortuous, filled with bizarre rocks and a complex terrain filled with natural visual blind spots and hiding places. A perfect pocket formation. A natural slaughterhouse. This is it. A cold, emotionless smile curled at the corners of Yan Feng's mouth.
The first step of revenge is to set the stage. And a perfect stage requires a perfect bait. He looked down at the wound on his side, which had been sliced by a poison crossbow arrow, now healed as if it had never happened, without a trace of a scar, thanks to the nourishment of life dew. An unharmed prey will not let cunning hunters relax their vigilance. A glint of cunning flashed in Yan Feng's eyes. Just now, when he activated his talent, Voice of All Things, to communicate deeply with the Tree of Life, he learned of some hidden functions of the tree. This thing from the nightmare world, while filled with mystery and danger, revealed its secrets and proved to have endless uses. All of this depended on the benefits of his talent, Voice of All Things. Just as Yan Feng prepared to implement his crazy and bold revenge plan, a thought flashed through his mind like electricity. Live broadcast. This was a crucial step he almost overlooked yet was vital. His actions? It will definitely be seen by billions of viewers in Dragon Country. And the actions of the Kill Peak squad will also be monitored in real time by the higher-ups in Eagle Sauce Country. Once I implement my revenge plan, if the counterattack is successful, the entire process would be exposed under the watchful eyes of Eagle Sauce Country, which would be equivalent to declaring war against them in the real world, with unimaginable consequences. I need a war, a clean war, unknown to the outside world, that belongs only to the hunter and the prey. Tree of Life. Yan Feng's consciousness sank into the emerald green network connected to his soul, a clear command echoed within, "Can you disrupt those eyes?" Buzz. The main root beneath his feet produced a long, soft sound in response. A profound and powerful stream of information surged into Yan Feng's mind. Tree of Life, Information Interruption, Beginner. Effect, centered on the sower, within a radius of 5 kilometers, it can forcibly interrupt all locked players' live broadcast signals. This effect creates a dual barrier on both the physical and energy levels, manifesting as signal loss in the real world, untraceable and unrecoverable by conventional technical means, leaving no trace of who cut the live broadcast signal, making it seem like an accident. Consumption, each interrupted signal can last for half an hour, consuming 1 point of mental strength, and the consumption process cannot be captured by the live broadcast signal. Yan Feng's eyelids twitched slightly. That's enough. Lock on to those 3. Yan Feng commanded on a conscious level, and me. From now on, interrupt the signals of our 4 people. Almost at the same moment Yan Feng issued the command. In the real world. Eagle Sauce Country, the highest command center of the Shield of Freedom. A piercing alarm sound unexpectedly rang throughout the hall. Report. Members of Kill Peak Squad, Tulip, Hound, and Butcher have all interrupted their live broadcast signals. Warning. Signal loss. Unable to reconnect. All backup line tests failed. The target signal source has completely disappeared. On the main screen, the 3 split screens that were originally displaying Catherine's 3 movements turned completely black, indicating no signal. Fuck. General MacArthur's roar drowned out the piercing alarm. He abruptly stood up from his chair, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at the 3 pitch-black screens like an enraged bull. What's going on? Answer me. Is the tech department a bunch of worthless trash? A sweating technical supervisor scurried to him, trembling in his voice. General, it's not our problem. It's the signal source, it just disappeared out of nowhere. No error codes, no system alerts, just like someone directly pulled out the network cable. Pulled out the network cable? MacArthur grabbed his collar. You tell me, who could pull out the network cable of the Return to the Dream nightmare in that godforsaken place? As chaos erupted in the hall, the silent prophet Christine suddenly spoke up, her voice soft but clear to everyone's ears. General, perhaps you should look at this. She pointed to the edge of the big screen, a seemingly insignificant live broadcast window, also turned black. The Dragon Country player, Yan Feng's live broadcast signal, disappeared at the same second. The entire command center fell silent in an instant. Everyone's gaze was fixed on those 4 uniform black squares. If the simultaneous interruption of 3 signals was an accident, what about the 4? Or rather, 4 individuals from opposing sides, in the same area, at the same second, collectively losing signal? This could no longer be explained by coincidence. A chill rose along the spines of many. Chapter 64, Live Signal Cut. The Fake Death Ruse. General MacArthur released the technical supervisor's collar, his face pale, breathing heavily. Christine calmly analyzed. This doesn't seem like a technical failure. This is something we cannot understand. Rules-level shielding from the nightmare world of Gueshu. Moreover, I tend to believe this is not the behavior of the game system itself. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, seeing that unknown world. It's man-made. Someone does not want us to see what is going to happen next, but we have no evidence. MacArthur scoffed coldly, whether it's caused by the rules or a man-made conspiracy, I don't care. What if the live broadcast signal is interrupted? Don't forget, they are the elites of our Eagle Sauce Country, the enemy can only meet their fate under our control. Christina sighed softly, no longer saying much. Meanwhile, Dragon Country, the highest command center of the Dream Control Division. Report, Commander. The live broadcast signal from Yan Feng has been interrupted. Reason, unknown signal interference, determined to be signal loss. Lin Jingguo's face instantly darkened, the fingers resting on the armrest instinctively tightened. Attacked? Major General Zhang Lai was the first to react, slamming the table. Did that bunch of eagle sauce rats attack? The atmosphere in the command center dropped to freezing point. Everyone knew of the existence of the Zhu Feng team and knew they attacked Yan Feng last night. Now that the signal suddenly cut off, the worst possibility was that Yan Feng was about to encounter misfortune again. Wait. Psychological expert Bai Qiming, who had been staring at the data stream, suddenly looked up, immediately pull up the live broadcast footage of the 3 members of the Eagle Sauce Country's Zhu Feng team. Technicians immediately complied. The Eagle Sauce Country has spies, and Dragon Country has them too, so pulling up competitors' videos was no problem. The next second, 3 equally black windows, marked signal loss, lined up next to Yan Feng's window on the main screen. 4 black screens looked like 4 silent tombstones. In the command center, one could hear a pin drop. None of them were fools. In an instant, everyone understood. This academician Xian Weiguo from the Materials Institute stared in shock. How is this possible? Regional signal shielding? Does the Guishu nightmare have this function? No. Lin Jingguo slowly spoke, his voice deep, carrying a sharpness that seemed to penetrate all understanding. He looked at the 4 black screens and said word for word, could this be a built-in function of the game? Regardless of whether this is a game function or not, Yan Feng's situation is dangerous now, and we need to protect him. Lin Jingguo looked at the 4 black screens, his voice deep and sharp. He suddenly turned to the adjutant next to him and asked, where are the people assigned to protect Yan Feng now? The adjutant checked the latest status and his face turned grim. Report. Among the 5th batch, Zhang Lei and Professor Chen, who are closest to Yan Feng, are still over 100 kilometers away, while others with fast movement abilities are over 2,000 kilometers away. Distant water can't save a burning fire. Lin Jingguo's fists clenched tightly. In a moment of desperation, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of another plan. Raise the authority. Get me the positions of all active Dragon Country players from the first 4 batches. He turned sharply to the adjutant, ordering in a stern voice, contact the players from the first 4 batches and see who is closest to Yan Feng. The data stream on the screen refreshed rapidly, and soon, 2 green dots lit up near the area where Yan Feng had disappeared, strikingly noticeable. 2nd batch, national team player, codename, Fatty. 3rd batch, national team player, codename, East Wind. Try to contact them, tell them about Yan Feng's situation, they probably don't even know about him with the special tasks they have. Lin Jingguo's eyes shone with determination, tell him to find and protect Yan Feng at all costs. In Dragon Country's official live broadcast room, billions of viewers also sensed something was off. Why is it blacked out? Is my internet lagging? No lag, I'm blacked out too. What the hell, where is the God of Flames? Could something have happened? Wait. You guys hurry and look at Eagle Sauce's side, that agent called Catherine. And her 2 teammates also turned black. What the hell? Is this real? 4 people blacked out together? What's going on? Server crash? In the Ruins Nightmare world. After Yan Feng cut off the live broadcast signal, he opened the automatic synthesis panel and took out a few blood-red blood jelly fruits he picked casually on the way back. He carefully scraped a bit of the stinking slime from the foul rotting frog meat that had long since decayed. He threw these 2 items into the synthesis slot, imagining a product with deceptive properties. A flash of white light. Synthesis successful. You have obtained camouflage blood plasma, low level, X1. Item description: a special mixture synthesized from blood jelly fruit and rotten biological tissue, possessing a color, texture, and smell very similar to dried and congealed blood, with a faint lingering scent of nightmare toxin, making it an excellent disguise tool. Yan Feng nodded in satisfaction. He tore a strip of clean cloth, smeared this thick liquid that exuded a mixed smell of sweet and rotten on it, then carefully wrapped it around his waist, disguising it as a bandage just changed and soaked in blood. Then, with the blessing of the Tree of Life, he forged himself a pale and weak appearance, pretending to have lost too much blood. That was still not enough. He needed a death certificate that would convince the others completely. His gaze fell on the remaining half of the rotting frog meat and the spoiled frog meat he hadn't fully discarded in his backpack. A bolder plan began to form in his mind. He closed his eyes, and with the blessing of the Tree of Life, activated basic hypnosis. This time, the target was not living creatures, but some spoiled and rotting meat. He slowly infused his mental power, implanting an extremely simple command: this is my flesh and blood. The surface of the rotting frog meat rippled faintly, and amidst the foul smell, a strange hint of Yan Feng's unique life force strangely mixed in. After doing all this, he moved his thoughts.
The command was accurately delivered to a location less than a kilometer away in the rocky canyon through the connection with the Tree of Life. A silent, earth-shattering transformation quietly began deep in the ground, unheard by anyone. The roots of the Tree of Life, which were thinner than a strand of hair yet infinitely more resilient than Kevlar fibers, silently spread from deep underground. They did not break through the surface, causing any disturbance. But like a group of ghosts lurking in the dark, along the crevices of the rocks, clinging closely beneath the surface, transforming the canyon's ground into an invisible, deadly green spider web. Then, Yan Feng issued a second command. He saw the group of level 0 nightmare monsters hiding in the cracks of the canyon, a group of rock mice. Rock mouse, level 0 nightmare creature, carnivorous, naturally timid, no proactive attack ability, will not attack living creatures. However, they have an extremely keen sense of smell, almost madly obsessed with the scent of death and decay, and will swarm together to devour the corpses of any living beings. In the ruins nightmare, the appearance of rock mice often indicates the presence of corpses. Yan Feng's thoughts, through the roots of the Tree of Life, quietly transported the piece of rotten frog meat that he had hypnotized and exuded his life force to a flat rock deep in the canyon. Everything was ready. He stood up, donned the basic glider, walked to the cliff edge, and took a deep breath. He spread the glider wings and unhesitatingly leaped off the cliff. Yan Feng's figure glided unsteadily like a broken-winged bird towards the rocky canyon. When he was still 100 meters away from the canyon, he seemed to have finally exhausted his last bit of strength. The glider suddenly tilted, and he fell like a kite with a broken string, plunging deep into the canyon and crashing with a dull thud before falling silent. Almost at the moment of his fall, countless little eyes, like green peas, lit up from the crevices of the rocks in the canyon. Next, hundreds and thousands of stone mice surged like a black tide, rushing madly towards the spot where he had fallen, drawn by the mixed scent of death and life. At the same time, not far from the canyon, in a dense forest, the lean man codenamed Hound suddenly stopped, his nostrils flaring violently. Found him, he whispered hoarsely, a hint of cruel pleasure in his tone. His scent has disappeared. Just now, it completely cut off. He is dead. Chapter 65, The Counterattack of the Dead. Beside him, a muscular man asked, Hound, are you sure? Absolutely sure. The Hound's eyes sparkled with excitement, his last scent burst appeared in the rocky canyon ahead. He must have fallen to his injuries last night. I can smell the strong stench of blood and the rot of death. Butcher, check your gear. Hound, maintain the trail. A cold female voice sounded, and Catherine issued the final command, we go, confirm our victory. The three agile figures moved like ghosts through the forest, silently racing toward the rocky canyon. They did not know that while they thought they were about to enjoy the cake of victory, the true hunter had already opened the curtain for their feast of death. The entrance of the rocky canyon loomed like the gaping maw of a giant beast. Catherine raised her hand, making a tactical gesture to stop. The three figures instantly merged into the shadows of the rocks, as if they had never existed. Something feels off. The Hound's voice lowered, tinged with caution, it's too quiet. The butcher flexed his muscles, if everyone is dead, of course it's quiet. No, Catherine denied, the Hound is right. According to the data, although the nightmare creatures in this area are low-level, they are numerous, and it should not be this silent. This is illogical. Her green eyes resembled the most precise scanner, quickly scanning everything in the canyon. Jagged rocks, twisted dead vines, deep shadows. Everything looked so normal, but it was this normality that made her sense a hint of danger. I'll go in to take a look first. The Hound said softly, his B-level talent, almighty tracking, not only let him track but also granted him an extraordinary ability to sense his environment. Catherine pondered for a moment and nodded, be careful. Butcher, you stay at the entrance to assist. I'll observe from the high ground on the flank. The Hound took a deep breath, lowering his body like a lizard sliding along the ground, silently sneaking into the canyon. As he moved forward, he carefully observed the ground. Soon, he saw the trace left by the glider crashing to the ground, and the dark red blood that had already congealed, dragged along the way. Following the trail forward, he rounded a large rock, and the moment he saw the scene before him, his pupils constricted sharply. Deep in the canyon, a corpse lay motionless on the ground. He recognized that it had a beginner glider. What made his scalp tingle was that hundreds and thousands of black stone mice were covering the corpse like a writhing carpet, making an unbearable crunching sound as they chewed. They were frantically tearing at something, dragging out pieces of flesh-like tissue from beneath the corpse, feasting on them with delight. Captain. The Hound's voice was twisted with nausea and the pleasure of confirmation, I found him. It seems, the stone mice have nearly eaten him up. It's a bit disgusting. Catherine, high above, finally put down the last shred of caution she had in her heart when she heard this. Stone mice do not attack living beings, they only eat corpses. In the world of the Guishu nightmare, even the common folk know the iron rules. Confirmed dead, Catherine concluded. She leaped down from above, and the butcher followed in with a sinister grin from the entrance. Finally over, the butcher flexed his wrists, cracking his knuckles. What a pity, I couldn't snap his neck myself. But I'll take his head back to the general as an ashtray. The three formed a standard combat search formation, closing in on the body overwhelmed by the rat swarm. None of them noticed that what was being gnawed at by the stone rats was not Yan Feng's body, but a piece of rotten frog meat disguised by his hypnosis. Yan Feng himself was perfectly blending in with the rock beneath the rotten frog meat, reducing his breathing and heartbeat to the minimum. They're coming. Catherine was 30 meters away from him. The butcher was 35 meters behind on the left. The hound was 25 meters ahead on the right, preparing to disperse the rat swarm and check the body. The timing was right. Yan Feng's mind gave the first command to the tree of life in an instant. Move. Puff. 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 Without warning. The ground beneath the three's feet seemed to come alive in an instant. Countless green roots, thick as arms, erupted from the ground like poisonous snakes piercing up from the depths of hell. What? The butcher reacted the fastest, roaring as his muscles tensed, using his immense strength to nearly break free. Yet the toughness of these roots was beyond imagination. They coiled around him like living pythons, tightly locking his legs in place. The hound fared even worse. Terrified by this sudden change, he was tripped by several roots and promptly wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Catherine was the only one who managed to evade effectively. The moment the ground shifted, she relied on her astonishing combat instinct to push off backward. In midair, her body twisted unnaturally, narrowly avoiding the roots shooting up from below, landing atop a rock as tall as a person. But she was fast. Yan Feng was faster. Just as the butcher was bound, the body, which should have been eaten beyond recognition, moved. A gray-red shadow sprang up ghost-like from the rat swarm, and the stone rats were startled, bouncing up and then scattering in an instant, revealing the unharmed Yan Feng. Target, the butcher. Looking for death. Although the butcher's legs were trapped, his upper body remained free. Seeing Yan Feng charge in, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, roaring as he swung his battle axe, cutting through the air toward Yan Feng's waist. He intended to bisect this little trickster with absolute power. However, facing this tremendous strike, Yan Feng's gaze showed no signs of disturbance. His figure suddenly became blurry and illusory in the butcher's eyes. Wailing Wing Armor's skill phosphorescent halo activated. The butcher felt a flicker before him, as if Yan Feng's figure had split into several, leaving him unable to lock onto the real one for a moment. The axe's trajectory was thus delayed by a second. That extra second. Yan Feng was already close to him. In that moment, instead of using the blade of the Nightmare Feng, he struck at a clever angle, smashing the end of the dagger's handle hard against the butcher's wrist joint holding the axe. Crack! A crisp sound of bone snapping. Ah! The butcher let out a tragic scream, the tactical axe flying from his grip. Yan Feng took advantage and landed a powerful elbow strike squarely on the butcher's chin. Bang! The butcher's large body was like being struck by a battering ram. His head snapped back, his eyes rolled white, and he instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Instant kill. No, an instant defeat. Butcher! Catherine from high above and the boundhound both shouted in shock simultaneously. After defeating the butcher, Yan Feng did not pause for a moment. His next target was the hound, tied up like a dumpling. Stop! A voice, not quite perfect in Chinese, called from above, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Catherine made her move. In her hand was a high-intensity composite crossbow, shooting a poison bolt straight for Yan Feng's back. This was a strategy to rescue Zhao from Wei. Chapter 66 Seeds of Parasitism. However, Yan Feng seemed to have eyes on his back. He did not dodge, instead, he focused his mind. The memory form ability of the Nightmare's Tooth activated. The dark red dagger in his hand underwent an incredible transformation in an instant. The originally slender blade rapidly elongated and widened, making a grinding metal sound as it transformed into a small round shield with a diameter of half a meter, the edges sharp. Clang! A crisp sound of metal on metal echoed. Just as the shield was formed, the poison bolt accurately struck its center, leaving not even a white mark before being deflected away by the huge backlash. In fact, even if the transformation had not succeeded, with his protective suit nearby, he wouldn't have had to worry about getting hurt like yesterday. In the hound's eyes, the last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. Yan Feng had reached him, delivering a swift and decisive knife hand strike to his neck. The hound let out a muffled groan and also fell unconscious. Yan Feng slowly stood up, his gaze calmly fixed on the beautiful woman on a nearby rock, her golden hair flying, face filled with shock and anger. The entire canyon returned once again to silence. Catherine's hand holding the crossbow trembled slightly, not from fear, but from extreme anger and disbelief. Two battle-hardened teammates had been defeated cleanly and humiliatingly by the same ordinary person in less than a minute. Traps, disguises, tactics, using the surroundings and the habits of creatures. This man before her was no panicked prey at all. It seemed he was the one who had laid out a net, calmly waiting for them to step into death, the hunter. In the canyon, the wind howled, as if mourning the lost lives. Catherine stood on the rock, her golden hair tousled by the wind, her emerald eyes fixed intensely on Yan Feng below, her chest heaving violently. She did not shoot another bolt. It would be meaningless. In that moment, as she scrutinized Yan Feng. Swish! Suddenly, the rock beneath Catherine came to life. Countless even thicker and harder emerald green roots burst forth from inside the rock like enraged dragons. They intertwined to form a net, instantly binding her limbs, waist, and even neck tightly to the rock, rendering her immobile. Ugh! Catherine let out a muffled groan, struggling frantically, unleashing astonishing strength. But these roots were incredibly tough. The more she struggled, the tighter they bound her, even digging deep into her flesh. Yan Feng walked slowly to her, looking down at her. I admit, I lost. She still spoke in halting Chinese, her voice cold, with an uncontainable tremor. You are strong, stronger than I imagined. If you want to kill me, then kill me, but don't think you can get anything from me. Our agents from Eagle Sauce Country are not cowards. Kill you? Yan Feng smiled, that smile seemed to her more terrifying than a devil. No, that would be too wasteful. Before his words ended, he reached out, his cold fingertip gently pinching Catherine's smooth chin, forcing her to lift her head and meet his gaze. The flames of anger and humiliation burned in her emerald eyes. Yan Feng's tone was calm, without a hint of ripple, but every word was like a cold carving knife. A slash on Catherine's self-esteem. From now on, you are no longer the leader of the execution peak team, nor are you any kind of agent from the Eagle Sauce Country. He let go of her, as if he had touched something dirty, casually wiping his hands on his clothes. You are just a trophy. Yan Feng's gaze swept over her fiery body, tightly bound by roots, leaving marks on her skin. Finally resting on her pretty face, which reddened with anger, the corners of his mouth curling up in a playful arc. I spared your lives because you are still useful. What do you want to do to me? His thoughts, through the tree of life, delivered a brand new, and the most core, command. Parasitic seed. Buzz. The emerald green root wrapped around Catherine's neck suddenly split open at the tip, revealing a sharp, wood-like spike that sparkled with a ghostly green light. Then, in Catherine's horrified gaze, it ignored the defenses of her skin, gently yet irresistibly piercing beneath the skin at the back of her neck. An indescribable chill and excruciating pain instantly spread throughout Catherine's entire body. She could clearly feel a tiny seed-like thing injected into her body through the spike. Rapidly taking root and sprouting along her spinal nerves, countless invisible threads spreading out, establishing some kind of evil and firm connection with her heart, her brain, and every nerve ending. System prompt: you have been implanted with the parasitic seed of the tree of life. Effect 1, your life is bound to the caster. If the caster dies, the parasitic seed will explode instantly, devouring all your life force. Effect 2, the parasitic seed will erupt every 24 hours, causing unbearable pain throughout your body for 1 hour and can be controlled by the caster as a tool of torture. Effect 3, the caster can detonate the parasitic seed at any time by consuming mental power, or trigger its eruption. Effect 4, only the life dew containing the original breath of the tree of life, with the caster's consent, can temporarily suppress the eruption of the parasitic seed. Effect 5, don't think about ending your own life. With the existence of the parasitic seed, you can never do that, it will only make you suffer more than death, so it's best to obey. This cold system prompt echoed in Catherine's mind like the most vicious curse. Shet, what have you done to me? This was a kind of absolute control more terrifying than death. The unyielding flame in her eyes was finally ignited completely at this moment. Yan Feng let go of her and walked to the unconscious butcher and hunting dog, repeating the process. The roots of the tree of life acted like the most efficient scalpel, accurately implanting the parasitic seed into their bodies. What followed was a torrent of curses and verbal humiliation. Yan Feng was indifferent to this verbal abuse. After all, he was now the victor and wouldn't care about the powerless words of the defeated. After finishing all this, he returned to Catherine's side, crouching down to meet her gaze. Now, I will ask you questions, and you better answer honestly, lest you suffer. Catherine fell silent. After a long time, she finally spoke in a voice that was almost a murmur, hoarse with fear. Who, exactly are you? Yan Feng did not answer, only calmly looking at her, his gaze as if appraising the value of an object. Catherine took a deep breath, trying to regain a bit of the calmness and leverage belonging to an ace agent. Aren't you afraid of provoking a real war between the two countries? This question was her last weapon, her final reliance. However, Yan Feng's reaction made her heart sink. He laughed. It was a laugh filled with both pity and mockery. War? Yan Feng countered, who has seen it? You? Or your general? Catherine's pupils suddenly constricted, a terrifying thought that took her breath away surged in her mind. Could it be that the live broadcast signal has been completely cut off? If that's true, then whatever happens to them next will only be known to themselves, the country and the people would remain unaware.
Chapter 67 Directly Reading the Mind. Now, it's your turn to answer my question.
Yan Feng's gaze locked onto Catherine again, his voice devoid of any warmth. Who sent you here? Catherine's lips pressed into a stubborn straight line, sweat seeping from her golden hair roots. But in her emerald eyes, there still burned the pride and resilience of a top agent. She spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and coldly laughed. You can forget about getting anything from me.
If you have the guts, just kill me.
Yan Feng looked at her, not a trace of anger on his face from being offended, but more like watching a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. He said nothing, only a thought gently tugged at the invisible thread that connected life and death.
Buzz. Catherine's pupils suddenly froze. Pain has a source, something that can be fought against.
Yet at this moment, what exploded from deep within her spine was an indescribable collapse, as if coming from the depths of her soul.
At first, it was like ice, a bone-chilling cold spreading crazily along every nerve ending, as if it would freeze her blood into shards of ice.
She felt her limbs no longer belonged to her, turning into rigid chunks of flesh, slowly being torn apart by the low temperature. She bit down hard on her lower lip, trying to use the pain endurance techniques from her training to resist, but it was useless. This sensation bypassed the body and struck directly at the mind.
Ugh!
Just as she was about to be completely frozen, the extreme cold instantaneously transformed into extreme heat. It was as if countless red-hot needles were violently stabbing from her marrow outward, every inch of muscle, every single cell, convulsing and screaming in searing pain. Her body, which she was so proud of, had now become the cruelest execution ground. Even so, Catherine still gritted her teeth, intermittently shouting, It's useless if you have the ability, just kill me. Yan Feng calmly watched her twisted face, enduring for a full minute, then the pain abruptly ceased. Catherine slumped to the ground like a dehydrated fish, gasping for air, completely drained. She made it through, a glimpse of fierce victory flashed in her eyes. Yan Feng said nothing. Just as she caught her breath, he activated the parasitic seed again. The same process, the same inescapable pain. By the third time, when the pain retreated like a tide, Catherine no longer had the strength to lift even a single finger, only the faint rise and fall of her chest proving she was still alive. But her emerald eyes still stared at Yan Feng with fire, refusing to submit.
Your mouth is really tough. Yan Feng looked at her, unable to help but express his admiration. No doubt, she was an agent trained by the Eagle Sauce Country, her willpower was extraordinary.
Yan Feng did not continue. He saw it clearly, simple physical torture was unlikely to pry this woman's mouth open.
Moreover, this method was too inefficient and too boring.
So, he didn't continue questioning her but turned his gaze toward the pale-faced butcher nearby, trying to gain some clues from others.
If she won't talk, then you talk. You damn.
The butcher was about to curse, when a completely different kind of pain engulfed him. It was a torture of having one's strength stripped away. His proud, steel-like muscles began to spasm uncontrollably, they would swell like rocks one moment and then instantaneously shrink, a series of tearing pains erupting. He felt his strength being crazily pulled away, crumbling under an invisible force. For a warrior who regarded physical strength as everything, this was more terrifying than direct pain.
Ah!
My arm, the butcher let out a beast-like wail, watching helplessly as his strong arms twisted strangely in spasm. Yan Feng simultaneously cast his gaze toward the hunting dog. The hunting dog shivered all over, and in the next second, his most trusted senses were completely distorted. The B-level talent all-purpose tracking brought him extraordinary smell and hearing, which, at this moment, became magnifying glasses of torture, doubling the pain.
So intense that it led him to have nightmarish hallucinations.
What he smelled seemed no longer air, but the foul stench mixed with rotting corpses, sulfur, and strong acid, rushing straight to his head. What he heard was no longer the sound of the wind, but the sharp noise of countless nails scratching glass, crazily drilling into his eardrums.
Ugh!
The hunting dog fell to the ground, covering his ears and nose, painfully gagging, tears and snot streaming down his face.
After doing all this, Yan Feng returned to Catherine, squatted down, and asked, Can we talk now? If not, I can make you experience that kind of pain again.
Catherine looked weakly at the two powerful teammates, one like a giant beast having a seizure, and the other like a drowning stray dog, her mental defenses showing a crack. But long-standing training and pride made her still choose to be tough.
You are dreaming. All right.
Yan Feng stood up, and Catherine thought a more brutal torment was about to come, already prepared to endure again. However, Yan Feng just stood there, looking at the three stubborn tough guys, his brow slightly furrowing.
He felt a bit troublesome.
At that moment, an absurd thought suddenly flashed through his mind.
Since this tree of life can plant seeds across space, can manipulate others' pain, completely abandoning scientific reasoning. Could it possibly be even more unreasonable? For example, directly see what's in their heads? As soon as this idea appeared, it spread wildly like a vine. Yan Feng decided to give it a try.
He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the link with the tree of life, no longer issuing the command of torture, but instead conveying a tentative, vague thought. I want to know the secrets in their heads. The will of the Tree of Life, following the link of parasitic seed, instantly invaded the brains of the three. Catherine, the butcher, and the hunting dog, who were enduring excruciating pain, suddenly stiffened their bodies. Nightmare system notification, your memories are being read. They felt a cold, alien will, like the most skilled surgeon, precisely cutting open their skulls. With a cold probe, it searched and read within their warm cerebral cortex, devoid of any emotion. It was not pain, but an invasion more invasive than any pain, a more chilling sensation. All their secrets, all their memories, at that moment became files laid out on a table, open for viewing. The scene of General MacArthur issuing orders in the command center. The scene of them flipping through classified documents. On the documents, the name and image of the highest priority target item, codename Pandora's Box. Everything was completely absorbed by Yan Feng, and he understood it all. Chapter 68, Capturing the Prisoners. I see. A few seconds later, Yan Feng opened his eyes, a strange expression on his face. At the same time, all the pain inflicted on the three instantly vanished without a trace. The canyon returned to deathly silence once again. Catherine, the butcher, and the hunting dog looked at each other, all seeing the same confusion, shock, and an indescribable humiliation deeper than death. He could directly read other people's memories? So what we just endured, those tortures, what is that? Was it defiance to the death, or was it our cleverness? The muscles on the butcher's face twitched. He wanted to curse, but recalling the unbearable feeling from before, he finally only squeezed out a sound as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are simply devils. He did it on purpose. The hound was dumbfounded, the mental invasion causing this master tracker to lose his sense of direction. He saw everything, he saw it all. And Catherine, the proud blonde beauty, had lost all color in her face. Her ridiculous resistance, her proud will, was a farce in front of him, like a comical one-man show. A wave of scorching shame surged in her heart. She gritted her teeth and cursed softly, a sound only she could hear. Bastard! Yan Feng paid no attention to their mental collapse. He indeed saw their mission target and the orders from the high command of the Eagle Sauce Nation. But what was more interesting was that beneath those tightly protected military secrets, within those deeply trained and resilient wills, he also saw some other things. Some weaknesses buried deep in their subconscious that they might have almost forgotten. It was not the fear of death, nor the fear of pain, but rather some more intimate, more personal, and even more embarrassing things. Yan Feng couldn't help but marvel that these people who feared nothing at all were actually afraid of this. He glanced at the three on the ground, like mud, and had already made up his mind. Kill them? Too wasteful. For a pragmatic and refined egoist, living tools are always worth more than 3 corpses. How to use the smallest cost to obtain the greatest benefit was Yan Feng's motto. Get up. Yan Feng's voice was not loud, but it exploded in the ears of the three like thunder. The three's bodies trembled, struggling to rise, but the exhaustion of their bodies and the collapse of their minds made it hard for them even to lift their arms. Yan Feng did not hurry them, simply stirring his thoughts. The roots of the Tree of Life erupted from the ground again, like 3 living giant pythons, rudely lifting them from the ground and fixing them in a humiliating standing position in midair. From now on, you are my captives. Yan Feng walked in front of them, blandly announcing their fate. Obey my commands and work for me. You wish. Catherine was the first to react. She fought against her weakened body, and the unyielding flame reignited in her emerald eyes. We are warriors of the Eagle Sauce Nation, not slaves. You can kill us, but you will never enslave us. Yeah. If you have guts, then kill us, the butcher shouted in anger, seeming to use volume to cover up the fear in his heart. Yan Feng looked at them, a hint of an inscrutable expression appearing on his face. Is that so? He said no more, his gaze directly locking onto the muscular man, the butcher. Your childhood, it seems you were quite ticklish? The butcher's pupils suddenly constricted, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Before he could harden his mouth, in the next second, the green roots wrapping around his body split into countless hairs-fine soft tendrils. They precisely and at a high frequency penetrated into the most sensitive soft flesh of his armpits and waist. Ugh! The butcher's large body stiffened suddenly, his face turning red swiftly. He bit down hard on his teeth, every muscle in his body violently trembling, seemingly resisting something with all his willpower. But the body's instinctive reaction could not be suppressed by willpower. PFF. Ha ha ha. A burst of forcibly suppressed laughter, sounding worse than crying, erupted from his throat. He, the Grand Butcher, an elite warrior capable of tearing apart nightmare creatures with bare hands, was now like a child being tickled on the ground, twitching all over, tears and snot bursting forth with laughter. This was more painful than any torture, and it brought him humiliation. Stop. I'll do it. I'll do anything. The butcher was the first to break down. He would rather be a captive. He didn't want to experience the humiliation of having his body out of control again. Anyway, even though he would rather die than betray his country behind him, the Eagle Sauce country, he had already been betrayed passively just now. Yan Feng's mind moved, and the roots stopped moving. He didn't even look at the butcher again, his gaze shifting to the hunting dog, who had been lowering his head, trying to reduce his presence. Your teammate has already made a choice. Yan Feng's voice was light, now it's your turn. Or, do you want to perform a show for everyone first? For example. He hummed with interest, his voice not loud but clear enough to reach everyone's ears. Baby shark, do. The hunting dog's stomach churned violently. He didn't want to vomit, but was seized by an immense, soul-deep fear and embarrassment. How could he, a lone wolf infiltrator, dance such a childish, idiotic dance in front of everyone? He would rather die than experience social death. I obey. The hunting dog's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. He couldn't imagine the scene of himself shaking his head while saying do. Now, only their captain, Catherine, remained. Her two teammates, one crying uncontrollably, the other lowered his head, resigned. She became the last lone resistor. Captain Catherine, your soldier's unwavering will to die without surrender truly impresses me. Yan Feng's gaze finally landed on her, speaking slowly. However, I don't think you'd want me to recite the Dusk on the Saint for you here, right? Hearing this, Catherine's body instantly stiffened like iron. That third-rate romance novel with its cheesy cover was her deepest secret, hidden in the very back of her bedside drawer, a final bit of fantasy from her girlhood that no one knew. She would rather die than let anyone know this. Let alone having it recited in front of her. Oh, right, that line. Seeing that she still wouldn't yield, Yan Feng cleared his throat and, with an exaggerated, magnetic tone, switched to fluent English, saying, Oh, Jacques, your eyes are a deeper blue than the sea, I just want to drown in them and never wake up. Shut up. Catherine finally couldn't take it anymore, letting out a sharp scream. It was so awkward. Her face, flushed with anger, now turned pale from the intense embarrassment. This was even harder to bear than enduring 100 times the pain of the parasitic seed. I obey, is that enough? Please, stop reading. She slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the fire in her sea-green eyes had all extinguished, leaving only a dead gray. Very good. Yan Feng nodded in satisfaction. Catherine, the butcher, and the hunting dog, looking at each other with identical terror, disgust, and utter despair, finally understood. This man before them was not human. He was a demon. A demon who knew exactly how to manipulate hearts. The roots that had bound them silently loosened, and the three of them stumbled to the ground. Come with me. You'll cook for me at noon. The three of them exchanged silent glances, packed up, and followed Yan Feng back to the top of the cliff. Chapter 69, Countering the Spy. Meanwhile, in the real world. At the Dragon Country Network Data Center base. Under the direct command of Lin Jinghua, the country's top engineers and scientists were engaged in a groundbreaking technological revolution centered around the unassuming mini-nightmare energy core. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, the spider web system has completed its final adjustments, the data link is stable, and it can be activated at any time. A researcher, dressed in a white clean suit, reported, his voice barely containing the excitement. Lin Jinghua's gaze was sharp as he stared at the enormous holographic projection before him. On the projection, countless fibers thinner than hair stretched out from a palm-sized, faintly glowing energy core, forming a complex virtual network so intricate that it sent chills down the spine. At this node of the network, small, palm-sized spider-shaped robots made entirely of liquid metal are silently on standby. They are the first offspring born from the micro-nightmarish energy core, crafted by Dragon Kingdom scientists for practical use. Their only existence purpose is to execute a spy network counteraction mission codenamed Great Wall. Activate. Lin Jinghua said just 2 words. At the moment the command was given, the energy core suddenly lit up brightly. In the real world, the underwater cables of the global internet, those invisible signal bases, seemed to be injected with ghosts from another dimension at that moment. Countless spider robots transformed into invisible data streams, racing along physical lines, instantly locking onto and infiltrating the spy intelligence network systems of major countries arranged in Dragon Kingdom, surpassing the speed of light. In the Eagle Sauce Country, Pentagon, Strategic Command. General MacArthur was pacing back and forth irritably. On the giant screen, the live feed of the 3 members of the Zhufeng team, which should have been clear, was now a blinding snowstorm. Tech Department. What is the Tech Department doing? Why isn't the signal restored yet? He roared into the communicator. Report, General, we cannot lock onto the signal source. The other side's jamming technology is beyond our understanding. It's as if it vanished into thin air. Just as the technical staff was in a panic, a bizarre scene occurred. In the command hall, hundreds of spy accounts monitoring Dragon Kingdom players suddenly switched from color to pitch black with a single swift motion. In the center of the screen, only a line of cold, mocking white text was left. Signal lost, please check your network connection. What?
All Dragon Kingdom signals captured by Eagle Sauce spies are all down? Oh god. What on earth is happening? Panic spread within the command center. MacArthur's face turned from red to green, finally to a hard, iron black. He wasn't a fool, he immediately understood that this was not coincidence, nor was it a malfunction. This was Dragon Kingdom's precise counterattack. A blatant display of strength in the cyber world. How did they do this? These were all spies sent to Dragon Kingdom, returning the live footage of Dragon Kingdom. The same scene unfolded simultaneously in Cherry Blossom Country, the European Alliance, and all other nations returned to Ruin's nightmare monitoring centers. They collectively became blind in an instant. All intelligence about Dragon Kingdom players was completely cut off. Meanwhile, in Dragon Kingdom, at the highest command center of the Dream Control Bureau, all screens remained bright, showing clear and smooth footage of the 180 national team players, except for Yan Feng's section, which still represented the signal Lost Darkness. Great job! Major General Zhonglai slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with excitement. These bastards always spy on us, now they can experience what it's like to be blind. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses and sighed. With one micro-nightmarish energy core, we countered the spies in the information war. This is equivalent to having directly crossed an era. Yan Feng has brought us so many surprises. However, Lin Jinghua's expression remained serious. He pointed at the pitch-black screen representing Yan Feng, his voice low. Our Great Wall can fend off outsiders, but it can't retrieve Yan Feng's signal. His current situation remains unknown. He took a deep breath and turned to the communications officer. Are the Fat Girl and East Wind closest to Yan Feng? Have they made contact? They are already on their way. Contact is expected within half an hour. In the Ruins nightmare world, the cold wind cut like a knife, sweeping through the desolate hills. The Dragon Kingdom female agent codenamed Fat Girl was carefully climbing up a steep slope. She was agile and swift in her movements, her figure was lithe. Contrary to her contrasting codename, she possessed a perfect figure that could make any model jealous. Dawn Wind, have you confirmed the coordinates? How far are we from the target? She panted, taking a bunch of purslane from her backpack and biting into it hard. The taste was like a mix of lemon sourness, hard to swallow, but it was the only food they had now. They had a special mission, so they were unaware of the flame peak mode, and most of their survival supplies were gathered from nature. Behind her, a sturdy man, codenamed Dawn Wind, was using his talent to carefully perceive and observe the distance. The straight-line distance is less than half a kilometer. Fat Girl, look over there. Dawn Wind's voice carried a hint of confusion. Following his pointing direction, the Fat Girl squinted her eyes. At the end of her vision, a giant, indescribable tree stood on a cliffside. Its branches seemed carved from the purest jade, radiating a soft and holy green light. Even from several kilometers away, one could still feel its vibrant life force. Even more exaggerated, between the tree's branches, there grew a giant treehouse? A beautifully crafted, elegantly shaped, semi-open treehouse that looked more luxurious than any vacation villa in the real world. What is that? The Fat Girl rubbed her eyes, almost thinking she was hallucinating from exhaustion. I don't know. An illusion? Or some powerful nightmare creature? Dawn Wind's expression was equally filled with shock and vigilance. The two exchanged glances, both reading the gravity in each other's eyes. What lay before them completely exceeded their understanding. Let's go closer and take a look. Be on guard. The Fat Girl stuffed the remaining half of the purslane back into her bag, drew her dagger from her waist, crouched down. Moving quietly like two stealthy cats, she and Dawn Wind approached the miraculous giant tree. The closer they got, the more their hearts were filled with awe. They finally saw that the treehouse was not a simple wooden structure, but woven together from living branches, vines, and trunks, flowing with a green glow. Breathtakingly natural, exquisitely crafted. In the air, a faint, refreshing scent of wood lingered, and with a deep breath, their fatigue from days of travel seemed to lift. This is simply like paradise. The Fat Girl couldn't help but whisper in admiration. As members of the first handful of survivors, they had struggled to survive in the nightmare world, living in dugout earth caves, eating poorly made synthetic wild vegetables, and worrying daily for clean water and their own safety. Yet this place in front of them resembled the elven homes from mythology. Just then, a sound of conversation and the aroma of food floated over with the wind. The two's nerves instantly tensed. Someone. And they were cooking? Chapter 70, now this is called slicing. The long-lost scent of meat forcefully invaded their nostrils, awakening their taste buds that had been tortured by purslane, and their stomachs uncontrollably growled. The two exchanged a glance, sneaking closer with even more caution. After bypassing a large clump of ferns, the sight before them left them completely frozen. In the clearing under the treehouse, a bonfire was blazing. A muscular man, exuding an intimidating aura, was using a flint to start a fire with a bundle of dry straw, sparks flying everywhere. Another sickly pale, sinister-looking man was washing rice. But the most eye-popping sight was a stunning beauty, with a fiery figure in golden hair, ruthlessly chopping meat. Butcher. Hunting dog. Tulip Catherine. The fat girl and Dawn Wind almost simultaneously shouted these three names in their hearts. Shu Feng Squad. Aren't they the enemies of the person they are supposed to protect this time? Oh no, Yan Feng is in danger. We have to act quickly. At that moment, a lazy voice came from the treehouse. Shaolin, is the meat sliced yet? What are you doing? I told you to slice it thin, thin. What you cut are chunks of meat. Are you planning to feed those greedy wild boars? Accompanied by the voice, a figure leisurely walked down the vine staircase of the treehouse. He wore a peculiar protective suit, glimmering softly like the wings of a wailing moth, both mysterious and powerful. From the surface, he showed no signs of injury, and there was even a hint of laziness on his face, as if he had just woken up. He walked over to the campfire and glanced disdainfully at the uneven pile of meat slices on the stone plate that Catherine handed over. Forget it, step aside, and let me teach you. Yan Feng took the ridiculously sharp dagger, nightmarish tooth, from Catherine's hands and skillfully began to process the meat slices. His movements were fluid, and the dagger in his hand seemed to come alive. With only a series of swish sounds, the thick wild boar meat instantly transformed into thin, transparent slices like cicada wings. Watch closely, this is called slicing. Yan Feng shook the makeshift cutting board made of stone in his hand and slowly said in a disdainful tone to the frowning Catherine beside him. Dragon Kingdom cuisine emphasizes fire control and knife skills. Not like you guys in Eagle Sauce Country, throwing big chunks of meat on the fire to roast, that's the way of cavemen. Saying this, he heated up the simple stone pot he had just made on the fire, poured in a bit of processed wild boar fat, and when the fat was hot, with a sizzling sound, he slid in the meat slices. With a flick of his wrist, the meat slices on the stone plate danced up and down, quickly stir-frying. He sprinkled some salt and added cumin. An indescribable aroma, a mix of wild boar meat, oily fragrance, and spices, exploded violently. This fragrance seemed like an invisible big hand, gripping the throats of the fat girl and Dongfeng, causing their saliva to flow uncontrollably, and their stomachs felt like hungry wolves howling. Their saliva was wildly secreted in their mouths, and their stomachs felt like hungry wolves howling. The expressions of the two had shifted from initial vigilance and surprise to complete stupefaction. Dongfeng's mouth slightly opened, his eyes glued to that stone pot, as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He mechanically fished out a wrinkled bunch of purslane from his backpack and looked again at the oily shining meat slices in the pot. A tremendous sadness surged in his heart. How could the gap between people be greater than that between humans and pigs? The fat girl's brain was rapidly processing this unreal scene before her. Mission briefing: Target Yan Feng is being pursued by the Shu Feng squad of Eagle Sauce Country, communication is cut off, life and death unknown, the situation is extremely urgent. Their mission, at all costs, find and protect Yan Feng. But what was she seeing now? The Shu Feng squad had been found, but they weren't chasing him, they were helping him cook? The target they were supposed to protect was now acting like a culinary school instructor, tossing the spatula while providing live cooking lessons to Catherine. Look, this is how to stir-fry the meat, the fire needs to be this high. This didn't feel like survival in a nightmarish wasteland at all, it was like filming a show about longing for life. The fat girl and Dongfeng's brains had completely crashed. They stood frozen like two stone statues. The only proof they were still alive was the uncontrollable, wildly flowing saliva and the thunderous protests coming from their stomachs. So fragrant. So very fragrant. At the same time, in the real world. Dragon Country, the highest command center of the Dream Control Division. It's connected. Fat Girl's signal is connected. The technician's exclamation instantly silenced the entire command hall. Everyone's gaze suddenly focused on the surveillance screen that originally belonged to Fat Girl and Dongfeng. The snowflakes disappeared, and the image stabilized. The camera peeked through a gap in a cluster of ferns, looking into the distance. In the image, a campfire flickered, and a man in a strange protective suit was holding a simple stone pot with one hand. Inside the pot, golden brown slices of meat sizzled and popped with oil. Lin Xingguo suddenly stood up from his seat, his hands pressed against the table, body leaning forward, his eyes fixed on the familiar yet strange figure on the screen. It's Yan Feng. He's still alive. Major General Zhan Lai slammed his fist on the table, not out of anger, but from extreme excitement. Good kid. I knew you wouldn't die. However, the excitement lasted less than 3 seconds. Everyone clearly saw the full picture on the screen. They saw the miraculous emerald giant tree, the exquisitely crafted luxurious treehouse, and more clearly those three figures who looked ashamed and were helping out. That is... Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling a bit. The extermination team? The entire command center fell into an eerie silence again. Everyone was dumbfounded. The comments in the live stream erupted like a volcano after a brief pause. Damn!
Damn. Damn. The big shot Yan Feng. He's still alive. Wait, this scene is too shocking, it's frying my CPU. Someone explain to me why the extermination team from Eagle Sauce Country is cooking for big shot Yan Feng? Isn't that golden-haired supermodel Catherine? What is she doing, cutting meat? That strong man must be a butcher, right? He's starting the fire? And that thin guy is a hound? Is he actually washing rice? Am I blind? I must be dreaming. Shouldn't they be fighting each other to the death like before? Why has the atmosphere suddenly turned into the days of yearning? Not only is big shot Yan Feng alive, but it seems he's living very well. Not just well. It's like opening a 5-star resort in the dream nightmare of Guishu. And it's the kind that comes with top-level servants. In the dream nightmare world of Guishu, Fat Girl and Dongfeng were still in a petrified state. Suddenly, the figure stirring the pot paused for a moment. Yan Feng didn't turn his head but controlled the roots of the tree of life to pick up a steaming slice of meat from the pot and flicked it in the direction where they were hiding. Whoosh! The slice of meat traced a precise parabolic arc and landed right in front of Fat Girl. A stronger and more domineering aroma surged straight to their heads. Come out! A lazy voice rang out. Haven't you watched for a long time? Aren't you hungry? Fat Girl and Dongfeng stiffened, exchanging horrified glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had been discovered. Chapter 71 Signal restored. They prided themselves on their stealth skills, but it seemed the other party had sensed their presence long ago. The two no longer hid, lowering their bodies and stepping out from behind the ferns. Yan Feng glanced at them and saw the familiar Dragon Nation emblem on their arm badges. The last hint of wariness in his eyes faded away. Dragon Nation people? He asked. Hello, I'm from the first 4 batches of the Dragon Nation national team, codename Fat Girl. Fat Girl replied in a deep voice, her agile figure contrasting sharply with her code name. But now her eyes were fixed on Yan Feng, and the 3 complex-looking servants behind him. Codename Dongfeng. The male agent beside her also introduced himself. Support? Yan Feng raised an eyebrow. What are you supporting me with? We detected that your live broadcast signal was interrupted against your will, and the command center judged that you might be facing extreme danger. We are here to... Dongfeng started speaking, but suddenly stalled. We are here to protect you? That couldn't be said in front of the scene before them. Yan Feng understood. The high-ups of the Dragon Nation could monitor his movements since even the ordinary public could see him through the live stream. If players actively close the live broadcast signal, the broadcast room will prompt the host has actively closed the live broadcast. Before, he had forced the Tree of Life to cut off the signal, which, from the outside, should indicate signal abnormal interruption. The country will send people to care for the civilian players, which is reasonable. He shrugged, with an indifferent expression, and started to fabricate. Oh, you mean that? I also showed signal abnormality here, thought this broken game had a bug, didn't pay much attention. He said it lightly, as if talking about the nice weather today. The chubby girl and Dongfeng exchanged glances, both seeing the speechlessness in each other's eyes. For others, the signal interruption against their will was a matter of life and death. But he, on the other hand, just didn't pay attention? And at the moment when the chubby girl's live broadcast picture reconnected, not only the Dream Control Center, but the entire Longwa, countless viewers sitting in front of the black screen instantly boiled. During the signal interruption, Yan Feng's live room had already been drowned by the anxious and worried bullet comments from Longwa netizens. What happened? The signal has been interrupted for so long without any response. Yenshin won't really be by those Eagle Sauce agents. Don't jinx it. I believe in Yenshin. But after all, he is just a person, and facing him are 3 elites. My heart is in turmoil, he hasn't sent any news till now, this feeling is too torturous. Please, as long as he's okay, let's put national fortune aside for now. Everyone, hurry to see the chubby girl's live room, Yenshin has appeared. The chubby girl's personal live channel. When that familiar figure reappeared before the eyes of billions of Longwa viewers, the long-suppressed emotions surged like floodwaters, instantly impacting everyone's hearts. The signal is back. It's Yan Feng. He's still alive. I see him. It's really him. Thank heavens. It's good. It's good. He's still alive, that's the best news. As the camera stabilized, the viewers began to notice the awkward details in the picture, and the direction of the bullet comments began to subtly shift. Wait, the people beside Yenshin, why do they look a bit familiar? That blonde woman, oh my, isn't that the captain of the Zhu Feng team, Catherine? And that muscular man is the butcher. How could they be together? Could it be that Yenshin was captured? No way, just look at Yenshin's appearance. Look closely. Catherine is cutting meat. The butcher is starting a fire.
That skinny hunting dog is washing something. What are they doing? This discovery shifted the atmosphere in the entire live room from wild joy to extreme confusion, as if everyone's brains had crashed for a second. Then, a shocking guess ignited everyone's imagination. I have a bold idea: they wouldn't be cooking for Yenshin, would they? Holy crap! I got it. I completely understand. Yenshin wasn't captured, he captured the ones who were chasing him. And made them into cooks and servants. My god. What kind of divine unfolding is this? We were worried to death over here, and he directly opened a farmhouse in the enemy camp? This is no longer a survival show, this is freaking Days of Dreams in the abyss. In the command center, Lin Zhengguo and others saw the scene and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This kid really always brings people surprises. No matter what, this is Yan Feng's personal matter, as long as he is okay. In the nightmare world. Since you're here, let's sit down and eat something together. Yan Feng pointed to the position next to the fire, naturally extending the invitation. However, after the chubby girl heard this, she immediately stood at attention and shook her head seriously. Thank you for your kindness, but we have discipline, we cannot take anything from the masses. Dongfeng nodded along, his expression equally serious. The masses? Yan Feng was momentarily stunned, and then laughed. Alright, it's up to you. He no longer insisted and sat back down by the fire, picking up the newly created stone plate, which was filled with sizzling, juicy slices of wild boar meat. The powerful aroma once again precisely invaded the noses of the chubby girl and Dongfeng. The two swallowed hard, silently retreating to a large rock a few meters away, sitting down, and then taking out their lunches from their backpacks. On Yan Feng's side, the fire burned brightly, and the sturdy butcher was being directed to use a fan to control the heat, looking utterly disheartened. Under Yan Feng's guidance, the hunting dog carefully poured a small handful of fragrant rice into the stone pot, preparing to cook. Yan Feng himself was leisurely using newly crafted bamboo chopsticks to pick up a slice of meat, thin as a cicada's wing, fried to a golden crisp, and sending it into his mouth. The heat isn't right, it's a bit overcooked. He smacked his lips and commented, Shaolin, remember to remind the butcher to lower the heat next time. The girl named Shaolin, Catherine, had veins popping on her forehead, but still squeezed out a word through clenched teeth, okay. And on the other side, the Tiangong team. The atmosphere seemed much simpler. Dongfeng pulled out a previously crafted sour wild fruit from his backpack, its skin yellow-green, making one's jaw tense just by looking at it. He handed it to the chubby girl, took one for himself, and resignedly stuffed it into his mouth. With a crunch, the sour juice exploded in his mouth, the overpowering taste hitting the top of his head, his facial features instantly contorting as if he had swallowed a whole lemon. He mechanically chewed, but his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the sizzling roast meat not far away. Looking at the wild fruit in his hand, a wave of immense sadness surged in his heart. Why is the gap between people even larger than that between people and pigs? The chubby girl expressionlessly took the wild fruit and dug out a small handful of yesterday's leftover, somewhat wilted purslane, tossing it all into the synthesis bar to create a dish of barely adequate wild vegetable salad. This was their lunch. The livestream's comments section was once again filled with another complex emotion. Oh, suddenly I feel a bit sorry for our national team. On one side is steaming roast meat, on the other side is fruit that looks like it'll break a tooth. The contrast is too strong, it's making me feel mixed emotions. This is discipline. I am proud of them. But seeing Dongfeng's look of barely holding back his saliva, I truly have broken down. The flame god is indeed a miracle, but the chubby girl and Dongfeng deserve my respect. Chapter 72, Refusal. After the meal, the residual heat of the campfire still lingered, the air filled with the dominant scent of roast meat. The chubby girl and Dongfeng did not leave immediately. The two stood like the most vigilant sentinels, one on the left, one on the right, occupying two key defense points around Yan Feng's shelter, their eyes scanning the surroundings for the slightest movement. Yan Feng leaned against the soft branches of the tree of life, picking his teeth, watching their actions and feeling somewhat puzzled. Aren't you leaving? He asked. The chubby girl leaned out from behind a rock, her expression serious, forming a stark contrast with her graceful figure. Our mission is to protect your safety. She paused, her tone carrying a bit more solemnity. The command center ordered us to ensure your safety. At the same time, allow me to thank you on behalf of the country and the people for your outstanding contributions to Dragon Country. Yan Feng waved his hand, uninterested in such formalities. Contributions are not to be mentioned, I just want to take care of myself. No, you don't understand what your actions mean. Dongfeng walked over from the other side, his eyes complex, mixed with admiration, curiosity, and a hint of defeat as a fellow player. You are now being watched by all the top elite players globally. Dongfeng's voice was very low, as if fearing that certain ears in the wind might overhear him. The Eagle Sauce Country was just the first to take action, but definitely not the last. They will only think that you have occupied their interests and even broken the balance of the game. Your existence has made all other countries' S-level and A-level talents seem like a joke. They will not allow you to continue leading like this. Killing you, making the Dragon Country's fortune decline, is what they want the most right now. This is the fundamental reason why we protect you. Yan Feng listened quietly, his expression showing no change. He certainly understood these principles. When someone stands out in the woods, the wind will surely knock them down. From the moment he chose to walk this non-mainstream path and gained rewards far exceeding ordinary people, he had already stood on the opposite side of everyone. He just didn't expect the country would send people to directly protect him. So, you are going to protect me closely? Yan Feng raised an eyebrow. This is an order from above. The chubby girl replied firmly. Yan Feng smiled. He stood up, walked in front of the two, and looked at them calmly. I appreciate your good intentions and the country's concern. His tone was very sincere, but the next sentence was filled with undeniable determination. But I refuse. What? The chubby girl and Dongfeng were stunned. I am not used to having people around me, I am used to being alone. Yan Feng shrugged, sounding reasonable. Then they both looked towards Catherine and the others. They are my servants, how can they be the same as you? This. A trace of surprise flashed on the chubby girl's face, wanting to say more, but ultimately couldn't find the words. I understand. Yan Feng nodded, looking at the two, and said word by word, my safety, I will take responsibility for it. I appreciate your good intentions, you can go back now. The atmosphere became a bit tense. The chubby girl bit her lip, she had never seen such a person. Faced with protection from the country, faced with the approaching global threat, he could refuse so lightly. Was this absolute confidence or extreme arrogance? In the end, the chubby girl sighed, opened the communication channel, and asked for instructions from the Town Dream Command Center. There was silence for a long time on the other end of the communicator. Lin Jingguo's voice came through, carrying a hint of helplessness, but more of respect. Respect Comrade Yan Feng's personal wishes. The Tiangong team cancelled the close protection mission for Comrade Yan Feng. But, Commander, execute the order. Lin Jingguo interrupted her, tell Comrade Yan Feng that the country will always be his support. If he needs any help, he can contact the command center through any Dragon Country player, and we will provide maximum support. Yes. The chubby girl shut off the communicator, looking deeply at Yan Feng. Alright, since you don't want our protection, we will retreat. She and Dongfeng organized their gear and prepared to leave. Before leaving, the chubby girl walked up to Yan Feng again. No matter what, I want to thank you for your contributions to our Dragon Country. Her voice was light but sincere. Yan Feng did not respond. The chubby girl seemed to want to say something more, she looked at this solitary man, as if he was about to go against the whole world, and oddly added. Yan Feng, although I don't have the right to say this, I still can't help but tell you, one cannot always fight alone. Her gaze was distant, as if recalling something from the past, with a trace of subtle sadness in her eyes. You need teammates, partners you can rely on. In this nightmare world, no matter how strong your talent, you are not fighting alone, the country is your family, your strongest support. After finishing, she did not stay any longer and disappeared quickly into the hills with Dongfeng. Only Yan Feng was left at the spot. And behind him, 3 captives with different expressions. Family? Teammates? Yan Feng shook his head. How ridiculous. In this world of the survival game, everyone might turn against each other and betray for resources. The most reliable one is always oneself. The figures of the fat girl and Dongfeng completely disappeared behind the outline of the hills, and the tense seriousness in the air dissipated along with it. Yan Feng stretched lazily, glancing back at the 3 captives. Catherine, the butcher, and the hound. The 3 had different expressions, but all carried a numbness born from being completely defeated by reality. They were elite agents, trained under the harshest conditions, but their training definitely did not include how to be a cook and a nanny for the enemy. Moreover, this enemy had even rejected the highest level of protection from their own country. Is he not afraid of dying? What on earth is he thinking? Catherine's gaze lingered on Yan Feng's lazy silhouette, trying to find even the slightest flaw from his every gesture. But she noticed nothing. No pretentious calm, no empty show of strength, only a relaxed indifference to everything coming from deep within. What kind of monster is this guy? What are you looking at? Is the work done? Yan Feng's voice drifted over lazily, finished eating, aren't you going to wash the bowls? Catherine's body stiffened, a flash of humiliating anger appeared in her beautiful blue eyes. But thinking of that something, she could only silently lower her head and honestly clean up the stone pot and dishes on the ground. Yan Feng ignored them, sinking his consciousness into his mind, connecting with the tree of life. How much of that colorful mine has been excavated? The will of the tree of life transformed into a refreshing thought, directly responding in his mind. Nightmare titanium memory alloy ore has been mined 50 units, and root networks are continuing excavation, expected to produce 10 units per hour. Efficiency is decent. After feeding the Tree of Life 2 pieces of heartstones, he issued a new command. Keep a close watch on the every move of these 3, especially their psychological activities. Alert me immediately if there's anything unusual. Understood, Master. After completing all this, Yan Feng shifted his attention back to reality. He had servants, a safe house, no worries about food, and now even high-level materials could be automatically mined. This life was becoming more and more hopeful. He toyed with the new dagger he had obtained, the Tooth of Nightmare, his mind shifting. Suddenly, the dull and lifeless surface of the dagger rippled like water, the originally sharp blade began to retract inward, while the handle elongated and thinned. A few seconds later, a dagger had, in his hand, transformed into a metallic, ancient-looking back scratcher. Yan Feng used the newly transformed back scratcher to scratch his back a couple of times. Just the right angle, with the right amount of force. Not bad. Catherine passed by, carrying the clean stone pot, and her peripheral vision caught the scene. Her foot stumbled, almost dropping the pot. What did she just see? That terrifying weapon that could easily slice through granite and emitted a deathly aura was now used by him as a back scratcher? Chapter 73, The South Gate Plan. In the real world, Dragon Country. The highest command center of the Dream Control Bureau. The atmosphere was in stark contrast to Yan Feng's leisure, heated like a volcano about to erupt. Magic. This is magic. Qian Weiguo from the Materials Science Academy, usually the most attentive to appearance and composure, was now like a child having received a treasured toy, blushing and waving his arms, saliva flying everywhere. In front of him, the holographic projection was continuously playing a segment of highly classified test footage from Laboratory 012. In the footage, a small piece of metal the size of a fingernail, shimmering with colorful light, floated quietly in the magnetic field. That luster did not resemble any common metal, it seemed like a touch of radiance taken from the depths of a nebula, each inch containing the mysteries of the universe. Everyone, please look. Academician Qian pointed at the metal, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, like a string pulled to its limit. This is the nightmare-shaped titanium memory alloy. The miracle that Comrade Yan Feng brought back. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Lai and others looked serious, their eyes fixed tightly on the screen, even their breaths instinctively slowed. That small piece of metal seemed to have an infinite attraction, drawing all the attention of the command center. We conducted preliminary physical performance tests. Academician Qian took a deep breath, as if to calm the wildly beating heart in his chest, and solemnly pressed the play button. On the screen, a high-energy laser beam, solidified like substance, with enough terrifying energy to instantly vaporize a main battle tank, accurately shot towards the metal block. However, an unbelievable scene occurred. The surface of the metal showed no signs of damage, instead, it resembled obsidian thrown into a still lake, completely swallowing the blinding beam of light. No explosion, no melting, only a silent ripple spreading across the surface of the metal, as if it merely drank in the light. The next second, the surface of the metal glimmered with colors, and the multicolored light instantly surged, reflecting the absorbed energy back out through a thinner, more condensed beam that precisely pierced through a target made of special composite armor 20 meters away. On the target, a smooth, mirror-like wholly emitted smoke, the edges showing no signs of melting, as if pure energy had instantaneously annihilated the material structure. The absorption and conduction rate of energy, nearly 100%. Academician Qian's voice quivered with emotion, as this elder, who had devoted his life to materials science and Longhua, was now in tears. Not only can it defend, but it can also turn the enemy's attacks into its own use. What concept is this? This means that armor made from it, in theory, is never to fall. Within the command center, a chorus of gasps filled the air, rising and falling like a sudden wave. But this was just the beginning. What's more critical is its memory shape. Academician Qian operated again, and another video began to play. A researcher in a white sterile suit used a brain-machine interface to input a highly complex three-dimensional model of a turbine blade into the device connected to the metal block. A magical scene unfolded once more. That small piece of metal began to wriggle, extend, and transform like a living creature. Its surface shimmered with a liquid metal-like glow, countless tiny structures generated and combined within, as if millions of invisible nanobots were working simultaneously. Under everyone's gaze, it actually grew into a precision-structured, flawless core turbine blade of the WZ-10 engine within just a few seconds from a metal ingot. Every curve and angle on the blade matched the design drawings perfectly. The entire process had no lathes, no milling, no casting. It was like 3D printing. No, it was more astonishing than 3D printing. This was not manufacturing, this was creation. Do you see it? Academician Qian nearly shouted, pointing at the floating blade glowing like a piece of art on the screen. It can remember the shape we give it. It can form itself. What we have longed for, the Tianshan Gate project, which was thought to take at least 100 years to achieve, the core material problem, is solved. Tianshan Gate project.
Lin Zhenghua muttered to himself, the calmness that usually characterized his eyes now flashed with unprecedented brilliance, as if two flames were roaring inside. That was the highest-level secret of Longgua's military industry, a grand blueprint aimed at creating an integrated space and air combat force. Its core was to manufacture something capable of freely entering and exiting the atmosphere. The aerospace vehicle platform with the maneuverability of fighter jets and the endurance of spaceships, and the Phoenix series of aerospace fighters. The biggest bottleneck in this plan is materials. No known material can simultaneously meet the aerodynamic shape requirements for hypersonic flight, the strength and sealing requirements for space travel, and withstand the enormous structural stress during the switching of these two extreme environments. But now, this alloy from the nightmare world has turned everything from a fantasy into an attainable reality. With it, military scientist Major General Zhang Lai slammed the table suddenly, his eyes sharp as knives. Our fighter jets can instantly extend their wings into glider wings when cruising at high altitudes, saving fuel. When entering combat, they can quickly retract into the most aerodynamic triangular wing shape. Our submarines can use it to create shells, adjusting their shape in real time according to water pressure at different depths, achieving perfect silence and drag reduction. Not only that. Xian Weigua added excitedly, his imagination completely ignited. We can preset the defense system of a city into its memory shape. Normally, it is flooring, wall structures, sculptures. In wartime, at a single command, the entire city can rise from the ground and transform into a war fortress full of turrets and bunkers. Scenes that only existed in science fiction movies exploded in the minds of everyone in the command center, bringing waves of scalp-tingling chills. At this moment, everyone finally understood that the national fortune material brought back by Yan Feng this time was more than just a piece of ore. It would be a new era of civilization. An era of mythical civilization, uniquely belonging to the Dragon Kingdom, leading the world. This national fortune material, immediately classified. Lin Zhenghua decisively commanded, his voice steady and powerful, pulling everyone's minds back from their wild fantasies. All related research elevated to the highest confidentiality level. Classified as Dragonfile Top Tier. All research and experimental data must be kept secret. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every one of his colleagues, who were overwhelmed with uncontainable joy and hope. Finally, he spoke each word carefully. At the same time, I propose to report and seek approval from the highest level, whether our Tiannanmen plan can see the light of day again? Chapter 74 Economic Sanctions? While the Dragon Kingdom was excited by the emergence of the Nightmare Titanium Memory Alloy, secretly accelerating the Tiannanmen plan, across the ocean, the Eagle Sauce Nation was engulfed in sorrow. Pentagon, Return to Ruins Nightmare, Strategic Command Center. The air was thick with the smell of cigars and suppressed anxiety. General MacArthur tugged irritably at his tie, as if the perfectly starched collar had become a noose that constrained his breathing. A huge cigar was crushed violently in the ashtray, the ashes scattering like his current mood, a complete mess. On the holographic screen before him, the data of the players from the Eagle Sauce Nation displayed alongside the Dragon Kingdom's glaring zero death rate and the endless national fortune rewards announcements, making the Eagle Sauce Nation's performance look dismal. The highly anticipated S-level talent Thor, after mining the ordinary red iron ore. Although it triggered a global frenzy for mining, his subsequent gains paled in comparison to the nightmare-class materials, looking childish and insignificant. He expended great mental energy, thunderously breaking through mountains, but mostly found copper mines, iron mines, oil, natural gas, and rare earth mines, resources that provided minimal enhancement to national fortune. Such veins, before the emergence of the Return to Ruins Nightmare civilization, would have been considered quite good. Yet after the appearance of Return to Ruins Nightmare, these resources are just a small issue compared to the greater ones. In the live broadcast, Thor looked dirty and disheveled, like a gold miner in the West struggling to find gold, rather than an S-rank chosen one who was the center of attention. Damn it! Is our S-rank talent just a high-level miner? What we dug out is all scrap metal. MacArthur looked at Thor's empty backpack and compared it with the vague information just transmitted from the Dragon Country about some mythical materials. A flame of mixed jealousy and anger surged into his head. Although the live signal from Flame Peak was cut off, they could not know the specific situation. But he knew about the global announcement of the Tree of Life, as well as the visibly rising fortunes of the Dragon Country, which felt like burning steel needles stabbing into his heart. While his own ace was still struggling to dig the soil, their F-grade had already started to automate the collection of godly mines. This strong contrast made him feel unprecedented humiliation. Useless. MacArthur cursed softly, both scolding Thor and his own helplessness. He suddenly grabbed the red internal communicator on the table and directly connected to the top-level reporting line. Mr. President, I request you to accept my proposal. Our passive situation in Return to the Nightmare is difficult to change in the short term. That flame peak in the Dragon Country is like a black hole outside the rules, continuously widening the gap between us. His voice was hoarse, filled with frustration. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and the president's voice revealed no joy or anger. So, what is your suggestion?
A glint of malice flashed in MacArthur's eyes, like a venomous snake in a dire situation. Since we can't win in the game, let's cause them some trouble in reality. Put pressure on them in all areas outside of nightmares and military. This way, they will have no money or energy to study those ghostly things brought from the game. I want to see, when their other fields are constrained by us and they can't take care of themselves, how can they achieve their ridiculous, mythical era? This venomous suggestion did not offend the president. As a free country, the Eagle Sauce Nation was happy to accept any proposal that was beneficial to them. Soon, MacArthur's proposal was approved. An economic strangulation against the Dragon Country quickly spread from across the ocean. They naturally assumed that, in the face of the Eagle Sauce Nation's absolute real power, the Dragon Country could only choose to retreat and compromise as it had in the past. In the Dragon Country, the highest-level Kunlun conference room. Faced with the successive pressure from the Eagle Sauce Nation and its allies, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. But this time, there was no tolerance or considering the overall situation in the conference room. They are forcing us. A blatant conspiracy. A senior executive in charge of the economy slammed the document on the table, furious. They want to drag us into the quagmire of economic recession, thereby delaying our technological upgrade. We cannot retreat, not even one step. But the cost of standing firm is too great, our economy. Arguments erupted, and anxious emotions spread through the air. Lin Zhengwei remained seated in a corner of the conference table, silent. He simply listened quietly, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Until everyone finished arguing and the conference room fell into a brief silence, he slowly spoke, his voice not loud, yet clear as a bell, reaching everyone's ears. As the saying goes, strike a punch to avoid 100 punches. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on him. The reason the Eagle Sauce Nation dares to be so reckless is that they still live in past memories, thinking we are still the Dragon Country that needs to hide our strength and bide our time, trading market for technology. His gaze swept across the room, filled with unprecedented determination and sharpness. They want to see our trump card, so let's show them a part of it. I will formally request Longzhou to launch the Nightmare Technology Global Exhibition. As soon as this proposal was made, the entire room was shocked. Global exhibition? Now. Isn't this actively exposing our strength? Moreover, the Tiananmen plan has just restarted. Someone immediately voiced their concerns. No. Lin Zhengwa shook his head, a cold hard curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. This is not exposure, it is deterrence, it is showing our muscles. We do not need to display everything, we only need to show a tip of the iceberg. Let's use nightmare-shaped titanium memory alloy to create 1 or 2 samples, on that special day, telling the whole world, especially the Eagle Sauce Nation. Moreover, the materials brought back from the nightmare world can be crafted efficiently, and the speed of crafting does not need to exceed 1 day. He paused, his eyes sharp and fierce, revealing a killing intent. The sword of Longwei is sharpened. As for that day. Lin Zhengwa looked at the electronic calendar on the wall, his gaze stopping on a number. It's set for September 15th. This date itself contains a heavy, awakening, and blood-soaked meaning that needs no words. Using an unprecedented Nightmare Technology Global Exhibition to respond to all provocations, to comfort the scars of history, could not be more appropriate. This proposal not only received the approval of Longzhou but was also passed unanimously. The entire Longwei resembled a sleeping, precision war machine, beginning a frenzied operation in silence. Countless top scientists and engineers buried themselves tirelessly in Laboratory 012. Forging blocks of mythical metals from the nightmare world into sharp swords capable of overturning the world pattern. Chapter 75, Pizza Orders Surge. The emergence of the Nightmare Technology Global Exhibition shocked the world. The people of Longwa shouted, "We know our mom is strong, but not this strong." On the night the grand ceremony concluded, due to platform limitations, no elaboration available, please imagine, a strange phenomenon appeared. According to the data statistics from the takeout platform, pizza orders around the Pentagon surged by 500% within an hour. Especially the complex-to-make Hawaiian pizza and large supreme pizzas, which were almost completely sold out. This seemingly nonsensical data was quickly interpreted by various countries' intelligence agencies, accompanied by a line of crimson annotations. Eagle Sauce Nation is panicking. Tonight, the Pentagon is brightly lit. They need a large amount of junk food to alleviate the deep-seated anxiety and fear, working overtime to research and analyze the new weapons displayed by Longwa. In Eagle Sauce Nation, at 3 a.m. In the Oval Office of the White House, the lights were still bright. The president of Eagle Sauce Nation had just ended an urgent call with Longwa's Longzhou. Immediately, real-time news hit the trending topics. He changed from his usual arrogance and toughness to the most passionate tone. Congratulating Longwei on achieving a globally attention-grabbing great achievement in national defense modernization. And claimed that Eagle Sauce Nation has no intention of being hostile to any peace-loving country. At the end of the call, he even hinted by complaining, some northern neighbors have been disobedient lately, unlike us in Longwa, which are responsible great powers. This operation left the aides beside him dumbfounded. Just a few days ago, he was shouting about sanctions and blockades, and now he was taking the initiative to show goodwill, even throwing the constantly unfriendly Bear Nation under the bus? This change was too fast. But everyone understood that this was not a change of attitude, it was fear. It was the miraculous memory alloy, the fighter jets that could more freely in the sky, the tank armor that instantly absorbed kinetic energy from armor-piercing rounds. Bringing the most pure and primal fear. When the technological gap is so great that tactics and numbers cannot bridge it, all that remains is awe. An hour later, more shocking news arrived. The Minister of Defense from the Eagle Country announced a formal visit to Dragon Country next week for friendly consultations on global security and military transparency in the new era. This is the second visit to China by the Eagle Country's Ministry of Defense, following the world-shocking military parade 10 years ago. Last time, they were here to spy on the realities of Dragon Country's aircraft carriers. This time, everyone knows they have come to seek peace. Or rather, they have come to test Dragon Country's bottom line, trying to figure out how much of this magical technology Dragon Country really possesses. The global public opinion shifted completely overnight. Previously, the media and countries that followed behind the Eagle Country pointing fingers at Dragon Country suddenly turned silent. Instead, a flood of analysis and speculation emerged. The front page headline of the New York Times, "Awakening of the Dragon, is the Industrial Age dead, and the Mythical Age rising?" The sun never sets empires' times, we may be witnessing the birth of a new superpower, all stemming from a game called Return to the Abyss Nightmare. Countless military experts appeared on television, analyzing the repeatedly played footage in various ways. "Based on my years of experience, the people of Dragon Country have a habit," said a white-haired German international military expert with a serious expression on the program. "What they are willing to showcase often means they already have more advanced next-generation weapons ready for deployment on the battlefield. And what is still under development in the lab is probably something we can't even imagine." This statement deepened the world's shock even further. The astonishment of Dragon Country's netizens. Amid this global stir, the happiest were the Dragon Country expatriates and students studying abroad. Walking on foreign streets, they straightened their backs for the first time. When others asked about their nationality, they proudly proclaimed, "I am from Dragon Country," and enjoyed the complex and reverent looks from others. Countless people shared videos of the military parade on social media, including the people of Treasure Island, with more and more Chinese living abroad proudly tagging #I am from Dragon Country #. That heartfelt sense of national pride spread like wildfire in the hearts of every person from Dragon Country. All of this, like a tide, gathered onto the ever-rising national fortune of Dragon Country. The wind at the cliff top, carrying a hint of the mountain's unique freshness, lifted the embers of the bonfire, swirling them in the air before quietly falling. After a nap, Yan Feng slowly awoke and began to ponder his next steps. Now he had servants, a safe house, and a stable food supply with automated mining. It was time to improve his quality of life. He couldn't always be sleeping on a straw bed, could he? He smacked his lips, suddenly recalling the flavors of the stir-fried wild boar meat from earlier. The meat was top-notch, wild boar meat so delicious you can't stop eating, with its own special aroma, perfectly balanced in fat and lean meat, and the texture was impeccable. The salt was also natural lake salt purified by clear spring frog sounds, with a pure salty flavor. The cumin was a natural spice found in the nightmare world, rich and fragrant. But when these three came together, Yan Feng always felt something was missing. Like a passionate symphony with strong drum beats and soaring horns, yet lacking the penetrating solo of a violin that strikes the soul. The layers of flavor were not rich enough. Ordinary salt and cumin no longer satisfy me. Yan Feng sighed, a foodie's almost obsessive pursuit quietly sprouting in his heart. He needed new seasonings. More stimulating, more dominating, and richer in flavor. And while at it, look for clues about new living utensils, like beds, bedding, furniture, and so on. Once this thought arose, it grew like a wild vine, impossible to contain. He once again sank his consciousness into the root network of the Tree of Life, sending a searching command to this living database that coexisted with him. "First, help me find if there are any spices with a very special flavor around here." Buzz. A vibrant green live map lit up in his mind. Countless roots perceptions began to scan everything within a 5-kilometer radius like the most precise radar. The sound of wind, the sound of water, the breathing of the soil. Countless streams of information surged in, quickly filtered and sorted by him. Suddenly, an extremely faint yet sharply distinct heartbeat came from a corner of the map. "So hot, so burning, who wants to compete with me, who is the spiciest in this world?" Yan Feng's eyebrows slightly raised. Spicy? This word acted like a key, instantly opening a dust-covered door in his taste memory. Numb spicy, fragrant spicy, sour spicy, fresh spicy. That ever-changing stimulation, that could make one sweat profusely and crave for more, felt as if it had been a century away. This is it. A bright light erupted in Yan Feng's eyes as he immediately locked onto the direction where the heartbeat had come from. It was an area filled with red plants on the edge of a swamp, not far from his clifftop shelter, only about 3 kilometers in a straight line.
He stood up and waved to the 3 captives who were still in a standby mode. The butcher and the hound stood up as if resigning to their fate, following behind him. Catherine, however, pursed her lips, a hint of confusion flashing in her teal eyes.
What is this man trying to do now?
Just as Yan Feng was ready to set out with his construction team to find new culinary inspiration, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang out in the minds of all players across the globe.
Global announcement: due to the appearance of the Tree of Life, the fundamental rules of the Ruins Nightmare world are being impacted, and the ecological balance is rapidly evolving. The originally planned 7-day novice protection period will end early. Countdown, 24 hours.
In 24 hours, the first nightmare tide will erupt, and nightmare creatures will actively attack humans, no longer in a purely defensive state. At that time, all nightmare creatures' aggressiveness and danger levels will dramatically increase, and new, more threatening nightmare species will emerge. The durability of the shelter will be the only key to withstand the nightmare tide and decide life or death.
Good luck to everyone.
Chapter 76, The Infrastructure Frenzy Before the End. This announcement echoed like thunder falling from the sky, ringing 3 times in the minds of every chosen one.
In an instant, the entire Ruins Nightmare world seemed to have hit the mute button.
All players exploring, fighting, and struggling for survival stopped in their tracks at that moment.
Then came the volcanic eruption of panic. Fuck. Early end?
In the Eagle Sauce country, S-Class Gifted 1 Thor had just blasted open a small hill with a furious lightning bolt, revealing a barren copper mine beneath, and before he could catch his breath, this sudden announcement left him dizzy. He jerked his head up to look at the phantom, now blood-red 24-hour countdown in the sky, where the confidence and arrogance on his face were replaced by an emotion called anxiety.
Nightmare tide? Durability of the shelter? He glanced around.
This stone forest he was in, though easy to defend, offered him no proper dwelling at all. At night, he barely huddled by a campfire, some bundles of straw, and a few stones.
No way.
I must build a sufficiently solid fortress immediately. Thor no longer hesitated, he turned his gaze to the hard granite he had shattered with his lightning. As the god of thunder, I shall have a palace worthy of a god.
He let out a furious roar, his poem.
The golden lightning gathered once again, transforming into an indestructible energy drill, starting to crazily open mountains and chisel stones. He aimed to use the power of lightning to melt and reform these rocks into the strongest rebar, then mix them with soil and gravel to build a true lightning fortress.
In no time, the granite-made God of Thunder fortress was completed. Meanwhile, in the land of cherry blossoms,
a female player dressed in a ninja outfit, codenamed Thousand Shadows, was stealthily sneaking through a gloomy graveyard. Her Awaken A-Class talent was Spirit Contract, allowing her to trade with certain special spirits. When the blood-red countdown announcement rang out, she was facing a restless spirit perched atop a gravestone.
The newbie protection period is about to end.
Thousand Shadows' expression became extremely serious as she looked up at the sky, the blood-red numbers like a death sentence. She didn't possess the talent and divine tree like Flame Peak, nor did she have the brute force of Thor to open mountains and chisel stones. Her only reliance was the wandering lonely souls and wild ghosts in the world. She gazed at the restless spirit radiating a chilling aura before her, a flicker of determination in her eyes. There was no time for hesitation. She knelt on one knee, quickly forming seals with her hands in front of her chest, chanting softly in an ancient, reverent language. Great Spirit of the land, I am willing to offer up half of my soul, just ask that you shelter me, helping me survive the impending disaster. As her words fell, a head of glossy black hair visibly began to turn gray from the roots.
Her once plump cheeks instantly sank in, as if half of her life force had been instantly drained away.
The restless spirit's previously blurry facial features slowly turned towards her upon sensing this pure soul energy, emitting a satisfied, sigh-like hum. In the next moment, the ground of the entire graveyard began to tremble violently.
Boom, boom, boom.
An ancient, dimly glowing Japanese shrine slowly rose from the ground, enveloping Thousand Shadows within. The walls of the shrine were covered with runes she couldn't understand, radiating a chilling aura that warded off the living. This was a sanctuary she had bought with half of her soul. This scene was clearly presented to a global audience through a live stream. Within the live stream room of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, the screen was instantly flooded with passionate bullet comments.
Thousand Shadow-san. So great. This is the spirit of the samurai of our Yamato people. For survival, at any cost. This decisiveness is too strong. A shrine. This is simply a miracle. With divine protection, what is a mere nightmare wave to fear? Is this the real use of A-class talent? Trading with evil spirits is so cool.
Yet in the Dragon Country's live stream room, the tone was entirely different.
What the hell, scared me. How can a living person make a deal with a ghost? This price is too high, isn't it? Half a soul. For a haunted house? Looks so eerie, can anyone live there? Compared to our god Flame Peak, it's like heaven and earth.
God Flame Peak makes the divine tree work for him, comfortably living in a mansion. This one has essentially sold half her life to a ghost to live in a graveyard. Stop the awkward negativity, this is already strong, alright? At least better than those still munching on rough rice. But, compared to God Flame, it does fall short. God Flame, what? Want to build a house? Come on, little tree, build me a villa. Ha, upstairs, you've taken all the shoots. Outside, the turbulent world was unbeknownst to Thousand Shadows. She walked into the shrine that had risen from the ground, an icy chill instantly wrapping around her. There was no fire, no warmth, only deathly silence and coldness. She touched the rune-covered walls, feeling the chilling energy flowing over them, her pale face devoid of any expression. This is her own choice. With half of her soul, she exchanged for a chance to survive in a nightmare. Is it worth it? She didn't know, she only knew she had to live. At this moment, the global livestream turned completely into a large-scale infrastructure live broadcast. Countless players fell into unprecedented panic and anxiety. They frantically chopped down trees, dug stones, and collected any materials they could find, trying to build a shell to survive within 24 hours. Some players used their talent to harden the soil, stacking it into crude earthen houses. Others mimicked primitive people, using huge animal bones and skins to set up rickety tents. The whole world was shrouded in a tense and busy atmosphere just before the apocalypse. However, in the live stream of the Dragon Country players, the scene was strangely harmonious. After learning how to obtain the Tree of Life from Flame Peak, almost all Dragon Country players, especially those elites who had accumulated enough Heartstones earlier, chose to plant the Tree of Life immediately. Thus, in various regions where Dragon Country players were located, miniature versions of the Tree of Life, filled with vitality, sprang up, although they were far less magnificent than Flame Peak's. They could also weave all sorts of living shelters with their vines and leaves according to their owners' thoughts. Some were exquisite woodland cabins, some were sturdy vine fortresses, and some even creatively made the Tree of Life into ancient-style treehouses. In an instant, the shelters of Dragon Country players jumped directly from the Stone Age to the biotechnology age. While players from other countries were still using stones and wood to make walls, Dragon Country players were already considering whether to add a sliding door or a swing to their treehouses. This clear gap in advancement threw global viewers into silence and a sea of sour lemons once more. Eagle Sauce Country livestream, sheesh. This is unfair. They are cheating. How is it possible for every Dragon Country person to have a self-growing house? Sakura Country livestream, baka. Our Lord Chiyuki sacrificed half a life to get a shrine, why can they do it so easily? Dragon Country livestream, calm down, everyone sit down, it's just regular operations. Building is our racial talent, is there a problem? No problem. However, amidst this global infrastructure frenzy, Flame Peak, the source of all evil, stood out awkwardly. He stood at the cliff's edge, listening to the cold announcement in his mind, his face showing no emotion. He merely looked up at the blood-red countdown in the sky, then issued an unexpected command to the Tree of Life beneath him, which was in tune with his thoughts. Chapter 77, New Pursuits. Sturdiness? What is that? Can it be eaten? Forget about that for now, set up an outdoor balcony here for me. It needs to have a lounge chair and a sunshade, I want to watch the stars at night. Buzz. The Tree of Life gave a cheerful little chirp. In the next second, countless vines and branches on the side of the treehouse grew wildly, intertwining and wrapping. In just 1 minute, a spacious and comfortable outdoor balcony, complete with a natural sunshade made of huge leaves, appeared out of thin air at the edge of the cliff. Flame Peak walked over with satisfaction and tested the elasticity of the lounge chair automatically woven from soft vines. Not bad. This leisurely and comfortable scene was accurately transmitted to Dragon Country through the livestream that had regained signal. Dream Stabilization Command Center. Major General Zhang Lai stared at the screen, his mouth twitching for a long time until he finally slapped his forehead. I really can't believe this kid. While others are desperately preparing for the college entrance examination. He is doing well, ordering himself an afternoon tea directly in the examination hall? Professor Bai Qiming shook his head with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. He doesn't not care, it's just that the height he stands at is no longer the same as ours. For him, who possesses the top Tree of Life, the so-called sturdiness is simply not a matter to consider. His shelter is, by itself, the highest level defense facility in this world. What he is pursuing now is no longer survival, but how to live more comfortably in this apocalyptic world. Yan Feng indeed thinks this way. Nightmare Tide? It sounds frightening, but so what? When the sky falls, there will be a tall one to hold it up. His Tree of Life is the tallest one in this world. What he cares about more now is how to improve his quality of life. He got the balcony, and next up is the interior decoration. Bed, sofa, chair, kitchenware, table, and even toilet. These things, the Tree of Life can also print out. But the prerequisite is that it needs higher level nutrients as materials. Yan Feng once again sank his consciousness into the roots network of the Tree of Life and soon got feedback. To create more complex and comfortable furniture, ordinary, Heart of Straw, and Heart of Moonlight are no longer enough. It needs Stones of Heart from higher-level nightmare creatures. For example, in the illustrated guide, the level 6, Resentful Vulture, Stormheart. He cannot even see a shadow of these monsters in his monster guide. Because he is only level 5 now, and the guide can only show up to level 6, level 7 will only be unlocked when he reaches level 6. Monster name, Resentful Vulture. Level 6. Belongs to race, undead/flying creature. Appearance features, adult-sized, wingspan over 3 meters. Covered in decaying feathers, bones exposed, with 2 ghostly green flames burning in its eye sockets. It flies silently, like a piece of drifting black cloth. Legendary story, they were once the kings of the sky but perished as a whole during a plague sweeping across the skies. Their lingering resentment in death prevents them from resting, transforming them into ghosts haunting the cliffs, hating all living beings that can fly freely in the sky. Deep needs, Heart's Voice, fly, higher, faster fly, tear everything apart, faster than me. Abilities, Resentful Dive, Phantom Claw, Blade of Wind. Weakness, an instinctive hatred for items containing pure life energy. Yan Feng looked at the introduction in the guide, rubbing his chin. Hate everything that flies faster than me? He glanced back at the beginner glider behind him and then at the 3 laborers waiting eagerly for his orders. A bold idea formed in his mind. It's time to work. With a command, the 3 captives who had just been dazed beside him trembled instinctively. A flash of humiliation crossed Catherine's face, but she still asked coldly, where to? Restock. Yan Feng replied succinctly, leading the way toward the spawning area of level 1, Resentful Scarecrow. Catherine, the butcher, and the hound exchanged glances, though puzzled, they could only follow behind resignedly. They couldn't understand why this man, who had already grown strong enough to challenge a level 5 boss, would still go back to farm these level 1 small monsters. When they arrived again at the familiar wasteland, Yan Feng halted, pointing to a lonely scarecrow standing not far away, giving the butcher and hound an odd command. You two, go, hug it. Ha! The butcher's simple mind clearly couldn't process this instruction. After all, the 3 of them had been assigned a special mission by the Eagle Sauce Country and were among the few clueless about Yan Feng's mode. He pointed at his own nose, incredulity written all over his face. Hug it? The hound's expression also became quite strange. They were top agents, killing machines. Not the aunt who plays house with little kids in kindergarten. Go if I tell you to go, no need for all that nonsense. Yan Feng's tone was undeniable. The butcher and the hunting dog exchanged glances, seeing the same helplessness and humiliation in each other's eyes. But the threat of the parasitic seed made them dare not resist, even slightly. The butcher took a deep breath, as if approaching the execution ground, stepped forward with heavy steps, stiffly opened his arms, and walked toward the scarecrow. The hunting dog followed behind him, his expression worse than if he had swallowed a fly. Wait a moment. Yan Feng suddenly spoke. The 2 men felt as if they had been granted a pardon and stopped in their tracks. Be sincere. Yan Feng added, with a playful smile on his face, imagine it as your long-lost brother or your most beloved dog. The feelings need to be genuine, otherwise, it will get angry, and you could lose your life. Butcher. Hunting dog. From above, Catherine observed coldly, and upon seeing this scene, her mouth twitched uncontrollably. This man. Ultimately, under Yan Feng's careful guidance, the butcher and the hunting dog, once feared elite agents, began the most humiliating task of their careers, embracing the scarecrow. At first, they were clumsy, the killing intent within them was impossible to contain, and several times they nearly triggered the scarecrow's wraith stare, causing them to break into a cold sweat. But under Yan Feng's stare of do it again, or we'll change people and patient instruction, they had no choice but to cast aside all dignity and pride and desperately recalled warm memories in their minds. The butcher remembered the little pig he had raised as a child, although it eventually became roasted suckling pig at the hands of his father. The hunting dog thought of the stray cat he had saved on his first mission. Gradually, their muscles relaxed, and their gazes became softer. When the butcher gently embraced a scarecrow with a fatherly gaze, a miracle occurred. The scarecrow did not resist, instead, it let out a satisfied sigh, transforming into countless specks of light. Dry, flammable straw, X10. Fragrant rice, X5. Heart of straw, stone, X1. Staring at the pile of generous rewards on the ground, the butcher was dumbfounded. He looked down at his hands, then at the spots where the lights had dissipated, his eyes filled with confusion. Is it over? Next. Yan Feng's voice came. Chapter 78 Free Labor. Thus, for the next 2 hours, an extremely bizarre scene replayed across the barren land. 2 tall, strong men took turns embracing one scarecrow after another, using various affectionate poses. Their supervisor sat leisurely on a nearby rock, occasionally offering comments. Hunting dog, your feelings aren't enough, your gaze is too cold, like you're looking at a corpse.
Do it again. Butcher, your movements are too stiff. Relax. Treat it as your first love. Catherine stood aside, watching her two once proud teammates now manipulated like marionettes. Her heart sank bit by bit. She finally understood that this man kept them not to interrogate for information or to torture for amusement, but treated them as reusable, cheap labor. After finishing a wave of Scarecrow rewards, Yan Feng led them to the level 2 swamp frog habitat. This time, it was Catherine's turn. Go, give it some water. Yan Feng pointed at a sickly swamp frog lying in the mud, covered in sores. Catherine's body instantly stiffened. Making her feed that disgusting, slimy, foul-smelling thing water? She would rather die. What? Unwilling? Yan Feng raised an eyebrow. Catherine bit her lip hard, her green eyes filled with struggle. Yan Feng did not rush her, only snapped his fingers. Before Yan Feng could even open his mouth to chant, Catherine reacted first, a wave of goosebumps crawling up her body. I will. She squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Catherine learned from Yan Feng's previous steps, forcing herself to endure the turmoil in her stomach, and walked step by step towards the stinking swamp. When she handed the filtered water invented by Yan Feng to the mouth of the muck frog, watching it turn into a pool of clear water with satisfaction. The last shred of pride belonging to the ace agent in Catherine's heart shattered completely. From that day on, the top Shu Peak squad of the Eagle Sauce Country officially became Yan Feng's supply team. With Yan Feng's guidance and experience, they knew how to farm monsters for maximum profit. The same operating mode was also performed on the level 3 Wailing Moth and level 4 Gluttonous Wild Boar. Their daily work became to continuously farm level 1 to 4 nightmare monsters at scheduled times and places, providing a steady supply of basic materials for the Tree of Life while accumulating basic ingredients. As for Yan Feng himself, he became a hands-off manager. He entrusted all these trivial daily tasks to the 3 free laborers and began planning how to conquer higher-level monsters. After all, he wanted to level up to 10 as soon as possible and see if there were any clues about a furniture upgrade crafting plan. Farming these low-level monsters didn't drop anything rare. Just as he was bringing back the 3 dejected long-term workers to the clifftop shelter. When they passed through a swamp filled with red plants, Yan Feng stopped in his tracks. It was a fiery red area, like burning flames, filled with plants. Their fruits presented a sharp, upward-growing posture, like a series of inverted horns. Yan Feng activated his talent, voice of all things. So spicy. Who can be spicier than me? In this world, isn't there a strong one? Invincible, how lonely, so lonely. A wave of provocative and arrogant voices echoed from those little red fruits. Plant name, Screaming Pepper. Level, special plant/ingredient. Description, a magical plant born in an extremely sunny land, absorbing the raging fire elements of the nightmare world. Its only purpose of existence is to seek and prove that it is the spiciest existence in this world. Yan Feng looked at these arrogant little peppers, and a curious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did nothing but bent down and casually picked one. It felt warm in his hand, like holding a small branding iron. He handed the screaming pepper to the butcher in front of him. Want to try? The butcher looked at the fiery red little pepper that seemed to be burning and instinctively shrank back his neck. Although he wasn't very bright, his beast-like instinct told him that this thing was very dangerous. What? Are you scared? Yan Feng's tone carried a hint of provocation. The butcher glanced at Catherine and the hound beside him, who were watching him with a schadenfreude expression, and a man's inexplicable competitiveness surged up. It's just a pepper, right? Can it be more painful than the parasite seed? With a resolve, he snatched the pepper, chewed it not at all, and swallowed it whole. Then, the whole world fell silent for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later. Roar! A roar, not quite human, filled with pain and fury erupted violently from the butcher's throat. His face, which had still been somewhat normal, instantly became the color of pig liver, veins bulging on his forehead like coiled earthworms. His eyes bulged out suddenly, bloodshot, tears and mucus uncontrollably pouring out, instantly smearing his entire face. He opened his mouth but could make no sound, only flapping helplessly like a dehydrated fish, with raspy gasps coming from his throat. As if roaring like a broken wind box. A stream of white smoke unexpectedly poured out from his mouth and nostrils. Water! Water! He rushed to the nearby marshland like a madman, ignoring whether the water was clean or not, and directly buried his entire head into it, drastically gulping. However, this had no effect at all. That overpowering spiciness, as if igniting a miniature sun in his esophagus and stomach, set off a burning pain that instantly spread through his nerves to all limbs. He felt like he was on fire. The butcher rolled on the ground wildly, roaring and pounding the earth with his fists. The scene was 100 times more tragic than when he was tortured by Yan Feng with the parasitic seed. Catherine and the hound watched the scene and instinctively swallowed, feeling their own tongues starting to tingle with pain.
And Yan Feng watched the butcher's performance with great interest, while observing the changes in the screaming chilies. After the butcher let out a deafening roar, the originally red chili bushes became even more vibrant and uncanny. Their inner voices transformed from lonely and arrogant to cheers filled with satisfaction and joy. So refreshing. So amazing. This is the feeling. This feeling of being conquered. Give me more. More powerful ones. A series of system prompts echoed in Yan Feng's mind. You have satisfied the Screaming Chili's wish, achieving E-level evaluation. You have obtained Screaming Chili, Mature, X100. You have obtained Screaming Chili Seed X100. Craftable Formula, Kitchen Series Spices. National Fortune Reward, Screaming Chili Seed, Screaming Chili, Mature, X50000, automatically multiplied by 10 and settled at a 5% withdrawal rate, transmitted to Long Country Agricultural Science Institute base number 03 in some ordinary households. Description: if you think it is just pure spiciness, you are mistaken. It can instantly clear the moisture in your body, increase immunity by 10 times, cure back pain and lumbar strain, lower high blood sugar and blood fat, and has no toxic side effects. The moment you scream, it's when the moisture and toxins are expelled from your body. Not a monster, can still get E-level rating? Yan Feng's eyes brightened. He looked at the butcher, who was almost foaming at the mouth on the ground, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, very expressive. I'll look for you next time. Butcher. Thank you and your family. Chapter 79 Screaming Chili. Long Country, Agricultural Science Institute base number 03. Elder Yuan and a group of top botanists gathered around a giant cultivation box that had just appeared out of thin air, their expressions as excited as Columbus discovering a new continent. Inside the cultivation box were 50,000 fiery red chili seeds that looked as if they were burning with flames, as well as mature specimens. Hurry! Immediately conduct composition analysis. Report, Elder Yuan. The seeds are extremely active. The energy contained within is immeasurable. Preliminary judgment indicates its capsaicin concentration may be more than 10 times higher than the spiciest dragon's breath chili known to us. 10 times? Elder Yuan gasped, can this thing even be eaten? This is probably not a seasoning, but a biochemical weapon, right? But another researcher with a medical research background raised his voice sharply, trembling slightly with excitement. He pointed to a printed spectral analysis report of a mature specimen, his eyes wide like copper bells. Elder Yuan, look. Its energy structure is a perfect spiral. It is not only non-toxic, but also contains a special alkaloid that can forcibly activate the phagocytic function of cells after entering the human body. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, but his voice grew louder. In simple terms, it can make our immune cells see those hidden deep moisture, inflammatory factors, and even early cancer cells. Then, like rabid dogs, they pounce on them. Clear them all. The researcher grabbed another animal experiment report and waved it excitedly. Look at this set of data. Injecting just 1/1,000,000th of a diluted solution into the test subjects suffering from severe arthritis and other conditions, within half a minute. All inflammatory indicators gone. Blood sugar and blood lipids return to normal. This is not a stimulant. It's a systemic cell purifier. Old Yuan looked at those beautiful seeds, his eyes filled with fervor. Start planting immediately. I want this screaming chili to bloom all over the land of Dragon Country. In Dragon Country, in a regular residential building. The afternoon sun shone through the windowsill. Elderly, suffering from severe rheumatism, his legs still shaking, was tending to a few half-dead plants on the balcony. Suddenly, he exclaimed, a hint of surprise shimmering in his murky eyes. Beside a somewhat yellowed spider plant, a peculiar bright red plant had sprung up without him noticing. Its fruits looked like downward-pointing antlers, burning with flames, exuding a powerful, mouth-watering fragrance. Dad, come quick. His son Li Chang rushed in at the sound, his eyes lighting up the moment he saw the plant. It's the screaming chili. The miraculous chili brought back from the nightmare world by the flame god. I can't believe it randomly appeared in our home. As a loyal fan of the Flame Peak, Li Chang was very familiar with this thing. He knew it was a symbol of national prosperity, a blessing from the flame god to all the people of Dragon Country. The father and son carefully picked one, it felt warm in their hands, like holding a small piece of warm jade. Li Chang cut a small piece of the screaming chili into the bowl of noodles he made for his father with braised pork. Dad, this is a tremendous treasure, it can cure rheumatism, but it's a bit spicy, just try a small bite first. Okay. Elderly nodded, his eyes filled with trust and anticipation. He picked up the noodles with the screaming chili and put it in his mouth. In the next second, Elder Li's eyes widened in shock. An unimaginable explosive spiciness erupted from his tongue, washing down through his throat. This was not just any spice, but a violent, unreasonable burning sensation, as if lighting him up from the inside out. Roar!
A sound of suppressed, mixed pain and joy erupted from Elder Li's throat. His face turned bright red, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead like a flood. Dad! What's wrong? Li Chang was startled and rushed over to pat his back. But Elder Li just waved his hand dazedly. He stared blankly at his hands, swollen and bent from arthritis for many years. He tried to move them. Curling them. Stretching them out. There was not a bit of pain. That torturous, heart-wrenching pain that had plagued him for over a decade just vanished like that. He suddenly stood up and walked a few steps in the living room, even able to jump lightly. His movements were smooth, without any stiffness or pain. The legs that had tortured him for more than 20 years, each step causing 2 steps of soreness, had surprisingly healed? It doesn't hurt anymore, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Tears of joy surged from Elder Li's murky eyes. At the same time, Li Chang, who had only tasted a tiny bit, felt a warm flow spreading throughout his body. The back pain and soreness from years of hard work suddenly disappeared within seconds, making him feel lighter by several pounds. Similar miracles were happening simultaneously in thousands of households across Dragon Country. On the balconies of city residents, in the fields of rural farmers, and even in the green belts of parks, fiery red screaming chilies broke through the soil, as if they were gifts from heaven. On social media, posts about just got a screaming chili flooded the feed in an instant. I declare, I've never eaten such powerful chili in my life. My 30 years of nasal inflammation just sprayed out in one go, now I feel like I can smell the fragrant osmanthus on the moon. Who understands, sisters? What is menstrual pain? After eating this chili, I feel like I can break bricks with my bare hands. Don't get excited upstairs, I just came out of the hospital, just got my dad's physical exam report, and all 3 high risks are gone. The doctor thought the machine was broken, he measured 3 times in a row. This isn't chili, this is a magical potion. Shouts of excitement echoed across the land of the Dragon Kingdom. It was no longer a painful howl, but rather the warmest and most exhilarating shout of every person in the Dragon Kingdom, as they expelled their illness from body and soul and welcomed rebirth. In the nightmarish world of return, Yan Feng stuffed harvested chili peppers and seeds into his backpack, then dragged the butcher, who had never eaten chili and was slightly fatigued, back to the clifftop shelter like a limp dog. Catherine and the hound followed behind, watching the butcher's miserable state, feeling this was Yan Feng's crafty way of punishing people. Their fear of Yan Feng deepened. This man was not only ruthless but also had a mind that was wildly imaginative, completely beyond common sense. Upon returning to the treehouse, Yan Feng ignored the 3 laborers. He walked straight into the kitchen, generated automatically by the Tree of Life, which could rival a Michelin-starred kitchen, and began studying his new toy. He first took out a screaming chili and carefully cut it open with the Feng of Nightmares. A pungent, intense spiciness exploded, 100 times stronger than before, making his eyes feel a bit hazy. He separated the chili seeds from the flesh, then did something no one expected. He took out the turbid poison sac obtained from the level 2 corrupted marsh frog from his backpack. Turbid poison sac can be thrown to create a small area of acidic ground, corroding enemies and poisoning them. Yan Feng opened the synthesis panel, putting the chili flesh and the dark green, decaying liquid from the poison sac together. Wow! What did I just see? Is he going to mix the poison with the chili? Insane! Is Yan God going to concoct pills? Or is he making the ultimate laxative? Dude in front, your perspective is too small. This is called attacking poison with poison. I guess he wants to use the liquid's corrosive quality to neutralize or stimulate some substance in the chili. Chemistry class monitor upstairs, sit down. This is damn metaphysics. I can't understand it, but I'm completely stunned. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream felt their worldview collapse. They had seen Yan Feng use hugs to touch monsters, seen him defeat bosses with a single pot, but they never imagined a day would come when they would see him use poison as seasoning. This reverse thinking once again reshaped everyone's perception of him. Chapter 80, Everyone's Farming Mode. Core material detected, screaming chili, furious fire element. Auxiliary material detected, corrupted marsh frog's venom, weakly acidic/corrosive. Conducting energy neutralization and structural reorganization. Synthesis successful. You have obtained concentrated nightmare chili sauce, beginner, X1 bottle. Item description: a miraculous creation born from the extreme spice and extreme poison neutralizing and sublimating each other. It discards the harm of toxins, but perfectly retains and amplifies the overwhelming flavor of chili, bestowing a unique numbing sensation. Effect: just 1 drop can make a whole pot of soup have the spiciness of hell. After consumption, a mild numbness spreads from the tongue to the whole body for 30 seconds, greatly stimulating appetite and senses. Warning: do not consume directly, must be diluted before use. Looking at the tiny crystal bottle in his hand, only the size of a thumb, filled with dark red viscous liquid, a satisfied smile appeared on Yan Feng's face. He walked out of the kitchen and saw the butcher still groaning on the ground, while Catherine and the hound were nearby.
looking at him with the eyes of a monster. Yan Feng disregarded them and took out a piece of fresh wild boar meat that was so fragrant it made you unable to stop, threading it with the nightmare tooth and roasting it over the fire. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the air. He took the golden, oily wild boar meat off the fire, then opened the bottle of nightmare concentrated spicy essence, carefully dripping one drop onto the roasted meat. Sizzle. With a light sound, that drop of dark red liquid instantly exploded like it was infused with a soul the moment it touched the scalding meat. An indescribable aroma, a blend of meat fragrance, oiliness, and an overpowering spiciness and numbness burst forth like a taste nuclear bomb, instantly enveloping the entire cliff. That scent was aggressive. It was no longer simply enticing your appetite, it was forcefully prying open your taste buds, boldly telling you must eat. Gulp. Catherine, who was initially filled with vigilance towards Yan Feng, felt her throat involuntarily swallow, and her saliva began to flow uncontrollably. Beside her, the hunting dog stared wide-eyed, and a suspicious droplet of liquid even dribbled down from the corner of its mouth. Even the butcher, who was still playing dead on the ground, couldn't help but twitch his nose and slowly lift his head. Meanwhile, the live stream from the Dragon Kingdom was filled with cries of despair. Ah! I can smell it. I can smell it through the screen. My saliva is flowing like a river. I just ordered an incredibly spicy fried chicken, and now it feels like a little brother. God of Flames, I beg you, stop showing off. The nutrient liquid I just bought now tastes like dishwater. What is this seasoning? This is simply a mental atomic bomb. Yan Feng looked at the three captives, whose mouths were practically watering, and glanced at the barrage on the screen that pleaded, "Please, be human," and smiled with satisfaction. He picked up the roasted meat, blew on it, and in the envious gazes of everyone, tore off a small piece and put it into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, Yan Feng's eyes widened. First, the extreme tenderness and rich flavor of the wild boar meat exploded on his tongue like the finest Wagyu beef, melting in his mouth. Following that, an unmatched, layered spiciness surged up from the root of his tongue, sweeping through his entire mouth like bubbling molten iron. It wasn't just a simple burning pain, but a compound storm mixed with numbness, fragrance, freshness, and heat. After the spiciness, a peculiar, tingling feeling began to spread from his tongue, as if countless tiny currents were dancing, making every taste bud tremble with joy. Ha! Yan Feng couldn't help but let out a long breath, feeling a surge of warmth rise from his stomach, instantly spreading throughout his limbs, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, every pore of his body seemingly opened wide. So refreshing. This is what food should taste like. In just a short time, he devoured the whole skewer of roasted meat clean, not even leaving a shred of meat on the bones. After finishing, he smacked his lips, feeling that his taste world had been redefined. Across from him, Catherine, the butcher, and the hunting dog watched him finish with wide eyes, their throats continuously moving up and down, their gazes filled with the purest desire. Do you want to eat? Yan Feng shook the bottle of nightmare concentrated spicy essence in his hand. The three unconsciously nodded, then quickly turned away, their faces written with stubbornness that said, "I don't want to and it's not me." If you want to eat, that's fine, Yan Feng said slowly, from today on, the daily collection target for the Heartstone will double. The three? A devil. This man not only wanted to enslave their bodies but also to corrupt their wills with food. Just as Yan Feng was enjoying his self-made hell-level delicacies, he was unaware that, due to the Tree of Life and screaming chili seeds he had brought earlier, an earth-shattering transformation was quietly happening across the Dragon Kingdom. At the highest command center of the Dreamtown Bureau, Lin Jinghua looked at the screen, filled with various living shelters painstakingly grown by Dragon Kingdom players, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Although the quality and functionality of these shelters were far from Yan Feng's clifftop treehouse, compared to players from other countries still using mud and stones to build walls, it was a world apart. "Commander," said Major General Zhang Lai beside him, pointing at the data report with a hint of excitement in his voice. According to the latest statistics, within 2 hours of the Nightmare Tide announcement, the average sturdiness rating of our players' shelters has far exceeded the global average, being 5 times that of Eagle Sauce Country and 10 times that of Cherry Blossom Country. This is just the beginning, Professor Bai Qining added. More importantly, there is a change in mindset. Our players no longer worry about the shelters, they have more time and energy to explore, to gather resources, and to improve themselves. While players in other countries are held back by preparation for war, stalling all development. As we grow, their disadvantage will become larger. Lin Zhengwei nodded, his gaze profound. Pass my orders, he said in a deep voice. First, the planting and cultivation methods of the Tree of Life will be listed as the highest priority in the Shinong No. 1 plan, and spread immediately among all surviving players in the Dragon Kingdom. They must prioritize obtaining Heartstones and cultivating the Tree of Life. Second, the Agricultural Academy's Screaming Chili Cultivation Plan will be named Zhurong Plan, with no cost spared, accelerated progress. I want the finished Miracle Chili seasoning to appear on every border soldier's table within a week. Third, and most importantly, Lin Zhengwa paused, speaking clearly, officially released the Return Ruins Nightmare National Mobilization Guidelines.
The core idea of the guidelines is only one. From today, our Dragon Kingdom officially enters the Everyone Plants mode. This command was swiftly transmitted to every corner of the Dragon Kingdom through encrypted official channels. In an instant, the social atmosphere of the entire Dragon Kingdom underwent a subtle change. In the parks, the elderly practicing in the morning no longer practiced Tai Chi, but began sharing tips on how to sincerely embrace a scarecrow. In schools, history and political classes were temporarily cancelled, replaced by newly opened courses like analysis of nightmare creature voices and basic material synthesis of the Return Ruins world. Online, the hottest topics were no longer celebrity gossip, but various teaching videos on replicating Yen God's recipes and how to grow your own tree in the nightmare world. A vigorous, top-down farming movement was fully launched across the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone was preparing in their own ways for the day when nightmares would descend into reality a year later. They no longer feared, no longer felt lost. Because they knew, in that distant and dangerous world, there was a man named Yan Feng, forging a hopeful path forward for them and for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 81, King Vulture. In the Ruins Nightmare World. With 2 hours till darkness falls, Yan Feng was resting on a vine-woven lounge chair, thinking about what to eat for dinner. At that moment, the root network of the Tree of Life suddenly sent a slight, warning-like wave. Yan Feng's eyes widened. He plunged his consciousness into the living map and quickly pinpointed the source of the wave. About 3 kilometers southwest of his shelter, in a canyon. A powerful, brutal, and vengeful energy wave is quickly taking shape. Flame Peak's vision penetrated rock and soil, clearly seeing the scene deep in the canyon. There was the cliff where he previously set up an ambush for the Zhufeng squad, using the vengeful vulture to create upward currents. At this moment, on the cliff's wall, in a huge nest made of countless decaying feathers and eerie white bones, more than a dozen level 6 vengeful vultures were restlessly circling. Their vengeance seemed even more intense than before. And at the very center of the nest, a massive, pulsating black tumor, like a heart, was slowly absorbing all the surrounding vultures' hatred, visibly swelling in size. An aura of horror, far beyond an ordinary level 6 monster and nearly Lord level, emanated from that tumor. Area alert, the vengeful vulture tribe is undergoing a Lord-level mutation, due to the hatred increased after losing their companions. Estimated 20 hours until the King Vulture is born. After the King Vulture is born, it will launch indiscriminate revenge attacks on all living beings within a 5-kilometer radius. Flame Peak looked at this system prompt, his brow slightly furrowed. Revenge? Looking for me for revenge? He recalled how he had previously used a piece of rotten meat to turn this group of vultures into a platform for takeoff to escape. It seemed he had truly made an enemy. Indiscriminate revenge attack. Flame Peak stroked his chin, and instead of feeling tense, his eyes sparkled with a hint of interest. This trouble that came knocking at his door looked more like a premium ingredient package. Level 6 vengeful vultures, according to the brief notes in the guide, their meat is tough and filled with hatred, and under normal circumstances, is completely inedible. But Flame Peak had received crucial information from the Tree of Life that wasn't in the guide. This creature, containing the wind attribute of vengeance, has a core called the Stormheart, which is a key material for upgrading and crafting kitchen series tools. For example, the Windfire wheel stove he had always wanted, which can automatically adjust the cooking level, or a fan that blows cold air to quickly cool the food. All of these require Stormheart as the energy core. More importantly, Flame Peak, through his talent of voices of all things, captured an extremely faint yet crucial desire from those vultures' frenzied hatred. To fly, to tear the sky, to become truly wind. They hated every creature that flew faster than them because they were trapped in this rotting shell, unable to experience the ultimate speed and freedom of being the kings of the sky. Their hatred stemmed from an obsession with flying itself. Since you want to fly faster. The corner of Flame Peak's mouth curled into a meaningful arc, then I will help you. A bold and meticulously planned hunting strategy instantly formed in his mind. He hesitated no more, immediately standing up from the recliner, and shouted to Catherine and the others, who were marinating the frog meat and wild boar meat he had brought back. We are alive. The 3 stiffened momentarily, resignedly putting down their tasks and walking over. This time, where to? Catherine's voice was still cold, but the sharpness from the beginning was gone, replaced with a dull obedience. To the sky. Flame Peak spoke concisely, pointing towards the cliff in the southwest. 10 minutes later. Flame Peak, with his long work team, quietly appeared on the opposite side of that towering cliff, overlooking the massive, foreboding nest across a bottomless canyon. In the nest, that black tumor continued to pulse, having grown larger than an hour ago, and the pressure it radiated made the butcher and hunting dog both feel a pang of anxiety. Captain, no. Boss, the butcher's voice was a bit dry. That thing, it feels scarier than the previous level 5 boss. Are we really going to deal with it? Not deal with it, Yan Feng corrected, but help it. As he spoke, he took something out of his backpack.
It was a brand new, much smaller and more delicate than his own basic gliding wings made from complete moth wings and high-toughness vines, a small gliding wing. This was a tool he specially prepared for this mission using materials he had collected before. Hound, Yan Feng handed the small gliding wing to the hound. Your task is simple. Later, you put this on, fly over to them, circle above their nest, and fly back as fast as you can. The hound's face turned white instantly. Fly over? He pointed to the group of fierce vultures, who looked very unwelcoming, trembling in his voice. Boss, you are asking me to go to my death. The bestiary says they hate everything that flies faster than them. Exactly, I want you to provoke them. Yan Feng's tone was as calm as if he were saying, the weather is nice today. Don't worry, he patted the hound's shoulder, you won't die. As he spoke, he firmly tied the gliding wing to the hound's back. The hound wanted to cry but had no tears, he felt like a chicken targeted by a weasel. Catherine, Butcher, Yan Feng turned to the other two, your task is to prepare to welcome them. He pointed to the bottom of the canyon, where the rocks were jagged and the terrain complicated. Using the roots of the tree of life, I want you to set up a pocket here. Remember, just lure them in, don't attack first. Although they didn't understand what Yan Feng wanted to do, the two still started to act immediately. Catherine was in charge of planning the range and structure of the traps, while the butcher acted as the laborer, moving heavy stones, working together with the roots of the tree of life that were quietly spreading from the ground. To construct a huge circle, wide at the entrance but extremely narrow inside. After everything was done, Yan Feng leisurely walked back to the cliff edge, showing a kind smile to the hound, who was almost about to wet himself in fear. Are you ready? Fly, my bait. Before the words fell, he kicked the hound in the butt. Ah! Accompanied by a heartbreaking scream, the hound shot off like a stone catapulted from the cliff's edge, plummeting down. After falling for more than 10 meters, he hurriedly opened the gliding wing, tracing a clumsy arc in the air, tremblingly heading towards the deadly nest across. Almost the moment he entered within 100 meters of the vulture's nest. Screech! A scream filled with endless anger and resentment suddenly erupted from the nest. The dozen or so vengeful vultures, who were still anxiously circling, exploded like ignited barrels, two ghostly green flames swelling violently in their eye sockets. They locked onto their target, accurately aiming at the clumsy, slow, yet damn flying invader in the sky. Flying? Invader! Tear him apart! The frenzied thought crazily echoed within the vulture's tribe channel. The next second, dozens of black bolts of death, trailing a rotten stench, shot out from the nest, pouncing towards him at a speed far exceeding that of the hound's gliding. Help me! The hound was scared out of his wits, he desperately controlled the gliding wing, changing direction and flying back towards the cliff in a panic. Chapter 82, Heart of the Storm. A thrilling aerial chase began. The hound was in front, like a rabbit chased by a pack of wolves, flying awkwardly and dangerously. Dozens of vengeful vultures were behind, flapping their rotting wings, creating sharp wind blades, whistling past the hound, leaving bone-deep scratches on his gliding wing. Boss! Help! My wings are going to break! The hound's scream echoed in the canyon. Don't panic, they can't catch up to you. Yan Feng's voice calmly rang in his mind. At the same time, an invisible power, which only the hound could sense, suddenly came from the glider behind him. The glider, which was on the verge of falling apart, suddenly shook and its speed increased in an instant. It was Yan Feng, remotely controlling the high tensile vines that formed the glider through the link with the tree of life, tightening their structure and temporarily improving the gliding efficiency. The hound felt as if someone had pushed him from behind, instantly widening the distance from the vulture crowd behind him. He barely flew back to the cliff, tumbled to the ground, and before he could catch his breath, he saw those dozen or so vultures, driven into a frenzy by their inability to keep up with him. Like mad dogs that had lost their minds, dive headfirst into the pocket formation set by Catherine and the butcher below. Net closed. Yan Feng commanded. Boom boom boom. On both sides of the canyon, countless pre-prepared boulders and roots from the tree of life crashed down, instantly sealing the only exit of the canyon. Dozens of furious vultures were easily trapped in this small cage. They crashed and screamed inside, using claws and wind blades to attack the surrounding rock walls and roots, venting their powerless rage. But all of this was futile. Yan Feng stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down at it all with no hint of emotion on his face. He did not rush down to collect the spoils, instead, he turned his gaze back to the huge nest across from him. There, as the dozen or so ordinary vultures left, that throbbing black mass lost its supply of resentment, and the beating frequency noticeably slowed down. It seemed to sense danger, beginning to emit a voice filled with fear and unease. No. Don't come over. My children, come back. Yan Feng smiled. Now you remember to call your sons? It's too late. He donned his primary glider and leaped from the cliff, like a true eagle, landing precisely and silently in that huge, foul-smelling nest. Then, under the terrified gaze of the yet-to-form king vulture, he took something out of his backpack. It was a heart, entirely green and radiating a soft life aura.
Heart of life. Don't you want to fly? I will give you a pair, real wings. Yan Feng communicated through the tree of life. When that green heart, seeming to contain all the vitality of spring, appeared in this nest filled with the smell of death and decay, that throbbing black mass shook violently. Its voice, filled with fear and unease, abruptly ceased, replaced by an indescribable desire, rooted in the instinct of life. Life, pure life. Give me, if I eat it, I can, truly, fly. That greedy, mad thought crashed into Yan Feng's brain like a tsunami. A smile of everything is in control appeared on Yan Feng's face. He did not immediately hand over the heart of life but acted like a tempting devil, using mental power to convey a clear trade proposal to the yet-to-fully form king vulture through the tree of life. If you eat it, you can gain new life, escape this rotting shell, and transform into a pure spirit of the wind, soaring in the sky forever. Give it to me. The mass's desire grew stronger. However, Yan Feng changed his tone. There's no such thing as a free lunch. In exchange, you need to give me your most precious thing. The masses throbbing paused for a moment, as if it was trying to understand the concept of trade. Most precious. That's right, Yan Feng coaxed gently, it's all the power of the storm you gathered from your children to evolve into king. The flesh lump fell silent. Inside its simple consciousness, it fell into intense struggle. On one side was the chance to escape decay and gain eternal freedom and rebirth. On the other side was the core of the power it relied on to be king, the culmination of the entire group's resentment. This was a difficult choice. Yan Feng did not rush it, simply toying with the heart of life in his hands, the soft green light swirling before its eyes, filled with deadly temptation. Half a minute passed. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the flesh lump. A stone the size of a fist, grayish-blue with countless tiny whirlwinds intertwined on its surface, was slowly and reluctantly spit out from the crack. Heart of the storm. Give it to me, now, give that to me. Yan Feng smiled. He stepped forward, picked up the heart of the storm that felt icy in his hand, as if he was holding a miniature storm, and then gently placed the heart of life on top of the enormous black flesh lump. In that moment of contact, sizzle! As if a red-hot branding iron met ice, a thick black smoke erupted violently from the point of contact. That flesh lump, filled with death and resentment, started intense, painful purification and reshaping the moment it touched the pure life energy. It twisted and contracted wildly, letting out a silent roar. And the heart of life was like an endless black hole, greedily devouring all its resentment and decay, transforming it into the purest life energy, giving back to it. This was a process of destruction and rebirth. Yan Feng did not look any longer. He turned around, unfolded his gliding wings, and leaped down from the nest, flying towards the already sealed canyon below. Inside the canyon, more than a dozen trapped resentment vultures were still frantically attacking the cage made of giant rocks and the roots of the life tree. When they saw Yan Feng descending from the sky, they immediately abandoned their assault on the cage and directed all their fury towards this culprit. Dozens of wind blades formed by eagle claws surged towards Yan Feng. Yan Feng's figure flipped skillfully in the air, easily dodging most of the attacks. He did not linger in battle but landed directly on the other side of the canyon, reuniting with Catherine and the others. "Boss, are you okay?" Butcher asked him, gruffly voicing his concern. "I'm fine." Yan Feng waved his hand, but his gaze passed through the raging vultures, looking up towards the top of the cliff. At that moment, a loud and clear eagle cry, filled with joy and rebirth, suddenly resonated from the clifftop, echoing in the sky. That sound was no longer hoarse, no longer filled with resentment, but like a true king of the sky announcing its return. Inside the canyon, the more than a dozen resentment vultures attacking Yan Feng suddenly froze in their movements. They seemed to hear a call from deep within their bloodline, simultaneously raising their heads, gazing towards the direction of the sound. In the sky at the cliff top, a massive figure made of pure wind elements was spreading its incredibly magnificent wings. It was no longer a rotting flesh body but had transformed into a spirit of wind, a beloved of the sky. The reborn Vulture King, no, it should now be called the Wind Spirit King, circled in the air and let out a cry of summons. In the canyon, the ghostly flames in the eyes of those dozen resentment vultures began to flicker violently. The resentment within them was being purified and summoned by that new life force from the king. Their bodies began to turn transparent, decaying feathers and white bones gradually transforming into blue light spots. Screech! They let out their last cry in this life, also the lightest one. Suddenly, it completely transformed into over a dozen pure wind elements, soaring into the sky, merging into the body of the king in the sky. Global announcement: congratulations to the player from Dragon Country, Flame Peak, for helping the level 6 nightmare creature Resentful Vulture clan complete their racial evolution through trade, achieving an unprecedented D-grade evaluation. Evaluation analysis: you did not use any violence, instead, by understanding their deeper needs and using the principle of equivalent exchange, you helped a race-bound by resentment obtain a new life. Your actions touched the deeper order rules of the Ruins Nightmare world.
Reward: Dragon Country receives the National Fortune Level Technology Biological Collaborative Communication Protocol full set of technology. Item description: a brand new communication technology that mimics the information exchange modes of social animals such as bee swarms/bird flocks. It does not rely on electromagnetic waves but transmits information through a special biological field, possessing characteristics of zero delay, anti-interference, and absolute secrecy. National Fortune Value: this technology will completely revolutionize the military command system of Dragon Country. Teams equipped with this system will be able to achieve true telepathic operational coordination, completing complex tactical deployments with just a glance or thought. In future information warfare, Dragon Country will be invincible. Personal reward: all base attribute point limits +1. You have received Blessing of the Wind Spirit King X1. Blessing of the Wind Spirit King, passive buff. Your flying speed and gliding handling are permanently increased by 100%. As this announcement echoed across the globe for the third time, the entire world had become numb. Global Live Broadcast Room. D grade evaluation? I'm not seeing this wrong, right? Isn't the rating limit for this game within level 10 E grade? Biological Collaborative Communication Protocol? Telepathy? Are the people of Dragon Country aiming for the sky? They are no longer satisfied with being ahead on a physical level, now they want to conquer the realm of metaphysics too? It's over, completely over. They have already started doing business with monsters, changing the world. Nightmare Control Command Center. Academician Xianweiguo looked at the complex technical blueprints that appeared out of nowhere in laboratory number 012, shaking with excitement. Telepathy, cooperative combat. General Zhang, do you know what this means? Our future Phoenix Space Combat Aircraft Squadron, if equipped with this system. General Zhang Lai's breathing became extremely heavy. He stared at the screen, murmuring, that will no longer be a squadron. That will be a unified, living sky will. Meanwhile, Flame Peak looked at his harvest, nodding in satisfaction. A flash of golden light. He felt the power surging within him again and stored the heavy Heart of Storm in his backpack. Let's go home and renovate the house, he said casually to the three workers behind him, who had completely dumbfounded expressions. When Flame Peak and the others returned to the clifftop, the sky was nearing dusk. In the sky, the Wind Spirit King, evolved from the resentful vulture, circled a few times, expressed gratitude to Flame Peak, and then transformed into a blue streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. It was going to chase after its true freedom. Flame Peak then began his long-awaited renovation project. He fed the heavy Heart of Storm, along with all the Heart of Straw and Heart of Moonlight he had previously accumulated, directly into the Tree of Life. Buzz. The entire clifftop platform emitted a satisfied, long resonance. The main root of the Tree of Life, after absorbing this massive, unprecedented energy, had its surface green halo become even more brilliant and profound, as if a river of stars flowed within it. A clearer, more intelligent thought was directly transmitted to Flame Peak's mind. Energy sufficient, can carry out deep customization, please conceptualize. Here we go. Flame Peak's spirit lifted. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, a picture he had already planned out appeared. The blueprint, comparable to a luxury mansion renovation design, instantly took shape. First, it was the bedroom. He didn't want that hard, stiff vine bed. He wanted a Sealy big bed, 1.8 meters wide and 2.2 meters long, completely woven from the softest, life energy-infused leaf fibers. The mattress had to be of moderate softness, perfectly fitting his body curves, making him feel like he was sleeping on a cloud. At the head of the bed, there needed to be a bedside lamp powered by the Heart of Moonlight, with soft light and adjustable brightness. Next to it, there had to be a built-in wardrobe with dehumidifying and fragrance functions. Then, there was the living room. An oversized L-shaped sofa, big enough for 5 or 6 people to roll around on, had to be made from the softest, perfectly balanced vine and leaf fibers. In front of the sofa, there was to be a coffee table, carved from a single piece of hard beast bone, with a surface as smooth as a mirror. On the wall, he even planned a space for a TV wall. Even though there was no TV yet, the space had to be reserved. The most ridiculous part was the kitchen and bathroom. He demanded the Tree of Life to use the energy of the Heart of Storm to create a wheel of fire stove that could automatically adjust its heat. Then, using scraps of Nightmare titanium memory alloy, he wanted a set of pots, bowls, and a complete set of knives. As for the bathroom, he envisioned a fully automatic ecological toilet with automatic flushing, automatic cleaning, and even capable of waste recycling, turning it into plant nutrients. When Yan Feng conveyed this series of seemingly insane renovation demands to the Tree of Life, even the Tree of Life, which resonated with him, fell into a silence that lasted 10 seconds. As if its newly birthed intelligence was processing this complex instruction that far exceeded its understanding. Requirements: 2, complex, energy, possibly, insufficient, can only try its best. Chapter 84, Difficulty Upgrade. It's fine, if it's not enough, I'll find more for you. Yan Feng waved his hand generously. With the master's promise, the Tree of Life hesitated no more. The next second, the entire treehouse on the cliff began a miraculous self-evolution. Countless roots and vines, as if they had the soul of a top designer, began weaving and shaping rapidly and precisely. Catherine, the butcher, and the hound stared blankly at all of this. They watched as a soft and comfortable big bed grew out of thin air before them. They watched as a smoothly shaped sofa slowly rose from the floor. They watched a starry sky ceiling made of countless glowing moss pieces being lit up on the wall. Finally, when the perfectly shaped, even slightly sci-fi looking fully automatic ecological toilet appeared in the bathroom, Catherine, the seasoned ace agent, couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand to prevent an exclamation from escaping. Her worldview was shattered and reshaped repeatedly, mercilessly, in that single day. She felt as if she was not surviving in a nightmare of the abyss, but visiting a base of an alien civilization from the mythological era. Half an hour later, when the last vine finished weaving, the refinement project of the entire treehouse was declared complete. What was presented before everyone was no longer a simple shelter, but a divine tree city that blended nature and technology, filled with life and luxury. Yan Feng lay down contentedly on his sealy big bed, and then tested the flushing function of the ecological toilet, revealing a satisfied smile like a rich landlord. He walked out of the treehouse and saw the three workers still petrified, pointing at a few newly grown relatively simple small rooms beside the treehouse. "Look, that's your dormitory. One person per room, with a bed and a table inside, though it's not as good as mine. It should be better than where you slept before. Consider it a benefit." The three people were shocked, looking incredulously at those few simple yet fully equipped employee dormitories. They never expected that this man, whom they viewed as a devil, would actually arrange accommodations for them. An extremely complex emotion quietly spread within them. Was it gratitude? Was it humiliation? Or perhaps, a hint of belonging that even they themselves were unaware of? In the real world. The Dream Command Center. Looking at the screen showing a luxurious treehouse comparable to a top resort, along with the three agents with complex expressions from the Eagle Sauce Nation, the entire command center fell into a long silence once again. I now feel a bit sorry for the Eagle Sauce Nation. Major General Zhang Lai rubbed his nose and said with an odd expression. They spent such a great cost, sending the most elite agents to carry out an assassination, only to not kill anyone, but instead ended up as the opponent's construction crew? This is no longer about killing and hurting hearts, this is about digging out their hearts and rubbing them on the ground repeatedly. Professor Bai Qiming saw even deeper. He adjusted his glasses inside. Have you all noticed? Yan Feng is taming these three in a way we cannot understand. He didn't use continuous torture to destroy their will, but rather a slap and then a candy approach, breaking down their psychological defenses. From the initial death threats, to subsequent humiliations of dignity, to now, providing basic living security. He is slowly transforming them from enemies into usable tools, even dependent on his existence. This control over the mental level is 100 times scarier than any physical confinement. Lin Zhenguo listened quietly, without speaking. His gaze fell on the screen, on the young man leisurely lying on a new sofa, with his legs crossed. He knew that this seemingly lazy young man was playing a very big game in his own way. And the entire world would be his chessboard. Just then, a cold, ominous system announcement echoed in everyone's minds again. Countdown to the end of the novice protection period, 1 hour. Detecting a large number of Tree of Life appearing globally, the ecological balance of the Return to Ruin Nightmare world has been severely disturbed. The intensity of the nightmare tide will increase to 300% of the original plan. Warning, new nightmare species with special abilities such as wall passing, corrosion, and mental pollution will appear in this nightmare tide. The strength of the shelter will no longer be the only criterion. Wishing you still exist under tomorrow's sun. This sudden, ominous new announcement felt like a bucket of ice water poured over the global players who were still immersed in the joy of the infrastructure frenzy. What? Intensity increased by 300%? In the Eagle Sauce Nation, Thor, who had just topped off his Thunder Fortress with the power of lightning, looked at the blood-red warning with a face that turned extremely ugly. His fortress was made of the hardest granite, its strength was absolutely top-notch. But the phrase in the announcement, strength is no longer the only standard, along with the words wall passing and corrosion, raised a strong sense of unease within him. Wall passing, corrosion. He looked down at the solid rocky fortress beneath him, for the first time doubting his own power. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, inside the ancient shrine guarded by earthbound spirits, Qian Ying's face was equally pale. Her shrine was built from spiritual power, giving it a very high immunity to physical attacks. But the mental pollution in the announcement felt like a needle, stabbing harshly into her heart. Spiritual beings fear nothing more than stronger mental pollution. If the intensity of mental pollution from the outside monsters exceeds the tolerance limit of the earthbound spirit she contracted, her shrine will start to collapse from the inside. The global live stream room is once again submerged in waves of panic. Eaglesauce Nation livestream, oh my god. A wall-passing monster? What use do our walls have? Sakura Nation livestream, mental pollution. It's over. The contestant I'm watching has built his shelter from wood, and now he's holding his head, saying he hears strange sounds. Gall Chicken livestream, corrosion? We have a player whose stone house is already starting to emit white smoke from the corners. The stone is slowly melting away from an unseen force. Despair, like a plague, spreads once again among global players. The shelters they carefully built seem to transform into paper toys, vulnerable before the new rules. On the side of Dragon Nation players, although their situation is slightly better due to having the Tree of Life, they are equally tense. Their living shelter can self-repair and has some resistance to mental pollution, but facing nightmares 3 times stronger and those unheard of new monsters, no one dares to guarantee their safety. In a moment, all Dragon Nation players start frantically feeding their Tree of Life, trying to make their treehouses stronger in the last hour. Chapter 85, The Nightmare Tide Strikes. However, amidst this global panic, Yan Feng's treehouse on the clifftop is still a place of calm. After hearing the announcement, he lazily sits up from the sofa and yawns. The intensity increased by 3 times? Can even pass through walls and cause corrosion? He walks to the balcony, glancing at the bottomless cliff below, and then at the Tree of Life, which merges with the entire mountain beneath him. Oh. Then, he turns and returns indoors to prepare for tonight's hot pot base. His relaxed attitude seems to say, tonight's windy, remember to close the windows. This scene leaves the Dragon Nation livestream viewers caught between tension and laughter. I'm in awe, really in awe. Is Yen the god's mindset already transcendent? Upstairs, is there a possibility that for the god living in the Sky City, what passing through walls and corrosion matters to him? Can monsters grow wings and fly up? Stop talking. I announced that tonight's Nightmare Tide will be divided into 2 livestream channels, one is Global Horror Stories, and the other is Yan Feng's Hot Pot Eating Show. Killing with heartache. It's too heart-wrenching. Eaglesauce Nation is almost crying in panic, while we are still discussing whether to have clear soup hot pot or spicy hot pot tonight. The night falls. Global announcement, the first Nightmare Tide officially begins. Boom. It feels as if the whole world lets out a dull roar from deep within the earth at this moment. All players' live stream rooms instantly transform into a collection of horror films at the same time. In the dark forest, in the swamp, beneath the ground. A thunderous roar, heavy to the extreme, does not come from the sky but from the depths of the world's crust. It is not a roar but rather like a heart that has slept for billions of years regaining its beat at this moment. All global live stream rooms shake violently at the same time. Then, countless new and various nightmare creatures surge forth from their 7-day hidden nests like a black flood breaking its banks. In Eaglesauce Nation, inside the S-Class gifted person's Thunder Fortress, Thor roars, scraps. A thick bolt of lightning bursts forth from his palm, vaporizing a shadow mouse attempting to sneak in through a rock crevice. The lightning illuminates his serious face. His fortress, made of indestructible granite he personally forged, feels sturdy. But in front of these monsters that can ignore physical barriers, even the most solid walls just mean more infiltration points. He must always stay alert, using the furious power of lightning to purify every inch of shadow, his mental energy depleting greatly. For A-level players facing similar situations, the response is manageable but never easy. But for those below A-level, this Nightmare Tide is a complete massacre. An E-level player from the Eaglesauce Country, gifted with rock affinity, leans confidently against a wall made of granite. This wall, half a meter thick, is indestructible, the source of all his sense of security. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. A chilling, otherworldly coldness crawls up his spine. He jerks his head around. The wall is still the same wall, solid, thick, unmoving. But from the corner of his eye, he catches a glimpse of something strange and twisted. The shadow in the corner of his shelter, the darkness cast by the firelight, is writhing. This is not the flicker of light and shadow. That darkness seems to have a life of its own, seeping from 2-dimensional flatness into 3-dimensional reality. What is that? He whispers fiercely, mustering his courage to step forward. A drop of thick, pure black liquid drops from the shadow in the corner of the wall onto the ground. Making no sound, yet quickly spreading out into a palm-sized flat shape. Then came the second drop, and the third. Hundreds, even thousands, of black liquid droplets pour out from that shadow, gathering on the ground into an expanding sea of darkness. The player's pupils shrink to the size of pinheads. He finally sees clearly. That is not liquid at all. Those are little monsters, no bigger than mice, completely made of flowing shadow mice. They have no substance, they are darkness in motion. One shadow mouse charges at the wall, its body directly melting into the solid granite without making a sound, passing right through.
Physical defense is a joke in front of them. No! The player lets out a desperate roar, swinging his stone axe wildly at the pool of black tide on the ground. The stone axe passes through their bodies, hitting the ground, sparking a shower of sparks. It has no effect. In the next second, the black tide surges violently. Hundreds and thousands of shadow mice turn into a massive wave of darkness, instantly swallowing him whole. Ah! A shrill and tragic scream, cut off in an instant, becomes his last sound left in the world. In the global live stream, his split screen is instantly consumed by pure darkness, the signal severed. Eagle Sauce Country player Black has fallen. On the other side, in the European Continental Alliance, outside a Gallic Rooster player's shelter. Sizzle. Sizzle. A sound that is painful to hear, as if strong acid is being poured on metal, echoes in the quiet night. This player, with a sea-level metal-controlled gift, has his shelter made of thick steel plates, theoretically far more defensible than rock or wood. But at this moment, he watches the monitoring screen with a pale face. More than a dozen acid beetles, as large as rhinos, are lying on his steel fortress, their basketball-sized green pus bags swelling and contracting. Puff! A dark green high-pressure liquid suddenly shoots out from the top of the pus bag, accurately landing on the welded joint of the steel plate. Sizzle! Thick, sharply acidic white smoke erupts into the air. That specialized steel plate, strong enough to withstand cannon fire, is weak as snow faced with a hot iron, rapidly dissolving and carbonizing at a visible speed, leaving behind an ever-expanding hole with iron water flowing from the edges. Damn it! The player roars, pressing his hands against the ground. Metal thorns! Countless sharp metal spikes suddenly shoot up from the ground outside the shelter. Instantly, several acid beetles were pierced. However, the moment the beetles died, their acid sacs burst, splashing out a thicker and more corrosive liquid that corroded his metal thorns into a pockmarked mess. Although he temporarily resisted the attack with his powerful sea-level talent, the shelter was already riddled with holes, and his arm was burned by the splattered acid, causing excruciating pain. He could only struggle to hold on, finding it somewhat difficult to cope. Any small mistake would lead to death.